So did you change the bingo for this week? Sweet.
Yo, what's up, everybody? We got the co-stream back. It is Dalian this week, and we've got some amazing Riftbound coming up. I'm Casanova. I got Vero with me again to start the day. We'll have some more guests trickling through. We got Kuvi's Corner still planned for the day. But if this is the first time you are showing up for the co-streams, we are here every single weekend as long as these are going on. This is the second to last one. We got one more after this. Just give me that schedule. We got one more weekend after this, which will be some even more of these co-streams coming through with Nanjing. We did Fuzhou and then Chengdu the last 2 weeks, Dalian this week, and then Nanjing coming up next weekend. It is going to be tonight and then tomorrow night as well for each and every one of these. And yeah, if you've missed the ones in the past, all the VODs are on the YouTube channel if you want to catch up to date, because it's been pretty sweet. We have had a lot of Draven, but a little bit less than I think people even thought, even with the amount of them showing up in top 64. When we get to the top 8, we've always got a couple of stragglers of people who've found a good way to target the deck. And yet Draven has still been successful each and every time. We'll see if that continues this time around. But Vero, thanks for joining me, man. How's it going? How you been? Been a week?
Yeah, it's been a week. I was sleep schedule was all thrown off in the last one, but unfortunately, I was snowed in for like a week pretty much with our East Coast weather. And yeah, I'm just excited to see if week whatever this is 3 at this point will do anything different for us as far as the good old Draven meta so far.
Yeah, probably won't do too much differently, but I do still kind of believe we could easily have a different winner. It feels like very frequently we're getting towards the top 8, having a few different decks that are not Draven. And it does feel like when we're watching these players against Draven, it feels like they have a very clear game plan. It seems like you can understand how they've been able to beat a lot of Dravens before, but they're falling flat against the Draven players who have made it to the top 8 and made it towards the final. So we'll see if that's actually the case. I feel like Ezreal, Fiora, Aurelia are all decks that like very reasonably can actually still just like win the tournament. I don't really see any reason why they can't.
Yeah, no, I do think it's interesting. We see a Fiora in the finals back-to-back weeks, and obviously both weeks they do not, are not able to make it the whole way. Granted, they are still in the finals, which is impressive. We do also see across like the aggregate that it's just like 5%, 6% of the field is maybe Fiora, another 6-7% is the Ezreal decks. You see him in the top 4, maybe you see him in the finals, which is impressive. But it's a very like small amount of players. I don't know if it's like a small subsection of teams or play groups that have this deck and know how to play it well, and then like 1 or 2 of their guys gets the raffle, gets in, and converts very well. If it was just happenstance, and obviously we'll see again this week. But definitely some interesting decks are sneaking through. We saw like a Victor get to like 32 or 16, a few decks like this, but it seems as we get closer to 16, they all kind of evaporate as it is in a single elimination bracket, and it starts just becoming more and more Draven. But the same crazy decks, which are generally rat style Ezreal decks, and Fiora, last week it was Hook, first week I don't think we saw that, are making it through into like the top 16, top 8 and coming close to converting. And we'll have to keep following those things in the top 64. I don't know if it's just they're getting some nice pair outs, but we did see some of them beat like the Dravens and like the matchups they're supposed to. But then we'd also see other games where they don't even look close. Obviously, it's just one best of 3 is a lot of variance, but very interesting.
Yeah, and I mean Kuvi, we got Kuvi here as well. Kuvi, is there any deck that you think actually has like a really good chance of breaking through? Because like Vera and I mentioned, Fiora, Ezreal have immediately shown. Like I know you've played a lot of Aurelia. Do you actually think this deck is good enough to like win a tournament, or do you think it's more like a float in the top 64, die in top 16 kind of deck?
I think it is. Aurelia is very, very hard to play. I think slightly even harder than Draven, in my opinion. So obviously it makes sense that she's a lot more punishing compared to Draven. Similar, like Kaisa, it wasn't as punishing in set 1. EE as well, so we didn't see like decks like. I mean, set 1 wasn't that difficult compared to this one, of course. And I think just Aurelia people need to warm up to her playstyle a little bit more. But I think she can definitely win a whole tournament for sure. I really want to see either Ornn or Sivir do really well. I really do believe in those 2 specifically. I think their colors are very strong. I think their legends are very strong. And I think that's also what I said about Aurelia. Part of why Fiora is doing so good is because she's not very punishing. I think she's very much like Kaisa. She really allows for you don't have to min-max to actually juice out to win with her. So.
What I will say is, I mean, you mentioned Sivir, and you and I have a teammate that is actually in China right now that did get in for this event and is playing Sivir. So it will be cool if we get updates throughout the day to see how he's doing. For people who do know of him, his name is Randy. He makes a lot of Metafy content, and he did place top 64 of Houston. And he's in China. He is at this event. He did get a spot. He is playing his Sivir deck in the event. And so basically, if he makes the finals, we'll see him on camera. And if not, probably not. Same thing as when George was there, right? Very similar concept. A lot of logistic stuff for a non-Chinese speaker to get on the broadcast. So probably won't see him unless he makes the final. But it's cool that we got him there.
Yeah. Sivir, one of those decks that is just doing purple things, but attacking it from a different angle. You have hand disruption with things like sabotage. You obviously have punch first, which in my opinion should be the best card in set 2, but purple has stuff to say about that sometimes. But yeah, Sivir, very interesting deck. The gold mechanic is obviously something that every hero is abusing, but she kind of gets it for free. Plus she can lean into seals and other means of making it. Picking up a shovel and digging your way to the top tables is the purple way. And I think she abuses that pretty well. And we'll see what she can do. And Ornn's an interesting one. Depends if you're playing a big boy Ornn or if you're playing rat Ornn that tries to build up the top end of Ornn. I've seen a few interesting builds of Ornn going around. I do agree they are in pretty strong colors. Counter spells, as Kuvi mentioned, being in green is something that just sometimes wins in this meta, which is another reason why I think Fjord has not only is, like Kuvi said, a very not necessarily easy, but straightforward deck to play, and then just having an indiscriminate counter spell of like, it's just not going to happen with Riposte. It's great, and green has that in varying ways with deny, not so fast, win wall, and varying numbers, and in certain circumstances they're the best card, and in other circumstances they're the worst card for your hand. It really just depends on what's going on. But yeah, we'd like to see some rat Ornn. I think rat Ornn is interesting. You kind of get the Ezreal thing going on, your seals, your cull, not your culls, but your seals and your generators are free because of the Ornn hero power. And then your top end can kind of just be an Ornn. It doesn't necessarily need to be a 40-40. If you can get 4 or 5 or so points early without really interacting, and throwing down a 15-15, 20-20 maybe, even with Deflect, which I know I say that as if it's a small number, but I'm sure everybody else has seen the Ornn decks that get rather large. But sometimes it doesn't need to be that big, It's not always about the size, people. It's just about how you use it.
Well, it's also funny because it's like 20 is actually just so beatable in this meta. Like a lot of decks are just they're beating 20, right? Like 20 is
like not that
20
crazy.
Is good, right? But
now 20
like,
with Deflect 4 might be crazy because the fans and the Foffs and all that really get
you can kind of slow them down, but that's why the Ornn has kind of felt like it needs to be 40. But I also agree with you. I kind of like the rat build a little bit more, just a little bit more proactive. Doesn't just die to like one single thing on a misdraw. Like it just kind of gets there. But this is crazy, by the way, looking at our screen. Actually, if you can move my camera, it'd be sick so we can see the percentage on Fiora. But this is 25% Draven, so we're down even more on Draven. 10% Aurelia, and then Fiora has surpassed Kai'Sa finally after back-to-back finals with 8% of the meta, which I think makes a lot of sense that Fiora would be there. And in fact, they are showcasing the more popular version, which I would dub standard Fiora. I think this is kind of where most people had gone with Fiora initially. And Hook was the only copy of Hook out of the best performing Fioras in last week was the finalist. I was taking a look at some of the stats, and pretty much every single other Fiora was playing standard, and the finalist was kind of on his own with that Hook build.
Yep, the Hook build was definitely interesting. I mean, they just shifted away from it, but really the decks were almost exactly similar. The main difference between quote-unquote standard Fiora is they can, I think, abuse it wasn't Lucian. I couldn't see the one
Lucian,
card. Yeah, it was Lucian. Okay, I thought so. The orange Lucian, that is, which is kind of similar to what the Hook build does. The Hook build is putting units in, getting points, sacrificing them to backline them. This one is just conquering, moving back. So kind of the same thing, doing different things. The Hook has more Matron and Harness Dragon synergy. The standard list doesn't necessarily rely on making sure your Unsung gets to 5 and you sack it on a battlefield and do some of that stuff. You can play a little more normal, also cascading weapons in the late game to get over some bigger holds. And, counterspell, sabotage, indiscriminate kills, and hidden blade. Your opponent could have 9 cards in hand if you're at 8 points. So cards like that can really push a deck like that over.
Yeah, no, I mean, as you said, they are actually almost the same deck. It's very funny because you're like cutting the Lucian for Hook, and they're basically the same card. Lucian goes in, conquers, goes home. Hook, you go in, conquer. Hook brings your unit home. Sometimes it's better because it replaces your unit with a bigger unit. Sometimes it's you just actually replace the unit that you hooked.
Right.
And then yeah, the loss, the biggest difference I think is losing out on Doran's Blade, because you can't really play Doran's Blade and also Hook and also BF Sword and also Fiora Worthy.
Yes.
Like you run into some rune issues when you're trying to play all of that, so you're kind of forced to cut the Doran's Blade for the Hook version. But you get to play Spectral Matron, and so you get to use Worthy a lot more aggressively, which is like this kind of different trade-off where you're getting a little bit more access to this like pseudo accelerate function from Fiora Worthy, because you don't have to be scared about her dying and like wait for just the perfect moment. You can just like turn one play her, because you're going to be able to bring her back with a matron later if you really need her. So there's like this trade-off on opportunity cost of losing Doran's Blade versus, you know, opportunity cost of being able to always just like have Fiora Worthy, which I think is pretty cool that they're quite different. Personally, I've honestly been liking Hook a little bit better than the just kind of like generic version recently in my testing. I think it feels really strong, and I also feel like randomly Harness Dragon has been a pretty phenomenal card in this meta. I think surprisingly so. It's been, I mean, it's not so surprising because I liked the card even in set 1 in like my Leona list, but like you know, it's kind of hard to see where that would have fallen, because I think Leona was the only deck I was playing it in, and then kind of in Fiora seeing just how good it is even when you hard cast it outside of the times where you get off Hook where it's incredible. It's been pretty nice.
Yep. No surprise, similar to Dazzling Aurora, even in set 1, just these very heavily inspired cards from other games like Magic, and you know, where it's just Hook is kind of like a mixture of Birthing Pod and Collected Company. If you're familiar with those games, it's like a little bit of both. You sack a unit, you get to search a unit. You don't get to search your whole deck. You search the top 5. But as you were saying, that allows you to open up things by like cutting or trimming Doran's Blade, cutting or trimming this unit, because then you kind of have like a little toolbox thing going on. You could throw an Akshan or 1 or 2 in your main deck, a Harness Dragon 1 or 2, the Matron for recursion. Gives you a kind of like a pseudo Annie combo kill. Obviously, you're not doing 20 damage, but because you are playing yellow, you can trade very well with your gear, indiscriminately kill things with hidden blades, and then just go Matron, first mate, and actually like double swarm on a turn and go from 6 to 8 very quickly, which a lot of people are not playing around. They're like, oh, you're just going to go to 7, and then you're like, actually, I'm going to sacrifice this, hit a Matron, and I go to 8 now. Like, you're dead. And a lot of people are not playing around that, especially, you know, you cascade in a few weapons, you equip, go in, equip, go in, equip, go in, clear it, get your point, like, oh, thank God, they used everything. Then they hook it and find the Matron, and you're like, oh, I just lost.
Yeah,
which
it's,
is a very,
it's really
very
great
strong
with
pattern.
both battlefields too, right? Like you'll go into one side with the equipment and you'll conquer. So now you can't cascade the equipment to try and conquer the other side. But with Hook, now you can just kill the unit, get your equipment back, and then send it back on the other side. While also potentially getting another unit that you can still use for this conquered, which is
in a purple
like,
meta. You see that a lot, where it's just like, oh, like your opponent has this very face-up cascading of equipment, in which, you know, cascading being you equip it, you go in, you die, you re-equip it, you get a lot of value out of it in one turn. And in a purple meta, usually like that's where somebody will foff their own guy and be like, actually, you just stay here and you're trapped, or, you know, ride the win away, something like that. And normally that's the play around to certain play lines like cascading equipment. But as you said, when you just like, I mean, Death Grip is another way as well.
Yeah, Death Grip,
move it over and start doing it again. And Hook is obviously a more permanent solution to doing that because it's just on your board. And very, very strong. Like you said, in set 1, it probably would have been stronger if Kaisa wasn't what she was, because it was actually one of the more potent, aggressive strategies to punish things like Aurora. It punished, you could kind of punish a little bit of Victor. Granted, they weren't playing as Control-y back then. And you could even punish some Annie depending on the flavor of your Hook deck, because if you were playing like a Leona Hook deck, like sometimes Rune Prism and Stun just stop that deck in its tracks. So you put the removal of yellow, which just kills a Vi, or defies the Ride the Win, and you put it on top of a Hook. It was insane in set 1. Sadly, Kaisa was the terrorist she was, but yeah, no, Hook, a very good card.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so we'll see if I'm really curious about the Fioras now that it's like third most rep deck, whether they're going to be more the standard, which has been way more popular, or because like Hook was a finalist, if like there's going to be a bunch of Hooks. I mean, I know the price of Hooks skyrocketed as soon as people saw that, but that's just like normal for any TCG. Anything does like makes a final and it's like a weird niche card, like it's just going to go up like 300% or whatever. So
we're seeing a shift down to 25%, so that's heartwarming. I don't know the overall landscape of the Chinese meta over there, as far as, you know, obviously everybody's a little bit incentivized in this game to, you know, if you feel you're a 90% Draven player, but you know that 25-30% of the room is going to show up on it. Generally, you might shy away from it, try to play your second best option, go for a best of hero. There's a lot of other like tertiary reasons why you would not play Draven. And then, of course, seeing other decks having success, even if it is very limited in scope, would definitely also push people off the hero. And there may, it sounds crazy to say it's only week 3, but there may just be a little bit of fatigue too, because these regionals are week after week, end over end. That maybe like even we might have just seen some Draven players who are like, I'm tired of playing my 7th mirror of the day. So there's a bit of that too.
It could be any of it. I think the best ofs definitely helped a bit in this regard, because when we look at the last set, when they didn't have best ofs for these events, it was just Kai'Sa Yi down the line, right? Like there was just no budging on the numbers there. And part of that is, when I talk to players in China, they often are more interested in iterating on the best deck and trying to break that mirror than they are in finding this like niche counter pick or finding a new deck that breaks it. So it just makes sense that we saw Kai'Sa and Yi just staying as the 2 and people iterating with those 2 decks trying to beat each other. And I expected even more of that this time around with a Draven numbers actually increasing, with people kind of giving up on these pet decks or side projects and doubling down on Draven. However, we're seeing the opposite, right? Where Draven has gone down week after week. No, it's all good. Yeah, going down week after week. And so I think, I don't know that we're going to get much lower than this 25%. Feels like Draven as a deck probably deserves about 25%, maybe even a little bit more of the meta share with his power level. But yeah, I think the fact that we've gotten this low is quite surprising to me. Really goes against what I would have expected. As we got the poll in the chat, y'all not wanting Draven Fiora as the grand finals yet again. But 25% of people still down. A fourth of the chat down for Draven Fiora grand final. Honestly, that matchup's fun. I don't mind it.
Yeah, there is not a small chance, seeing as we're reminiscing down memory lane. There is not a chance that we may see something akin to set 1 in this top 8 or in this finals in Kai'Sa and Yi, because I think Kai'Sa still has some pretty good builds out there. It has some natural counters and unfortunate things to it, but Yi is also a very interesting deck in this meta. I've seen multiple builds, a little Trinity Force trying to abuse the Miracle deck by being a little slow out of the gate. China seems to like the Miracle decks a little more from what we've seen. And I've seen some Yi decks people to go up to like 4 or 5 points sometimes, and before they go off and it's 5-0 and they have all this might, but then it's 5-0 and the Yi gets to do some tricks. And then of course Kai'Sa is just it's just Kai'Sa.
Guys, I worry so much when they do this to us. Look, as much as it's fun to watch Garen on stream, this is Garen versus best deck in format. Like, we saw Garen. We've had 2 things happen with Garen's on stream. We saw Garen murder a Kai'Sa with Aurora, which was great. We've seen Garen die in 8 minutes against a Kai'Sa, and it was not fun to watch at all. So I get really worried when they give us Garen on stream in the first round. Though I will give a little spoiler for bingo. I was gonna have us put it up, but we actually had some fun things to talk about, so I was gonna save it for later. I did put Garen on the bingo this time, so at least we get a bingo square marked off to start our day. Yeah, you could just check the luck / Garen. I gave 2 options for it because those are the proving grounds we hadn't seen. But all right, get me back in there. Come on, Garen. Don't just like die immediately, please. Please give us a game.
I will say that is a war camp.
It sure is.
A war camp means +1. And +1 means multiple units. And multiple units means hero text for Garen.
It does.
Which means probably not Aurora. Unless biggest Aura farm gigabait of all time, where the guy presents war camp and then like the guy mulligans and it's like, actually I'm playing Aurora. I mean, can't count it out yet. But somebody may have a hero power this game that draws cards. Won't tell you which hero it'll be. We'll find out. Champion, excuse me. Let me use the right vernacular for this game. But we will see which one has hero power.
T, how much Garen have you been playing? T, if I send you a Discord link right now, T, are you jumping in and talking about Garen? If I send the best of winner of Houston a Discord link right now, is he getting in?
I don't know. He might be at work.
Oh, really? His work night shifts? Okay.
He might be on the last right shift. He might be on the last right shift.
Karina?
Okay, so I was gonna say this. On WarCamp, Karina is a very good card. I think a lot of other yellow decks were considering this for a while as potential like game 1 tech. You play War Camp and you play Karina, because she's just like a 12 accelerate on this. However, he did mull it away and he kept like a pair of seals. Hook. I love it. Look, hey baby, we got Hook.
They said I can just play the best. I can just play the best of Fiora list with no runes and no counterspell, and I'm down and I'm here.
All right, I sent T a Discord link. We're gonna have the best of Garen winner join us for the Garen game.
Yep, it's a long list of those. So fortunately, we found one.
All right, Hook, Garen. I'm trying to think what other tools this even got this set. What's up, T?
Yo.
Let's see. We might have to get you a VMix link as well. Let me give it. Sam, you got. Can you set him up? Oh yeah, he can just say Discord is fine too. Yeah, whatever's good. Just get T in here like that. All right. All right, T. Have you played any Garen in set 2?
What a silly question. Of course I've played a bunch of Garen in set 2.
I don't believe you.
Oh, I have. I have played a bunch of Garen in set 2.
Okay. What have you been playing this kind of list, or are you staying Aurora?
I've tried a couple of different things. Karina is a very powerful card, so this could be playable.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I agree. I think Karina would be the reason that you would try this. I like that he's got Confront in the deck. I actually think that makes a lot of sense, in not only because he's Hook, but also just like Garen in general, so that you can actually draw, because you have a lot of ways to summon like 4 dudes, but oftentimes it's really hard to go actually conquer with 4 dudes, and by allowing them to all enter ready, you actually can do that and can actually get the draw value.
Yeah, if you can proc Garen hero power 2-3 times a game, you're like way ahead. Like that makes you very powerful hero.
Oh, just 2-3 times.
Yeah, the problem is just procking it that many times.
Yeah, okay.
The problem is procking it the first time. You proc it 1 time, I believe you could do it 6 times. But man, that first one is whew. That's a hill to climb.
Okay, so what I will say, hey, Garen randomly quite good against Draven's biggest fan because you just have so much shit that you're putting on the board. So you actually don't care about this guy, you know, giving you a little push. You can deal with him pretty easily.
Yeah, very, very true. As we're going to see our Garen probably go up 2-1 on points at the end of this turn. As, you know, good old Reaver's Row is just going to save everyone's favorite fan, Draven's favorite fan, and then reset the board. I think we have a bit of a judge call here. They're trying to make sure Garen is still legal in set 2. I think they've got confirmation it is.
Last week, nobody brought Garen, so this week, of course, people deciding to bring Garen because they said, "Oh, free metal card."
Yeah, as they do.
Genius.
And now there's now there's 19% Garen if you're watching.
Yeah, if anyone saw the early game, there was number 1 was Draven at 25%, and all of the percentage he lost went to Garen. Yeah.
Genius.
The judge call, I think they're going over as if anybody who doesn't know, the new rules have come out, or an errata of rules or an update of rules or whatever you want to call it has come out yesterday, and China's probably reading them right now. And if you're keen, you've read that Origins is banned. So maybe they're just trying to figure out what's going on.
So what is interesting, the rules update, most of that stuff was already in practice in China last week. And it is now just like getting all of the English articles
Chinese
coming
cards
through.
in China last week.
Yes, you were allowed to use Chinese cards
in North America now, or
no,
excuse me,
but
the West.
it was more the time rules. I believe the tiebreakers, and then what was the last one that was already
tiebreakers, card legality,
Time.
Yeah, it was the time. The time was already happening. I think the card legality wasn't a thing yet, but okay. Maybe I'm forgetting exactly the last one.
There may have been one thing that was added, yeah.
A few of these things were already in effect.
That's the one rules, maybe, I think, was somewhat new. Maybe the pre-sideboarding, I think you could do now. Is that a thing?
Yeah, that is a thing. I saw that note from one of my Chinese friends earlier this week, though, but I think that happened just before it came out in the West. But yeah, the main thing, I guess, was the time rules. So some of the stuff, at least, has been in effect already.
Yep.
I don't even know what this pause was for. I actually didn't catch it. I don't know if anybody saw anything that was not in the up and up,
we
but-
brought an expert in here to find out, but even
since we have T here, T, you've been playing. Okay, so you said you've been playing Garen. You said you played a lot of different versions. What about specifically Hook? Because we see Hook in hand. Is Hook something you've like messed around with in Garen yet?
Not a ton. I've played some of it. I've probably played like sub 100 games of Garen so far, but probably like 10 to 15 games of Hook and more games of other versions of Garen. The Hook build is a lot riskier because you're more combat focused than other decks. You play a lot less single target removal that helps you into the Garen matchups and stuff. So, or into the Draven matchups and stuff like that. So it's kind of risky.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, it does still let you evade combats like the Fiora Hook version, but it's like, is it as good at letting you evade combats? Because you're still pushing in, you know, you have this stack of recruits, so often you're still pushing in a lot of might all at once. I guess it still lets you get away when you can conquer like an empty battlefield. You can then leave it empty with Hook, which is pretty nice. And that's probably pretty important to prevent the Draven draws. But as you said, I mean, no combat, like less combat tricks, less removal. Because like, I don't know how many copies of Challenge, or if Challenge is even good in this deck if it's so much lower to the ground.
When
and
you're
from there,
low
it's
to
like
the
what,
ground,
Hidden Blades, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
You can play some of the, I can't remember the name of the card, the new 5-drop removal spell.
Drag
cheaper when you
Under.
play it all the time. Yeah, you can play Drag Under, but like your card for card value is a lot worse whenever you're having to spend all your mana on making guys instead of just like getting them for free off of Aurora. So you do fall back on single target removal. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, there it is. I'm just, it's funny because in set 1, I originally thought like the best way to play Garen would be to play a Hook version, but then turns out that deck wasn't good enough, that instead gambling on Aurora was just the better idea. So it does make sense that it's like, maybe it's actually good now because you do get like Corinna and you do get some of these other things. But you're also saying that there's another version theoretically that doesn't play Hook and is also not Aurora, probably still with like the Corinna top end.
Yes. Yeah, that one is possibly the best version of Garen right now.
Are you holding this for another Garen medal, or is this something you're getting? Like, what is this sauce that you can't share? Like, what is the idea? What is going on here?
You like top end with Garen because you need some way to close out the game in the games where it's harder for you to get down. Or like you can push early because you make guys. It's the same thing that Victor does, where you just like incidentally make guys along the way, get some points. If you're using an Aurora top end, you lose out on that to just take over the end game. And if you're playing a baited Hook deck, then you have a strong middle game. There's another version of Garen that plays like, more like casino style, which you kind of have to do when you're playing a hero like Garen. And you're like, I want to draw these early game guys early, and I want to draw these top end guys late, and I'm hoping that it works. And that might be the best way to play Garen in set 2.
Okay. All right. No, that's fair. I think that gives us enough without you literally spelling out the deck list. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Just hoping that you draw your cards in the right order, and then they're pretty strong, which was already the Aurora game plan. Let's be real. You're just hoping that you drew those cards in the right order for Garen. It's not like Garen really had a great game when you didn't draw the Aurora and you actually had to play your big units. Like we saw you make a valiant attempt at Houston on the non-Aurora game, but it's like it doesn't look good. It's not pretty.
It's rough.
Yeah. So I don't know what this judge call is, guys. I don't even know how to fill and speculate around it because I have no idea. Like, I just saw our Garen player awakening his guys, and I guess that was not legal. Like, all right, where are we going? Oh, I guess, yeah, we can check in on the bingo, see if we've got any interesting new stuff. We've seen a bunch of missed Hearthstone lethals, so I put that on there. We kept some of the classics, like Origins deck beating a Spiritforged deck, so when Garen wins this, we're going to get a couple bingo squares with Draven loses on stream, and Origins deck beats Spiritforged deck for sure. I don't know, it got duplicated. I'm going to double check why that happened. Those aren't supposed to both be that. Actually, a couple of these got duplicated. I need to go double check what went wrong on that board. We'll figure out the board. There seems to be some issues, Sam. We'll go check it later. Because I see quite a few duplications on here. And we're back. All right, cool. Punch First, new edition. gonna be pretty good for this because you're always gonna have a unit to give the +5 to. It feels like with a deck like this. It feels like any orange deck should be playing this though.
Pretty good card for sure. Why it costs, what it does, I will never know. But yeah, 5 might for 1 rune or 1 energy up. Obviously, you have to lose the runes, but if anybody knows it better than, well, really better than anyone, if Garen can hold the field, well, damn, are they winning the game? So 1 punch first can turn the tide of battle for most decks, but especially this one.
Interesting. So just gonna call to kill the fan. Just wanting to deal with that. I mean, it also does make sense that you want to take this thing off of the battlefield to not give Draven like 2 free draws on this turn. But I was actually kind of just expecting this to be a hook turn. I'm not sure what we're looking for at 3 outside of Captain. Maybe it's Manufacturer as well. Maybe it's still like looking at a lot of the like set 1 stuff that you would be looking for at 2 or 3 might from the hook, but I don't know. Is there any other 3s that I'm like not thinking of that are new that we would be digging for outside of Captain on this first game?
Crazy ones.
So.
Captain's going to be your biggest one, obviously, and being that there's already 1 captain on the board, it's just better for them to try to take the battlefield and then not lose a ton of value.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cash in the coal before there's too much stuff on the field.
Yeah. Especially if the 3s aren't that good, because maybe this captain can just pivot to War Camp next turn, and then you just hook the wrong captain actually, and you just hook this other Vanguard captain.
Right captain.
Yeah, that's the new 3. That's also
about to say,
captain.
There's not many new yellow cards in the 2 to 3 echelon that this deck is looking for, but there are some interesting orange ones for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Buru would draw you a card off of hook. I mean, I guess it's you don't have to pay the power cost for playing Buru, so maybe it's.
Yeah,
I don't know if it makes the cut
obviously
list,
one.
but...
Yeah, First Mate's obviously one you'd find. I don't know if First Mate's phenomenal in this list, just because you're so wide on the board. Usually, you don't like get as much use out of the ready. Not that it's a bad card or anything. I think it is very good.
Being that they're playing
Lucian's
Confront,
another good card.
Being that they're playing Confront, I could definitely see First Mate being in this list as well.
Yeah. So that helps because you confront First Mate, untap something, do a bunch of fancy shenanigans. That is always nice. But an orange at the 3 cost too, there's not much because like a lot of the good orange cards that came out, like you don't really want a Lucian in this list. Like it probably doesn't make sense. You don't really want, what is the Sea Monkey, I think is the name of the card. That's like kind of like
it's a 2-drop.
It's like a Clockwork Keeper kind of card where you're like, it's an okay card and you can use it if your hand's a little like clunkier and you want to make use of resources, but you probably don't want that in this deck. I'm trying to think of any orange cards I'm missing that have come out in set 2 in the 3 to 4 might realm, but I can't think of many. Akshan obviously is one, but
yeah, 4 is a little bit easier for orange, but also still kind of some set 1 stuff, right? Like even set Brawler, I think can be reasonable in this list if you're playing the confronts as well. Gives you some pretty neat flexibility of sacrificing a 3 after you've confronted on a turn and actually just getting like an 8 accelerate coming in to surprise your opponent. I actually don't mind that idea in a deck like this to give you some more top end. This is so funny. So attempting to go for punch first trade if this stays. And I feel like you have to read punch first here, right? But also you could just say, nah, you're bluffing and get blown out. I mean, that's like...
I think they said they're staying, unless the universal sign for no is not that. But
I wave my hands. That means I will return to base.
I mean, he's tapped out, and he didn't even accept the... This isn't even a trade. This is actually just a conquer. Now you can hook this recruit at 6, which is very, very nice.
Yep, they did not pay. You have to, for those who don't know, the Reavers and the Defend trigger, you got to choose in order and both at once.
Okay, he just drew a dragon, which really sucks, because hitting a dragon here is insane, but I assume there's 2 more dragons, and if he finds a dragon to kill Darius here, like, Garen is so ahead, which is amazing. I absolutely love.
Ooh, what is that one? I see a salvage. An orange card.
Oh my god. The Buru captain is there as a 3. Never mind, Sam. I take it all back.
I called it.
I did say right captain.
Yeah. And then this
Someone else said Jin Zhao might be in this.
Oh yeah, Xin Zhao is definitely, but that's a 4. Xin Zhao is like guaranteed in this list. There's
Albert
no way
Einstein.
that's not in this list.
I'd be lying if I said another name of this card. Albert Einstein. What does this one do, Cass?
Glask something. He will return a unit with 3 or less energy from your graveyard with his death knell. Which is pretty nice. You'll get a captain back when he dies.
Mixologist, my old job. Okay. You may play a unit with cost no more than 3 and no more than... So this is just matron on the back end, more or less?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can like push this into trade with a Darius and then get some value off of it, which is nice.
Yeah.
Wentz
So not
back
going to go
in.
to 4.
Yeah, is this unsure on this one? Maybe they want to force the fan onto the war camp for a reason, but we didn't go for our 4th point. Just moved it up, but the reverse trigger is gonna give our Draven a card if all we do is back up. So clearly representing something.
Yeah.
Just moving back.
So there's a matron in hand, and then like not a lot of other cards here. I kind of liked just putting this at war camp, letting it die, and then just like kind of opening up this matron in hand to just be like a playable card on your next turn, because we're just like floating 5 runes after gaining a massive advantage and didn't even go to 4 to keep pushing the like tempo. Now you're actually gonna fall behind the Draven in points. I feel like staying ahead in points was actually pretty big here. And you have confront plus matron, so you could have confronted then matron and just like brought all that might back ready on your next turn to try and like push in and go to 6. With then the glass mixologist, like if your captain dies again, you just like bring it back by trading your mixologist. Like there's a lot of really cool stuff that could have been done while that confront is still active, so you would have brought it back like all readied again. Like there's a lot of really cool things that could have been done by going to 4 and just allowing this captain to die, and I don't really get why we didn't.
I feel like this might have just been a case of forgetting that battlefield had already been scored.
I think this was just a mechanical error where they're like, oh, I scored the war camp this turn because I'm Draven, or I'm Garen, and surely I was on the war camp, and then just kind of had a little brain fart there, maybe. Maybe has another punch first in hand, and then look down and realize they have no orange runes. I cannot be certain. But this is the worst case scenario on top of the fact that we kind of through some onboard power. We're now going to get our backline cleared. Obviously, we'll get Death Knell and it'll bring it back, but you'd rather do this on your turn, as Cass has highlighted.
Oh, no, this won't bring anything back because there's nothing in the bin yet, right? That was where I was thinking why this captain needed to be sacrificed. Like, you have multiple means to bring it back. And so it really felt like it needed to be. Now, on this turn, it, of course, even if it had been brought back, it wouldn't get its Legion trigger, but still it would be, 3 might coming back to the board.
I guess it's effectively the same since the 3 was already saved. All we did was just give Draven an extra card in hand.
Yep, and then not be on the point cadence that they are on, but might prove a costly mistake here. I felt like the Garen was doing okay. They were like, as you highlighted, went to 4. Had a unit die, untapped on their turn, 7 runes, a free power, and a seal. Could have maybe made some 2 to 3 card plays, utilized Hook, utilized Death Knell. Essentially would have probably been able to go up to like 6 and still have a backline of 2 to 3 units. Draven pushes in and goes to 6, and then, it's really, it's all in your hands at that point. You get units in the backline, a full grip of cards, full grip of mana, but instead we're going to have to watch a Garen climb even more uphill than they were currently starting at.
Yeah, seems tough. So confront is going to be nice here to try and at least be able to conquer and deal with some of this stuff, because like if you move into this fan, I assume it's just like a fight or flight hidden, because usually like with the fan it's kind of what you have to hide. I mean, you can hide Tide Turner. That's the other option, right? Like you activate fan, bring the Tide Turner in.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's ready. Have to keep 1 rune for the Hook on this turn for sure.
Another seal in hand.
Yeah,
not doing a whole lot with the cards in hand on the Garen side. We're gonna need to proc heroes soon to draw some value.
Okay, so sending both in. Well, this confront turn is maybe where that can happen. If you can actually hook the captain, get a matron off it, then you have like a bunch of units available to run in and conquer and get the draw. Because that alone makes 4 ready units for you.
It would have been much more fortunate had he flipped 2 orange runes, at least to be threatening the punch first.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
Yep, and
Okay.
then again, that 4th point is going to haunt us from last turn, as we are now probably not going to get the 4 points, or at least not do it and threaten the Darius, as mentioned, because we got Foft back. We're going to look at some cards. The set,
set.
you mentioned is
Ooh,
there.
there's
Yep.
that set.
I mean, it's good here to push the Darius off, but Darius still just gets to run home.
Right.
He brought it in tapped. It should be ready, right? As Confront doesn't like have a hand clause, right?
Yeah.
It should be just anything
Right.
comes in ready.
Units to enter ready.
Yeah.
Actually, that's why you want to play it with hook. It's because
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh no. Okay.
Accelerate the units from the hook.
Yep.
The wheels are falling off for Garen here.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It seems like a little bit of lack of mastery over Garen, which is a weird thing to say, but some people really do love this hero. There's like
Yeah.
one such sicko in this call that plays a lot of Garen.
Yeah. It's like writing
Um,
cursive with your toes. You know, not everybody's good at it, but sometimes you got to learn how to do it. And unfortunately, this player has not. And it was really unfortunate because if I'm counting correctly, like having played that turn proper, you would have got to 4 points. And then the Harness Dragon would have been very nice. You could have either backlined the Kaisa or just killed the Darius straight up with that Harness Dragon that's still in hand from that unfortunate draw on turn 3. And then missing yet another point. And if that wasn't any worse, the judge came in, I think, and untapped the set on after they already passed
Yeah.
the turn.
Yeah. I also will say I think Garen could have been on 6 from these last 2 turns from what we were saying. Yeah, like
Yes.
he could be on 6 with a set on Reavers in this spot. So
Yep. It would be about the same board you see right now. It would be 6-6. The Darius would be in the back line. You would just have the set to the right. You'd also, as
Yeah.
you mentioned, probably, maybe, sort of, even had a bigger board because you would have got a proc on the Mixologist potentially. But theoretically, the Draven could have sequenced their last turn in a way that never happened.
The Mixologist could have died for like guaranteed. They completely been played around. But also, there's even arguments depending on what the actual like top end of this list does after seeing the dragon that you weren't even supposed to hook the recruit, but instead you were supposed to conquer war camp with your captain and then hook the captain anyways because you had a matron in hand. And then your deck is also Mixologist, so you could have looked for another matron or looked for Mixologist or looked for any of these things off of hooking the captain instead, and that actually might have just been like more correct considering the hand state. What I will say, weirdly, like this deck does not look that embarrassing. Like it's doing relatively powerful things. Like it doesn't really bring me the Garen vibes of old of like this deck doesn't do anything. I feel like there's been a lot of spots here where there's been some very legitimate game for this deck in this game, and I think it was just a few small errors that are basically putting us way behind on the Garen.
Everything compounds in this game, especially more than other card games, and so Garen is not like an unplayable deck. It has good game and can produce good math turns, but you can't make the even the little mistakes that compound throughout the course of the game to put you in situations like here where you're down 3 points and could have been up 6 with a battlefield pressure.
Yep, for sure. It's not like it's not that when people say like in set 1, oh, Kaisa was such a good deck, it's so strong, it's this, it's that. It wasn't that was necessarily untrue. It was obviously a lot of hyperbole, but decks like Kaisa have this room for error, had these comeback cards like a Cathian Rain and things of that nature. Garen, unfortunately, does not get many cards that do even close to those things. And as T mentioned, when you're behind on math, you're behind on value. You really see it turn over turn. As in Riftbound, it's not like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh. You can't do 8,000 life points. You can't do an attack for 20. You can only get 2 points a turn 99% of the time. And going behind on those turn over turn puts you just woefully behind.
I wonder
what's
if
up,
he's
guys?
looking for Karina off of that. Hey Anu, welcome.
That's a Harness Dragon. That's not terrible
Hello.
here.
Yeah. Harness Dragon is a good pickup. Gonna play it at base, kill Darius. I just don't know what's to stop Draven from just holding War Camp at this point. I know you're probably concerned. I don't know, maybe something like Karina, maybe There's just so much of the current might is just going to be stuck at this Reavers. Also, I feel like this Reavers is pretty breakable for for Draven
What
with
did
8 might at home
we
already.
kill with this Harness Dragon?
Darius.
Darius.
Very interesting that we don't kill the Tide Turner here. I know, so if you look at Darius, it represents somewhere between 5 and 7 might, and this Tide Turner theoretically only represents 2. But that card underneath it can represent like 10. It could be Switcheroo, it could be Foff,
Yeah.
it could be so many things. I think you maybe just clear the Tide Turner here, and unless there's another Tide Turner hidden underneath, you're just going to knock them off the battlefield, and then just lose a whole face down card. And right now, I think because you are overholding on one side, your actual breakpoint or as the Garen player is actually just units to send in. It's not necessarily like your might total at the moment. It's actually just how many units you can send in. And as you see next turn, the answer is 1. It is a Harness Dragon. We do have a Hidden Blade in hand to help get around that.
Yeah.
But if this was just 2 units here, like there's a world where the Draven sends in a Kaisa, draws a card, leaves the Noxious Hopeful back maybe even. Like it's really hard to know what they would do. Obviously they'd still have a Darius in this scenario. But yeah, we're going to see as a triple hold comes in from the Draven player with the Rebouquet in hand and a face down card. It's going to be pretty hard for this lowly dragon to take over these, what is essentially 5 units as far
I
as
hope he finds a confront, because
concerned.
I feel like there's actually like a world here with a confront that this is playable. I think without it, I don't think it's there's a
that's
confront
true.
off the top.
There it is.
So I don't know the rest of the hand. It might still not be playable. I think there's a dragon. I don't know if there's anything else or what else is left. But with confronts and hook and the hidden blade drawing 2 cards, there's a world that you can actually push over this with the Garen, but it's gonna rely on some good hits. The 2 draws, he already had the confront, so these are actually just redundant. Confront can draw again, but you just want that to be whatever card it would have drawn instead.
Hitting another hook so that we can turn something else into a
That's
bigger
true.
thing during the confront turn might actually be big here.
Yes, second.
We get to look
second
at
hook might
5
do
more
it.
cards.
Especially because Corinna though is 6, right? So we can't get Corinna off of anything at Reavers, which I think would be the best out that you have, right?
Mixologist is pretty big. If you
Yeah, you can
your
cascade
captain,
him, right?
Yeah, you cascade your captain into a go again. God forbid you hit a matron. You put it in. You get your guys coming in ready. You go into the battlefield. You play the mixologist. You run that in. Go into the battlefield. And this is kind of what I was trying to illustrate last turn. Is I don't think this deck will really ever be at a deficit of might. I think it'll be at a deficit of guys to attack. And I'm gonna wonder if this face down Foff that, in my opinion, should not be on the board is going to come back to bite this Garen player, because we are going to see a lot of units hit the board and they are all going to enter ready.
Yeah, and I think this is a mistake.
Ooh,
So he hits
Matron into
Matron
set.
instead of the captain. I don't think he has a Matron target in his bin.
Nope.
And
Don't
you can
believe
grab
so.
set and you can grab you can grab all of the units that you want off of Matron in this off of 3 might in this deck from what we've seen so far. You need 3 or you need 5. 4 is only getting you Mixologist, and you don't have targets in the bin for the Mixologist anyway. So I think it had to be kill Captain here, but maybe the second hook is going to be deployed and kill the Captain.
That's very possible. The second hook math getting in here. I do think, again, I feel like we're hyperfixating on numbers here. Could we have not? We couldn't have took the matron there. You described that, and we sacrificed a 4 or a 5. What was it?
This was a 4. This was a 4.
And there, it's not on war camp, so we couldn't grab the dragon there. Yeah, because that would have been
I really
nice.
can't shake the feeling that this Garen could have won this game.
I agree.
Honestly.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Yep, Edge and Knight. So wouldn't have got as much value from the dragon kill on the Tide Turner last turn. They just would have flipped the Edge of Night, attached it, and then died.
Yeah.
But you would have at least seen it face up, which is the thing. So maybe ultimately rewarded for killing the Darius, because it was just an Edge of Night. But we're going to see the first round of combat come in here, as the dragon should probably trade with Tide Turner and Kaisa.
This hurts. It's war camp. You can only get 1.
Oh, it's war camp. Right, it's the 7. Right,
Yeah.
5 and 3.
Usually it would be able to kill 2 things and then you're kind of
Right.
moving on with your turn, but not being able to get that here is rough. The fact that it wasn't a fight or flight is big, but there's still I think we have a rebuke in hand for Draven, so
Yes.
this set is going to be pretty abysmal in this spot.
Yep. not able to cascade as many attacks as we'd like. We're slowly getting into double hook territory, which is unfortunate because the mixologist would have been a lot of value. The captain and the cascade. I feel like, what do we have? Captain comes back. Captain represents what? 6?
It's a lot. It's war camp,
might?
right?
It's 6 might, right?
Captain's
It's
8 might on war
Captain's
camp.
8.
Oh yeah, right. Because the captain brings 2,
Yeah.
right? So it's even it's a lot of missed might, unfortunately.
If it had been captain first, you would have hit matron with the captain, which is 13 might, and then had the mixologist to play from hand to get captain again. In theory,
Here's another captain still, so we're like not out of it.
Yeah, but he's gonna go for set. This is basically just saying that you have no cards to answer me, and this is the most.
And set is 9
Mike, he's
compared
9,
to the
so it's-
captain's 8. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
But as you mentioned, plays much more loosely into single unit disruption.
Yeah.
The sad
really,
part here is we also have a ride the wind to just end the game.
Exactly. Yeah.
Ooh.
It is just kind of this issue of cascading kind of, I guess, missteps throughout the game. I mean, I'm not a Garen expert. I guess that's why we called D. But like we have I think we just have a couple mistakes throughout this game that have led us to this road where we are now with 2 sets on board.
High likelihood of probability that I think it's, as Kuvi's probably alluding to and gritting your teeth, it's just kind of like we could have easily been at 6 at the beginning of this turn and would have been having the coolest pop-off combo turn to get to 8. And unfortunately, I think we are just on board dead to a nice rebuke. But it does highlight.
Did you call it?
It does highlight how good this strategy can be.
This like
doesn't necessarily
this, like,
highlight
makes
how
you
good
wanna play
Garen
Garen.
can be. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know if
hang
I want to play
on.
Garen.
Okay, all right, hang on.
This makes you
wait,
want to play
yeah.
Garen, I think.
I should be using this to say that Garen's bad so that people don't play Garen, right?
Yeah, so you can collect another metal card, right?
Garen's
Yeah.
terrible. Don't do it. It's a trap.
I do think this illustrates how strong Hook is, how strong Hook synergies are, and how yet again there is strength outside of purple in this format. But again, it also highlights the margin for error to play a deck like this is much different than I fell a little bit behind, cast the Falling Star. I fell a little bit behind. I'll draw some cards, win some combats. Is a very fine-tooth comb to navigate a Garen game, as we saw here. And it was still pretty close, despite a few just heads up, maybe nerves, round 1 on stream, and maybe just some inefficiencies there that hopefully they can learn both in this game and further on in the tournament, so we can see them in our final round.
It's so funny that the deck low-key looked good in Garen. I'm thinking of the lines that we were talking about. I'm like, damn, wait, those are actually that's really strong. That's a lot of might.
No, it most certainly is.
I mean,
But that does rely on hitting the hook, I think. Yeah, I think you do.
Yeah.
This is a deck that needs the hook, whereas like the hook Fiora stuff we've been seeing, like if it misses hook, it's really not a huge deal. Like it doesn't need the hook to be a good deck. This did feel like it needed the hook to kind of look good.
Like in theory, you don't really need the legend. If you're doing something else that's broke, you're making up for the value that the legend is not having the legend lose you. Like the hand was actually insane. The seal plus the hook plus captain was just literally perfect hand. Like you could have definitely snowballed from that. They could have really done some crazy things. But yeah, like just a couple like cascading mistakes that ended up losing the game.
As my son would
the-
say, we were pogging with that hand.
Yeah,
Do we
what's
have
up
the
on you?
metagame breakdown for this one?
Not the. We didn't see the full one actually, but we had 25% Draven, 10% Aurelia, 8% Fiora as the top 3.
Yep,
Also,
7%
let's
Garen.
get you a VMix link on it. Let me grab you.
Oh yeah, I'm in the VMix. My camera
Oh, okay,
is non-functional, so it's
Oh, okay, bet.
yeah.
So just no camera on you for today. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm the ethereal voice in everyone's mind.
Yeah.
Mine
Actually, no,
will
what I
not
wanted to
focus.
ask was, do we address like the best of? Has China been adapting to that yet, or
I they adapted from last week.
It looks so.
Yeah, they adapted from last week. There was 0 Garen last week, and now there is at least an Garen, one singular. Can't speak to a second or third, but we have at least one.
Respect. You know what's really funny too is that if there is only one, that means that the coverage team actually went down to like specifically choose this Garen, And looks
Yep.
like we got the sauce, which is
And said, hey, congrats on your medal card. Just play out the tournament, and you got it. And you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a good deal. It's a great deal.
appearance fee.
Yeah. Deal. I'm like getting sadder and sadder that I felt like he could have won this game. I'm with Kuvi here. I'm like, damn, this game was so winnable.
We were rooting for the Garen. Come on.
Of course, I think it's been one of the most fun things about Draven being this like villain that everyone like is dooming about, is like you can just cheer against him. It gives you a good heel that you get to cheer against in all these matches. It's a lot of fun.
Some people go to the Coliseum and they cheer for the lion, you know, and
That's
others cheer for the gladiators.
Yeah. Vero cheers for the lion.
Oh no! Those are Yankees fans. Yankees fans cheer for the Lions, not the Detroit Lions, but the lion in this, in this Coliseum of death.
I love the comment, praying I win skirmish so I don't get exposed on broadcast round 1. I don't think we were ripping into this guy too much, and we're still, but still, it could feel like that. Yeah, if that was me, I definitely would be like, damn, wait, I should have played better.
No, we all are in envy because everybody we watch on this stream will have healthcare, and none of us will. So everybody on the stream is winning. Don't worry about that.
What?
We can.
I'm not. No.
This call has like literally 3 Americans and the rest are not.
I can't even see Kuvi. Who's that? Who's that? Where's that voice? Is that a tumor? Can't get it checked out. It's not a big deal.
Someone else in the chat had also mentioned, like, is this a Garen impact or is this just an orange-yellow impact? And there was definitely multiple points in that game where it could have been a Garen impact, but the compacting moments, like we had said.
Yeah. In this specific game, it was just orange-yellow, because that could have been any orange-yellow deck. But one of the lines we were talking about actually could have netted a draw as well, right? It could have gotten the 2 cards. So, it certainly is possible.
Yeah, I mean, there is a chance if we get one more 30-minute game like that, and they hear our prayers, we can get a draw, which is big in China. From most of the games I've watched over the last 2 weeks, draws are big.
Garen may not draw 2, but we can get a draw.
Yes, we can definitely get a draw for a singular point.
Hello,
look,
Garen player on stream.
This guy's calling Garen right now.
Oh, yeah, draw cards in the next game.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Right, thank you.
Damn. Well, that's what this break has been. He's been waiting for a call from his coach T, and now we should be getting the game in just a moment. Yeah,
real Bill Belichick moment.
Okay, that makes sense.
T's gonna deflate the biggest fans next time so they can't push people away. They don't have enough air in them.
Okay. I see where somebody voted in the Hall of Fame. Ooh, man. Targeted. Deflategate. We got Pringlegate over here with the Chinese cards, but here we are.
I screenshot this moment for y'all. This was something that you guys were kind of diving into, and someone said it would be an interesting puzzle. This is when he was diving for, I believe, the Matron, and missed it in the Garen deck for the hook.
Oh,
and I don't know if this is something you'd want to talk about or not.
So I mean, no, this is fine to bring up. Yeah, the problem here is I think the issue is killing Matron here. Now, I'm not sure he can ever actually get enough might in this spot. It's really, really difficult. But by killing Matron instead of Captain here, he actually has no Matron targets in his bin. And the only target off of Hook is the Glass Mixologist. Yeah. So because Matron has no targets in the bin, Mixologist also has no targets in the bin. So neither of them can actually...
in hand at the moment in this scenario too.
There is one in the hand, but...
Yeah, we knew face up that if we sacrifice this Captain, we will at least hit something. If we hit Matron, well, golly gee, we get a Captain, and then we run it in for 8 might, and then golly gee again, we cast the Mixologist, he runs in, dies, brings back 8 more might, and that's where it gets super, super crazy. It's just
it's actually winnable, maybe. It's actually the calc is really hard. If we had Telestrator, I would do math on the screen. It's actually a bummer we don't have it today. But it's like we take this away, we bring it back. That's 13 might from Matron, Captain, the 2 recruits. You can send all of that in. What do we even have here, right? 5,
Captain
10,
will attack twice,
13,
right? So Captain will attack
18,
twice, so that's at least 16
20?
might. The Captain alone is 16 might.
And we have 20 in War Camp right now. So if Captain's attacking twice,
that's 16 minimum.
16. Then we have another 7 from the Dragon. So 23, another 8 from set is 31.
Oh, we
and then
wouldn't
the
have the
mixologist
set.
itself.
We wouldn't have the set, I think, in this one.
Correct.
I
This
think
would
we
be a
chose the
matron. You're
set.
right. You're right.
Yeah, so the matron would be another 5. The mixologist would be another 6, 5,
Yeah.
6.
Yep. Which is like
So we're
at like 42.
Yeah, we're
this
looking at somewhere between like
6,
35 to
11,
40
16.
might. And then obviously we're playing through what we thought might have been a FOP. It wasn't. So we're playing through 1 Rebel
23.
Case. We lose 7. So our highest might total is 7, which is the dragon. So we're at like 35 minus 7 or something. We're at like 28. They're like 24 with this Edge of Night.
22,
23.
Yeah,
Or 23, yeah.
That's with the Edge of Night?
Yeah, Edge of Night
Okay.
and Darius.
Yeah,
proc.
yeah.
Okay, so then
So-
23, not 26.
So
yeah.
you actually can bust this, and then you lose to the ride the wind. But like
And then,
the fact that you can actually bust through this is really cool. That this deck can do this, and imagine if this situation was played kind of properly from the early game, and you're at 6 points now. So now the ride the
Yeah.
wind actually doesn't beat you. You win because you're gonna get that conquer first, right? In this exact spot, even playing this turn correctly, you're gonna lose to the ride the wind. But there was actually just this world where you could have won from some of the earlier plays.
I mean, there's a
and so those
world
early
where
mistakes
our opponent
compounding,
doesn't
right?
see it. Like our opponent doesn't see it and fires off the rebuke, and then you actually don't lose to the red.
No, you still do. There's four. There's four runes up.
I thought there was only
Yeah,
three,
it was
my
four.
bad.
It was 4 runes up. It was pretty cursed. Now you could maybe win if they don't see it and they fire off the rebuke and then also cast the spinning axe that was in hand and then don't
Sure,
have the
sure,
runes
sure,
up.
sure.
Because
Okay.
you're still above a spinning axe,
enough,
I
fair
believe,
enough.
with the might. So
23 up to 26. I thought we were going down to 25, right? So it
Something
wouldn't have
like
been enough
that.
for us.
Yeah,
Were
'cause
we?
Darius would get +2 from flipping the Edge of Night. Plus,
We're
the
back.
rebuke.
We got to
Yeah.
rerun the numbers.
Oh god.
16.
Well, yeah, no, this checks out. Because at face value, it's 7, 11, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, +4, 23.
Yeah.
You just do the regular math, then just add +1 by the amount of heroes there are. Units,
Yeah.
rather. Yeah.
Yeah. So you said 23 for the Draven side, right?
Yeah, it's accounting 7 for Darius, because we're going to cast 2 spells. A -7 on our side from Rebuke. And then a +2. It's Edge Knight is 2, unless I'm... Yeah,
Yep.
2. So then there
The
you go.
Draven just had the toolbox of stuff, and it's possible that some of those things wouldn't have existed if we hadn't taken the lines that gave them a couple extra cards earlier too. So
Yep.
Everything compounds.
Yeah, even that Reaver's Row, not only was it less than ideal because we didn't get the 4th point, it was just a free, hey, you want to see another card? So yeah.
What are the battlefields we're expecting next game?
Yes.
Ooh,
Yeah, that whatever just came
Yeah.
on screen.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
what we're
yeah.
expecting.
You can leave that there.
For
That's actually
Garen-
what, yeah, that's what we did.
For Garen,
Yeah.
you're on the play. So
Arena's greatest.
Yeah, either Arena's greatest or a whole battlefield would be my assumption.
Not a Grand Plaza, maybe?
That's your game 3. That's the game 3 for the Scamas when they don't
Yeah,
see
you
it
bring
coming.
in the Vanguard armories and you get the Grand Plaza up and
Yeah.
and then you change to blue and then you bring Time Warp. in,
Time Warp.
and then,
Yeah.
yeah, and then
It's
and
all
you get it done.
Interesting.
No, realistically, I don't think Grand Plaza will make an appearance. More than likely, it'll probably be something like Paper Tree that helps you even out if you don't find the seal but do find a baited hook, or just to give you some advantage when your opponent's holding and you're not able to push through.
Yeah. Okay, I could see it. I guess while we're waiting, I haven't plugged them yet, and we did make some adjustments, so I might as well plug them. We now have international shipping for our playmats.
Told you.
So
Told
if
you
you're
it's coming.
somebody who was looking to get into these, but before you couldn't because you were not in the U.S., we now have international shipping for our playmats. So go check out the shop, and you'll see the Victor, the Kaisa, and our Team Tournament mats. We've got even more designs coming for Spiritforged coming soon, so if you haven't already, just take a look. This is the best way to support the channel, and like financially outside of just subscribing and watching, because that is absolutely the best way to do it. But yeah, please go check them out. But yeah, there's our shill for the day. Their first one for the day. You know, I'll be back.
Is that a threat?
It is a threat. It is specifically a threat, actually. Yeah, I'm threatening chat with my plugs for our playmats. I said playmats only. We are doing might counters internationally as well, right, Sam? There's no reason that would not be.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Okay. So might counters as well. Those will also be international, and we did open up more pre-orders for those as they are being worked on. Shill for the round. Yeah, exactly. All right. Perfect timing for that shill too, because now we're back in game. T, I think this one's for you. How did the Metal Garen taste?
I've not tasted it.
I can answer that one. No kidding.
wait a minute.
Yes, actually, Anu put every single one of the metal cards in his mouth while we were at Houston before they
the
handed
same
them out to the
time,
players.
or-
Yeah.
Oh, well, that was our Blue Chew sponsorship segment, and now we're back into the game.
Oh no.
So
Draven.
Candlelit makes sense for a hook deck, especially if you rely on hook, trying to dig and find the hook as fast as possible. Makes sense to play Candlelit, and then Draven go second. Obelisk game, pretty standard. Play your Draven turn 1.
Go Garen Ranger. Are they actually playing yellow Garen? Do we even see a champ zone cast from the Garen, or we didn't see one, right?
We did not. I think
patiently
you have to
watch
be in
this
pretty
fellow.
dire straits to cast it, or maybe you have a huge board and then on a confront turn you cast it and you rip it because the anthem effect is good enough. But I feel like your turn has to be kind of not that good to do
So
it.
what you're saying is we need like a 3-cost Garen, and that would fix this deck. Because everybody else gets to cast their champion unit, not us.
You need to play the other version of Garen, and then you get to cast the orange Garen, and that one is strictly okay.
Right.
Strictly
Fanhound. Really like this 2-drop. I love yellow has like access to so many 2-drops that are actually 3 might, which is really nice. They're like conditional, of course, but Horo and Ramhound, pretty
The
solid.
Hound and Hook decks is just so good.
Oh yeah,
too.
super good. It's just a 3, which is nice. Like,
Yeah.
it's gonna let you find Matron, and keep recurring captains later into the game. Another confront, maybe just digging for hook, because I don't think you're gonna get that much value from this confront unless. Oh no, there's a captain in hand. I didn't see it. So that's actually quite good. You can just use the shitters to go conquer and still keep the value at home. Of course, Draven gets to abuse these, but I think keeping the majority of your might at home and going to 2 is pretty nice. Oh, also, yeah, wait.
We're
Wait a
gonna
minute.
draw some cards.
We're actually drawing 2 cards.
Where's the
Okay.
bingo?
All right.
Yeah. We're gonna look at 2 from Candlelit and then draw 2, notably. So we're gonna do some digging. We're gonna keep that hook, and then progress our game plan later.
Hopefully that's not a sound.
Holy. Is that a metal Garen this player's playing with?
No, that's the new Nexus Knight one from Season 2 Nexus Knight packs.
Oh,
There you go.
Go to your locals, everybody.
Yes.
Okay, but Loki, I think I like Cass's line better. Just like conquer both, because you're probably just gonna lose your whole board here, right? There must be a way. I just
Well,
assume.
Not if you hide Hidden Blade. Now it's actually really unattractive for Draven to walk there on just the 6 runes, because that's Hidden Blade. Like you're just like, I'm playing into a Hidden Blade here, and so potentially you get to protect this board and then draw 2 cards next turn and move 3 things home, which is like, that's pretty reasonable. Decent start.
Whoa. It doesn't have to be Hidden Blade. It could be Hidden Blade.
In theory,
I was like, go on, please continue.
in theory, with this strategy, we can't lose because we scored our point first. In theory.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is a true theory.
If we just keep putting units on said battlefield,
That's
can't
true. How
lose.
does Draven ever break it? When you put
a lot
your
of might
yellow
and base,
Garen
though.
there and give everything +1.
checkmate, liberal. Let's easy. Let's go. Let's make more units. Let's see. Oh, we got a harness dragon. Do we have 6? Do we not channel? Am I blind? Probably.
No,
We have
you just
5.
burned so
We
many
hit-
runes
we
last
hit the
turn.
Hidden Blade and
Yeah,
played the
unfortunate.
captain.
Did somebody give this guy more runes?
Yeah, let me call him.
But yeah, no, we got a dragon for the future turns, a matron to build up our non-existent graveyard because we have all our units here. I think we can do this. I think if we just keep curving out with units, we will never lose. And I wouldn't
Somebody
be
in chat-
surprised if this is the strategy we see.
Somebody in chat brought up a good point. It could be Facebreaker, and that would actually be pretty good here.
Yeah,
Facebreaker
would be
notably is
strong as
better
well.
than Hidden Blade against 16 spinning axes.
Yes.
Oh, well. It's not Facebreaker.
I mean, this is the line I expected him to take instead of like trying to Giga hold. But I am wondering if you're right and Giga holding was actually like the better play to make. I have no idea.
Well, if you think about it, right, like, you've drawn like 6 cards this game. And the Draven will never draw again. Like, I mean, they can like back out, put in a Kai'Sa, wait a turn, back out, wait a turn, put in the Kai'Sa. So they could draw like 2 more cards. But in theory, if you just stay there, you'll never draw another card. Then you'd be ahead on cards.
Isn't there a matron in hand as well? You could like blade
There is.
blade the captain, buy it back. Like,
I don't want to play this matron though, because you have so many cards in hand. I just don't want to be burning. I don't want to be burning cards like that aggressive, or burning runes that aggressively when I have so many cards. The fact that he missed seals on a Garen activation and a Hidden Blade already, and he has 0 seals, is a bit of a bummer. But this board's pretty huge. At least it's kind of playable. And as you said, he found a hook, so that's where he can go. But a lot of these cards in hand are just kind of dead because he's like stuck on like starvation levels of runes for, I mean, a long time, right? Like if you start playing hook, you're only ramping 1 per turn.
Axe on the bottom and draw the Kai'Sa. Very interesting.
I think he already has axe and longsword in hand. As maybe doesn't want another axe. Axe is
a
axe
Ferris?
Edge of Night.
Ooh.
Though I
Maybe I
often
missed
don't mind
some.
2 spinning axes. Though I don't.
Well, when you
feel
know
like
you're
it's
going
okay.
into a battle with the squad, you figure like cascading multiple axes would be good. But I think we went for another Kai'Sa unless I'm blind, which is always possible.
Well, it looks like there's a Kai'Sa as the leftmost card. So if he didn't have
Yeah.
one before, I think you're right. That is a
Yeah.
Kai'Sa.
Ride the
The
wind.
hide and
Edge.
guard. Yeah.
Could be anything. Could even be an Edge of Night.
Yeah.
I can't believe like people were complaining the first week of like set 2 coming out and nobody knew how to play against Garen or Draven because like you win
No
and
one
you get
knew
a
how to
card.
play against Garen.
Nobody knows how to play against Garen. They're just leaving the battlefield wide open for a draw 2. Like, figure it out.
That is
Figure it out,
that is
Draven
true.
players.
This is a wide open draw too. I mean, they could
Yeah.
ride the wind to it, but like,
Figure it out, Draven players. My goodness.
I would like to take back what I said earlier about Garen winning the game if he procs 2 or 3 times in a game, because it's not guaranteed here yet. That Raven hand is very powerful, and they have a lot of power on board, a lot of might, already active.
do you think this deck has Imperial Decree in it? I feel like Decree is kind of needed in here.
It's either got Imperial
Stratagem?
Decree or Stratagem, 100%.
Yeah.
Unknown
Usually
how many
I like
copies?
Decree better, but I wonder if Stratagem's better against like the Draven, so you don't have to feed him a million cards.
Stratagem is also just strong as Garen because you don't have to train your dudes off. You can just push them in and still proc your hero.
Oh,
That
you
is
still draw.
4
Yeah, that's a
cards.
good point.
That is 4. I am pretty sure Garen has now drawn more cards than Draven has this whole match. Don't fact check it, but I think
Okay.
it's true.
These
Even if
draws
you
are
don't
so
win,
bad.
The Garen players are having fun, and I think that's what matters.
yeah,
Yeah,
that was
I
what I was
agree.
saying. Like, look
Yeah.
at the smile on his face. He's so happy. Like,
Yeah.
fuck it.
I
Yeah.
thought because this is the first time that Garen is triggering for them.
That's the second
Oh,
time.
this is the
No, they did it
second
last
time this
time. This is the last
game.
turn. This is plus
Yeah.
4
Well, I mean-
cards.
Yeah, it's really good coaching by T. You know, called in, said, "Hey, I need you to draw
Yeah.
some more cards," and then look at this. Look at all
Yeah.
these,
Holy
You're
right.
Rajoli.
all these draws coming through.
Mhm. You have 5 runes tapped floating. See, this is the problem with Garen players. They think slow and not very good. See, he has so many cards now.
I'm
How
not
do they
so
get
good at
over
stuff.
it? You have too many cards now. Another
I
set
was
in the
gonna
back
say,
line.
it's not very often you get struck with the decision paralysis. So
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Somehow we've drawn 6 cards and have just like the most dog shit hand for this deck. I think like we found no seals. We have found no spells. It's actually just like a bunch of units. Like, oh
do we not have a
no.
hook? Are we just like?
We
There's a
have
hook
a
in
hook. We
hand.
got one very early. We saw
I'm
it on the
surprised we
candlelit
have
and
not
then drew off the
developed
first
it.
Garen.
Yeah, I'm surprised we've not developed it in the last few turns.
We already are, we sacked so many runes that it's like risky to try to develop a hook, because once you play the hook, you are like dedicated into activating it every turn. But I think that without the seal and getting like the free value going down on lands and not being able to also play cards from hand
Yeah.
means that you have to like keep developing your board first instead. It's
Yeah, but
only
then we
like
played
incremental
set.
value.
we played set, which also deramped us.
No, but that
Yeah.
put like 8 might on the board.
I mean, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I value the might in like wider applications, either through multiple units or in between like cheesing accelerate and stuff with things like confront, because while it is 8 might, it decelerated us and then also like just dies to Faf and rebuke all the same. I do value potentially getting a little wider on the board and maybe trying to make energy efficient plays. And I don't know if I feel like all of our cards have power in our hands, so maybe we could have. But...
Oh
Does your
boy.
represent?
Oh no.
Okay.
The residual hate. Oh no.
All right.
Can you
plus
imagine? What a
8.
loser! He's playing this in his sideboard just for Garen. I'm leaving.
Plus 8.
No.
Yeah, you know,
Wait,
when they
you
named that
guys
card, they were
don't-
like, look, you need something that's like
Garen
against
players.
the odds for when you're playing against Garen, because the odds of you winning against Garen are just so
Yeah.
low.
Oh
that
my
you need, you know,
god!
you have
You
to be
guys don't
against the
sideboard?
odds.
You know,
That was pretty good, huh?
Holy nitrogen bomb versus coughing Garen. Holy! Oh my goodness!
I'm actually just depressed about that. Oh no.
Well, it was really cool to have Garen on camera round
Yeah,
one.
that's
Yeah.
me depresso, man. Holy!
Anybody like their 1-card 8s? That's pretty good.
Yeah, these are lion cheers. See, this is when you cheer for the lion. Unreal. That's a
Boy.
plus 8, and that's we didn't even have to pay. Oh my goodness! Holy!
Yeah, didn't even
Brasho.
bother the Draven activation, right? I'll just keep my runes.
Yeah.
I've got this, I just have this card for plus 8. It doesn't matter what you do.
That was rough.
just feels like North America Worlds. I get my hopes up every single time. Never pans out.
Was that Worlds like cricket?
No, League of Legends.
Oh, okay, just checking.
Does NA even have a cricket team?
Well, I guess they wouldn't be very hopeful
what,
at Worlds.
what,
I
a
think
fa- what a fake fan, bro. Do they even have a cricket? What a fake fan. Unreal.
All right. It's cooked now, though. It's just fully. I mean, it was probably already cooked, but
Now it just feels like we're going through the motions, you know?
There are a lot of emotions,
Unfortunate.
for sure, going through this whole
Yeah.
cast.
oh
and
no!
I can't speak Mandarin, but I could feel Mandarin. And these casters, they are with us, man.
Is anyone else
They-
just looking at this guy thumbing
can-
this
I can
rebuke
feel
in the
rebuke.
hand?
That's what I,
I can feel
right now.
Rebuke.
Yeah.
Oh, please, no.
It's just a fighter flight, even hidden, probably.
Oh, if it's a switcheroo, just really
No,
put...
it's the edge. It's the edge of night.
Oh, it's the edge, right?
Oh, okay,
Just
okay.
gonna trade out.
Yeah.
Well, you can't. This is a 12, so I guess he's just gonna.
Oh, he doubled. I just...
Yeah, he's just gonna rebuke it.
He has 40-40 vision. This makes sense.
Huh?
Okay.
I mean, sure. Yeah. That's fine.
Oh.
We had a rebuke in hand.
There,
right? That
there
was an
absolutely
option.
is a rebuke in hand, yeah. There 100% is.
Just making sure.
But if you think about it, we saved 8 might instead of letting it die and become 6 might. So
Well,
that was pretty good. It's a
Wait a
forerunner.
minute.
When it
just play
dies, it...
rebuke.
No. You guys, the lion knows.
The lion does not
Lion-
concern himself with winning the game.
Yeah, the lion does not concern himself with the opinion of sheep. They need to be on camera longer. We got 15 more minutes.
Actually, yeah. I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
Yes, yes. Oh man, we got a lot of good cards. We're seeing off the top there. I don't know how many more cards we could possibly use in our hand. We need like maybe 2 catalysts would help.
This hand, it just looks like that is not a hand of cards. It looks like he grabbed like his sideboard or something and he's just
Yeah.
holding on to it.
Yeah,
It's more than that too. It's like 10 cards.
he's looking at those cards the way I like come home from a week's vacation and take the mail out of the mailbox. I'm just like, oh, what is all this? Does not look happy to be here. Not look happy to have these cards.
Yeah, okay. So Hook, we can find a 13 might unit here, which is probably pretty
Yeah.
useful.
We can go get like Emrakul.
All right, so I mean it's current, huh?
No, it's the captain.
Okay,
He's-
Captain Dime.
Right, Captain.
He's money.
Okay. All right.
We're accelerating. Oh, we're gonna move into the empty battlefield and then proc Garen.
Wait, that doesn't work. We've already conquered it. Okay, we're moving here.
Somebody in chat, I'm starting to think. And that's growth in chat, because usually they don't. Look at this.
That is a lot of fellas.
I'm trying to figure how much might do we have? 6,
That's
10,
a lot of guys.
15. We have 15 might
some
into
girls.
this is 14. So you do win and keep a little recruit around.
We're not drawing cards, but we cleared out what was on the battlefields.
Yeah,
except
and-
for that now the Forerunner becomes units in the base, and we are back to being behind.
And there was already 12 might at base with 2 Kaisas.
Yeah. And we didn't actually kill the Edge of Night, because that doesn't happen.
Yeah, naturally, yeah. Text does not exist. There's a lot of text on that card. Some of it didn't work for a while. Some of the text is not temporary, so that will stay around. Ooh, we can draw 2 more cards with our Kaisas. We could even ride the win it and draw a lot of more time.
Garen is playing to the my opponent has a heart attack out.
No,
Yeah.
that's actually that's incorrect. They are playing to I hope my opponent draws their 4th Kaisa.
Yeah, that's a good out.
That's a notable
Yeah.
win con.
Yeah.
Fourth Kaisa is a good out.
4th against all odds might really do it.
Somebody in chat said we're going to the losers bracket, but that's the winners bracket for Garen.
Yeah, that's where you
true.
got to start winning.
That's true. This is if any old Magic pros. By pros I mean people who thought they were good. You know, you just get the draw in round 1, and then you play all the control decks. So just beat your opponent, offer them the draw instead, and then play mono red versus control decks. That's the real strategy.
There you go.
So maybe that's what this Garen player's doing.
I feel like the Garen deck looked stronger when it wasn't drawing extra cards.
You know
Also,
what?
yes.
This was a very set one thing where I always said people draw too many cards. People conquer with Kiana and draw cards, and I'm like, stop drawing all these cards. And this is exactly what I meant. Stop drawing cards in Garen.
Yo, I just came back from Doctor Stranging this shit. We would have won if we had just held on that battlefield for 8
I
turns in a row.
agree. I called it out.
You went into that timeline to see if we were one.
You
Yeah.
think I didn't look through, point up
Every
the finger
dimension?
and say, this is the way to do it?
What are we getting here? What's saving us? Well, surely it's not any of that. He's laughing. I love it though. At least he's having a blast. He's playing
he
Garen.
gets it. He knows he should have
understands
went
what-
for the Gigahold.
He understands what he
too
came here to
greedy.
do.
Look,
He got too greedy.
Statistically, this guy's already won more prizing than his opponent. So like, whatever.
True.
Like, we're
That's true.
No, but it's like we went up 1-0 and drew 2 cards. Like that is an easy hold for 8 turns. But I think
The heart
everything's
fist
all right.
bump goes crazy, by the way.
Yeah, the heart fist bump was in honor of Valentine's Day.
Yeah, the first
I'm
time I
gonna
saw
do
it,
that in Vegas and get hit in the face.
oh hell yeah! The first time I saw it was last week though, and somebody went for the normal fist bump, and the other person put half a heart on his fist bump. And I was like, yeah, that's good. I love that. All right, well, Draven won.
Yeah.
To everybody's surprise, Garen doesn't get it done.
The lion always wins.
Yeah.
Lion may lose his teeth, but he never loses his hunger.
Is that what happened here? Is the lion loses his teeth, but in game
Yes.
1 when he could have lost to Garen,
Yes.
then he was hungry to beat Garen. Oh boy. Well, chat, what do you guys think about Garen, huh? Are you all registering Garen for the next one? Are you gonna go fight T?
convinced?
Are you gonna go fight T for the Garen best of in
You
Vegas?
just opened Pandora's box by asking chat, "What do you think?" Oh no.
Yeah. For
what do you
7
think?
installments of $9.99 plus shipping and handling, you too can play like a Garen Pro.
There you go. Oh jeez. All right, what's up, Ani?
I have not yet read George's his article or whatever he wrote. I am kind of wondering if I should do that now or if I should.
What
I don't
article?
think George wrote positive things about Garen, so I don't think now would be the
Yeah,
time
probably
to read
not.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I think really all I want right now is I want everyone in the chat to put words of affirmation towards Garen because he needs it.
They're gonna try it. They're gonna fail.
We need
We've
we
asked
need
for the
nice
impossible.
things about Garen in chat because I think
Yes.
Garen is crying after that one, and I think we need really nice things there.
Plug the Metafy. Come on.
True. I have a free Garen article on my Metafy, 100% free. If you want to learn how to play Garen, the list that I played in Houston, set 1, it's 100% free on my Metafy.
Could it be 50% free? Is that possible?
The Timmy.
Wait. I'm looking at it right now. It's one word, bro. It says don't.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Must have typoed that.
Man, I love Garen.
Okay, I was about to say it might be the best Metafy article I've read, but I didn't want to unleash that box of flames across the planet. Not yet. That's for 2027.
All right. Let's see. Good words of affirmation for Garen. Garen, you are ass, but I appreciate you. Very good.
You are ass, but you are my ass.
Garen could have played worse, so that's nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. They could have played worse.
I think we didn't miss any candlelit triggers, and I think that's true. I'm really cool.
You know what we didn't miss? Any Garen triggers.
That's true. That's true. All the Garen triggers were hit. We triggered Garen twice. That's really cool. Garen, you are a regular legend. You have an ability.
Yes.
There we go. That's how we affirm
Regular,
Garen.
that's the word I'd use. Yep.
Yeah. You have an ability.
I think that's literally more Garen activations I've seen in the past like 20 minutes than in my entire life, which is, hey, that's something to be happy about. Merry Christmas, everyone.
We had an Aurora Garen get a Garen activation on stream during the first set of Chinese Go streams, which is kind of hype. Yeah, Aurora Garen getting the activation is like very funny because they really
They have the
shouldn't,
Corinna in the deck or no?
No, this is set 1. Aurora Garen getting the activation. Yeah, they just had like 2 Ladros, a Mountain Drake, and a Harness Dragon on the board, and they just pushed them all into one battlefield and drew 2 cards. Oh yeah. Draven draws 1 on combat win, and Garen draws 2 sometimes. Yeah, that's pretty good. See, there you go.
2 is bigger than 1.
These are nice things about Garen for sure. All right. What's up, gamers? Kuvi, you got the Garen locked and loaded? You ready for Kuvi's corner?
Oh my god. Garen's corner.
Garen's corner, and Kuvi, you have special guest T Tabo here that you can always
in case you're at a loss for words.
Yeah, in case you're at a loss.
Sam, I have a question.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Anu.
What?
Oh, it's very important. Do we have like a intro theme song to like Kuvi's corner, like a do 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 do, like something like that? You know?
Well, now we do apparently.
So now we do.
Hey,
all right.
right.
So now Anu has to do that every single time.
I do.
Calm down, Mozart. My God, this is. Yeah,
All right.
It's the magic school bus, right?
It's
like,
off to Kuvi's corner. Kuvi, break down Garen for us. Let us know. Let us know.
Okay. There is one spice here. It's like spot the what's intrus in English? The intruder? How do you say it? Whatever. There's one spice. One of my spices in here. You'll see it. But yeah, in terms of like the deck lists, I mean, we have the legends. Legend is when you conquer, if you have 4+ units at that battlefield, draw 2, which means that you have to conquer and you have to have 4 units survive, right? If you lose a unit, then it doesn't work. That's why it's very, very hard for Garen to actually trigger his ability. But, you know, sometimes it happens twice in the same game, which is like insane. But in terms of because this legend ability doesn't trigger as often, you need the deck to actually do broken things to make up for that. Because you sometimes will, actually most of the time, you'll play without a legend ability. So you're losing a lot of value from that legend ability because you can quantify the value generated from every legend ability throughout any game, right? You could be like, okay, Draven drew X amount of cards, that's the value that the legend got. Or Kaisa helped you not deramp X amount of times, so that's the value that the legend got. But you're losing that value, so you need to make up for it by doing other broken things in a deck. And the broken thing that you're doing, that this deck is doing, is definitely Hook. So baited Hook just allows you to do like the regular Captain plus Hook plus Spectrum Matron is super broken and will win your games on its own. So that's like your core broken game plan. And then you have some new cards like Punch First that are actually pretty broken. They have the Grand Stratagem that works really well late game as like a finisher, and then you have Corina as well. That works really, really well, especially in Warcamp. You do have other broken things like Set plus the Pit Rookie. So Set will grow to 8 if you spend the buff, but then you can buff him again and you go to 12. So it's just like a combination of broken things, and you're hoping that that will be enough to actually make up for the fact that you don't have legend ability, really. And then some removal spells like Call the Wake Hidden Blade, necessary in almost every, in most yellow decks, especially token ones for the call. Then we have Confront. Confront is really, really good because it allows you to actually have units accelerated that are coming from the baited hook. So what you could do is, for example, push a Vanguard that you already have, kill the Vanguard, get a. You would confront first. You would trigger you would activate your hook, kill the Vanguard, get some Matron. The Matron is ready, the Vanguard is ready, and the tokens are ready. So that's very good. Some units that I don't understand, but maybe the Garen expert knows a little bit more about. I don't understand Warrior Captain, to be honest, in this at all, really. I don't understand. We've seen it in the list. I just don't. Maybe you know why it's good. I just don't. I don't have the vision. But yeah,
I think the Brewer Captain is just for trying to make value off of the Trifarian Warcamp game, because you need to bridge the gap. There aren't very many 5s in the deck, so it's very hard for you to baited hook into your 6s top end, your Karinas and Harness Dragons. So you have to make that up through the game, and there aren't very many good options in 5, so you kind of have to play things that turn into 4s and then become 5s. So it's good with Warcamp. The red decks that play hook get to make up this advantage easier because they have things like longswords, so they can turn their 3s into 5s even outside of the Warcamp games. But like we were talking about a little bit earlier, you do have to get kind of lucky in this Garen list to progress the game and try to win more. So I think that's a little bit of them trying to just take that value in that game to make advantage.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, we do have. So in terms of 2-drops, we have some like the Honest Broker that you could kill from hook and then get the gold. That gold can be then used again for the next hook activation, which is pretty good. Just a regular 2-drop that's pretty good. The Baruki is also a 2-drop, but you want to keep it for the set or for other units to get to just get the +1 and also improve your hook hits. And then you have the trusty Ramhound that will it's just 2-drop that will most likely be a 3-mate unit because you usually want to send multiple units in the same battlefield to try to trigger Garen. So it will always be a +1 for 2, which is for a 3-mate unit for 2, which is pretty good. Also, we see like the Glass Mixologist. I'm not a huge fan of this card personally, but it is like your 4th or 5th matron. It's a much worse matron in almost every way, but it's still pretty good to have if your main combo still is just to get that the captain back and get as much value as possible. And then we have the Harness Dragon that is pretty difficult to hit. You would have to get that 5-mite sweet spot. Is easier in Trifarian because you have the +1 in the Warcamp. But outside of Warcamp, it's pretty hard to hit unless you have like you have to kill a set or you have to kill a Mixologist or like the spice that I was talking about is the battlefields. So the battlefields that we saw were Trifarian Warcamp and Candlelit Sanctum. These are super basic, super regular for like a hook deck because Trifarian you're gonna be swarming, really good for you, and it helps your hook mites. And Candlelit obviously very good with hook because you get to choose to pick what you actually want to hook into. If you find something good, then you can just keep it or you just put it down to dig deeper for the units that you want. These are very classic, regular cards and a regular battlefield. Then the third one is like the question mark, what battlefield can you actually play? And this is the spice that I was talking about at the beginning. Veiled Temple, my favorite battlefield, I think, out of every battlefield. Which reads, when you conquer here, you may ready a friendly gear. If it's an equipment, you may detach it. Here, you don't care about the equipment because you're not playing equipment. But you can ready your hook after hooking, which means you can, in theory, either hook something and then go into the Veil Temple, conquer, untap your hook, and then hook again. Or, which is like a fantasy world, right? But we're playing Garen, so we are in that fantasy world. Or you go into the other battlefield, then hook the unit that you sent to that battlefield, and then go into Veil Temple, untap your hook, and then hook again. Yeah, that's the... Yeah, that absolutely is true. You can actually untap your seals, which is very good sometimes. That I'm Garened out.
You're Garen out. That's all you got. That's all you got for us for Garen. All right. Okay.
Wait,
No, that's
you
good.
need
That's
more
good.
juice?
Yeah.
The
No, I
Garen?
just, I was just wondering how long we could make you talk about Garen. I think that was, I
don't
think
I
you did
ever
good.
talked
I
about
think,
Garen this long, to be honest. So
I think you did good. All right. Hopefully we don't have too much longer for the break, but tends to be. I mean, last week the day one was actually pretty good overall. It was just day two that went long because that's untimed rounds. But I also wanted to ask T, because I know you talk about Garen. You've been playing Garen. What events are you playing? Because best of players got tickets as well, right? So you're like guaranteed one spot.
Yeah.
Are you just playing Vegas or are you playing Bologna as well?
So I got into Vegas on the actual sit in pain and try to get a ticket line. And then I got my email last night for the ticket to Bologna. I am not 100% sure if I'm going to be able to redeem it because it came on a little bit of short notice.
Yeah.
And I did not have the forethought to request that time off of work, not knowing if they were going to actually send me the ticket or not. So I put in that request yesterday and I begged my coworkers to cover my shift, but it is very hard to get shift coverage.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. What would you be playing if you go Bologna? Is it Garen? It's actually Garen?
Yeah, 100%.
I thought you'd be trying other stuff. I didn't actually realize that you're committed to farming Garen medals.
No, I want to be the Garen guy, so I'm just going to keep playing Garen at everything. There was a group of people in one of the Discords that were joking about, hey, we have a group of like 5 people coming to Bologna, and we're going to try to go for the medal Garen. And I replied in there, I said, if you come for the king, you best not miss. So now hopefully I can make it to Bologna and try to go for another Garen.
Okay, all right, cool. No. Look, I respect it, T, because I mean, I remember when you went for the Garen medal initially, you were just going to play Annie, and you decided that, like, if someone on this team is going to win, it's probably not going to be me. You didn't think you'd be as good at Annie as, like, your teammates. So you're like, screw it, I'll go for a medal. I don't remember why you settled on Garen out of every deck, if it was just because it's the funny one. It's, like, the theoretical, like, worst deck in the game, or what?
I taught him how to play Aurora, that's why.
But I never thought you would just
it.
keep playing Garen after that, though. I guess it is a funny thing to do, and if you're having fun with it, he just
wants to lose the Beanie Babies in the divorce type of thing. He just wants all the metal Garen cards.
Yeah.
So he has something to give away.
I guess if no one has another metal Garen card except for T, then they go up in value to
the moon.
Corner the market, Kabuto King.
He controls the supply and demand. Wait, why was it Garen? If you can remind me, because I think we did talk about it at Houston, but I'm not remembering why Garen.
So the sequence of events that happened is I played that Friday event where you could play for a buy, and I played Annie, and I did not have fun. And more than anything, I was feeling kind of burnt out on card games in general at that time, so I just wanted to try to have fun that weekend. And then I was holding the box that was Jacob Baugh's entire collection. And he's like, I was like, hey, can I just have that? And I'm just going to build a deck. And he's like, yeah, most of the things are in there. And then I started like goofing about either playing Lux or Garen. And then I just put all the Garen cards out on the table and built a deck in like an hour. Walked over, you and I had talked about it a little bit. And then I changed like 5 more cards, and that was the list.
All right, yeah. Just full send. I mean, Garen and Lux basically did those become the decision just because they were like kind of bottom of the barrel, like niche, like there's not going to be that many players playing it, and so while you get to goof off and have fun, you're also chance of winning a medal is like pretty reasonable. Was that like the big idea? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the core concept just being like not very many people are going to play these. I'm not going to take this super seriously. I'm never in the mood to like rule shark or anything like that.
Yeah, of course.
Multiple times in the event, I would like people would be like, I missed my trigger. I'm like, dude, you can have it. It's not a huge deal. And so we're just playing for fun. I'm playing in the back tables and goofing off with Garen, and it worked out.
Yeah, good enough to get 6 wins, right? So
Goofing it with the boys.
it's just goofing it on the back tables. Oh, yeah, and it looked nothing like this. It looked nothing like
Yeah, you couldn't even conceive such a good deck like this. Lazy.
It's not. I'm not capable of building. This has baited hook. That card's way too good. I can't do that.
That's way too expensive.
Had to be Aurora and DJ. It is the sickest combo though. The Aurora into DJ when no one can answer the Aurora.
Yeah, it is very fun.
How many times did you actually get to Aurora and DJ people, or was it like normally you just get the Aurora?
There were quite a few times actually. There was one time where I was setting up Aurora DJ and I like played an Aurora and my set opponent salvaged my Aurora, and then I drew a second Aurora and I'm like, how about the second one? And he goes, that's pretty good. And then he like puts some piddly stuff in play, and then the next turn I'm like, all right, how about I Divine Judgment now? And he's like, it's really good. Yeah, I'd say probably over the course of Houston, 9 or 10 Aurora DJs.
9 or 10 Aurora DJs over the course of Houston. That is
it's 33% of the time.
That is pretty good. Yeah,
assuming you play 3 games in every set,
which is likely as Garen, right?
I had
most
two
Aurora decks. Yeah, most Aurora decks you'll win in 3 games.
I had 2 2-0s and they were both against Lee Sin.
2 2-0s against Lee Sin. Poor Lee Sin. Is Lee Sin a worse deck than Garen?
Perhaps.
Mayhaps.
Well, Lee Sin made day 2, right? So I can't talk too much garbage, right?
Yeah. There was was it Jeff Jones?
Who?
He's a Yu-Gi-Oh legend,
Yu-Gi-Oh
apparently.
player?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that was a Mike Jones joke. I know who Jeff is.
I don't know who Mike Jones is.
Who? You don't know
Who?
Mike? How? I thought you were
Who?
older. You must be young.
How old do you think I am, Vero?
26.
I'm older than that.
You're older than that?
Yeah.
And
Wait,
you
I'm
don't know
younger than
Mike
that.
Jones. You don't know the song by Mike Jones.
No.
Unreal. This is producers play the music. That's copyright string. You don't know the Mike Jones song? Like, holy!
Sorry, I'm 30 and I don't know what that is.
We're all lying right now. We're all lying. The bit's funny, guys. Okay. Unreal. Chat, help me out here.
Oh my god.
Mike Jones.
All right. I'm looking through the data, trying to find Garen.
Well, hold on, we got T's deck here.
Oh, I know this one. This is the good one.
Hey.
Oh, Forge of the Future Truther before Miracle Decks.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Forge is sick.
That won me multiple games against Kaisas, where they would like run me out of dudes, and I'd be like, all right, I'll shuffle 3 Dead Balloon Predators back in. You've got a 4/4? All right, I'll put that back. All right, I'll flip my
Yeah.
Aurora. All right, I'll put
That's
that
fair.
back.
He said
That's-
Nick Jones like he's Irish. I like this.
Uh,
Mike Jones.
do you think that Aurora Garen is like even playable right now? Do you think it's got to be this other version you were talking about instead, or have you tried to make Aurora work?
It's possible. I do think that Aurora is not nearly as bad as people have made it out to sound. But there's probably some in between of like a shell like this where you're still doing like top end, like I had mentioned before, and the early game stuff where you're not focusing on hook because you don't want to lock yourself into going threshold of might into threshold of might into threshold of might. You want to either be very early game stuff or very late game stuff and kind of ignore your middle game or just spend your middle game on removal. But I'm not discounting the idea that I do end up registering Aurora at either Bologna or Vegas or both.
Okay, all right, I see it. I was going through the data of Garen, Sam, of the last 8 weeks, of
There's just
all
one of
tournaments
them.
in China, and there's only one who has made it to the top 30% of players. Because there's this tool that we've got a friend who's working on. He's not putting it out publicly yet, but it just like grabs a bunch of data for all the decks and then compiles like what cards they're playing, so you can see what percentage of cards. Just from tournament lists, and it only grabs the top 30% of placements. So it's like cutting out all of the decks that are not doing well. And there's only one Garen list that has made it into the top 30% of placements in all tournaments in China over the last 8 weeks. This is including locals, city challenges, like all that kind of stuff. Anything that's reported. And it looks like it was a hook list. It's just it looks like some of the data is even broken. But anyways, we've got a game. That's nice. Thank you for saving me. The beautiful Lunar New Year Aurelia coming out. And what do we have on the other side? Did they already flip?
Sivir.
It's another Garen.
They flipped Sivir. Okay, cool. So Sivir versus Aurelia.
Please be Sivir
I
Aurora.
hope
Please be
it's
Sivir
not
Aurora. Please be Sivir
Please don't be
Aurora. Please be Sivir
don't be
Aurora. Please be Sivir Aurora.
Please don't be Sivir Aurora.
Sivir
Now
me
that everyone
timbers.
is so split on this.
It's possible with the game one Vile Maws. It's Aurora. It's
Vile
possible.
Maw feels like Aurora. It doesn't guarantee it.
It doesn't guarantee
but it feels like Aurora.
Wait,
Uh.
he said a thing.
Also,
Please.
okay, wait.
Here's
Kuvi,
the
what do you?
best part: is if they open treasure chest, you still actually don't.
Yeah,
know
you
what
don't
deck
know.
it
You
is.
still don't know. Yeah, you still. They could have treasure chest, shovel, something in their hand. You still have no idea what the hell they're doing. Kuvi, what do we think about this game one Targons for Aurelia? I feel like I
want
hate
to
it
talk
because
for
I
the
think
next 55 minutes. Please be Sivir Aurora.
because I think Draven just like cooks you with this is your game
Draven
one.
absolutely cooks. So it is. You show Targon and you're like, "Hello, I'm gonna coin flip. And if I win the coin flip, I've won this best of 3. And if I lose it, I lost the best of 3. That's what you're basically saying against Draven. I mean,
Is that better odds than playing normally against Draven?
I think there are ways to beat Draven for sure.
Okay.
with
Would you
I think
say that
it's
there's
rough.
there's times where it's better to present no battlefield at all than to present the Stargon?
All right. Well, so
Yeah.
just before we get into this game, T, I hear you're gonna jump out of here. He actually is gone. So thanks, T, for jumping in and helping us out with the Garen matchup. We'll see you later, T. Appreciate him coming by, dropping in the chat. And
Please give me that
talking
turn
about
one
Garen.
Moby.
Is that a French shirt?
I think it's a Tommy Hilfiger shirt. Brand. That's what that is.
Oh, I just saw the flag.
Yeah. Looks like a Tommy. Real Hilfiger. Oh, please give me that turn one Moby. Wait, what is
What
it?
do we got?
Let me see. It
That
looks
one.
like
I mean,
Let's
I mean,
go!
that sure is an Aurora.
Let's
All right,
go.
disgusting.
Hey, Kuvi, you can leave. I got it for the next 60 minutes.
Literally. I have to say, there's a rally. I would have.
Yeah. No. This is good. I kind of get to chill a little bit for this one because we have the absolute Sivir, Aurora, Sicko, Vero on the cast, and then we've got Kuvi here for the Aurelia. So, you know, I got my input, but
The interesting part will be is if this is an aggro low to the ground Aurelia or if this is a President Aurelia. Aurelia.
Aurora.
I mixed them together. The
Yes.
turn one Guardian Spirit makes me think we are in President Aurelia territory. We have a guaranteed turn 4 or a turn 3 Aurora, so we have won the game. But no, the interesting part about this matchup is the President Aurelia kind of does what you're doing. You know, it's very strange to say that, but
upside down cards.
yeah, upside down cards. You have a very, very, very strong late game as the Aurelia because you can essentially mimic 2 or 3 big units by abusing, moving in and out, dying, resetting a Guardian Angel, attacking again. And you're very strong on like a heavy mana hand. But in the first few turns of the game, you generally don't do anything. Very similar to Aurora. So you give the Aurora player a lot of space in this matchup as we see a fine center come out, which I think is what threw Kuvi for a loop.
Yep.
And yeah. So we're both just gonna do our
There's
thing.
deckhand, main deck.
Deckhand and find
Game
your
one.
center in the same.
Main game was this is personnel. It's a best of 3 tournament. That's crazy. The deckhands I've seen usually in the sideboard.
Yeah. Usually it's like a game 2 going second type of thing. Because it is like good in Aurelia for the game plan. Because Aurelia, like especially even into Draven, one of the big things that you want to do is get ahead on points so that you can just like constantly be the beatdown with Aurelia at home and never actually have to like play for a
Do
whole.
we know who went first? Am I missing something?
It's Aurelia. Aurelia went first.
And okay,
Yeah,
and we have
went
okay,
first
we
by
have
Guardian Angel.
okay, and we mobied, we got all this. So we will be on 9 mana next turn, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. It just looked for me like they were at 8 for a second, and it really threw me for a loop.
No,
I can't
it
tell
should-
the other card that's in their graveyard. They played a stack deck and something else.
It was a stack deck immobilized, and then they played a catalyst.
Okay, cool. So so they actually just have is that they have 10 now. That's what's throwing me off. I was looking for the odd amount. They might just have 10 if they went stack into Moby. That makes sense.
Yeah, they went stack Moby to start on their first turn, and then they played.
Okay, cool.
What?
So we're going up to
yeah.
10.
And they play catalyst, so they'll go to 10. Yeah.
Wait, did they play the cake?
Yep.
They
got
do
the
play
cake. We
the
saw it
cake.
in that look. Yeah.
A real knower, man. A real knower. To be fair, for what it's worth, I think they probably side the cakes out when they take Valmaz. There's 2 ways to go about cake, and it's game 1 Valmaz, play main deck cake, and then usually in the sideboard game, you side them both out, and that's when you bring in your Fafs. You could do it the opposite way, where you play Faf and Aspirant's Climb, and then side into cake and Valmaz.
Cake on your Valmal's game. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
these are all very like things you can do. The very interesting part about these next few turns is we're about to see either Sabos into Aurora or Aurora into Make a Gold into Aurora next turn. We're actually going to have 12 mana after casting our second Aurora, which is kind of crazy. The big tell of this matchup is going to be the units we choose. As we all know, we're going to have 3 Mind Splitters. That's just like de facto what we're doing. We saw a lot of Dead Blooms in the past weeks from players, and I think that's a wrong choice. It is a choice, and I understand the logic, which is you lack ganking in Aurora. That's or in Sivir compared to MF. But I actually think Dead Bloom is just a very weak unit in this meta. Deflect is kind of like not that great. Because if you're just losing to like a Rebuke or something, it doesn't matter if they pay 1, 2, or 3 for it.
Yeah. And
you actually don't have a lot of might to combat Draven's big spinning axes. So I would like to see more things like maybe Mountain Drake, Volley Bear, even an Orange Sivir is very interesting. I'm assuming we're going to see Mind Splitters and Dead Blooms, but we're going to see the first Mind Splitter off the top.
Oh, that's an early splitter.
Yeah, I mean, getting the first splitter is always incredible. Rebuke is something that we've talked about how this deck can struggle to deal with. It's just is what it is with Rebuke. So being able to get rid of one of those is, I think, pretty reasonable. And
here I would probably take the Draven or the Charm. Rebuke sounds very strong, but the problem is that next turn we don't actually have to do anything. Because if we leave them with like a Charm, they're just going to maybe play Aurelia, move it up, and just eat our Mind Splitter. We actually just want to build our backline enough and rip as many cards. And we also have a Sabo in our hand. So it's somewhere between Charm and Draven for me. Yeah, this makes complete sense.
Actually, that does make sense. You mentioned the Sabo as well. So like this Rebuke you can take at some point. And so you don't, as you said, you don't have to take it right this second. The fact is you will take this Rebuke. You are going to get rid of this Rebuke before it can hit you. But you don't have to now because there's a Sabo in hand, and you're probably even playing a second Aurora, and you might be able to get all these other options. And the Charm makes a lot of sense, right? Because it is going to eat your Mind Splitter for free. And instead, because Aurelia is only at 2 points, you've got some time to not worry about it.
If they are on the 5-unit build, you actually have to avoid combat for even longer than normal in an Aurora deck. Because what you actually need to find in this matchup is your Shovel. Once you find Shovel, especially with 2 Auroras, you just like literally bottom both your units and summon them instantaneously, which allows you to trade aggressively with Guardian Spirits, Zonias, things of that nature. But before you find your Shovel, you need to be even more passive, which is nice that we have the Vile Maws, but the bad news is that our opponent has 2 units. So Viles is actually going to be very not useful in this game 1, because if we're just 2 points sitting every turn, nothing really changes. The usual reason why Valmaz is strong is because it messes with Aurelia. Very interesting to see a stack here.
Yeah.
Wait,
and then
boots on deckhand?
I was also going to say, I find that the Vilemaz gets a bit invalidated by the boots, but this is like bootsing the deckhand.
Yeah.
And then now it can't go home. I mean, next turn it can run over to Targons, but I don't know why the Draven is sitting at Targons.
I think the reason this Aurelia player is thinking is that they're going to rebuke this Mind Splitter. What they don't know is that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
So
instead
we've kind
they're
of
just going to get sabotaged. Yeah.
given away our unit, overstack the right side. So now what we're very susceptible to is Sabo, walk in, kill guy, challenge, and we're going to lose a face down card for free, and we're going to lose a Guardian Spirit for almost free. Obviously, you can't do that right now because you would 7-on-7 trade, which is not phenomenal. But there are ways around this for the Aurora. But once again, we have 3 turns. You go 4-5, you go to 6-7. The game's still not over. So once again, you develop your backline. You probably play second Aurora, use your gold. If you have 2 floating, you can throw out a treasure chest or a Moby. You'll probably use the Sabo here. You see a cannon barrage in hand as well. And there's just really no reason to go into combat this turn other than to kill this this deckhand for free because we're probably leading Sabo.
Yeah, the Sabo makes a lot of sense. I'm also curious if there's ever... No, it probably doesn't make any sense to actually trade the Draven. You don't know this hidden card because it actually is the missing card. Yeah. The card that was drawn off the top.
I haven't seen it.
You can infer that it's probably Zhonya's, but you can't guarantee that.
Yeah.
This is a very little bit too risky to walk in.
A very smart play from the Sivir. A lot of people will mismanage their gold on this one by actually recycling the rune and going in. Well, I say that, okay, good. They're remembering it now. You go into combat first, reset your Sivir, use one of the gold for the Aurora. Now you get 2 gold. So good sequencing there. It's a very easy thing to mess up as we've seen Anivia come out.
Yeah.
So that is one I am not high on, but I understand the reasonings for it. It will interact favorably with Fan. Both triggers will go on the stack. The attack will go off first. The Fan will dissipate. Similar with the Cannon Barrage we see. Same kind of concept. It is very favorable into the Fan interaction. I understand the inclusion.
Doesn't it not work with Fan? Because the attack trigger goes on the stack first. Then Fan pushes back Anivia, and Anivia doesn't trigger on the
Is
Fan.
that the way it works? Maybe I'm wrong on that one, but I
sure
thought
it works because it works the same with Yasuo.
Yeah, like
maybe that's the one there.
Think about like Reaver's Row, like Yasuo runs in, you actually get to run away before the
Okay, yeah, maybe that part. Maybe I'm thinking of Cannon Barrage then. Yeah. And I really don't understand Anivia, but I know I don't play it myself. Of course, so maybe that's why I don't know all the ruling.
No, that's fine because that's when I look at Anivia, that would be my first thought as to like why you might want to play Anivia. Would be to like kill Fan, but that does not. It doesn't
maybe
quite
there's
work.
something else I'm missing then because I personally don't play it. I haven't played it since set 1. But
if we have 2 Anivias,
I think it has the same problems as I described with Dead Bloom. It's kind of like not very strong up front. It does something tertiary, does something weird. Ooh, it wipes the board. Or in Dead Bloom, you can play to a battlefield. It has deflect. But the might total gets very low. This isn't necessarily a matchup where it matters too much. The Aurelia generally doesn't get bigger than like 8 to 12, like at most, and that usually requires a few Defiant Dances. If they're playing the gem, it can get as high as like 15, 16 sometimes.
I get big in that sometimes.
I'm sorry. Maybe my average is not as
okay,
high.
Well, you're used to playing it with 6. You're used to playing it with 6 cards in
American.
When a Mind Splitter is taking all the cards out of your hand, it generally doesn't get that.
You know what? You are correct. When you've got 1 card in hand, she's not getting that big. Yeah,
right. That's right. If you have the gem on the board, you get +4 every turn. That's insane. Yeah. Now, when you get to keep 6 cards because you and the Draven opponent are kissing each other back and forth doing nothing, you can get it up to like 20. But not generally against 3 Mind Splitters and Sabotage.
That's
clarify that one.
That's pretty fair.
I mean, I do think that like Mind Splitter plus Sabotage is... What's the word for it? Toxic? Cringe?
Yes, all of it.
Yes.
Any of those words, actually. All of those words work.
All 3 apply.
Yeah. Every one of those words works.
Very, very toxic. Yeah. It really, really, really is.
Yeah, this hold I was not a fan of. I don't mind moving in and leaving 1 Mind Splitter there, but losing one of our Mind Splitters and most likely our second one with the ready from the Aurelia is going to get us fatigued potentially very quickly if we don't find this last rights. I'm assuming, once again, I make an assumption here that they are on a very low unit build, and you will run out of units very quickly with double Aurora in play until you find this last rights. The high side of Sivir is with 2 gold in play. And playing this thing, you can stack deck, called shot, and find this last rights very quickly. But I am worried.
Did he just? He just paid for Ride the Wind with a green rune. I think they're correcting that now.
Okay, yeah, they might be collecting that, but yeah, I think this is maybe a slight misstep.
They're making him pay it.
Wait, additional?
Well, yeah, technically you can recycle a rune at any point during
No,
your
I-
turn.
yeah,
That is illegal.
like-
that is a legal
yeah.
thing to do.
Okay, yeah.
Unfortunate and very tight on the rules, but it is theoretically legal to cast Ride the Wind and bottom a green rune. You then need to bottom a purple rune to make it a legal cast, but theoretically, to the letter of the law, this is very harsh. But
But it is.
you can,
that is true. Yeah, no, you're right.
you can do that. Not that I would let my opponent have it back personally, but yeah, this is another reason why moving double up, like you lose your whole board and just let the Aurelia go straight to 6. This is gonna prove a little costly, I think, for our Aurora player. The good news is there's not really any good news, but yeah, this is a rough one. You can go back there, but he scored there, right?
Yeah, I was like, why don't you go home? And then I remembered that this is Valmaz and you can't go.
And
home,
this is like another downside to like an and here it's like kind of an upside to Anivia, because I think you'll be able to trade with this Draven. Granted, it'll get resummoned. Yeah. Because I think Anivia attacks for what? Is it 11 total?
Yes, so she's gonna deal the 3 damage, and then she's
8 plus 3.
and she's got the 8.
Yep. As we find a called shot, another Anivia. Generally, I assume we will put that to the bottom to hit it off our Aurora.
Yeah, it's the nice thing with Anivia is she like punches above her weight class, right? Like if they have a bunch of units on the board, then she's dealing a ton more damage than her might says.
The problem is here that they are going to gain a point when this happens, I think, because they have Guardian Angel on them, question mark?
He won't have won the combat, I don't believe.
Okay.
Yeah, because
it's when he dies, but when he wins, he gets the point.
Correct.
Understood.
So the replacement effect means that the Sivir player will also not get a point
Gotcha.
for him dying, because he doesn't actually he doesn't actually die. However, the Draven also should not be gaining a point for the combat.
We've put ourselves into a position where we need to blow this punch first, because we really need to hold this Vile Moz, because we need to stack it. But then the problem with that is our Aurelia player is going to go to 7 and try to double hold. And as mentioned before, we have a lack of ganking from the Sivir. It is not something that you can easily do. So unless we're playing Dead Blooms, I feel how this game's going to go is we're going to clear this Draven with a punch first. It's going to go back. We're going to hard stack the left side and probably be able to hold, because we're probably going to flip like 1 Mind Splitter, maybe 2. We're holding for like 22, which is probably not breakable from our opponent, assuming we rip 2 cards out of their hand. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the Sivir player goes about this.
It also creates the spot where Vile Moz is... I mean, I don't even know if Sivir is considering On the Hunt as something that they want to play. But Vile Moz is not allowing you to use that as a pivot for a big hold. I don't. Maybe you can tell me if people are playing On the Hunt in the deck, but I could see it as a pivit tool, like maybe as a 1-of, because you have a lot of card selection.
Interesting. Yeah, On the Hunt's interesting. I think it's more of a sideboard card. I've ran through this in my brain a lot, and I'm pretty sure Flash is actually just better On the Hunt in like 90% of scenarios.
I could see that be true. Yeah.
So it's not a phenomenal card, both for the power cost. Like if there's a specific world where you are literally stacking 4 or 5 units and then need to pull 4 or 5 units back, like yes, like On the Hunt's better. But in most scenarios, like just a Flash would usually get it done. As we see a Boots of Swiftness and
he
a
definitely
Last
has Dead
Rites.
Blooms, right?
I don't think so. With Anivia's, I don't, because you can't Dead Bloom this. This guy's a 9.
Well, he is punch first.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you could do that. Yeah. I'm gonna go with no Dead Blooms. I'll easily be wrong, but with 2 Anivias, I'm gonna assume it is a 5-unit deck with 2 Anivias, and 3 Mind Splitters.
And we can confirm that at this point because we did just see the entirety of the deck.
And so this is the risk with playing a deck like this, and it's why I firmly believe you cannot be playing Mind Splitters plus anything smaller than a Volibear. It's my personal take on the deck. Is like, as if this was a Volibear instead of an Anivia, we could have just attacked. It could have been a Mountain Drake for what it's worth. You could have just attacked this Draven, killed it, and then had a 10-10 there, and then flipped on top of that. Instead, we had to choose to go to the other battlefield, which is like whatever. It's like essentially the same thing. But we could have eaten this Guardian Angel, moved the Draven back, and then held the Vile Moz, which insulates us against Foth. So just a few things there. I think we forgot to untap the Targons too. Not that it's really
Yeah.
relevant, but yeah. So this is a problem when you play the 5-unit version and you aggressively aggressively posture in the early game. There's one little blowout you weren't expecting. Granted, in my opinion, that was pretty face up with the Draven and Guardian Angel. You're now just like pretty fatigued. You now have paid 18 mana for what is essentially 1.5 units each. They're not going to do anything for the rest of the game. We fortunately got a full shuffle, I believe, because that Anivia was the last card in the deck. So maybe we could top deck a Last Rites, and that would be really, really good. The problem is we only have an Anivia in the backline. And it's going to be rough for our Sivir player. The good news is we have some punch firsts. The Aurelia goes for a full hold on the right side. We can maybe get over the top with Anivia's extra 3 damage. But yeah.
Yeah, it feels like you just saw the whole deck. You know there's no more units. It feels like trying to go for the hold is maybe even wrong on this turn. And instead, you're supposed to just leave the... I was thinking leave the Aurelia back and let the Draven bounce, and then just go for a big turn on your next turn. But I guess giving a full turn to Aurora to have like 12 runes available for combat tricks is like also not amazing. I'm not sure what this push is accomplishing though. This is just 5. This is just trading with Sivir.
I think you should just pass here and say okay and lose your Sivir. If you fire off your punch firsts, I think you maybe get blown out by them self-offing and moving over, and then you don't have enough maybe to get over it. This punch first is gonna work out, but not in the most insane way. But it looks like the Aurelia is just
I think we
dying.
need the bunch first here at all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I
I think
agree.
we could have just let our purple Sivir die. She's now going to be an 11, which is nice. I don't know why it's +5. It should be +7, but we're just going to pass back. So this has given us some breathing room. I'm not sure on that attack there by the Aurelia player. Maybe still a little annoyed from last turn with the rune debacle. We found our challenge, which should just lock this game up outside of a not so fast in hand.
Yeah, there's another punch first in hand. Was the challenge the top deck, or did you just have 2
The
punch
challenge
first?
was the top deck.
No,
They
it's
had
the-
the
Okay, so
yeah.
I think that informs the other punch first, because you can still utilize the purple Sivir's ganking on this turn with the second punch first if you want. So that does like it does make it a lot better in my opinion to actually expend the punch first if you have a second one and keep her alive as a ganking option. Because we were talking about how not having
the
ganking
interesting
can be an
part
issue.
here is yet again with the Anivia, you actually can't overtake this Vile Moss, which is mildly annoying. You also like have to commit the punch first now. Like you have to pre-commit the punch first because you want to overtake this battlefield, and B, if you lose the combat, I think you lose the game. I think right? It's like if you just gain the 8th point, you will
he'll just gain the age.
yeah.
Like you can't do these combats one at a time either. To play around fight or flight, you actually probably have to send both of these units in, which is why you had to keep the Sivir up as well, right? Because you would lose the game to rebuke or fight or flight in hand.
Fortunately, we're covered on fight or flight. We are not covered on rebuke, but he needs to double attack here because of the Anivia trigger.
Yep.
So the girl will overtake. So if he goes in 1 at a time, he would lose to a rebuke or any type of combat trick. So smartly attacks in the pincer formation.
Yep.
So unsure what the Aurelia player is going to have. Probably just going to kill the Anivia, as you do.
The card in hand, by the way, is not so fast for Aurelia, so it is pretty... Well, it's not quite useless, because the challenge here...
This challenge would end the game
Yeah.
when you cast it on the Sivir. The not so fast is
going to
make that not
keep
the
us alive
case.
for another turn. And in
am I
fact...
crazy
that
to
might-
say that's the last card in hand?
Yeah, it is the last card in hand. It is the not so fast that was drawn on the last turn. Actually, this not so fast might just win the game. Because if challenge is cast here, it's not so fasted. Sivir is stuck on Vile Maws, no units in deck, no combat tricks in hand. Draven's just going to eat her and win with the combat victory.
Yes.
Yep.
So I think Aurelia is kind of winning from this spot, unless there's some more draws that Sivir can make happen, but I actually don't think that she can draw because there are catalysts, but there are too many runes left in the rune deck. They can't actually get to any card draw here.
Notably, there's a way to win this that you're safe, and it requires you not casting your challenge right now. If you cast your challenge right now, you lose the game. If you wait till next turn, you don't lose the game. And they've probably now just lost the game by casting it, unfortunately. So if you wait till next turn to go into combat, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, this Draven. Yes, yeah. So you can go Cannon Barrage and then challenge. If they not so fast it, your Sivir grows to 6. The Draven takes 2 damage. And then would be at 5 on 6 or something, assuming a buff is not drawn for what it's worth.
Yeah.
That would then be a potential out. I don't think it's 2 challenges. I think it's a Cannon Barrage.
It is a Cannon Barrage, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a really great point. Needing to spend the 2 power on next turn in order to give the buff to Sivir would have made all the difference here. And now I think you're just face up dead. Because this is an 8 running into your Sivir that is guaranteed to be a 4.
Yeah, and we could have done 2 damage and our Sivir grow to a 6, and we would have traded out, assuming a top deck was not drawn, of course. But so we're playing to our outs, and I think this all kind of highlights, in my opinion, why I think you need to play bigger units if you're playing on this low density list. I think the Anivias have shown a few times this game. This turn was a perfect example of if we attacked with literally a Mountain Drake and this Sivir, we'd have a 10 on this board right now. Instead, we're like stuck with the 4. The other turn with Anivia, when we attacked in, we traded up, but we still did not overtake. I think that's just something Aurora players who are playing this type of strategy need to adjust to. People say, I don't want to play Mountain Drake or Volley Bearer because it loses to Rebuke, and I just think that's a defeatist mindset. I think 99% of your deck loses to Rebuke anyway. It doesn't really matter what unit you play. If you're in a position to lose to Rebuke, you lose to Rebuke.
Also,
and if you Rebuke Mind Splitter.
Exactly.
Right. Thank you, Kuvi. Yeah. What Rebuke? I have 3 Mind Splitters.
Yeah, you
don't have Rebuke.
You have to be taking the Rebuke.
Sabo,
the Rebuke is like the main target you're taking out of hand, which is what we talked about earlier. Like, you said, you don't take the Rebuke here, but that's literally because we have a Sabotage in hand, right? Like, if we don't, maybe it is the Rebuke that gets taken. Or, I mean, notably, you're going to hit another Mind Splitter, and you have 2 Auroras coming down. So
I was never planning on going to a battlefield. In my world, I was never planning on going to a battlefield in that next turn until they ganked over with the deckhand.
Yeah.
But I would have not put 14 there. Having 7 in the back line this game would have been a huge boon.
I also want to say, for this play, I think there is some reasoning to ship the challenge because it's a single card in hand. Basically, you're giving them 1 more draw to find a counter, but I also like the other idea of just like, I can guarantee I can spend 2 runes on the next turn and make sure that I'm in a spot to activate my Sivir is definitely like something to consider. I think it's like it's not a guaranteed you're supposed to challenge there or you're not supposed to, and it comes down to like, okay, we just have to chance into whatever this last card is, because a pump could also be a problem.
Yeah, so I think for me, and obviously like this is gonna sound like holier than thou because I literally can see every card. I think if my opponent makes the weird Aurelia play last turn, which I was unsure of, and then makes the line they do, and then you go double in and didn't get rebuked, I would assume that their line is like trying to kill your girl, essentially. And then I would maybe try to snuff out, like maybe I wait till their turn. Like I said, we never actually got to see the card they drew. I think this game was put in such a position due to just being overly aggressive, I think, is a mistake a lot of Aurora players make. Like, especially against this Aurelia deck, as we saw, it didn't score a singular point until like turn 3. And if it wasn't for that deckhand, it wouldn't have scored till like 4.
Yeah.
And I think you just need to be a little bit more patient in this deck. Fortunately for us, I assume, we are going to go first.
Get another game?
Aspirant's Climb. Aspirant's Climb going first. So we'll have even more time next game. And I'd like to see us be a little bit more patient. And the reason I say that more so than it's my personal play style is we've shown our opponent we have 5 units. If we don't find Shovel, we are incredibly fatigable, which we saw that game. I think we did 3. I think we technically missed 3 Auroras that game. We flipped 1 and then missed the second, and then flipped 2 technically on the last turn. And And those are like the small differences. And it's why you need to be very, very deliberate. I mean, in this format alone, you have to be very deliberate with your combats. Kuvi can tell you all that when it comes to a lot of these games. Draven v Sivir, Draven v Aurelia. They all kind of come down to one combat. It's like very like toxic part of this meta right now, for better or for worse, is a lot of the games come down to one combat. So if you're already prescribed to that, it doesn't matter if you're down 7-0, and it doesn't matter if you're down 1-0. If you make the game about one combat, it's about one combat. And I think Aurora can do that the best.
It does make sense. So I saw in chat at the very start of the game that apparently they had seen that the Aurora player actually won the die roll and chose to go second. And I thought that was kind of interesting as well, because like we've talked about this a lot. Right now, even if you're on the slow deck, even if like theoretically getting an extra rune is like good for you, basically just not letting your opponent play a turn 1 2-drop is more valuable than actually getting to do anything yourself with slowing down point tempo. So I am kind of curious about the choice, if that is true. I didn't catch it, but I saw someone in chat say that they saw the die roll won by Sivir. So yeah, I'm wondering why you would pick that.
Yeah, operating under this assumption, let's just assume it was true, but this is in my opinion, a mistake that a lot of Aurora players make. So when you think about Riftbound, like somebody starts with the whole turn and the other person doesn't. So a 3.2 Aurora, when I say 0.1 and 0.2, I mean going first and second. A 3.2 Aurora is the same exact thing as a 4.1 Aurora. Like it just is. There's no like difference. There's like very small minutia times where it's like slightly different. But a 4.1 Aurora is the same thing as a 3.2 Aurora. The difference is when you stumble a little bit on your ramp, it takes one mobilize to get a 4.1 Aurora. When you go second, you need 2 Mobies or 1 Catalyst. So you're like woefully behind if you don't find this turn 2 Catalyst, in theory, unless you find 2 Mobies. The reason I also think you always go first, in my opinion, again, I would generally start game 1 with an Aspirant's Climb. So when you go first, all you need to do is find a Mobi or 2 treasure troves. Because if you cast 1 treasure trove, you get a gold, and the next one just becomes like Ghetto Mobi, and you draw a card. We are prescribed to this like Ali Aldrazi kind of like pioneered this spot of like playing whatever going game 1 and then always playing Aspirants going first, always playing Obelisk going second. He's had success with it. I don't think it's correct personally, because again, going second with Obelisk, you start on 4 runes. You get the high roll of like hitting a Mobi and you get a turn 3 Aurora. But again, if you go first with Obelisk, you're guaranteed a 4.1 Aurora. In my opinion, if you want to do this strategy, you should always start game 1 with Obelisk, because I've already told you that going first with Obelisk is the better play. And going second, if you lose the die roll, well, you already accepted in your mental that you were fine doing it. So I think if you do this, you should personally go Obelisk first, Aspirants first when you lose, and then Vile Maws or Sigil in the 3rd game or whatever.
Did you?
My
did
opinion.
Did you just keep the? He just kept the Vex, right, instead of the Seal or the.
Yeah, very interesting.
That was a Vex keep, right? That seems a little bit strange, doesn't it?
I mean, I think Vex is the strongest unit.
Okay,
I
zero
think the
unit
strongest
hand.
card in the game, really. But I don't understand why we kicked away the seal, really, because you kind of against Aura, you do want to start like going in and out, or like going from battlefield to battlefield. So you do need to aggressively use your runes to get points very early.
And here's the problem.
The seal could have been a lot more useful. Yeah.
Here's the problem going second too, is you put yourself in this scenario where if our opponent has Defy, we're actually just 2 turns behind, which is something you really do by going second as well. Fortunately, we weren't punished for that one.
I think this Aurelia list doesn't play 2 drops like at all.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
seem
this
to be.
one is very much
I don't even see Stella either.
Yeah,
I think it starts at like 4 mana.
It feels like it's been Vex or Draven, and then also this
the deckhand. It did have the deckhand.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Sure. Yeah. The deckhand as well. But then it goes straight to this Aurelia. I mean, the issue will just be if the hand starts getting shredded. But I mean, this is a lot more resilient against like a splitter, because he's already just got so many cards and a decent amount of redundancy, it looks like, in hand already.
Yeah, as said before, it looks like we have a backup splitter in this hand that's going to come down, which is nice. As said before, this Aurelia deck just does not score. Like maybe if it hits that the deckhand, it's just going to take a very long time. So you have to be very deliberate on what you take.
Yep.
Here, personally, I think I take the GA. There's a call to take the Vex if you're a very attack action heavy or a combat heavy deck, like you have a lot of punches, you have a lot of challenges, you don't want to pay that extra. I think I personally take the GA here because it's how, as you saw last game, you get punished for stacking because they bounce in once and then bounce in twice. And in Draven's case, gets like extra points doing it. So here I think you take the GA. There's a call for Vex.
Yeah, no, I like the GA. So I think taking a unit here makes sense, right? And Vex and GA are both a unit. And I do think that the GA is probably, on average, the more valuable unit here if you end up allowing a big hand from Aurelia. And I think with the called shot in hand and the fact that it's so many cards already, it's likely going to be a big hand from Aurelia. You're probably not shredding enough to make it so the Aurelia doesn't get to be effective. And you are going to shred enough, though, to make it so that like the Vex is not reducing a bunch of spells on their side, but they're only reducing spells on your side.
And this is your aspirants game. You should be as passive as possible. It is turn 4, and it is a 0-0 game. And as far as we know, the opponent may not even go to 1 next turn. And in an aspirants game, 1 point is a whole turn. So every time that they're not on like 1 point, it's just a whole turn that you gain because the game goes to 9. So Defiant Dance is an interesting choice.
Yeah. I mean, it is the strongest combat trick, right? It is.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It is just.
The problem with taking Defiant Dance in this situation is if you're not planning on going into combat for the next 3 turns, it's actually useless. But they can play Vex and they can play Guardian Spirit right now, and they've realized the value on those cards. Yeah. Which is why personally, like, A, you always know about it, so you can play around it, and B, you can just make it not exist in a few turns from now. But you can't not make this Vex and Guardian Angel exist. They're gonna exist now because you've let them be casted.
Yeah. I'm really curious about this Aurelia list and like how it performs into like Draven, because we were talking about how often in this format it's like 1 combat wins, and this is just like not playing that many units. And I say that, and we immediately saw 2 units in that look, but it was Deckhand and actually Adaptatron. So Adaptatron's gonna be a very nice pickup. Can actually just kill the Aurora right now.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be a lot of runes used on this turn, but also that seems fine. I mean, Aurelia didn't use a single rune for the entire early game. Funny though, Kuvi, I mean, we mentioned that seal, right? And it's like immediately dumping a million runes. Seal would have been nice, but to be fair, all these runes are being dumped on a single turn, so seal would have only really mitigated a single rune so far.
Now, the good news about the Aurelia in this matchup is they know the game's going to go long, so they're not necessarily like...
Yeah, exactly.
They'll get these runes back, as bad as it feels. They'll get these runes back because it's not like the Aurora player's winning anytime soon. So that is the one saving grace for them. They're going to get the buff, get the Mighty, draw a card, destroy the Aurora. Fortunately for us, I think we have like a 1 or 2 called shots in hand, which is just another strong part about the Sivir deck in comparison to MF, is your just redundancy to refind it and be like, okay, do it again.
You will have to find a way to kill this Adaptatron, though, in order to get there. And this Guardian Angel is going to be a good answer.
Cannot function without.
Just leaving it out there.
We have Zonia's, though.
Yeah, but didn't play it. Played the Guardian Angel instead.
Well, we drew the Defiant Dance, so we're like kind of trying to bait them into a combat, but you should know that you're probably getting pre-combat Saboed or pre-combat Mind Splittered.
Mind Splitter or Bench First, and then...
Yeah, I mean, I think if Sivir can actually kill this Adaptatron, I think this game becomes a lot more realistic for Sivir. I actually was pretty worried that Sivir was going to kind of get pushed out of the game by this Adaptatron, just like perma-existing. Like, it'd just be unremovable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to just respond with the Defiant Dance to make sure that the Adaptatron lives, but this definitely hurts.
Yep. So now we've essentially just 2 for 1, 3 for 1 with our Mind Splitter, which is very nice. Again, if we just took the Guardian Spirit or Vex last turn, we would have a lot less going on, but where is that Vex? Am I blind?
It's hiding underneath some of the cards here. It's
okay. Just double checking.
It's not the greatest fan out of cards I've seen before. As there is a Vex, I believe, hiding underneath the cold shot and the not
That's-
so fast.
I think that's flavorful.
Yeah, it's
I am.
I do think the cold shot's probably still just like the correct take in the spot. Looking at this hand, like just don't let them get some card selection off that.
yeah.
Also,
I-
cult shot is absolutely insane with Vex because if she's in combat, she just reduces the cult shot
Mhm.
cost.
No, for sure. I think we are going to smartly pass again. I'd personally play the treasure chest, I think, and then just pass the turn one more time. Sadly, you can try to greed and get a point, but once again, I don't think it matters. I can't try and see what else is in the hand.
There's boots, and then it was in a Nivea, and then I don't know the last shovel. It looks like shovel.
I would
I think it's-
probably deploy a shovel here. I would
Yeah.
take my opportunity now to shovel. If you don't find an Aurora, I mean, I understand why they're not. They don't want to lose it to this Adaptatron, but if they back up, equipped, waste another rune just to kill your shovel, I think you just kind of accept it. That they're burning like cards and resources for like tertiary things in the matchup.
Yeah.
I understand why you're hesitant to do it. I don't understand the equipped, but we'll see. Maybe there's a math reason. He's trying to think if he backs out
Does
and equips.
does have to
it go-
recycle two to do that with the equip.
I'm trying to think. What are we at right now with our Adaptatron?
Yeah.
Adaptatron is base 3, correct?
Yeah. So it's a 6 currently.
And then with a Guardian Angel, it's already going to an 8. So we're forcing our
7.
opponent
Guardian
to
Angel's
draw a
only plus
card.
1.
Oh, right, because it's not ready with Aurelia.
Yeah.
So we're putting our opponent on drawing another, like, Defiant Dance or something. I can see this by pushing it up
Yeah.
and equipping.
Yeah, because they wouldn't want to trade. They'd only want to conquer, right? Trading doesn't really do that much. It's a Mind Splitter picked up by Aurelia, so they're still super high curve. Gonna try and play the hand games, I guess, like try and deny cards from the other side as well.
Yeah. Now it'd just be 7 on 9, so I think we know our opponent. I mean, we know their hand, right? So we're just hoping their top deck wasn't a useful
Yep.
unit. We now know it's not. We're going to, again, bad news, we're losing a unit, most likely. Good news, we have the shovel. So it's kind of like we have an Aurora.
You
I think that
you actually
there-
could just play the unit from this hold with the shovel, which is not bad. And honestly, I mean, you might as well, right? Like you have the shovel there. You're not gonna have many
Yeah.
cards in hand. Like
The
just playing
Aurelia
an idiot
player
at home.
the Aurelia player should be taking Boots of Swiftness here.
Yes.
I think they will realize this quickly.
Yep, and they have.
We back up to protect.
Challenge
And
off
we
the
move
top
about.
is really good here.
Yep. Another
Another
Aurora.
Aurora.
That's good too.
So do you end up just deploying the Aurora and then just like looking to hold on ones at all here? Like, what is the thought? Because the Adaptatron obviously can destroy it if it gets in, but if it can't get in,
Yeah.
then then it
So
can't
you
actually
know
destroy
your
it. So.
you know your opponent's hand. You literally
Yeah.
know your whole opponent's hand.
Yeah,
because they
exactly,
Just played
yeah.
Mind Splitter. So if
Yep.
you want to make the game about this one turn, you play the Aurora. You move up. Well, technically, can't see how many runes they have. You move up first, draw a card if you have enough runes for it, and then cast the Aurora.
Sure.
And then you just make the game about this turn. And it's a viable strategy.
Are you
the
supposed to? Sorry to interrupt. Are you supposed to draw first before playing the Aurora, or
If,
I
if
guess
you're
it
trying to
doesn't
say that
matter,
you
yeah.
might draw
It doesn't
a unit,
matter,
as
Yeah,
long,
it doesn't matter.
you can
It's either
commit
way.
to not drawing if you're like scared of the 1 out of 5 right now. I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
totally
but no,
valid
I'd rather
reason.
draw.
Mhm.
Thought about it for 1 second longer. So
Yeah. The problem here is, okay, this is good. I think here we probably take the Zonias, but Vex is like a fine
Yeah.
call too. Because the problem is we can go 7 and 6 into the right side with the Guardian Spirit, and then if we draw any targeted spell, we can retake the right side. Right? Let me think. No, because you have already conquered with the Mind Splitter. So I guess you're safe regard. I still think you take the Zonias, but because if they run in on 13 on 9, you just kill the Adaptatron and
yeah. So we
lose the Mind
saw.
Splitter.
By the way, we saw a possession got drawn and then another possession in the deck. I'm not convinced about possession against. Well, actually, no. I can see how it can work against Aurelia because what not so fast?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like you
Yep.
took it away by sabotage or mind splitter, right?
Exactly.
And then suddenly it's very good to have possession.
Yeah,
Now, in this
it's
case,
a more expensive rebuke. I think
Yeah.
rebuke kind of does the same thing, but possession will have overlapping utilization against
Okay.
decks like Ornn or something.
and it ends the game on the spot, whereas
Yeah.
rebuke doesn't
Right.
technically end the game on the spot.
It's like if you just
Um,
capture an Ornn, it doesn't matter if you
yeah.
paid deflect 9. Like
Yeah,
they just
yeah.
don't have a 40
Yeah, the game's
anymore.
over. Like they don't have a
Yeah.
unit, and you have an
Yeah.
Ornn that, while he's not that big, he's still probably pretty damn strong. When you've stolen him, he still has all the bonuses from the gear on him, right? But
So this was the literal most unfortunate scenario where our opponent
Yeah.
drew a second Adaptatron, so they are getting a
Yeah.
conquer regardless.
The mass fitters.
Yeah. So that's unfortunate. The good news is we have a shovel. The bad
Yeah.
news is we don't have a unit who's conquered or held this turn.
Wait, this person is leaking my Aurelius strats. What's going on?
Which one?
That's the secret.
the secret is no early game.
A Mind Splitter just disappeared. What was that to? Oh, they
Traded
traded
Mind
Okay,
Splitters.
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Touch my spitters.
Yeah,
They did.
makes
They
sense.
touched splitters.
That's Mind Splitters, and they meant it. Okay, so I mean the good news here is we can. Oof, that's just
What's the
one.
good news?
The
Tell
good
us
news, the good news is this just one Adaptatron. We know their hand. We can just equip the shovel, put 2 Mind Splitters back in, play the Anivia on the right side, and hope to hold, which
Yeah.
should be very, very likely at this point.
What is this guy at? Sorry, this is 4, 5, 6, 7. So shovel equipped Sivir accelerated actually just can kill this, and you know that just kills. So you can get the Guardian Angel here with your Sivir.
Yes, you can get the Guardian Angel and not be able to summon a Mind Splitter. You'd be like 2 mana short, but
Yeah.
you would be able to clear it. I personally would rather develop the Anivia because if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken, there's 1 card in our rune zone. So I would equip the shovel, put the Anivia here, go down to 10, and then you'll go up to 12 next turn. You can cast
Okay.
a Mind Splitter and have 5 runes, so you can actually accelerate and Mind Splitter next turn if you so choose to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then you should put the shovel on the Anivia because it would go to 10.
Okay, and then in this scenario, right, because you no longer have a win condition of Aurora realistically, so you keep the units to shovel them. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's not put units back with shovel, so Aurora pulls them out. It's keep units there to play them with shovel.
You can put an
Yeah.
Aurora back in your deck, play a
Yeah.
treasure chest, and move on. And then I feel like we had a gold in this turn, but do we only have 2 runes there? I feel like we should have been up to 12 this turn. Maybe I miscounted, but feels like we should have spent a rune for the equip and then put 1 under. Oh, no, it's 2 under from the Anivia. Okay, I see what happened. For sure. Once again, we're still playing to 9. We have the shovel. Our opponent has essentially a bunch of dead cards in hand, but not so fast right now. We're not trying to interact with them on that axis. We're interacting with them on a different axis.
Yeah, it's annoying because the possession would really help you in this case, but you know that you cannot play it because
Yeah.
of these. Well, actually,
Okay, we got them on tap.
can't play it this turn because it's just
Didn't even,
passed
do we
back and
even
it's on the
draw a
battlefield.
card first? Okay. Okay.
You actually, so this is beginning phase. This is when you hold. It's actually supposed to be before your draw.
Is it?
Yeah.
But doesn't it say when you conquer or hold, like you may play the card? Whatever.
Yeah.
You have to play it right
Yeah,
then?
hold is on beginning. So awaken beginning is when you hold.
Right, but it says
um,
like you may cast it. Does it mean you can only cast it in that exact window? Or do you have the whole
Yeah, I
turn to
believe
cast
so.
it?
I believe that's when you're supposed to cast it. Yeah.
Okay, just double checking.
Yeah. Someone can correct me if I'm like wrong, and you're like there's lenience on that, but I believe that is the proper window for that trigger, is to play it then.
May is very weird in this game. But we drew the Sabo we talked about, so there's going to be not so many, not so fast, very quickly.
Which notably should be before you channel. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. So
Yeah, that's why I'm
You're-
unsure.
you're like
I don't
minus
know
2
if it's just
runes,
like
yeah.
if you did this
Yeah.
thing, you can then do it throughout the turn,
Yeah.
or if you explicitly have to do it right then. I don't actually know.
I'll pull up the card text. Make sure. Last rights. When I conquer or hold, you may play a unit from your trash. So, I mean, it should be during the hold, actually. That's something I don't know that I ever clocked for that card.
I'm not sure.
Should be in that window.
Most people are doing it when they conquer. Yeah, I don't know if it's like a you may do it this whole turn or you may do it at this exact moment. I truly don't know the answer.
As written, it should just be the moment you get the hold. So in your beginning phase is where it should actually happen. Before you channel. And I never clocked that before. Yeah, so it has to be during B. That's actually really important. And that is something, if you're playing a shovel in your deck, you need to know this shit if you're gonna go play Bologna or Vegas, because
generally
that is a
I never hold. It's why I asked. I never hold with shovel like 99%
for sure.
of the time.
It's usually
always like a conquer thing for me.
Everyone's conquering with it.
Yeah. Just like the way this deck plays too. I'd rather hold with not a shovel, let them kill my stuff, and then re-equip the backline. So I've never actually I very rarely hold with a shovel. No, our shovel is now gone. Good news is we've gotten some stuff back. Our shovel's now dead, unfortunately. We're getting farmed by Adaptatrons. We have Punch First, which will help us in some combat to come soon. Our point threshold is even. It is 5-5. I think we're technically ahead because we're going to go to 6 and could theoretically go to 7. We'd have to expose ourselves a little bit to go to 7, I believe. This Adaptatron is 7 ? 4, 5, 6, 7. I think. Because that's a buff, a boots, and a guardian spirit. So
the
Anivia could.
Guardian Angel is 1, boots is 2, and then it's 4 base. There's 3 base, but 1 with the buff.
So normally I would never make such a real Riftbound play here, but because we don't have Aurora and we don't have last rights, I think the move is Anivia on top. See what my opponent does. Yes, no, maybe so. And then back off the right side and tell them to hold in such a way. And then you have Cannon Barrage, double punch first. And that would just be the way to win, I would say.
Yeah, I think the double conquer play makes a lot of sense.
Ooh, we got cake. I think cake, baby.
I think I see the idea here. This is bring it all there, Anivia in, and you have double punch first backup.
And you have Cannon Barrage.
Just kill everything. Cannon Barrage as well would kill Vex. Oh, it would kill Vex and Aurelia. That's true, yeah.
I mean, this is why Anivia's here, no? It's Cake Anivia, literally.
Yeah, I mean, Cake Anivia. I mean, if that's... I get it.
That's the idea, yeah. That does make sense.
I personally would rather have a Volley Bear here and punch for 15 and hold for 13, but I can see the Cake lines with the Nivea and Cannon Barrage. It makes complete sense.
Yeah.
I'm personally an orange Sivir enjoyer with Cake and stuff. But
I really think both of these lists, not necessarily both of these decks can win the whole tournament. I'm being dead ass.
No, I agree.
Just conceptually, yeah. I mean, I can see that too, because I can see their games into Draven, and that's what you're mostly playing against.
Yes.
So I can totally see both of their games into Draven, and reasonably I could see them.
It's not that Anivia is bad for Draven. It is great on theory. It's just so it's Volley Bear, because it stops the cascading of equipments. So they just both have their pros and cons. Theoretically, Volley Bear is worse when it gets rebuked because you can't recast it. Anivia is more recastable, weaker on offense, better on wide spreads like this. We're going to see a lot of interesting plays here. A Ride the Wind is going to be able to save 1 unit?
Yeah, it looks like just saving the Aurelia. And then also, to be fair, this is a Guardian Angel on Adaptatron. So it's going to be 2 units.
Yes.
2 units left after all this.
Yes, but we're in the same scenario that we kind of divvied up, which is I think you still back off the right side after this. We'll see what they go about. We didn't punch first, notably, which
okay.
I'm unsure on, because now this game goes 2 more turns, and I think that's maybe the misplay of this
it's
turn.
aspirants. Yeah, you need to go to 7 here.
Yep.
Unsure. I mean, if we accelerate Sivir,
sure,
maybe, but that seems a little loose compared to having just played 1 of our punch first and keeping a bird. But
he didn't accelerate Sivir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unsure on this one.
And didn't move back. But double punch first in hand, so I mean,
Yeah, I can understand not moving back, because now
you're pretty good at holding.
It's not winning the game necessarily, but I do think one punch first was warranted there. But either one punch first and back and then have one on defense, or let the bird die and then double attack in and you have punch first. There's a few ways to skin the cat, but now we are a little susceptible to some plays. The good news is our opponent has a sneaky deckhand in play. The bad news is we've given our opponent a whole extra draw step. And I mean, if you want me to be completely honest, the real news is we've lost the game no matter what happens because there's 8 minutes left on the clock because we've overthought some plays. We've done some less than stellar sequencing. So even if in a perfect world this was maybe the correct line, if we look 6 turns ahead, I think it is a longer line. And the problem with that is going to be that I do not think we will finish 3 games. And depending on how the overtime rules come out, you may just get cheesed.
Oh, okay. Well, Aurelius scooped it already.
He helped his opponent. Maybe he thought the game was going to 8-2. I don't know. Maybe the score's wrong on the tracker, and we're all silly, but it should have just been the 8th point, not the 9th.
But this is gonna go to draw anyway, no?
Very likely. I mean, it's only 7 minutes. They're gonna sideboard, right? Like it's gonna be a draw, or I mean, it's possible that Aurelia has the ability to score fast enough to still win by 2 here with the deckhands, right? Like it's not
again. I don't want to say it because I want the Aurora player to win. I don't want the Aurora player to win because they don't do what I do, which is what I'm about to say right now, which is they're going to present Obelisk, choose to go second. Their opponent's going to play a turn 1 sneaky deckhand with 3 runes. And they're going to go down like 5-0. And unfortunately, they're going to lose from that one
Aurelia
sequence.
will win, Yeah.
That is the unfortunate part, again, of playing Obelisk going second in a purple meta. Granted, it's not like, Draven's playing sneaky deckhand, but I think realistically, Sivir, MF, and Aurelia can all realistically play sneaky deckhand, and Annie, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
So I think you open yourself up to exploitable lines by presenting Obelisk in game 3. This is less of a is it good or is it bad thing. This is more me speaking into the world of this is how tournaments go, and you're just putting yourself in this position. It is a meta thing, not the meta itself as we know it, but like a meta strategy, which is you present Obelisk in game 3, you get cheesed by your opponent. It's not fair, it's not right, but those are the rules. And it's unfortunately going to happen a lot.
Yeah. We got a quick update from a teammate of mine and buddy. Randy is 2-0 on Sivir so far.
Nice. Another Sivir Aurora player, smiley face.
Yeah. Definitely on Aurora. 100% playing Aurora in his Sivir deck.
Yeah. Don't they say let them eat cake? I'm a big Temptation fan.
Yeah.
It goes in and out of my list depending on how I'm feeling and certain micro strategies I'm trying to build around. I do think it's good with Cannon Barrage and Anivia, no doubt there. I do also think it's good in a world where people hide cards on single units a lot of the times. You sometimes just fade a unit.
Yeah, that's true.
It's better in MF though.
It's a bit better in MF for sure because of bullet time. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's good in a world where, correct me again if I'm wrong, but it's a little different and better than FOF in a few ways because you can move things off Vile Maws, question mark? Because you can move them to other battlefields. You can move them to other battlefields, correct? Just like Ride the Wind?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it has a little more utility there in certain ways. This is interesting. We don't play Obelisk in the list at all, and we're going to get because our Aurelia player does. I have not seen Obelisk lists very often, which maybe highlights why we went game 1 Vile Moss. We're going to see a game 3 Sigil from the Sivir Aurora player, and funny enough, we're going to get an Obelisk for free, buy one, get one, because this is what the Aurelia player plays.
I mean, are we gonna hit the 40? I need to recalculate it. I think it's 42% to get
For sneaky
the
deckhand?
hands.
No, we had to find your
Doesn't
center
mind it.
instead.
Yeah. Not a bad turn 1.
You find
but,
something, just,
But considering we're playing at this like end game state, 4 minutes left, and you just need to score points, it's not what I really wanted to see. This whole hand, in fact, didn't have a
Wait,
Dead
did they
Bloom.
sideboard a Dead Bloom?
They sure did.
What?
That is a Dead Bloom that has been brought into the game.
On the
Because we s-
non-Vial game, interesting.
Because
Why
we saw the Adaptatrons and we want to get rid of them, maybe? Question mark?
I understand bringing in Dead Bloom on Vial games. Bringing it on Sigil games is interesting. The idea is that you're forcing your opponent to recapture Sigil. And the idea secondarily to that is that, like, you kind of... I don't personally believe this, but there's a thought where Sigil is less asymmetric for you as the Sivir because you get a gold in response.
Yeah.
I don't personally believe that, and the way the triggers stack, you can't even abuse it. Like, can you, like, Dead Bloom something and then bottom to Sigil and then untap and retap? I don't think you can, right? With the Sivir hero ability, the way the combat rolls out.
When one or more enemy units die, ready me. The units will die before the conquer. So no, you
So
can't
then
bottom to Sigil
yeah.
first. No, that
Right,
wouldn't work.
yeah. So I don't know if that, like, whole thing works out always in your favor. Like I said, I don't personally believe it's less asymmetrical when you play Sivir. I think it's just a choice and a valid choice that people do. But it's interesting you would bring in the Dead Blooms. I wonder if Kuvi's right, if it's in response to the Adaptatron, or if this is just a Sigil strategy they have. It's very interesting.
Or it's a clock strategy.
Yeah. I mean,
that
also,
could be.
very, very, very true. It could be a clock strategy, as we discussed before.
I'm kind of memeing. Like, I don't like. Both players are actually playing really fast, respectable, understanding this. Like, neither of them seems like they're trying to force this to be to time. Obviously, it is going to time. Like, that's just beside whatever they want to do. This is going to go to time. Like, it just is what it is. But at least it seems like they're both kind of like blitzing through the game.
Bye-bye Aurora, but hello Dead Splitter in Possession. A Possession will interact favorably with the Zonias. Will it interact favorably with the Not So Fast? We're going to figure it out. Oh my god, they're taking the Possession.
Well, if you don't have the Not So Fast, I guess you just take the Possession and say, if you're going to YOLO this, I won't lose to it. So
That feels a little clock strategy that we're just giving our opponent an Aurora, but maybe I'm dumb.
Well, you're giving them an Aurora into your Adaptatron, at the very least, right? Like,
Yeah.
You're saying you play this Aurora right now, I am going to conquer with Adaptatron and kill it.
I think it's very fair. I think what you kind of are baiting your opponent into doing is casting the Dead Bloom. So, like, oh, I'll just cast this Dead Bloom. This Adaptatron will have to conquer. And then when I kill it, it'll get Zonia'd and blah, 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 blah. Which I think is fair. It's hard to say what I'd do in this moment because, A, there's a time consideration. And B, we only have 9 runes. If we had 10 runes, we could Dead Bloom into challenge this Adaptatron. Like, in combat. Like, not now, but, like, in combat. Then it gets recalled back, and they maybe wouldn't have cards to do it. There's a Deny in hand, obviously. I think you still just rip off the Aurora. I think this is the correct play. The Adaptatron's going to have to move up. We are going to kill it. We get, at least 2 units in our backline, a Dead Bloom. Oof. First card being Aurora is not phenomenal.
Splitter. I mean, that's, of course, still best case is just find the Splitter. It's just a bunch of revival effects. I mean, the hand's not that good for really overall, right? Like, this is just revival effects for whatever you currently have on the board. No buffs. Combat's really face up. There's going to be the one mystery card you have to contend with.
Yeah. The good news is we're going to 10 next turn, so the Dead Bloom challenge line is now open. So if our opponent goes for a very aggressive push the board, kill the Aurora, maybe go for some type of, like, double hold strat. I think it's the first Stella we're going to see. So there's a Stella in the list, it looks like. I think that's what that card was. He put it all the way to the back at the moment. I think it's a Stella. Fortunately for us, they can't use it this turn unless they want to move up a Guardian Spirit on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kill Aurora.
This is not so bad for us, which is kind of crazy to say. We might ourselves be able to keep up on tempo. Yeah. Here's a Stella, which is the one annoying part.
Yeah, but this was turn 0, right? So turn 1 going over to Aurora player. So Aurora player is going to get 2 turns, and then the Aurelia is just going to get 1 more after this. I mean, I think we're pretty much at a draw here.
Assuming we don't get blown out in combat, which this Defiant Dance may have something to say about that.
Yeah.
It should be an actual draw, but the problem is if we can't clear the battlefield and get 2 points here,
then Aurelia should be able to win. Yeah.
We also need something in the back line.
Yeah.
Now this is greedy and definitely a clock play. Is double holding here, and I respect it.
Yep.
Because I'm assuming that's a Fa face down.
Yeah, it is. Well, actually, no, it could be his Zhonya's. No, he played the Zhonya's, right?
Oh, I'm saying this
Yeah.
person doesn't know what it is.
Yeah.
Zhonya's.
Oh,
This
it is
person
okay.
doesn't know
The
that.
draw was Defiant Dance then, so it's
Yes.
Zhonya's.
Yes.
Okay. So either he thinks that there's Zhonya's left in hand and this is a fight or flight, or that is the Zhonya's.
I mean,
And there's a mystery
he
card.
should know this. I mean, he should know this.
Yeah.
Because you've played a Stellacorn, which you don't know about, and then it's just like, yeah, did he hide the Fa, or did he think odds would say it's
Well,
probably
there's
still
one
a Zhonya's?
more mystery card. There's
Right, right,
so
right, right.
in theory this could be something else. But it is probably the Zhonya's. It is either that is the Zhonya's or the Zhonya's is sitting in hand.
So what do we have there represented? That's 11, correct? It's 11 on the left side. Right, because
Yes.
it's 7 plus 3 plus 1.
Yep.
I think the way through this turn is to send your Mind Splitter in and then punch first it. That's my thought. I think you send in the Mind Splitter, punch first. Hope
Do you
it's
get-
not. I mean, you lose to Foth like every time, right? Like no matter which way you send it. I think you go 12 on 11, and then I guess the bad news. No, you should still be
Dance
fine.
also rough a little bit.
Well, no, right? Because if you go on 12 on 11 and they Defiant Dance, if they choose their Mind Splitter, you challenge the Sivir on the Stellacorn. Does it?
Yep.
It still
You
trades.
No, you absolutely cannot pick Mind Splitter if you dance.
What's
What
up?
do you mean?
I mean, if you define dance, you have to give +2 to Salcorn.
Why is that?
Because you don't. They want to kill the Mind Splitter anyway. So also you're keeping the highest might onto the battlefield by giving the Salcorn +2, and you protecting yourself from challenge.
So you're
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
you're saying -2 Sivir, +2 Stellacorn.
No, -2 the Mind Splitter and then +2 the Stellacorn.
Yeah.
Oh,
If they
okay.
were to attack in. If they were to attack in with the punch
Do
first,
punch
12 on
first.
11. Yeah. Because then you'd be 11 on 10.
Okay, so you wanted to let this combat go through. Sivir killed Adaptatron, and then
Oh no, this is they've committed to a completely different line. None of this matters really now. But,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
The idea was that you go in, you punch first, you hope they go on the Mind Splitter and try to save it. You challenge
Yeah.
the Mind Splitter on the Stellacorn, and then after combat, the Sivir would heal, and then you'd go in 6 on
Sure.
4. That's like the idea, and then you challenge again in the back line.
Yeah. So here, I mean, now you just get to challenge this from the splitter to the Adaptatron. It will heal
I'm
the splitter
surprised.
afterwards.
Yeah, this is like the same play in reverse. I'm surprised the Aurelia fell
Yeah.
for this.
Yeah.
Especially with Zhonya's, like, do we care?
Because now you can actually double challenge and clear
I guess
the
we
left
saw the
side,
challenge.
right?
Well, yeah. So the way that you do this to score both points as well and clear as much as possible, isn't it just challenge from Mind Splitter onto the Adaptatron, and then
Well, no. No. You let me count, right?
so
What
if
is-
you
Yeah,
do
you can.
that, and then afterwards you can actually still use the Sivir to challenge the Stellacorn if you needed to as well before pushing in.
well, no, you can
with the 12.
challenge,
but you don't
with the
even need
Mind
to because
Splitter.
12 is currently winning, right? So
Well, yeah, you don't need to do any of that because you could challenge 1, challenge 2, combat resolves, and everything heals.
yeah.
Yeah.
surprised
So
we're
Wait,
not challenging
what?
this-
Why?
This Adaptatron.
In what world is Sivir dying there?
I don't understand.
I don't understand. that.
Oh,
It's go-
actually, I kind of
Is
understand.
it
maybe.
does it have to do with the Zhonya's? Do you have an idea here,
Yeah,
Kuvi?
yeah,
Go for
yeah.
it. Tell
I
us.
think-
What's your idea?
Yeah.
We
This is a
really
funny
want
one.
that Adaptatron gone, and I think we want to make sure to pop these Zhonya's on units that are not Adaptatron, and then to challenge the Adaptatron after, because we really hate fries, basically.
Essentially, what you did here was play for absolutely 0 chance to win and just to tie, which is like completely valid because you're going to challenge the Mind Splitter. I don't think you can actually kill the Adaptatron here. I think you. Do we have
It's dead bloom.
floating? Okay, we
Yeah.
we still have 2 floating. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we Dead Bloom kill and then Mind Splitter kill, and then just go 2/2.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a world I think we could have kept our Sivir alive, but I guess it actually just doesn't change the turn math.
What's it? Is this last
Yeah.
turn?
This is
no,
the
so
second
this
to
is turn
last turn.
2, and then turn 3 we'll go back to Aurora.
Wait,
Oh,
why didn't we?
wow.
Did we not challenge? Did we? What cards did we play that turn? Just Dead Bloom?
Just Dead
Yeah,
Bloom.
it's just Dead Bloom. We didn't have.
Oh no, we played Punch first. We played Punch first.
Punch
We played
first and
Punch
Dead
first,
Bloom, yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, like, is the line where you keep the Sivir alive better or not?
It doesn't matter because you don't. I think these plays are functionally the same. Do you have to win by more than 2 or 2?
2.
Yeah.
At
So
least 2. Yeah.
yeah. So we're asking a lot of our opponent essentially. We're saying like you need to 1 card draw a lot essentially. I don't know if it matters which one you go for.
Well, I'm trying to think, could Aurora have won, actually, passing back to turn 3, going up to 4 with his opponent at 2? Was there a was there a way to play that where, as the Aurora player, you could have actually won the game?
Unsure.
So as it stands right now, it feels like Aurelia is. Oh, whoa. Okay, this is not what I was expecting. We only have 6 runes. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't actually have any
Ooh, wait,
shenanigans
stack
with-
deck is crazy.
I unfortunately don't know if.
Oh, wait, Aurelia can win.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to make up for
Points,
Might
don't forget
here.
points.
Yeah,
Points,
they have
forgetting
to.
points.
They have to.
They didn't ready Aurelia? Wait, all they needed to do, if they ready Aurelia, they just needed to find any buff, and they bring Mind Splitter home, and then they ready it, and they go in.
No, you only have 6 runes.
Yeah.
So you can't go 5+2.
Wait, what are we? What?
How is this?
What are we? What are we talking about? What am I missing something? Your Mind Splitter is ready. If you readied Aurelia on the Conquer, and you just run it home and have any spell,
Yeah.
you move it in and kill the other Mind Splitter, and you're at 4, and you win the game.
True.
Oh,
Yeah, that
yeah,
part
yeah.
is true.
Mhm.
That
Yeah.
part is true.
In the game, then you just win the game. If he readied Aurelia, he won the game because he actually saw a discipline.
Yeah.
The game was
It
actually
is
over.
right now. But to be fair, the second line of Aurelia is not used a lot. Well, it is actually used a lot, but most people forget about it. So
Yeah, it's
Like-
just a
like-
misplay. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
this game was actually won. Like he actually.
wait, right
he-
the win, so never.
Oh,
finished
okay,
it.
okay. Never mind. No, never mind. He knew he'd find a ride the win. He won the game.
Suspense. You know, 2 words.
Never mind. He wins the game. Never mind. He's a genius. Actually,
Yeah,
he's a
nothing
genius. It's fine.
matters.
It doesn't matter.
absolutely don't understand.
Cinema.
Yeah.
You don't believe in your cards enough.
No,
It's very
100. He just. Yeah, never mind. He actually just wins. It's my fault, guys. My fault. Actually, that's my fault.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my bad. Hey, my bad, chat. My bad, everybody. I'm sorry for the other thing. You know, that's my bad. I should have just found the ride the win. That's what it like. You know, that's what I was missing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. What accelerate units does Sivir even play?
Sivir?
The purple unit.
Sivir.
That's it.
Bloom
Yeah,
and
Sivir.
Sivir.
Yeah,
Maybe if you
and
count-
Sivir.
Just those
Theoretically.
two, right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yep.
think there's a literally. I mean,
How many runes do we have? Do we have 9 runes or do we have?
It's like 7.
Yeah.
it's
If
7.
if we don't have 8 more runes right now, then yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Because we could fire off a called shot, and go
Yeah,
for gold.
but- yeah, because Dead Bloom gives you the tie, but
Mhm.
no, Aurelia pulled it off. I am so shocked by not reading Aurelia because what's even crazier, right, is there's still 1 rune floating, right? there's still
Yeah. Yeah.
1 rune available for Aurelia that could have readied her on the turn. It's not like there was not enough runes or anything like that. It's just never punished though, never punished.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find the 8 runes for the Dead Bloom. The Dead Bloom would be a tie, but I don't even think we don't even have 2 oranges to cast it.
What are we looking for?
I'm unsure.
hope.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
Yep.
Aurelia's gonna take it in overtime. No draw though. No draw. Kind of what we
This,
assumed though. Early
this,
going
I
into
think,
that
highlights-
Walk
last
the
bit.
fuck in. Holy shit.
This I think highlights what happens when you decide to play Riftbound and go second in every game.
Yep.
I'm not a fan personally. I think if you saw, I mean, I don't say this just because we lost to overtime rules. I just mean it always felt like we were a turn behind in all 3 games because we chose
Yep.
to be a turn behind. which is very frustrating.
Right, I noticed it. That was a signed Aurelia that they pulled up as the graphic. So this person is committed. Hello.
Yeah, I wonder if we fired off both challenges. Like, so we kill one guy, the Sivir lives, it's there. We kill the Mind Splitter in the back line, and then all they
You
have
have
is
a
a Stella
screenshot for me, maybe, Sam, at some point for that? That's actually maybe worth, that spot is maybe
I'm
worth
pretty
bringing
sure
up.
we just like, by not
funny.
firing off either of our challenges, we allowed them to keep a whole extra unit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Because we would have
You
killed the
could-
thing,
and
Sivir would have lived. You move in 12 on 11. The Mind Splitter goes back, the Stella goes back. You challenge the Mind Splitter, and all they have is the Stella. And they probably,
Yeah.
you might actually like win that game.
That's
which
well.
is
That's
crazy
what I was
hard. Yeah.
asking. That's what I was
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
on that. I was saying, was it possible to actually have won the game as the Aurora player in that spot?
Yeah, I think there was a line to win. I think there was a line to win our second game quicker as well. Game one, I think highlights the problem with overcommitting to combat against Aurelia too early when you're not prepared and holding up mana. Instead, we just threw 14 might in the battlefield and kind of got hosed. Did not find our last rights. You can make aggressive plays like that if you have a last rights in hand or on board, but not when you don't. I think you have to play more passive. I think we highlighted a little bit why I think choosing to go second puts you at a disadvantage as the Aurora deck. And yeah, there's a few times like we went second and played a mobilize, and the only thing it did was put us to 10 mana instead of 9. And it's just kind of highlights why going second. Personally, I don't even think you should play mobilize in the deck. Like going second and third, I think you side them out. I think you play mobilize game one, and then in game two, you either have Obelisk going first, so you don't really need them, or you go second with Vilemoss, and you don't really need them. Unfortunately for us, we weren't playing Obelisk, so you can't really like use this strategy. But personally, I don't think you should play mobilizes outside of game one as Sivir Aurora. Personally,
Interesting. Yeah.
Can I ask you a very challenging question? It's going to require you to go into your mind palace.
oh god,
Based on
let me
the
know.
cards that you saw this game from each player, do you think Sivir should have won? Like, assuming both players just played phenomenally perfectly, right? Like, remembering to ready Aurelia, you know, maybe playing the challenges and it probably requires us to look at that screenshot first. But I'm just kind of curious. Like, I still don't have a pulse on Sivir. I just feel like she struggles. I don't know. That's just like
Based off the cards that this player chose to put in their deck, I think game one was winnable. I think we overcommitted a little early and gave the Draven too many points. Game three, we'll go over in a second on the screenshot. I think that one was also winnable. Game two, I think, was unfortunate, and we still won it. So it kind of highlights how good you can be in the matchup. I think our problem in this matchup was Anivia. I'll be honest, and even like Dead Bloom to a degree. I think the game we lost, especially game one, really highlighted the inefficiencies of the card. I think the Cake and Nivea play was cool. I think it was cute. I think all these things were true. But I think a few times in game one, it was absolutely highlighted how a Mountain Drake would have been better.
Yeah. Also, just notably, game one was lost by casting the challenge on that turn instead of waiting one more turn. And it was we explained why it was reasonable to cast the challenge on that turn, but also
Right.
many
So,
reasons to not.
I
so.
cannot. I say this in the vacuum as I had a very myopic view, really just watching one side because it was the one side I was interested in. I didn't really see what the Aurelia could or could not have done better. Obviously, like the ready thing that we talked about, like that's an obvious one.
Yeah,
but
that was just
matter.
one play that we saw that was really.
I think they played most of their plays that they were given because they lost about 3 or 4 cards every game for Mind Splitter and Sabo. I don't play the deck as much, so Kuvi could chime in on that one. But I do think the Sivir player probably should have honestly maybe 2-0'd this one. But I mean, I can't really say how the second
2-0'd.
game would go.
Well, just based on what we've witnessed, I actually think
should
that's
have
pretty
won
reasonable.
that game one
Yeah.
personally,
Yeah.
but I don't know. It's hard to say how game two would have looked, right? Because then the battlefields would have been different. So I can't say for sure it would have been the 2-0. But
Okay, this is the game one spot that they're going over on their stream right now.
Oh.
Where you end up ganking the Sivir over.
this was game two, I believe. Yeah, all right.
No, this is game one where you end up losing to the Draven after the conquer.
Oh, on
See.
yeah. Well, Wait, they jumped.
I don't know
to
what spot this is. It looks like they're figuring out
Oh
what
yes,
spot
yes.
they're
This
trying
is
to bring up.
this is when we double attack,
No, this
and
is
then
game 3.
yeah.
Now
This
this looks
one-
like a game 3 spot, but it
Yeah,
looks like they're
sigil.
having tech difficulties on
Yeah.
their tool.
No, yeah, you're right. That's when they double attacked in. That's when we said they should have held the cannon barrage challenge. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
correct. Yeah.
That was that. Yeah. Yeah, I do think like the Anivia and stuff is cool. I think Volley Baron Mountain Drake just kind of take the cake. I also think this game highlighted a lot of the time why I think you should play Orange Sivir in the deck over Deadbloom. I'm not saying you should Chosen Champion start it by any means. I think the purple is very good. But there's a lot of times in that game where, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, I know nothing about the rules of this game. If you attack with like Sivir and a Mind Splitter on like an Adaptatron with I don't know, it has 5 might, right? You go 14 on 5 and they just say, okay, I die. You've now overassigned 9 damage. GA procs and it goes to the back line, and then you can then retarget it with the Sivir.
Yeah.
And it actually just dies. So like Orange Sivir doesn't say you have to deal X damage. Or let me phrase. Orange Sivir doesn't say I have to deal X damage. It just says you as a player need to overassign damage.
So here's the spot, right?
Yes.
This is so you know that either the card hidden is Zonya's or the card in hand is Zonya's. This is
Yeah. We've elected to losing to Faf no matter how we did this turn. So
pretty much, yeah. I would
Yeah.
say it is more likely that you just say that the hidden card is Zonya's, and then there is a mystery card in hand and 2 runes up that you have to consider when going through your lines. We know the hand is the relevant cards in hand are Punch First and 2 challenges for
Yes.
Sivir. What I mean, do you want to just take a stab at this line here? I mean, I can take a stab at it too, but my opinion was that we were supposed to keep this Sivir alive with that first challenge after finding out about that Defiant Dance.
So there's a few ways to just draw this up, and I think what confuses players a lot is thinking about the exact way the turn needs to happen. That's not really relevant in this scenario. The thing you need to realize is like, am I throwing 12 might onto 11 might? And then like you just mentally check that box. And you're like, okay, cool. And then the next thing you're like, okay, so that means my Sivir is most likely going to go to the right side. Okay, cool. You figured out where your units are going. The next thing to try to min-max is like your sequencing. Like, should I go right first? Should I go left first? Should I pre-play a punch first? Like sometimes you just pre-play a punch first, not in combat. What? Does that matter? 99% of the time, probably not. Maybe it does. So you just like do it. You're like, I'm always doing this. And then you go into combat. I think going right first is completely valid and fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think taking the stupid line, so to speak, is like, oh, why would you do it this way? Actually benefited the Sivir player. So I think the Aurelia player should have held this Defiant Dance, as Kuvi was alluding to. So I think they wind up going into the right, and we can like, I don't know. I think this is a video still, so
no,
we can
this is just a screenshot. Yeah,
Okay,
this is just a picture. We usually actually do have the ability to do videos, but this week we do not. So yeah.
So I
this
think
week
what happens is Sivir goes in right side. They punch first the backline splitter, so the Sivir gets elevated to 6.
Yeah.
We then Defiant Dance and put, I think, the Adaptatron up to 6 and the Sivir down to 4. Does anybody have a different recollection of that? I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I believe.
What was the last part?
I believe that was the case.
They +2 the Adaptatron and -2'd the Sivir.
The Sivir. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we punch first. And there's a punch first floating on
the
Mind
splitter. So the splitter is a 12 at home.
Right. Yeah. So we're going to just assume our opponent's tapped out on the screenshot.
Yeah. So from there, with the Defiant Dance there, so let's say even from that moment, right? Yeah. We have 2 challenges. Is there a better way to do this?
You challenge the Adaptatron. It dies.
Right.
Your Sivir conquers. You go to 1. All of your units heal.
Correct.
You then go 12 on face up 11. You've already decided that you're losing to Faf, so none of this matters. You go 12 face up on 11. They flip what you think is a Zonia's.
Yep.
One of this Zonia's
now
will be
you know
gone.
it's a Zonia's because the Defiant Dance. You now 100% know
exactly.
It's
You know. Yeah. So this Adaptatron is sitting in the back line right now because the first Zonia's proc. Correct?
Yep.
We then attack in 12 on 11. There will be a Stella back, and then a Mind Splitter backed from the hidden Zonia's.
Yep.
You then challenge the Mind Splitter because you have healed 12 on 7. You have a backline of a
Stella for
4/4 and a
3.
3/3.
Yeah.
And I think at that point you can't lose the game. I am not sure if you win, because if you think about how the game played out, you still have 7 might in the back line, which is similar to a mind splitter, but you have 1 less unit, so you don't get the double conquer.
Yeah, at that point Aurelia can decide to play for the tie herself and just like kill Sivir and send both units on that side, right? The 3 and the 4 to kill Sivir. But also, there would still be runes up. I don't remember there being any other cards that are useful or relevant for the Sivir in that spot. But yeah, I think you're almost guaranteeing a tie with that line instead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think these are... this is just the hard intricacies of playing Riftbound in general. But I think a lot of these things get... people think like Aurora's a brain dead deck, and it like 100% is sometimes. But a lot of these little combat things and turn sequencing and, sometimes getting close to time is what really like stretches this deck and makes it like really, really, really difficult to play and super, super punishing. Because it's like, I mean, you watch the games, right? It's essentially you're playing a game where you don't do anything for 3 turns, quote unquote.
Yeah. What else is left in the hand for Sivir after the double challenge? Any interaction at all?
They would have
No, we used to punch first before.
They would have maybe another Guardian Angel, I think, is the other card in hand. And then I think they draw
Oh wait, not Aurelia, Sivir.
Oh, Sivir. In this case, they would have just, assuming everything happened equally, they would have went down to, they have 3 runes now. They punch first with the gold, that's 4. And then they make a gold. And then they challenge 7, challenge 6. They would untap with 8 runes, somewhere between 2 and 3 gold, a Dead Bloom, a Stack Deck, a Called Shot, and like a Catalyst in hand. So they'd have a Dead Bloom to play.
Well, and also if they have a stack deck in hands, after doing this challenge line, you actually have runes up where you could stack deck and find another punch first that also would win you the game. Because then you would hold to 4 on the third turn.
Yeah, I'm unsure if the stack deck is in their hand now. I think they top deck it on their last turn.
It might be the next turn. Yeah. That's possible.
But I think the Called Shot is in their hand.
It does feel like... So actually what I am kind of recognizing from here is Sivir going in first feels like it actually just does need to be correct, right? Because it's the best way to ensure that Mind Splitter can't get like double Zonya'd and you're able to challenge it. Is that correct or no? Or actually, it might just be the same. It actually might just work out the same.
I think you're right. It's the same.
Yeah.
Just noting for the chat question, it's not an open battlefield that's healing units. This is a combat that you've started.
Yeah, it's a combat showdown.
Because you are in a combat with the Sivir and the Adaptatron already, if you then challenge the Adaptatron and kill it, after that showdown is done, that was a combat showdown, so you do
and
heal.
to be clear, combat showdowns are what heal units, but combat showdowns do not heal units at a battlefield. They heal every unit on the board.
Yeah.
So it's not like just because the combat happened at one place, that's the only place that heals. The whole board resets or cleans up, I think is the correct phrase, after a combat showdown.
So just for clarity, you do not heal for conquering an open battlefield. This is not an open battlefield. You would not heal if you challenged this Adaptatron and then moved Sivir in and conquered the open battlefield.
Yes,
that would not work. It has to be because
stay.
you've moved in already.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess this line was kind of complex to find the exact perfect spot, and even then he doesn't just win. I do just think it's better to save the Sivir though. I don't know that the Dead Bloom slam afterwards was better with the amount of units that are able to be kept following that.
Yeah. There's multiple ways to attack in. You go in left first, you punch, and then you do this, you do that. There's a few ways to do it, but I do think leading with the Sivir is probably the best one, just because once again, like I said before, when you just break down like the things that you're going through in your mind, it's first figure out what exactly you want to do, and like don't like it's irrelevant the way you play the cards, but okay, my mind splitter's going to go here, this unit's going to go here. Where am I casting my cards? And the third thing to always think is like, am I ever drawing cards in this turn? And generally the answer is do that first. Not always, but generally the answer is do that first, because it might recalculate your lines.
Yeah. Do you have?
For the... Yeah.
I was going to say, do you have Sivir ready? Because they did just go back to casters on the main stream, so. We have a match. We have a match. Let's do Sivir after if we have more time. So we have a match right now. Yeah.
Cool.
Let's go back in.
Whoa. Okay.
Yep.
Look at
This
that,
is
yes.
pretty quick turnaround. We'll talk about the Sivir deck after this match, if we've got a little bit more time. Wanted to go over that play because we were talking about it quite a bit while it was happening, and I wanted to see if we missed anything. But it seems like it was pretty tight and a really tough spot to actually guarantee a win. And in fact, I don't think you could guarantee a win. It was just, I think, slightly better. Yasuo, though, we haven't seen a Yasuo over the last 2 weeks, so a little
think
set
Yasuo's
one
bad.
action. Yeah. You think
Yeah,
it's not bad?
unfortunately, we were
You think
watching
it's
the
like not bad?
stream game,
No,
and
not
it
bad
went
at
to
all.
turns in time. So yeah, it probably was going to be the longest game. You would hope. But
Yeah.
that was at least the.
But these
pleasant
games are very
surprise.
fast today, I feel like. Or maybe, I don't know.
No, it's
but
we're not waiting as long, and also it's
Yeah, it's
usually
whatever.
the day twos that are really long because it's untimed, right?
way true.
Yeah.
This buffer jacket is kind of cool. Like, very cool.
Yeah, it
And
looked
then
like.
I think
Yeah.
the fact that they're playing Draven, though, kind of neutralizes the coolness of it. But still very cool.
The jacket is kind of like 15 years ago when they canceled Legends of Runeterra. His dad wore that same jacket, and now has passed it down to him in the Riftbound
Yeah, it
tournament.
does feel like 15 years ago that happened. Yeah. All right, so Dreaming Tree
Man.
first for Yasuo and Targon's Peak for Draven. At least Yasuo can use Peak a little bit, but it does feel like Draven is the best deck to ever use Peak in existence, so this is a bit of a struggle.
Better than Annie.
I mean, if Yasuo beats Draven, I mean, Yasuo is the best deck in the format. Clock
I do think
Confirmed.
that is what that means, yeah.
But what is this like Sudoku game they're playing? I've never seen so many. Is this a D12? What is
It's
this?
just high roll, and they have tied twice.
Okay. This is why
Or
we
was
do
it a-
odd evens with 2 dice,
Yeah, no,
ladies
we
and
must
gentlemen.
live. We must live.
Oh, maybe it was a 1, not a 7 that the other guy rolled, so. Which is funny that they even rolled the die, but that was just to see if there was a
I once
tie
went
again at
15
once.
rounds at a what is the equivalent of like a 20K?
So it's just Aurelia. Lovely.
Yeah.
I was about
Yeah.
to say the same thing. Oh, no.
I went 15 rounds at a calling, which is the equivalent of like a 20K for people who are
Yeah.
unfamiliar. And I asked my opponents every round if they'd like to odd, even, or recite pi to the furthest digit. Not a single person took me up on it.
Really interesting.
I know
Okay, let's-
I'm
3.
surprised.
I know 2 numbers. They would have won. They would have won first every game.
What are the two
3.14. You could have just started naming off numbers. I would have
Yeah.
believed you. Nobody ever took me
Yeah.
up on it. Unreal.
Now I know if you ever say that to me, I take you up on it. I just start
Yeah,
saying
then I call a
numbers.
judge because it's not a random method. Get owned. But no. Well, it is random because you don't know if I know it or not. Theoretically,
Yeah,
it's random.
exactly. Yeah. You just have to take the 50-50 that I actually know the numbers.
50-50 is you have to somehow be dumber than me, which is really hard, but some people try.
All right. Well, this Aurelia cosplay to play for a best of on the Yasuo.
That must be it,
And-
right?
I'm also wondering if
Aurelia.
Aurelia cosplay is even the best way to do this. Shouldn't you just be like a miracle cosplay with Yasuo?
Miracle. Oh,
Mhm.
I like my spitter regular, like set 1 type of Yasuo personally.
Oh, I just mean if you're gonna cosplay a deck, you know? Like I
Oh.
think like Yasuo in general is probably like a reasonable idea because Mind Splitter is just such a disgusting card.
I didn't know you guys were all such like purple, Tide Turner enjoyers. I didn't know you guys were.
Yeah.
I got some judge questions
mean?
for you. I didn't know
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys just
about
really
Tide
like
Turner?
moving around. Yeah.
Don't ask. Don't ask. Oh no.
No,
Oh,
I know some. I know a lot of the little Tide
God.
Turner secrets.
Okay,
yeah, there's a lot
so
of,
question
yeah, a
1
little
or
spice.
2. Does Tide Turner always target? Yes or no?
Does it
What? No.
always target? No.
No.
That's not true.
It can't
That's-
target something at the same battlefield anymore in the erratas. So
No,
it-
I know that. But like, can you target something but not move it?
well, all right, let me reread it real quick.
Yes. Wait,
'Cause
how does it
yeah.
read exactly? It says. Hold on.
I thought you were gonna ask about like cool
Okay,
things,
let's start
not
here.
like
I want
this,
you
like,
guys to not
these
read
like
the card.
horrible
First of all,
questions.
I want you
It
guys to read the card, and then I want you to read the errata.
When you play me, you may choose a unit you control at another location, move
Uh-huh.
me to its location, and it to my location.
Yeah.
Right.
and it
so
says
if you choose
May.
that unit, if you use that choose that unit, do you have to move?
No, it says May.
No. You cannot. No. If you choose, you have to move because it says you may choose, and if
Oh,
you
not
may
true.
choose.
That's not
the may
true.
is happening.
That's
at
not
a
true.
Well,
That's not true.
well, that's the
The
wording,
rules of
though.
Riftbound say whenever you play a card, you have to target something to put it on the chain.
Yeah.
But then you say no. But theoretically, you've
Yeah.
targeted it for Aurelia.
But then the wording is
Okay,
horrible.
okay. Yeah. But you
I
can't
don't
target
know.
it if it's at the same location. Yeah.
Maybe not.
I mean,
thought
you
you
can't.
I thought you guys are purple knowers, man. I
No,
guess
you
you guys are
can't.
purple knowers.
You cannot target it in the same location. That
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
work like
that one you might be right about.
Yeah. Same location you can't, but
Yeah,
my initial
If-
instinct is that you can target and not move.
yeah.
but-
This Aurora player, I can speak a little
Yeah.
Aurelia sometimes.
Yeah, you speak a little Tide Turner.
People are complaining about Draven. Fuck that. Ban Tide Turner. I'm out.
Yeah. Alright, So we've got
Fucking
Tide
lame.
Turner on Tide Turner violence. We've cleaved this. Wait,
I don't think that's
2 plus
I
2.
don't- I don't know
so
the
that's
committing.
That's 2 plus 3, and then the other one is 2 plus 2.
This math does not
interesting.
work. This math does not math. By the way, they're making him play it. He didn't even. What?
What the fuck? No,
He,
no,
the
no.
card did not even leave his hand. Does he have to play? Really?
I don't know if that's
Okay.
a make.
All right. Okay.
Ew.
I mean, look,
Just
hey,
another Tide Turner interaction.
yeah. Like that discipline never left his hand, right? Is that? Are we? If I just say I play discipline, does that mean I have to produce a discipline from somewhere and play it? Like, guaranteed, no takebacks on that.
Really errata.
Oh, it's in the errata. Okay.
Yeah, the
my bad.
discipline
Yeah, my
errata.
fault.
I think at
Yeah,
this
my
point,
fault
the
on
judges
that.
will make you play a card if you think about it. They're like, oh, we
I-
heard you think about that card. So you
I
have
could
to
be
play it."
wrong about what happened, but what I saw with my eyeballs is that he like had a discipline still in hand and half revealed it after tapping 2 runes and then tried to take it back and was not allowed.
No. The American government created the Minority Report, and they've given it to the Chinese judges to use. They knew he wanted to cast it before we.
What
even
is
did it.
happening?
That's a
I just
film,
came
isn't
back
it?
from
Yeah,
the
that's a. You're
bathroom.
talking about a movie now.
Hey Sam,
Yeah.
what's up? I can explain.
Ani's got conspiracy theories now. That's his new one.
Okay.
What is that? So bold. Wow.
Yeah, he said you don't have it. You don't have it.
But of
You
course
won't.
he has.
Oh, plus
No way, we
2.
just pushed with no.
Okay, ride the
backup?
wind. Okay,
Are
I
you
guess.
I mean,
Seriously?
ride the wind's the backup here. I wonder, is there a ride the wind in the Draven's hand though? Because
Yeah,
that'd be
yes,
pretty
yeah,
funny
yeah,
if you
there
just
is.
chase him.
Oh.
Yes. Like this is my problem with Ride the Wind. Like I get that it's broken, but it also is very punishing. Just like
What if Yasuo's legend ability is action speed?
holy.
That'd be
Why stop
insane.
there?
Would it?
Yeah,
Add two
reaction
letters.
speed.
No, reaction speed.
Yeah.
Action.
Yeah, what if it was reaction speed and free? That'd be pretty cool, I think. And like
Mhm.
multiple times per turn. Yeah.
But my question was actually serious.
Okay. Very good. So that is, if you let all this resolve, that is now a combat win for Draven.
Mm,
Not yet. Maybe it's later. When does that combat win resolve here? Actually,
I mean, it would certainly resolve before the showdown on the Stellacorn on the tree.
correct,
If it
right?
had
Yeah,
to
it should just resolve then.
Yeah.
Whenever this showdown ends, this is a combat that has ended. Now the other
This is
showdown
actually
starts.
Horrible for
Why is the chat, the stream, the Bilibili, they're spamming question marks? What's going on?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it all out here because this ride the wind's fine. This is a draw 3 ride the wind, so 1, 2, and then 3 when you go home, right? So
You know what they say? Question marks are just
Okay.
upside down hooks. And I'm down to see some hook Fiora.
all right.
I have no
well,
clue what's going on here.
Nope, sorry, that
We're
not so fast
chasing.
does
We're
not
chasing.
work on this ride the wind. Yeah, it is a chase.
Oh. Mhm.
nice.
Do you pay here? Or do you just say that my Draven will
My-
die if you have anything?
I mean, you know that.
Yeah, you pay.
I think
Yeah, you pay. You definitely pay.
you pay.
Oh, you will pay
The
one way or
Stellacorn-
another to this Defiant Dance, smiley face.
I was like, did he
Really?
draw a Defiant Ants? And then I remembered he's Yasuo. Like, he didn't. He can't have that in his deck.
Wait, we tried to legend our Yasuo. That ass. I think this person is listening to me.
Like, brand new player?
No,
I mean, they are unranked. They've won 2 games, but they are unranked against a diamond player.
unranked
not so-
Yasuo. That's
Can you
too
not
hard.
so fast the Draven paying? Or is that not a triggered ability?
It's not
No, it has to
targeting
target
somebody.
yourself.
Yeah.
It has to target one of your stuff.
One of your units being targeted by a trigger or something.
Yeah.
Cool. I don't read cards. I just do something in my brain and I make them. So
All right. Well, this is a pretty terrible
Horrible
start for
spot.
Yasuo, I think. Yeah.
I think
As
it
in,
just
like-
threw the game completely though. So like,
Why did we push Delacorn with no backup? Hello, just let them get their points.
Yeah.
Just go to geometry, please.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
we do have an Aurelia. We have.
We've
Edge
got
of
another
Night.
ride the win now.
Aurelia can do it. We can Aurelia and push her in, and then Edge of Night and Garden.
Okay.
Central.
refresh my memory because I'm not a set one gamer. Yasuo gets shit on by Reaver's Row, right? Like remorseful.
Oh yeah, remorseful can't hit
Yeah.
you if you run away out
Yeah.
reverse. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it just time to deploy the Yasuo, or is it? Yeah, it's Aurelia time. Okay.
You do have to send her in though.
Yeah.
Into Targon, hide Edge of Night, and keep not too fast maybe, or ride the wind.
Oh, you wanna send her to Targon?
Yeah.
You wanna
Sure.
equip the equip
Night?
the thing and send her to Targon. Okay.
No. No, you don't back. No.
Okay. Equip and pass. Shouldn't
I guess we're.
really equip then, because next turn you could, use that rune first and then equip. But I guess equip to play around Falling Star. Yeah, that's fine. But you have not so fast in hand, so I actually think I'd be willing to risk just not
Sure.
equipping.
They have
And
to
then-
de-ramp. Also, they have to de-ramp 4
Yeah.
if they.
Yeah, to Falling Star D-ramp 4 and you just not so fast it, and then
Yeah, you wanna
you've
bait
got
it.
an extra rune next turn to play.
The problem here is if you let Draven just chill hold, like Draven is so good at holding. With all the hitting cards.
Oh yeah, I
and
mean this
the-
may be a
the
10-minute
fans
game
and-
1, because Draven just runs in and holds and then goes
we
to 6
talked
and then
about-
holds to 8.
We talked about not having long breaks.
Hey, we got a lot of
There.
time for Kuvi's corner coming up, Kuvi, alright? We got Sivir and
you.
Yasuo in the chamber now for you.
Kuvi's corner, more like Kuvi's entire alley and the front road too. Nice.
at least Navi's back. About time.
Yeah, is this... do you mean like the esports team? Do you mean
Yes.
the Hearthstone player? Do you mean... what-
Nah, the esports team, baby.
We're talking about Avatar.
Opa Dendi.
Let's remember. That's where my username is from.
I love me some Navi.
This just feels like so unimaginably cooked. Like, I don't know. What do we even do?
have
Okay,
fun.
so he's not even gonna go for the... Did he just pass on 5? Yeah, I mean, I get... Okay, like... Is this just like I never lose by just like full developing here kind of spot? Because
Really?
Yasuo's only at 1 point.
We're decelerating the game? I guess it depends on the hand, but that looks very suspicious.
It looks like a lot of units in the Draven hand. Nothing to hide,
Because you could-
which means that going for the Giga Holds is like low-key risky if you have no hidden. But he does have a fan.
And the plan, I think, for the Draven here is to go from 5 to 7 on both battlefields and then hold there and then force the Aurelia to conquer both and maybe make her not able to conquer both, I think. But I feel like holding against Aurelia is slightly more risky than going into her, I think.
Oh, a good
Because she
thing
has
this is
Guardian Angel.
Yasuo. Right? No, I'm not kidding. I know you mean Fervent.
I'm sorry. I mean, you know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah. It's fair.
Ooh, that's exciting. Edge of Night. I like that.
I mean, maybe we will use it this game.
No.
That is an Edge of Night for Aurelia, right? I mean Yasuo, right?
Yeah, big fan of Edge.
What?
All right, we have 6 into 4. He's tapped out. Goodbye, Tide Turner. He's just gonna ride the wind? That feels like a waste of a ride the wind. I feel like you need
it is
this
a
to
waste of a
not
ride the wind.
lose the game. You need to save the ride the wind, but there's a draw. Move over. I mean, you just go home and play Unforgiven, I guess, or Relentless. Play Relentless.
Go home.
Not
Is it
Relentless. It's
deckhands?
Remorseful, right?
I
Remorseful.
feel like this is
Go home,
just
play Remorseful.
Aurelia 101.
Charm. That's good though.
Okay.
Like, you've done all this. You're still
Shouldn't
just
it
gonna
be
lose to win
Darius?
here.
Isn't Darius a better pull?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if we have 2 more charms, that's pretty good.
I literally don't understand. I mean, this Aurelia being readied is actively just like bad for us. Wait, no, we don't have the legend. It's not.
Wait, what do you mean? It's
All
still
my
bad.
heuristics. Usually you want your Aurelia to be tapped, so at the beginning of the turn it gets +1.
Yeah.
Or just like even in combat if you want to like, do it.
Well, yeah. But yeah, it is bad that it is currently ready because now it won't get +1 start of next turn, even if you manage to hold.
Because I was also thinking like you could just use like your legend ability to bring her back if you needed to.
No, but you should just run. Yeah, you just run her home, and then.
See, here's the problem: is I feel like at this stage of the like on this turn specifically, like you are almost forced to like stay on battlefield because like you can't let Draven get to 6 because then they just bring her you and you lose.
Oh well, they always go to 6, right? Because like you can't hold both battlefields, so they're always going to 6 because they're at 5.
Well, additionally, you should not have used your ride the wind, but that's neither.
Okay, I mean, I agree with you there.
Yeah.
And this is just smart. Now Draven, because he took this slow approach, he can just play everything at home and just bring Darius home and say you can't kill any of my stuff. Good luck holding. Yeah, I mean, okay. He just slowed down the game to make it like unlosable, pretty much.
Yep.
Though he's on Switcheroo Cleave as the only cards in hand. I mean, maybe there's a world that there's enough stuff in this Aurelia hand to actually like. Yeah, I mean probably not, right? But
you need like a mass spitter or something. I mean, you have enough so fast for switcheroo. So. And
Yeah,
it's just stick to leave.
Wait, let's do some math. 4, 5, 6, 10, 7, 17, plus 1, 18, 19, 20 might. So if Draven puts 20 might somewhere, can we break that?
I mean, we have to. I mean,
easily.
not even matter.
With,
We're gonna have to go left and right. I mean, we have to go to both.
It's easily breakable with the Guardian Angel.
I don't know.
yeah, also if we killed Darius last turn, then Draven would have had to leave something on a battlefield, and I think Yasuo could have been able to clean up a little bit of might, right? Oh no.
Yep.
Oh.
I think like the Draven doesn't even need to hold. Like I think you have to go to both battlefields with these Aurelias. You can't like just go to one because then it's like
Yeah.
you throw your worst unit, you throw your treasure hunter, get a whole point, and then have 19 might instead of 20. Woe is me. And then go into combat.
So okay, so there's a Tide Turner, there is a Edge of Night, then there's the Not So Fast, a Deckhand, and a third Aurelia.
Deckhand? Holy shit.
Oh,
So Tide Turner, I mean you just hide both the hidden cards?
man, I
And
miss
play
our
the
simple
deckhand.
games. I miss our simple games of Fiora. Man, I love Fiora.
Yeah.
Well, if you love her,
What is
why
all
don't you just
this?
marry her?
I wish.
Damn. True.
Look at this, man. So many
It's so
tricky
cooked.
plays.
It's so
Wait,
unimaginably cooked.
This is the best time to leak like a set 3 purple card. It says when when a unit you control moves to a battlefield, you may move me. You may pay one purple power to move me to the other battlefield, to one other battlefield, basically. There you
I
go.
have no idea what you just said to me.
It's a rules matter. Right?
I believe it. I believe it's true. I understood nothing, but I
you.
believe it's true.
Holy moly! Wait, we're
So
not
why
putting
is that
this
really
really
in
in base.
base?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
So that you can tide turner her in, you know? It's kind of hype.
And you get +1.
Yeah.
Can't you
No,
not-
I mean you
can
could have
not
done
do
that.
already. If it
No,
was in-
I'm memeing. Yeah, like absolutely.
But
you
also,
put her-
if they flip it, they could target the Aurelia and ready it and choose not to move.
yeah,
can
except for
choose
they
not
can't ready
to
it because they're
move.
actually Yasuo, not Aurelia. They are not Aurelia. They are Yasuo.
Wait, if that is actually relevant in this game, I'm going to ping Gale like right now. There's no fucking way.
It would be true.
The sticky deckhand is actually sick. Huh.
Yeah, they could target the other Aurelia with the Tide Turner and then choose not to move for +1. Part is true. Thing is, thanks to the errata, you can target units at not the battlefield that you hit a card at. Thank you, set 1 errata.
Okay, Draven math.
Some
What is that?
big math
A
coming in here.
switchy, a cleavy. What's the last card? I can't even see it. It looks
Yeah.
greenish. What is
It
that?
looked like a unit. It's a,
Oh, it's
yeah,
a Kaisa. Yeah, it was the green I was seeing.
Fourth
That's the alt
Kaisa.
art. Yep. Fourth Kaisa, that's the out.
Context: did this actually happen somewhere?
No.
We're just playing
No,
around.
that's,
Okay, I'm
that's
with
yeah,
you.
Just playing to the outs. Sometimes you just
Yeah.
need them to draw the fourth Kaisa.
yeah.
Yeah, the fact that it's a Kaisa means that literally everything can be used still.
Uh-huh.
I was like trying to think if letting that trade was like incorrect, but it probably is always correct because you just want the equips to go on the Aurelia because it's just more might.
Okay, 6 on
Okay.
5. Wait, did we just like pick up our deck, our rune deck, and look at all the runes?
Possibly.
I literally saw 3 runes in the hand, right? Oh,
You picked
Yeah,
up
they
the wrong
they
hand of
picked up
cards.
the rune. Yeah, they just picked up the rune. It doesn't
maybe they
matter.
had 12 runes, and then
No. He put down his cards. He's using the same sleeves, which for those at home don't do that. And he picked up those 3 runes, thinking, "Hey, this is my hand."
playing
the judges-
it out, baby.
Yeah, you-
The
You're
judges
allowed
are
to
going to
have-
make a fiasco about this. I mean, my opponent can literally at turn 9 of the game can pick up their whole rune deck and tell me the order, and I wouldn't care. Like whatever, bro. They're coming when they come.
Well, usually the judges actually don't care that much about it. Like they
Yeah.
they just take the rune deck and they shuffle it and they give it back to you and they've let
Yeah.
it go. We've seen this like quite a few times.
It's just
actually.
funny because it's like deterministic. Like you know the whole deck at this point. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
of
he
course.
picked it up and reorganized it, like hand shuffled it quick, and can argue that. But whatever. You're playing against me in round 6, or turn 6 or 7. Just pick up your rune deck. Have fun. Don't look at me or talk to me. We'll be fine.
All right. Well, whatever the hidden card is, it's gotta go now. I mean, Edge of Night equip.
Oh, that's actually cool, right? You equip the Edge of Night, and then you move the whole shebang with Tide Turner. Bro, my brain is catching up. Holy tech.
Yeah, but I think we're dead.
Yeah,
Why
but
did
we
not
can display
play that
the,
Aurelia
we
to-
can display this ancient Shaolin technology for the stream, and that's all that really matters.
Yeah.
We're just-
I was also trying to think if like cascading this Edge of Night is still correct or if you're supposed to send more. But I guess you can kind of still just bait out the hiddens and still probably beat any might totals.
Yeah, you
That's
also
probably fine.
you also have switcheroo in hand, so
Yeah.
you might as well fire it off now. And you rather like go into a combat, make your opponent use their thing, use your switcheroo, and make them use their second thing, and then be like, okay, now I know everything. I guess like that's the thought, but we'll see. Tide Turner targets, please.
Ooh, he's targeting the Aurelia.
Yeah, but you cannot target the Aurelia that's there.
No.
Yeah. So you must choose a different target.
So if he would have hit Tide Turner at the other one, then he could have targeted it and then not move. Oh man, errata readers.
I was Okay.
Chat is just
Should've
Yasuo
swapped,
cooked. Nice.
Should have swapped the Edge of Night and Elephant for sure.
You take that back, Cass. You take that back.
What?
I saw the yawn.
No, it's a very exciting game, exhilarating even.
So
I
what
think
did
Bear
they
has,
fix
like,
Edge of Night?
Shuralias.
So how did the Edge of Night work? So you can now target. What did they change? Because originally it used to not work as a card.
I was confused by. I mean, it works the way you want it to now, but the text in the thing had like here in parentheticals as if that was supposed to like.
Does, what? Can you equip Edge of Night anywhere now?
Well, no,
off of
I think
Hidden?
you can still only equip it at the same battlefield, correct? You can't equip across battlefields with it.
Correct.
Yeah,
Question
no,
mark?
you can't.
Okay.
The issue earlier was like, oh, you flip the
It
gear,
used to
you
go
move
back to
your
base, and then it would say
Yeah.
here, and then you were juiced.
Oh,
shit.
I get it. Okay, so it just like didn't work
Yeah,
how
no,
it was
literally
supposed
did
to
not
work.
work. It's like
And now it
Ironville-
works how
Yes.
everyone was playing it forever.
Yeah,
and
it would be
fought
like, hey,
for it.
I've shown
Okay.
you this card. It's like, okay, can you move it back to base first? Okay, you can equip it
Yeah.
to something there if you'd like.
Yeah. So now it works how everyone's been playing it since it was released.
Yeah,
Understood.
essentially. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Very good.
4239. Yike.
Now let's draw 7 cards.
This guy just said, like, give it to me. He
Found
just
an
like showed me the
axe.
hand. He's like,
That's
Yeah,
please.
Darius Axe, double Darius goes in. Don't even need the switcheroo. Don't even care about your counter spell.
Damn. No ego move here. We don't have a way to like just send in the treasure hunter by itself and. Damn. Okay. True. Oh shit, that is a stylus.
All right. Well, that turn took like 15 minutes, so Kuvi's corner is getting reduced a little bit. That's fine.
Yeah, fortunately.
Good.
As now we're just going to game 2.
I'm always happy
have,
when I can watch more Yasuo.
I have not much
You mean
hope
Aurelia?
for this Yasuo list so far because it's kind of looking like bad Aurelia instead of just like a Yasuo deck. Because I'm with Kuvi. I think there probably is a Yasuo deck that actually looks pretty reasonable right now. But this is just like Aurelia's cards.
I think
being
low to the
played, but-
ground, move around a lot, do a little bit
Yeah.
of miracle, and do a little bit of digging is a
Yeah.
pretty good Yasuo deck.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I still like the Rasa endgame for Yasuo as well. And like yeah, I'm with you. Play some early drops. Play your Ezreal. Right. Look through the deck.
Yeah, you're
find
already
the,
a movement deck, so
Yeah.
Frog or Traveling Merchant discards a lot, does a lot. Fishman.
Yeah, you can find the tools that actually help you win the game. Play a lot of 1-ofs. Play a lot of 2-ofs of part like just tricks that help you win certain spots.
Okay, big bro.
make a lot
I
of
think the
sense.
sneaky deckhand is so sick though. What if? Hear me out.
Okay. Listening.
I sideboard sneaky deckhand against Draven with Aurelia.
We've seen this though.
Oh.
We've seen this. Where have you been on it? You've
Yeah,
seen
I was at work last weekend.
Okay.
Like, this
Yeah.
I have not had time.
Yeah,
I've been
a lot of Aurelias,
listening
it
to
seems like, are
Kuvi.
having sneakies in their board for when they're going second to get a point lead over Draven, so that they can.
Wait, you're right. This
actually-
was literally week 1. I don't have an excuse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, grow.
They want the point lead because it's way easier to play Aurelia against Draven when you have a point lead. When you're behind, it's like, it's kind of cooked. It's really hard.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's like a go first matchup for that reason.
I
don't
only
know,
have
Kuvi
30
says-
cards, yeah.
Kuvi says she's cooking some stuff that looks more like that first list that had like no early drops. I don't know. Kuvi says 1 point is infinite points, I think, right? Or I guess it's more like 7 points is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. How, the saying doesn't really work
want-
here. You can't be like 1 life is infinite life, but basically that concept.
I do have some theories to share. Like, you're used to my theories.
Yeah, you got some conspiracy theories like Anu's got.
Yeah. So when we get like a long break, I can go over it.
You too believe that the American government is rigging this event?
Wait, what? No, Riftbound theories. Riftbound theories.
Yeah, no, it's a Riftbound
Really
theory.
is Anu's conspiracy corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anu's conspiracy corner. That's the next segment that we are adding to this event or to this broadcast, I guess.
Yeah.
I literally
be
am
your
building
local
this
source
Yasuo deck
for
and I put
event tea
Defiant
and
Dance
organizer
in it.
tea.
Lovely.
They take so long to sideboard. No wonder they always go to time. They are so lenient.
Dude, when I was
What in
doing
rules is it 1 minute? What is it in rules? 3 minutes?
1 minute. It's so fast.
I mean, yeah, 1 minute's a little bit too fast. I think like 2 to 3 minutes is respectable. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I've had people literally finish a game against me as Aurora, pick up their sideboard, put in 2 cards, like freaking like tap shuffle 4 times and give me their deck, and I'm like, okay, let's slow down a little bit. First of all, why don't you shuffle your damn deck, because that was sus as hell.
Yeah.
Second of all, I'm still like shuffling my deck because I'm playing Aurora and I can't draw 9 units in a row. And but then I see other people just taking like their sweet time, and I'm just like, okay,
Yeah,
we gotta,
I feel like the
hurry up a
normal
little bit here.
matchups, your board should be pretty quick, and then it's the it's when you have to play against a Yasuo, then maybe you're not sure exactly how you're boarding. You know, maybe when you play against Garen, you don't know what your board is. But
okay, you want to hear something crazy?
I mean,
In the first Magic event that I broadcast, like the first major that I broadcasted, in 9 rounds, so about 18 matches or so, guess how much time we saved on the broadcast by removing sideboarding from the show?
27
Just like cut
minutes.
it out. It's a good guess. It's a good guess.
just like literally skipping it because you were pre-recording, right? You were
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, it's probably an hour. Well, how long was the day total?
I think we started at 9, finished at 9.
80
Yeah,
minutes.
it's at least an hour, right?
See,
Probably an
you
hour?
had how many games? Sorry,
About 18 matches total.
18 matches, 18.
Oh, it's
I'll
more than
figure
an
it out.
hour then.
I got you
Yeah.
right now. So 18 matches, 18 times 2 theoretically is 36 chances to sideboard at 5 minutes each. It's 180 minutes divided by 60. I'm going to go with 3.5 hours.
That's correct.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
It's fucking insane.
3.5
People will-
hours.
Yeah, people will just spend all the time in the world sideboarding and then lose on turn 3, like in overtime or whatever.
Sam, I sent you the full breakdown for the day that we can get whenever we get a chance. Probably after this match, we can talk about the full breakdown. Very funny because someone in chat brought up
Garen is
that Garen is the 9th most popular deck at the event. People very much over-indexed on nobody's playing Garen, and then we ended up
But the
with
joke
16 of
is
them.
people have only
Yeah.
brought 9 decks.
Yeah. So
Oh man.
we'll see. We'll pull up the full breakdown after this set, and then we'll head into Kuvi's corner for 35 minutes at minimum.
Please.
3 hours of Kuvi's corner. A Kuvi's corner marathon.
Yeah, why did the Eagles show up? Fucking Mordor.
Oh my god, it is an Aurelia deck. I mean, look at it. It's the Heart of Dark Ice.
I mean, this person is
Oh.
2-0 without a legend, so they too have also won $1,000 already.
Well, no, I mean, it is like it also is just the Aurelia legend as well. It's just like you just have to have energy to use it.
Yeah, we've traded energy for power. Look what they need to mimic. Just a fraction. I wonder if they shuffle their cards like that, they unpringle.
No, I have tried. These uncommons and commons. I'm so mad about that.
These players don't understand. They're shuffling liquid gold right now after yesterday's announcement.
I feel like that was like the biggest mistake. I think if you're like English and French cards, sure, that's great. I'm down.
I would never commingle with the French.
But like Chinese cards,
By
they're
the
just-
way,
oof. Like,
Purple Yasuo and Champ Zone for this game.
Ooh.
Double Obelisk. So going first with 4 runes.
The second obelisk has hit the table.
holy
And-
shit.
you know, it's pretty good against the Draven Go second obelisk because they don't 5 runes and 4 runes are the same, so you just get your 4 runes going first for free. It's pretty nice.
You hear that, everybody? Play obelisk in your deck, please.
Yep.
It's really good against Draven.
Yeah, everyone should
Here
play
you
obelisk
launch
when their
into
deck going
chips.
first. Oh, never mind. 5 runes
sorry.
does matter. Oops. Oopsies. Accelerated Kaisa. Never mind. We lied. Accelerate Kaisa, draw 2. Uh-oh.
No runes?
Uh-oh.
Well, not much to be done.
Wait, what happened exactly?
I mean, this was just a turn 1 play Traveling Merchant, move it in with Yasuo because, you know, 5 runes that Draven's just going to play Draven, but instead it was an Accelerated Kaisa, draw 2. Kill your guy, and now Yasuo is giga behind. Could play an Aurelia and pass. Could play Stellacorn and move it in. And pray. Could play Stellacorn and our Guardian Angel and also pass. I mean, you want some early points. You're playing this purple Yasuo, right? So, I mean, just finding some early points and trying to get towards your end game win con.
Well, to be fair, it's your fault because you said, "Oh, this deck can't use 5 runes."
Yeah, there's nothing it can do on 5 runes, and nothing you can say will change my mind. If I close my eyes, I don't see what happened on that turn.
Yeah, you were just playing around them flipping 5 purple runes instead of 1 4 split.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you were fine.
Exactly.
I do think this turn is not very obvious, though. I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I don't mind just going for points. Or I mean, this is one of 3 options really. It's either
I like
develop both,
moving.
develop
I
early.
like moving Stella. Couldn't you move Stella with the floating 2 and go to 2?
Yeah,
like that
I also
play.
liked pushing the Stellacorn because I
Surely
want
they don't
to,
have 2 Kaisas.
I mean, surely not, right? But also to be fair, like I just want to score. I do want to just score points and try and set up this
Yeah.
purple Yas end game.
Yeah, I think getting
Isn't
the
it
even
trade,
interval
though?
is also just really
You
nice.
just send Stella, trades into Kaisa, and he goes back, and you just draw 1.
Stella
and
does
kill
not
that
trade
Kaisa.
into Kaisa there because if you moved Stella in, then it would be a 3.
What? You equip it with
Yeah,
Go
you
on,
can't-
go on,
you
go
can't-
on, Kuvi, go on. Say it.
You can't
Say
you
it,
can't play
Kuvi.
the Guardian Angel and also move it in. Or are you thinking that this is an Aurelia that is playing and not a
Say the
Yasuo?
line.
It was 6 runes, Kuvi. It was 6 runes. How are we playing Stellacorn, Guardian Angel, and moving it
Wait,
in?
Oh my God.
Tell me that's a man.
Wait, we don't even have
Yeah.
Not
North Pole now? Fuck.
a man that doesn't have floating blades.
Yeah. It's not, in fact,
Yeah,
the
notably,
Aurelia that you think it is.
notably not. Yeah,
Sorry,
this is
these
not
colors
the
are
Aurelia
big.
you were
I need
looking
to-
for.
I need to only look at that Yasuo or something.
Okay. So there's a charm in hand. Like the combo pieces are assembling, by the way, right? Charm in hand, ride the wind in hand, fight or flight in hand. So if you just get to if you get the 5 points, you can just win with the purple Yasuo in theory, right? Like you just kind of you just win from hand.
That's
Yes.
cool as fuck.
So I mean, it can work. Like this could be a Yasuo 1 game if the Draven just doesn't respect it or know that this is coming.
Yasuo is literally on the table though, so
No, I know, but sometimes, I mean, how many times have you played against this? It's
you
just-
keep
it's-
saying Yasuo's on the table like his opponent will know this.
Nobody's seeing this Yasuo.
Kuvi still thinks it's an Aurelia. We are 36 minutes into the round. So anything is possible.
There's also a not so fast, so you get around Rebuke if you have a ton of runes, right? There's 5, 7, 9, 10. So it's 12 runes to play everything if you need everything.
we're at 9. No,
But it's just 10 for the standard combo. Looks like you can go to 4 for free. The problem is Yeah, you go to 4, your opponent goes to 6. By the time you're at 5 and actually looking for that win, your opponent can just play to 8 and then you die. So the extra point from this pushing the Stellacorn in actually mattered so much. Because this would have been the turn going to 5.
Yes, chef.
Was that a second ride to win, though?
Another
I mean,
one.
that's-
We are riding.
I wonder if there's Fellsonger in here.
I would be angry.
Because then you can win from 4. No, it was a rebuke, not a ride to win.
Is that a sideboard, maybe?
But the rebuke of this Fellsonger.
No, there's a right to win in there.
There,
Oh, not a second one.
the rebuke.
I assume so, or it could be like a one of in the main, one of in the side. Bring them in when irrelevant. Maybe, I don't know.
4, 8, 9, 10, 16. Oof.
How to go about such a puzzle? All to get to 4 points.
I have a feeling the Rallies will do well this tournament, though.
Hell yeah. I like that.
Second
Ooh, second
charm?
charm. Wait a minute.
Can you remove enough stuff here that it really matters? Maybe. Because you instead of using the charms in a combo capacity here, you can use it to clean up this board a bit.
Yeah. Get rid of Draven, get rid of Kaisa.
Yeah, I mean, he's completely tapped out, so this is your chance, right? You'd have to equip the Guardian Angel to the Aurelia, but then she would be a 7 on this turn, so you could kill Draven. Draw another card, that's fine. Deckhand.
This would be great, right? Because you get to clean 2 things on the board, leave a 7 there, and then like, or I mean, it should be a 5.
Should
But
be
then
a
like if it dies, it'll
Should
come
be,
back.
yeah, should be a 5.
So then it's just like, oh, give me 2 units or use some like pre-combat tricks, and then it dies, but then it gets recalled, and then it's just a 4 to 4 game.
No, I mean,
Or
yeah,
6 to
it's
4 game
definitely
maybe in your
interesting with the
mind.
rebuke as well here. Maybe you can actually still cheese this out, like make it so that Draven doesn't get to go from 4 to 6 to 8, because if they don't go to 6 on this next turn, then you can still get to 5, right? 5 or 6 before.
Okay, we hid N card. We've played on Yasuo, and we are not choosing to clear their board.
I am angry.
Okay.
I'm once again angry. I just angry.
What am
Maybe
I?
they
What am I?
need-
Am I missing something here?
Well, they
Feels
can't
like-
unless I no. There's a second green. Okay, they do have the ability to double charm, so it's not a power issue.
That's so
Yeah.
thoughtful of you to ask if you're missing something. I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Well, the
Yeah.
hands are
Yeah,
right
you're
over the
welcome.
runes. You know, the hands are right over. You know.
Yeah.
I only saw 1 green poking out, but there's some underneath the hand. So it wasn't a charm.
Hmm.
This is gonna be such a sick combo turn. Oh my god. I'm gonna
Yeah,
switch-
but if we were at 5, then it would matter. But can't win from 4.
Unless they draw spells.
Yeah, I mean, if they draw Spellsonger, like they literally will just win because they have like the entire combo here. Unless, I mean, Draven could like turbo stack one side, then you don't win. But
I mean, if we have the second ride the win, maybe there's where we like foff this, going again, then you ride the win over, and then you go to 5, and then you just need to top deck or ride the win. Smiley face.
yeah, you just need the second ride, right?
I mean, clearly we've hidden a card, so we should probably foff, I'd assume, at this moment. And I would probably do it on my opponent's unit, not my own, since I've already committed the GA. Get more attacks from my opponent, maybe? May chance, perhaps? Uh-huh.
Okay.
Unfortunately, our opponent has Rebuke, so we were probably never comboing. Unless we protected the not so fast. But I don't know if we're gonna have enough mana for all that. Right.
Yeah, the not so fast still there. I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, to play literally everything of the combo, you actually needed 12 runes.
Yeah.
So,
Is that including 5 for Yasuo?
yeah, that was including 5 for Yasuo. So you're right. That actually does
Now they
reduce
need
it by 5. So
7.
it's 7
Yeah.
that you need.
But yeah.
So have the runes.
Depends. Well, it depends how they go about the rest of this combat.
True. If he casts a rebuke this turn, he's not going to be at 7. He's going to be at
So
at 6.
6. Yeah. I feel like we committed this GA for a reason. We eventually got to let it drop. The secondary problem is kind of like we let our opponent go into the next turn with full runes. We probably also maybe get screwed. Okay, we're going for the 5th point. This is the best case scenario.
So
we are
yeah, I mean,
forcing our opponent to rebuke, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm fairly open to the idea of the ride the wind here. The problem is that you now need another ride the wind.
The problem is also that our opponent's going to draw 2 cards after they rebuke our Aurelia, I think. But, you know.
I mean, that too. 3 cards, actually, because Conquer with the Kaisa as well. Don't forget that.
Oh, yeah. Oof.
Yeah.
This is really interesting, but I feel like we're missing the forests for the trees. I feel like this Aurelia does not matter nearly as much.
Yeah, just because it was already protected by GA.
Yeah.
I mean, it is putting us towards the we now have an out if we draw the ride the win. I'll give it that much, assuming this opponent lets the rebuke resolve.
Or yeah, but this is never resolving, right?
I assume you just rebuke at this point, but you know.
You're staring at a Wind Rider. Interesting to let them go to 5.
Yeah.
This is I actually don't think you're allowed to let them go to 5 with a Wind Rider on the board. I think that's pretty risky.
I don't believe so, because now we have 2 outs, because I don't think our Stella is necessarily relevant to our turn, so we can get a move trigger on that. Whoa.
Okay.
What, and tapped out a rebuke, man? Oh man, we might be.
Yeah, I mean the a million charms he kept is gonna win him the game if he finds a ride. Fizz also gets there. I don't know if he's playing Fizz. I would if I was playing this as a combo deck. I think I would probably want Fizz in my list.
How many times do you need to move a purple Yasuo? 3 times.
It's
correct?
3 times. I actually think even Fighter Flight is another out here. Because you'll be ready at the start of turn. You can move in Fighter Flight, then Yasuo.
Yeah, there's a few. You have 2 draws to win the game, so I assume you're gonna.
Tide Turner actually will work here as well.
The annoying part, I mean, you could always int your Stella, right? Nothing really stops you from doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think inting the Stella is a very reasonable idea.
So you go and you draw a card, offer ride. It was a card. I think that was Discipline.
Discipline's fine here too because Draven's tapped out of any like meaningful interaction, so like you can continue to look for draws. Yeah, Discipline's fine. I mean, it's just one more draw. It's not what you wanted, but it's fine.
I think you still move the Stella first, I'd imagine.
I don't know about that. I think I don't mind Charm, and then just move them together maybe or something.
You could.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could charm and then push the Stella over, but you'd have to actually be able to beat the Pharos. We could charm the Pharos home and then charm one of the other things to Aurelia, and then you can push the Stella over with the Discipline.
If
to
you're
conquer.
already planning on casting it, but yeah, maybe you can precast probably.
And very, very clearly too. Also, everything gets charmed to base. I think, right?
Yes, you could charm like hopeful into the Aurelia if you want to.
I guess you play around cleave,
that
but
comes on cleave.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I would
necessarily.
personally avoid combat at all costs. But yeah, theoretically, yeah, you could. They should all go to a base. Though.
I mean, you just need to see your draws. This is what it is.
Yeah.
You need to win on this turn. I do not think you have you are winning if you don't win on this turn. Yeah.
You have 2 draws in you. You also, I mean, you got 2 draws in you. You got.
What sends Telecorn into
You technically have a 3rd draw if you don't kill the Stellacorn because Ride the Wind is an out without needing Yasuo's ability. So you could Yasuo ability the Stellacorn if you miss.
Yeah, this is correct order.
Yeah, you can do this.
We drew right the win, I think.
Okay.
Are you sure? Was it?
It looked like it a little bit. Oh, it's an elephant.
Oh no, that works. Tide Turner works.
Yeah, it works. If we don't.
And now you just charm all this stuff back to base. You move the Yasuo into Obelisk. You Tide Turner it back. You and then you Yasuo it into the other battlefield for the Conquer. So you just need to charm stuff out of there. Yeah, he has the win. Like in into one rune, it's guaranteed. Like this is actually. This look our bingo square about Hearthstone lethal. If he does not win right now, that is we are getting a missed Hearthstone lethal on stream because this is guaranteed. Just for anyone who is not caught up to what we're saying, if we haven't said it clearly enough, he has the charms in hand to be able to push these units back to base. Then he can move his Yasuo into the obelisk. He can move it home with the elephant, and then he can move it into the other obelisk with his Yasuo ability for the third move to gain a point, and then get the second conquer because he can discipline it over a 4 if he needs to, but I think he might have enough removal that he doesn't even need to push it over the top.
Oh, what are we doing?
Yeah.
It's literally... Okay.
No.
Like all you need is like
Charm Rebuke.
Correct me.
Charm Rebuke does it. Charm Rebuke does it. There's literally Charm Rebuke and play the Turner.
Yeah.
Wait, Charm Rebuke, play the turn. Oh no, okay, that's one short. Wait, that's one short. He's one energy short of Charm Rebuke. But Charm. Is he actually just one short of this entire line? Did I miss?
No,
we never needed to rebuke.
No, sorry. But he needed to play Elephant and cast Yasuo, which is 4 runes. And then if he charms, then that's 5. And then 6 is the other charm, and then he has to deal with one more unit. And he can't do that with one more.
Wait. So you charm 2 units back. There's 4 might on the battlefield. You have 6
Yes.
runes, right? 2
Yes.
from your Yasuo, 2 from charm. From the double charm, 2 from the elephant, and 2 from discipline.
They only had 7 runes. I don't think they had 8.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. They have 7. They're actually one short. It actually wasn't Hearthstone lethal. They actually didn't have it. Okay. All right. All right.
Sorry,
He's fine. He survives another day. Yep. Yasuo was only 4 might. He actually was 1 rune short. Yep. He might still win off of this play, which is good. But he was actually 1 rune short. I apologize to the Yasuo player. The line was missing a rune. What a bummer.
But also, in
What happened to the
theory,
Didn't we get max?
if we would have done the whole play and then led in with the Stellacorn.
Wait, where are the max? Did we rebuke?
Yes, we rebuked.
Yeah,
There's
it was
mechs.
rebuked.
Oh.
Yep.
We are mechless in Seattle.
No, I think at end of the day, considering
This
he's
is
actually
correct.
1 short, this is probably just has to be the correct sequencing for Yasuo. Yep. All right. Well done, Yasuo. You found the line. You knew your runes better than I did.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
7, not
same.
8. So
Yep. Trying to think if there's any spot that we could have saved a rune on a previous turn, but I don't think so.
I mean,
Because
Draven
even to
can't
get to
break.
5, you had to cast that Ride the Wind last turn. So it looks like Yasuo's still gonna win. So it works out.
Yes,
I
or
just saw Pastry's message. Okay, true.
tier 7 deck beats tier 1 deck.
yeah, Draven losing this game is very impressive based off how the first turn and a half went.
Well, I'm just glad this wasn't like an actual missed Hearthstone lethal. It happens sometimes. We've seen it a few times on day 1s. Usually is when it happens. But no, he actually just didn't have the win. He's just
think
1
it's
rune
a-
short of having it.
It's a missed Hearthstone lethal because Aurelia wouldn't have had to pay the 2 from the legend.
True.
So are you saying that you should be playing Windrunner in Aurelia?
So
Is
it
that
is
what
a
we're
missed
saying?
lethal.
But also,
we-
yeah,
is
you
that
would
what
have
we're
been able
saying?
to play the Windrunner from your champ zone, so clearly.
Are we saying that
can you walk me through
Windrunner
why?
belongs in Aurelia?
It's 8 mana. It's charm, ride.
Yeah. Okay. No, I got you on it. There's no Ride the Wind. So
Charm, Yas, Tide Turner is 6. You need 7, 8 for the rebuke.
Yeah.
Or discipline. Either one work.
Yeah, because either Rebuke or Discipline will be able to push the Yasuo over. He's only 4 might base, and it was a 4/4 and a 6. 2 charms get rid of 2 of the units.
and,
You need the
yeah.
Rebuke for the 3rd one, and then you need Tide Turner and Yasuo ability for the movement.
Yasuo
Which
was only
is-
4. I thought it was 5. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah.
Is it true?
Yeah, it must be.
Wait, what? Oh, wait, what?
Did he play a Rebuke?
It was a Fight or Flight. Where did the Itzel go?
No, he must have also played a Rebuke. Yeah, he played a Rebuke as well.
Okay.
Because the Aurelia got fighter flighted.
Game 3. Let's fucking go.
Oh, we got a game 3. We got a game 3.
Wow. Yes, so game 3 should have been in the bingo. How often do you guys think people actually change their sideboard from game 2 to 3?
Very often.
Mm,
Not often enough.
That's a good answer.
yeah, I think it definitely depends on your deck, but I do think there is. I think it's not done less because it's the correct call, but it's only the correct call because I think of a deck construction error.
You want me to say
That's
it?
what
You
I
want me
will
to be
say.
the bad guy? 8
That's what I'll
cards in,
say.
8 cards out.
Based. No, I think like people should be moving in cards between 2 and 3. I think it just doesn't happen because of a deck construction issue. But I think
Actually,
based on their deck,
in
it's
this
probably
exact
correct.
scenario, it's probably incorrect to sideboard because you have 10 fucking minutes. Like,
Well, yeah, maybe.
I think Battlefields changes.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Battlefields change a lot, and I think you should always be thinking about sideboarding from 2 to 3.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people will follow guides and be like, okay, well, or they follow like whatever. They're like, well, this against this matchup, this is how I'm supposed to sideboard, and then they stick to that, which works. But in a lot of times it will depend on if you're going first or second, and then the battlefield.
Yeah. When I write my guides, I usually like illustrate like this is what you play for a battlefield, and this is what you play for the other battlefield, and I never just be like, oh, you're bringing these cards to this deck, and voila. I mean, my deck's different. Like, so I'm playing Vile Maws, and it's like, yeah, clearly you should probably take out your Foffs in the Vile Maw games, like for
But,
most
like,
decks.
Yeah, I mean, for example, like recently playing Fiora, like the hook version, like if I have Worthy in my champ zone, I'm pretty willing to trim 2-drops on my go second game, because like I'm pretty willing to just jam Fiora Worthy if I don't see a 2, and then it allows me more room for some of the like sideboard pieces that I think are maybe impactful for that matchup. Sometimes you want the 2s anyway, right? But like I'm at least willing to like trim like 2 copies and play like 6 2s instead of 8 or something like that on my going second games.
Yeah, you get better deck density by just not playing Hooper 2/2s that you just really don't want to cast.
Yeah, exactly. When you're playing, especially you're playing like yellow orange, right? And you have the ability to do that. It's very impactful. I could totally see like Lucian do it as well, right? Where Lucian is just like, I'm just gonna play my Lucian going second, so I don't need it. Anyways, while we're waiting, here is the breakdown. There is that Garen, lovely, tied for Victor at 9th here. Azir has snuck up into the top 6 for this week around.
It's on 16 Garens? Oh.
Yep, 16 Garens. It does make sense that Fiora has climbed. Kaisa still kind of holding where she's been. She just is 1 less than Fiora this week. And then Ezreal, of course, doubled from 10 to 20 last week and just gaining a couple more players this time around. I think Ezreal will continue to climb. And then especially in the West, I think a lot of people like Ezreal. Is there anything not represented? I think this is everybody now. Now that Garen has 16 players, I think we actually have all the decks. The bottom representation being Lee Sin. I'm surprised Rek'Sai is so low. I actually think that is like a pretty real deck. But it's not better than Draven or anything like that. So it just depends on what people like playing, I suppose.
18 plus 10 is 28. Yeah, that's every single deck here.
Yeah, can we grab the first screen again? I just want to see some of the more heavily repped one. I also think Lucian is maybe a little bit low. I've also been relatively impressed with this deck.
I think Rumble's like incredibly high. I'm surprised that's the deck other people choose.
Yeah, I think Rumble was probably another one that was similar to the Garen idea, where they were like, there was only like 2 Rumbles last week. You're like, oh, I could definitely win that Rumble card, and then we got this huge oversaturation of players playing for best of with 16 Garens and 15 Rumbles. The 16 Garens is the funniest screenshot like ever. Like, this is crazy that Garen is this high up. That is so funny.
Yeah, 9 MFs. Interesting. So I guess they all chose to play.
About the top 4 most represented decks.
It
They have a common thing. Top 4 most played.
Oh, what were they again?
It was Draven, Kaisa, Fiora, Aurelia.
They're all women.
What?
I don't know, Kuvi. I don't know what the.
It's
What was the question?
they all
I-
they all.
what was the
it-
question?
What's the common thing between the four most represented decks?
They're all set 2 heroes.
Kais is
No,
not.
Kai'Sa's there.
Oh, unfortunate.
No, they all have a champion that doesn't cost a power
Oh, yeah, true.
in the champion zone. I mean,
What do you mean? Orange Fiora costs a power. Smiley face.
Mhm.
Pretty good card.
They all have 40 card decks.
Well, Draven goes first. Treasure Hunter next.
Yep.
Trevor
I did
Hunter's
the first
Reavers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, baby! The
That's
counter.
Oh,
The
God.
counter. I'm so ready for this guy to just push the treasure hunter and then axe it.
Wait, why paper tree? I promise you, this person just picked up Aurelia list and literally changed the legend and the battlefields, and not
Well-
even the battlefields, just the legend.
I do think you want. Look, if we had one more rune in the last game, we would have won on that turn guaranteed with
I feel
the.
like this is
the
winning,
Yasuo, so-
right? Okay, good. The opponent. I was gonna say, even if his
Yeah.
opponent goes left and cleaves, like then they just like pass turn, and I think like that's
Yeah.
a winning trade for the pro player. So at least the for everybody's sanity, the Draven decided to take their normal pills and just
Yeah, normal
develop
pills
and-
will just make 2 gold and yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, just make
then
2 calls and draw
then
19
develop
cards,
6 might.
6 might,
Yeah,
yeah, wow.
no, that's
What
no,
a bad
this turn
turn.
is- yeah, this turn's like this turn kind of sucks, but like whatever. Yeah, no, I mean that's fine. Yeah.
We're gonna give our opponent a lowly rune, but so we also get one. They get to use it first. Huzzah.
ooh, that's a decent hand.
Well, I mean, the big thing I'm always looking at is just going to be the points for Yasuo. Like, if you get to 5, you can just create these like theoretical Hearthstone lethal spots if Draven taps out. So for me, I'm honestly partially open to even going to 3 here with the sneaky and the discipline, just to try and like continue to. You want to be on odd points instead of even with the Windrunner, right? Like that's where you win. You win on 5, instead of having to win on 6. But I mean, this is like
forgetting-
also fine, just developing more material.
We forgot paper tree.
Miss beneficial / miss negative trigger.
Oh no, he said wait,
Oh.
that needs to trigger.
He
You can't
miss
allow
this.
him to miss this. This is
Yeah,
not
if
like
the judges like this is you can't miss this. This is like sharking if you purposely miss a trigger that's beneficial to both you and your opponent.
Well, it's not even sharking. That's just cheating.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, one of the same.
wow. It really looks like the judges are not. This has to be like the wrong rule.
This cannot be the right ruling.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. There we go. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Soup.
I also love that it was clarified for Obelisk and Arena's Greatest that you have the full turn to now get those in the
Yes.
rules update, which is very good. It's
Agreed.
a pretty silly thing to have happening, especially because it's happening at such a high frequency.
Whoa, we're making the game about. Oh no, they still have 2 mana. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, we're making the game
They
about this
said-
turn.
Yeah, I mean the hold has to happen either from again 2 to 4 or 4 to 6, and we're choosing to stop it from 2 to 4.
Yeah, I just thought they only
So-
had 1 rune up. I was like, whoa, but I see the 2 now. They moved it on over.
These gold are doing some heavy lifting because this rebuke would not be castable without them.
That's probably true. I can't really see what's underneath their other red rune, but it looks like they stacked them all together from what I can see. So yeah, there might only be 1 purple this turn.
Oh, is this a stack? Am I just looking at? No, okay. He's
I
got
think it
purple
is a
with
stack because they also moved that last red one over.
Yeah.
But there may. I mean, I'd be surprised if they're playing 6 red runes, right? And usually it's a little more purple heavy.
purple. No,
Maybe
mostly
I'm
more
wrong.
purple.
Yeah,
They're just hidden.
yeah, I think so.
I
But
was
either
like,
way,
this does
they're
look
still
like less runes
doing.
than I'm expecting.
They're
yeah.
still doing super giga work because we're just not losing 2 runes, which is also phenomenal. All from a Tide Turner play.
Yeah, I mean, Yasuo has double discipline. Theoretically, they don't have to
Unfortunately,
break both
yeah.
sides. If they just go to 3, it can be okay, as long as they can just get to 5 afterwards.
Yeah, their problem is that all their tricks are offensively slanted and they're facing rebuke, and in this world you
Yeah.
always lose since you have to blink first, unfortunately.
Well, there's a ride the
Um,
winds. you could still draw the not so fast. I don't think there was one in hand, but you could draw the not so fast off of Stellacorn draw or a Discipline draw.
Yep, upward is true.
Why can't we have nice things?
Oh, I also understand why they went for this hold, just because we are in turns. This is turn 1.
Oh my god. That came up on us fast.
Yeah.
Right? We thought it was gonna be.
I saw we had 10
game
minutes in
into-
game 2, but I didn't even realize
Yeah.
we took so long in this game. And I mean, it feels like they should have had a few extensions from like half of these judge calls, but you know, here we are. And I assume this is turn 1. At best, like,
usually-
graciously, it's turn 0. But
Usually it's 0 when we see the clock and not the turn. They'll put the turns above it. So usually this is 0, but
Right.
it just could be delayed on the graphic getting updated is also possible. I believe it's 0 because I didn't even notice the clock, but you caught it first. So I don't know if
I feel like I noticed it on the Yasuo's turn, and it was like a minute 20 in, and I don't think they've tanked this long, but they now have tanked for at least a minute plus. But yeah, unsure. There's a banner going by that I'm reading. Maybe I could see. Push the yellow button. Push the yellow button.
What is that?
I don't know. It's just a banner. It's going bye-bye.
It's a house of sugary stuff.
Oh, here's another one. Maybe this is saying, like, will you marry me? You know, they do, like, the ones with the planes, and they fly by, and they have,
Yeah,
like, letters
yeah.
and stuff.
Is
on the
that what
back.
you-
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm
Wow.
reading out of it. Push the yellow button if you'll go to prom with me.
This is honestly through a Riftbound tournament. This is how you raise me up personally. I mean, not you specifically.
That's okay. That's okay.
Where is the turn indicator? I thought it was.
don't
in
it
the-
will be in the center.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's turn 0.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So this is maybe committing to a rebuke. Hard bargain. That is an answer to rebuke.
Did we draw that, or are we
Wait.
just saying cards?
Yeah.
It just yeah. No, I'm just saying cards.
Okay, cool.
No, he just drew it off the Stellacorn.
The review?
Yeah, I thought the timer started on Draven's turn. Yeah, I think that is true too. But we'll see.
No, the bargain
Oh.
was drawn off the Stellacorn.
Oh, we
You
did draw a
had-
bargain.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Dude,
Yeah, I still don't know if he's lying.
No, okay, if you don't have
Bitch, you have eyes. There's a bargain
Oh,
right
I see
there.
it. Oh, yeah, put the fries in the bag. You know, I see the bargain. Why don't you just say so? Put the fries in the bag, big dog.
It's actually so good.
Yeah, the bargain's
Oh,
insane
Spell
here.
Pierce is so broken.
If we can break the other battlefield this Christmas.
We have double disc, and this is what, 5? So it should be
Yes,
6.
that's
Yeah.
it.
I mean,
I mean,
Well,
you
I
don't
mean-
have to commit anything. You just go in and ask
Right,
the
see what
question.
they do. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Please don't pre-commit. Begging you.
No. This is one of the times where we do not pre-commit.
Oh, we're pre-committing. Lovely.
Oh,
didn't even wait for the.
Oh, sorry. Yes, would you like to do it?
I think you know what. I think I might run away. I think
Yeah,
I
he
might
just
decide
debated
to run
him.
away.
That's actually he debated
Hold
him
on.
now.
this is like 10 head.
No, it's so
Yeah.
bad. You'd rather him stay and you just kill all his units.
No. Now he's gonna come back in, and you're gonna be like, boom, boom.
There's no boom boom.
Yeah, I would like to have killed all of his units on this turn. That would have been really nice.
Honestly, Reaver's is so good for the attacker. Like, just
No,
don't
no, I'm
stress
No,
out,
no, no,
no,
defend.
Some
No.
mad settle the wreckage
Wait,
vibes. here.
okay. In times though, this Wind Rider is such a win condition because you can just int it for a point if it wins you the game on the last turn.
But
Like,
also,
you can just
this is where you just pass. No. So you do this. So you let them attack your Reaver's row,
That's
and then
so
you
good. That's
back,
what we won
and
this
then you
game.
ride the wind over, and then you discipline.
Yasuo
then you
literally
just
won
win.
this.
Oh.
Like, actually, this spot is unlosable for Yasuo. I'm not even kidding.
Wait, we drew fight or flight. Holy shit.
I mean, I also think you're right, Kuvi. I think if this wasn't in times, I actually think looking at the hand, I feel like Yasuo should always win. Because Draven is not putting the point pressure on, and then Yasuo has Ride the Wind in
Oh my
hand
God, we're
with
hiding
Wind Rider hidden. Like this is like guaranteed.
Yep. And we don't have Accelerate, which is one of the notable downsides of the Draven deck. It's really Kaisa or nothing. We did draw
Okay.
Rebuke, so that's interesting.
So this fight or flight is to my understanding, because we're in time. Like there's no reason to actually hide this fight or flight. I don't really think on this turn.
Probably not.
Because like you're basically guaranteed winning with Wind Rider over the next 2 turns because you have the red one.
Yeah,
Like you're just basically guaranteed winning.
Yeah.
So you don't really care if they take this from you.
Mm-hmm.
But you do care because it's in time, and denying a point is massive.
I think their only way to maybe not lose is to go right and then hard stack and get a draw? Question mark.
You're saying go right, hard stack. You'll score to 4. This is turn 1.
It'll be 5 to 4. I think this is turn 2, but if I'm wrong, then maybe. But I
mean,
think
it
this
says
is turn
1
2.
at the top. So
oh, is that what it says?
think,
okay.
Yeah, I think they've added it. I think this is 1. That was
Oh,
0.
1 out of
This
3, I
is
see it now.
1. Then Yasuo is going to get turn 2, and then Draven will get 1 more. Yasuo's going to have to try and get some points with Wind Rider to get above the points that Draven can get to.
I mean, they do have the Kaisa, so they have Accelerate, but I don't know if that changes anything.
Yep.
The guy's going to attack in, you're going to foff it back. They can Accelerate Kaisa, you back up. They go to 4. You go to 5. Jiggle around a purple dude for a bit. I was saying it's his 3rd turn. Does Draven ever... I'm out. I feel like Draven can just easily play for the tie, right? Don't you go right and get your 4th point? Backline? Yasuo, like, moves around a bunch, or will they...
I mean,
able
Yasuo
to
will be
get-
able to score with Wind Rider next turn.
They'll be able to get
like,
the 3rd point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they only get the 3rd point, right?
So they'll be at 5 from the hold.
Yeah, they go to 6,
They get a
7.
6th point from
And then
the...
you double conquer on your turn. You go to 6, and then it's a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're
Yeah.
playing in cringe world, sometimes you got to be a cringer. But this, I think, is committed to we're trying to win the game, which I think we're not going to now. But I mean, in theory, they could still Kaisa to the right side, and it's similar. I mean, we draw ride the win ourselves? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, there is. So if you say no to the Reavers, you should be able to ride the wind back in during the same showdown, and they should not be able to run away. You can actually kill the units. But it would tie because there's a discipline, right? So
Yes.
we'd be
We
trading.
we still haven't made a decision from the reverse.
Correct,
Because we
yeah,
reacted with.
Reacted to the trigger with the fight or flight.
But now they have to make the decision technically.
Right.
Yeah, unless they've just resolved it already. Because like they could just... I don't know if they've resolved the whole combat. Because yeah, Red the Wind would... But even then, it's just a tie because you know the discipline's there because they also flashed it last turn.
Yeah.
It's like, how good is that anyway? I mean, maybe you have to.
I mean, I think your move is to Kaisa Accelerate and then hold up Rebuke and ride the wind. I think our turn always required us to go right. I'm unsure why we committed to left, but maybe there's something I'm misunderstanding. Maybe it's not really turn 1, something, but it seems like we should have just always went right.
Yeah, it's possible the graphics off, but generally that has been right historically.
You get your 4th point, you let your opponent go up 3 points, and then you capture 2 points and get a tie.
Really? Reading Kaisa?
Is this card good?
That's fine. You gotta
I
know
want to
what
pick
it
that up and
says.
be like, is this card good or something? Oh, we're just in for a penny, in for a pound. Okay. I mean, I do like this one, except for the fact that we don't have ganking, but Because theoretically, you could ride the wind to the paper tree, and then back up, and it's like kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I guess you're in a spot where bluffing that you just have axe here, and you're just saying like play the discipline because I'll kill it anyway.
Yeah,
You lose nothing as Yasuo by disciplining here, like literally nothing.
that's what I'm
No, it's
feeling like.
fine because I think if your opponent axes, you're still like happy to just send Stellacorn for free into the paper tree and
Yeah.
do whatever the hell you want out from there. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure.
I'm with you. I think you just stay in and you discipline, and you just say like, go ahead and axe
for
me if you
sure.
want. Like that's
Yeah.
fine.
Oh, definitely. Backing seems silly.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I mean, like, even, yeah. It's also really strange because, like, I think we're, like, hyper, like, fixated on this purple Yasuo, but if we just actually casted Ride the Wind right now and went back to the paper tree, it's exactly like resolving purple Yasuo because we just got 3 points in a turn cycle. So, like, we could have just rided the wind, the sneaky deckhand over to the paper thing and go to 5, untap, go to 6, and then kill this Kaisa
but
and
you
go to
just
7.
But you're vulnerable
Die
to
to
the
ride the wind, right?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm just saying there's like
Draven's
interesting ways to go about it because
Yeah,
it looks like he
of
is playing a
course.
card this turn, so that's why I'm saying like,
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, well
wow.
Draven actually can win now.
yeah,
We're literally choosing to lose.
yeah,
Like,
which is why
finding
it's interesting.
the way to lose.
Mm-hmm. Which is like the discipline is just safer, see more cards, like let your
So
opponent
even if there's an axe,
overcommit.
it's so good for you because you make Draven tap out and then you can do whatever you want
Right, I
during,
agree.
during your turn, and it's literally just GG.
Yep. No, I mean the
You're
Draven's
saying
also should.
resolve Kai'Sa?
I mean, you have to resolve Kaisa first. You should draw 2 cards, one for winning a combat because it was Reaver's Rose, and 2 for conquering with
Yeah.
Kai'Sa. You should draw 2.
Could have done
Mhm.
this ride the wind if
And-
Draven ride the winds to paper tree.
Yep. Draw another card. Very good. And then the Stellacorn Showdown will begin.
Yeah.
And then ride the wind over. 4 on 3. We go to 5.
Oh, touch the card, you have to move it. That's how it works in chess. Maybe.
Yeah, touch move, touch take in this one. Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, surely it's
I mean,
the
it's
like the
definitely-
Kaisa.
definitely-
Surely it's the Kaisa, right?
No, it's definitely not Kai'Sa. It's definitely helpful.
Why is it not Kaisa?
Because you don't care about the draw here. You just want as much might on battlefield as possible.
Trying to think if you do care about the draw for like hiding a card there as well.
Well, I just
but,
thought this game's gonna
you
come
still
down to
get
your
one.
next turn because like what you go over here,
Yeah.
go to 5, and then it's 4 to 5. And if your opponent walks in and goes to 5, I guess you could still. Yeah, I guess it could be either.
I guess
don't know.
if you do the hopefully you can keep all your might safe for your next turn, but
Like you go in and out, basically.
yeah, but then you're also
still
giving the
going-
opportunity for Yasuo to get
That
these
was my
points, and then
thought.
you're
Was to
guaranteeing
get
a draw,
over,
right?
get 2 draws,
Yeah.
and then back up. That was my thought. Was to
Yeah.
back up after this because it's 5 on 4. The deckhand walks in. It's 5
Isn't
to
it?
5.
Isn't it a difference of 2 points? So if Yasuo gets to 6 here, it's over.
If Yasuo gets to 6 here, it's a draw.
Draven gets a turn, right?
It's a draw.
Yeah, it's guaranteed a draw.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is
okay.
this is a
I thought, like,
guaranteed
this was
draw
last turn and
if
then-
they have a ride the wind or a way to accelerate. It's a
Ooh,
draw.
Don't do that. Oh,
No, you probably have to move home, right?
Yeah, you move
No, but
on.
any 2 cost just wins the game then.
No,
Well,
it
it's not
doesn't
a
win
win.
again.
Look,
None of this wins
Draven
again.
still gets a turn.
Neither
Or
player
draws
can
the
win.
game. Sorry, draws the
Yeah,
game.
Yeah, it's gonna be a draw.
It's always a draw. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think.
And
I think it actually just doesn't matter. Let me rephrase. Like,
Funny is
if
there-
this person has accelerate, it's a draw, no matter which way it happens.
Yeah, what's funny is he might not have a unit at all. He might not be able to get to 6, and then Draven wins.
Yes, then that will be the case. It'll be 5 to 5, and Draven will score 2 points because it's well.
hit him with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
discipline. Let's
I
go,
mean,
Chief.
if they move in for 5 and hold all of their tricks,
Holy
their opponent
fuck.
doesn't have a rebuke. Theoretically, they
Disciplining?
die.
No.
Yeah.
Another discipline. Yikes.
Yeah, he could have just held all the tricks, right?
Yeah.
Tried to play that
If
way.
you want to play for a tie, that's the
Or
weird
6
part. I
10,
think that's
10.
probably the best play because the best play you could do here is playing for a tie, and the worst play you can do here is playing for a tie. So I think like You just
Yeah.
move in and get your 5th point, and then just hold everything, and then like. The weird part is
Yeah,
you have to be
'cause-
very smart about when you discipline, because this person has a rebuke, and you have to like try to fish for a.
He has plus
not so
8.
fast. Yeah, he has like 2 on guards. He has 2 disciplines,
Yeah.
but it's a 5 cost. It's like Aurelia or something. I can't see what it is. It's just expensive.
Yeah,
card,
yeah, it's
something.
5, just like Wind Rider, and because he ride the Winded on last turn, he's at 6 runes instead of 7.
Yeah.
Um,
All right, I believe in you, brother. Discipline again. Draw your Ride the Wind. Do the
Yeah.
thing.
it would have to be exactly Ride the Wind now because it could have been any 2-drop for Yasuo Legend off the first draw, but or Deckhand, right? Deckhand would work.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. The reason it doesn't make sense because
Um,
even if you draw a unit, you don't win the game. You just tie.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
game.
it's just a
Whereas
it's just
if
a
you
draw.
like,
Yeah,
if
no,
you
I-
pre-commit, like we could have went discipline, on guard, and just prayed our opponent to never rebuke. We would have
Wait.
lost our rebuke anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is still funny enough. Discipline on guard, so it's still this is 8 might, which
still a
Draven is
big
still
number.
currently not tracking, so I think they just said it's a draw. Yeah.
Wait, there's no
Yeah.
rebuke?
No, he doesn't have it in hand. No, he does.
He does. He just doesn't. Only has. Wait, what? Does he not have 2
Wait, no,
runes?
he,
up?
what? He won.
Not the literally mind controlled that Draven into accepting the draw. I love it. I love it. I
I'm
love
so
it.
confused.
Mind
Well,
control.
there was a rebuke in the hand the whole time.
You
Like,
get
I'm
2
not-
ready units at home. Oh, okay. No. They just said 2 on Draven. 2 on Draven. Okay.
Okay. I was about to say. I was like,
yeah.
he like
How
flashed.
did
He,
the Yasuo know?
I mean,
No,
maybe
he
flashed
verbalized.
him
The
rebuke.
player probably just said, "I have rebuke," and then the Yasuo
Okay, I was about
like,
to say
extended the fifth.
I think he like
Yeah.
flashed it to him or something. I just might have not
Yeah,
seen
he
it, but
flashed-
I was
he
just
must
like,
have flashed the
does he
rebuke.
not have 8 runes? I was like thinking this the whole time. Did I just like phantom like schizophrenic make up this rebuke?
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure it was there.
No. That's so funny. That's so funny. He must have flashed the rebuke. Or, yeah, whatever. The rebuke was there. Because the Brain Hero came down, he played all the tricks, and then immediately extended the fist bump like I lose. So there we go.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna dip out. Good
All right,
luck,
see you on
have
it.
fun. I will catch up
Thanks,
with you all
brother.
in the morning. See you all tomorrow night. Bye.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, while we wait, we probably have a couple of Kuvi's corners ready to go. We can take a what's up?
No.
You said like yeah. What's up?
No.
Nice. No, nothing.
No. Okay. Well, do we want to quickly, for anyone who's just joining, we can take one more quick look at the overall breakdown of today's Legends, since we didn't get a ton of time to look at this. We were just checking in on it in between that game. And then, yeah, so it's mostly Draven, but we've reduced that part of the pie chart yet again by another like 4%. We're at 25. And then Aurelia lost a little bit of meta share as well, but not by a ton. She's still second most. Fiora bumped up a little bit to finally pass out against Kai'Sa, or pass over Kai'Sa. And then, Ezreal still maintaining, like, after doubling from the first week. Azir with a big surgeons here. I think, like, generally it's been Victor in that next spot, but we actually have Azir and Ornn passing up Victor. And then, there's 16 Garens and 15 Rumbles, as you would expect. And then, 13 Sivir. It starts to go down to the normal values. And I don't think there's anything too incredibly shocking from this, other than Draven's representation. And I think that we can clearly see it's best of Rising that's making this happen, as is shown with the 16 Garens, right? It feels like that is where a lot of this meta share is starting to kind of be carved away.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anything from there, or any stuff from you guys for that, or we can head over to Kuvi's Corner. All right, we'll go to Kuvi's Corner. I know we have Sivir prepped, and then we may have Yasuo to talk about as well. Which are you starting with?
I believe Sivir.
All right, let's kick it off. Talk about Sivir. We didn't get a chance to after the last one, and hopefully we'll have game coming back relatively soon. But until then, let's kick it off to Kuvi's Corner.
Let's go. Okay. Let me look back at this little Sivir. So this is the Sivir that we saw before this best of 3. And they were playing Aura Sivir with just regular Aura. There were some very cool things here. So the the legend. Always talk about the legend ability. So Sivir's legend ability reads: when you recycle a rune, you may exhaust Sivir to get a gold. And then you can actually untap her if in that same turn or whatever during the opponent's turn when one or more enemy units die. So it means you can technically like spend a gold, recycle a rune, tap her to generate a gold, then push in kill enemy units, and then she readies, and then you can again recycle a rune to get another gold, technically. But that doesn't come up that often in Aura, I think. So you do have the regular Aura shell, which is obviously the 3 of Aura, your ramp cards, the Catalyst 3 of, the Mobilize 3 of. This is like super common, the Stack Deck 3 of. This is just, you're gonna see it in every Aura list, right? So you have the ramp, you have the Aura, you have the cards that allow you to dig deeper to find your Aura. So the Stack Deck and Called Shot here. Also, Treasure Trove is actually pretty cool in Sivir specifically. So it is a card that technically, it's not a ramp card. It's a card that allows you to, well, if you draw the second one, if you have a gold, it's a ramp card. But if you play raw without any gold, and if you break it without any gold, then it is just a digging deeper card. So basically, the card says that you can actually spend a purple to kill it, and when it leaves the board, you can draw a card and then get a rune. So what you do is you float that rune, right? You spend the purple. I mean, you get the purple power to kill the gear and then draw and get a rune. But because you recycle the rune, you will get a gold, okay? So that you can use later on. So this way you can actually not deramp twice when you play, or you can just use the gold however you want, really. If you already have a gold, then with Treasure Trove, you can actually ramp because you didn't spend the initial rune to break the gear. That's how that card works. And then in every Aura deck, you have the main big units, right? In this case, sometimes you find like volley bears or like the dragons. Here we don't have any of that. We just have Mindsplitter and Anivia. Mindsplitter is absolutely broken, completely broken card, very, very good card to hit. And having only 5 units allows you to see it a lot more often, which is very good. Anivia is the odd one here. We don't see Anivia a lot in Aura decks in general, but I think she's here specifically because of that Temptation card. So Temptation is the little quirky card here. So the little cake that you see there, it says you can move. Where is the Temptation? Let me just grab the card so I can read it directly. Am I blind? I don't see cake. Oh, there. It says move a unit to a location where there's a unit with the same controller, which means that you can just, if your opponent has a unit on the battlefield and 2 units in the back, you can actually cast this with repeat. So spend 4, and you bring in the 2 units from the back into that into the unit that's on the battlefield for the opponent, and then you move in with Anivia, and then you Anivia ult them and deal 3 damage to all of them, which is pretty cool on paper and in practice. Also, this card specifically combos really well with Valma because you can actually lock units into Valma by just sending them there. If the opponent has a unit there, you can just send 2 other units there and then you just lock their units into Valma if they have no way of ganking, of course. Or like moving without doing that, with like going back to base. Some of the other cards in this deck. So we see the 2 of Last Strides, so the shovels. These are specifically here mainly for their equip cost. So you equip this card with 1 purple, and then you recycle 2 cards from your trash. This is the important part. And then the second part is when you conquer or hold with a unit that's equipped with this, you can play a unit from your trash, paying its full cost. Okay? It's not free. You have to pay for it. But what's important here is to recycle 2 cards from your trash. This is really good because you will lose your Mind Splitter. You only have 5 units in your deck. So you will lose your Mind Splitters, you will lose your Anivias, and the only way to get them back from Aura, right? Not by playing them manually, from Aura, because you take them, put them at the bottom of the deck, of the Aura deck, and then Aura will go through the deck to find them, basically. So you never deck out, you never run out of units, in theory. So if you loop it with Mind Splitters, it's very cool. Like you have a Mind Splitter, it dies, then you can just bring it back to the deck, and then Aura will pull it out, and it's pretty good combo. We see the Boots of Swiftness as a one-off. This is mainly because, unlike MF, you don't have a way to just give ganking to things. So if the opponent is just trying to hold through the other battlefield, then you're not that happy about it because you cannot move as easily. Then we can see some little interaction cards. So we have like Punch First as a 2-of, just a broken card, especially when you've set up your Aura already. You could just have 1 energy plus 5. You don't really care about the power cost, especially if you have gold. And it works really well with Challenge because you could just give +5 to a Mind Splitter or an Anivia, and then you have a unit that's 13 or 12 to challenge into something else, like a Draven or like an Aurelia, to try to kill her. Then we have the Sabotage. Sabotage is just a broken card, probably the strongest orange card, just insane. And it's, especially in combination with Mind Splitter, you just completely deplete them from anything that all the resources basically. You remove their spells and gears, and then you remove their units with Mind Splitter, and then you're basically choking them. I mean, some people like that. Cannon Barrage is pretty good, especially against just whole decks in general. Not very good against Aurelia, but good against Fan, for example, because Fan likes to push you back, right? And if you combine it with Anivia, then you're dealing 3 from Anivia and 2 from Cannon Barrage to everything the opponent has, which is very strong. You're dealing 5 to everything. The fact that its reaction speed is very relevant because you can react to a lot of things. You can react to an equipment, like an Edge of Night equipped to a 2-drop. You can actually react with Cannon Barrage and then kill it before it's equipped. You can react to Fan activation. You can react to Reaver's Row, I believe. So you can kill the unit before it goes back. Yeah, so you can react to a lot of things. Very, very good cards to catch the opponent off guard, in my opinion. I think I talked about every card in the list. We can talk about battlefields. We saw all of them. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about the Chosen Champion. Chosen Champion is just severe. She's pretty good. She's a very good unit overall. Just an accelerated unit. For 5, and 2 power, you accelerate to 6 might units. It's just like you always have a Master Yi, like an Orange Yi, available that you can just send in whenever you want, which is pretty good. Sometimes she'll survive and then you get the ganking. Not always, but it is relevant to just have a removal spell in your champion zone, basically. Then, for battlefields, Aspirant's Climb, you just want the games to go longer because you're playing Aura, makes sense. Valma, again, because you're not really playing Fight or Flight. I don't think I've seen a Fight or Flight, actually. I should have put it I should have put it in the sideboard thingies, or like deck cards, but yeah. So Valma is pretty good with the kick, as I've said. You can just trap units there, and he's just very good against purple in general that likes to push your units, so you're not as vulnerable against Fight or Flight. And like a hidden Fight or Flight would push your Anivia, for example. You don't want that, so Valma is pretty good against that. Also, it beats Fan, right? Fan doesn't push your units if you push in. But usually they just won't put the Fan on top of Valma. And then the third battlefield is Sigil of the Storm. This is, again, pretty good if you're trying to slow down the game. Sorta, kinda. It's not the best in Aurelius because you get value out of this battlefield if so you make them recycle the first time, but then you kind of want them to keep recycling. So you kind of want to fight it there so that they reconquer and then recycle again. That's the real value of the battlefield. But then you don't really do that often in Aura, I think. But the caveat here is that it works really well with Sivir specifically, right? Because the battlefield says that you have to recycle one of your runes, and then you can activate your legend ability to get a gold from
We got a game up.
Oh, wow.
Let's pop in. Ready to go? Thank you for the silver breakdown, Kuvi.
No
Still
worries,
just enough
no
time.
worries.
There we go.
Mhm.
We got Yasuo on deck that we can talk about later if we need to buy more time.
What is this one gonna be? I'm expecting Fiora No.
Annie.
versus Lee Sin. That's my guess.
Is that cat?
It is a cat.
Oh my god.
He's a
Let me
big
have
boy.
Yummy.
Draven. Not exactly.
Okay, Annie versus Draven. Annie versus
Annie.
new Annie. Annie with cards. All right. I mean, I feel like this is Big Bro Draven, new kid on the block, pushed Annie's meta share completely out. We did see Annie last week make the top 8 on that like mid-range build. That was quite like more using just the 2 runes being untapped than any other Annie deck ever in history. It was like literally use my entire base of runes to play like a big unit or as much might as possible, and then hopefully have like flash up to just bring everything back and continue to just stack might. And I wonder if we'll see more of that or if it will be a faster Annie deck. I did kind of like how that mid-range version played in this meta. It felt like it made sense. You're just building up these big boards and then making sure you're keeping all of your might safe forever. Dodging combats where you can. Sometimes you're just going to have to give the combat and flash and give the card, but you're still keeping all of your material and not losing anything, and then winning in that way. So I wonder if it's going to be that. And we'll see. I mean, really, it's pretty big indications are the Draven Vanquishers, the Pharaoh's Forerunners, and that's deckhand out the gates. This looks a lot faster than what we were seeing out of the other Annie.
This notably looks like a very set one-esque deck, both by presenting Dreaming Tree and by the cards we see in hand. And then notably on the opposite side, this is a very miracle-driven list by presenting Zon Warren's Game 1, I would imagine. Could be wrong on that, but usually I feel like when you see the Zon Warren's Game 1 and not Reaver's Row, you're more likely to see Miracle. And as we see the Ezreal and the Seals here, I think it's just about locked in here. This is going to be a Miracle Draven versus more aggro Annie. So probably a little favored for Annie here if I had to guess. You can get points generally quicker than the Miracle deck can, because they kind of have a slow, kind of stumbling start. I mean, it's not stumbling. It's usually 2-drop into 4-drop, but it's not like very impressive. It's not like a lot of might. It's not like accelerate. It's just like it's doing a thing.
Yeah.
And then it's going to try to like build some resources, whether it's building cards in hand, building energy on board, building power on board, things like this. And then it goes off and gets like a really explosive 15 to 20 might turn. If it gets higher than that, then Godspeed. And so I think the Annie could maybe abuse this, both with cards like Deckhand, Ride the Wind, the fact that they're going to be untapping 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see a hard bargain or something on a called shot to really mess up their mana curve. So it'll be very interesting to see how the Annie uses the 2 untapped runes at the end of every turn.
Yep. Yeah, it is a good point. I kind of missed that Zon Warrens initially, so we're not seeing that much Miracle out of China, but the fact that we are getting it in this game. And I do wonder if this is Nocturne or Nocturneless. We have seen both out of China. I don't know if you have thoughts on that at all, whether you like Nocturne or Nocturneless Miracle better. But it is a lot of slots that you are putting towards units once you add the Nocturnes in.
Yeah, I'm unsure if they're necessary, assuming you play some amount of Bushwhack and have 3 Rams and 3 Rasas. I'm not sure how necessary the Nocturnes is. If they should be 3, maybe a cheeky one of here and there, or really just not played at all. I think it's a bit of overkill. I think even after your miracle turn, you still want to have a fair share of runes available, and I think Nocturne taxes that as well. I think, as you can see on the play pattern, we've went second, and we're already down to 2 runes. So I'm not a fan of Nocturne personally. I think that it was like maybe a thought when everybody thought Miracle was going to be the best deck. It's like an arms race thing. But I don't see Miracle being as prevalent in the Draven meta going forward. I think it is a player for sure. I think you will see most players gravitate towards mid-range because it is a generally easier deck to play.
Oh, it is significantly easier, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say though, the turn 1 for Miracle being Seal Ezreal with a scrap heap is pretty strong. I mean, yes, you're down a rune,
Yes.
But like this is still kind of right where you want to be. In theory, it can be better to just like play a 2-drop and then Draven, and then turn 3 still go Seal Ezreal like full pop off, but I think this is pretty solid. That's kind of a tough decision seeing a Battering Ram end a Seal, because you really do want to get all those seals out, but a lot of the combo pieces are assembled to actually go for a massive multi-Battering Ram turn, so I could see it just be a Battering Ram take. But there is a lot of consideration here. It depends how fast you think this game is going to go. If the answer is really fast, you probably want the Ram. If you think you can slow it down a little bit, I like the Seal.
Our first take was a called shot, correct? Is that what that was?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And now if we take the Ram, we're now on 1 spell. Cast another called shot, float, we're on 2 spells. We could then cast the Hopeful, and then we're on 3 spells, and then we can go Ram, question mark?
Yep, but decides to send the Ram home, takes the Seal. Looks like maybe Seal second called shot is the consideration. You still get a Ram out. Yeah,
Yep.
that seems to be the case.
I do think this is in relation to the things that Annie can do, being a fellow purple deck. That I think if you go too all in with your might and ruin your economy, I think you're very susceptible to bargains and pushes, and maybe that's what the Miracle player is considering here. And I could put 15 might on the board and go down 4-0, and then I move some of it in and get foffed or rebuked, and then 2 runes on the board, 3 runes on the board. You probably need some mid-game macro strategy to overcome this, because I don't think it's going to go very long one way or the other.
Yeah, I like... Oh, there's Nocturne. Okay. I like the heap take because you already had a Hopeful and you're not going to have the runes to cast
Wait, don't
2
you have the
Hopefuls.
bottom of purple? Or am I
No,
lying? It's
Nocturne's
just a
any
tower?
color.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was like, card's so
2
purple, I
Rams
can't
are
see it
coming
in the
down
text.
this turn. Plus Nocturne.
Yes,
Yeah.
so we're definitely seeing at least 2 Rams.
Can't
Did we
be
take the
2
second
Rams,
ram?
right? Because there's only 1 in hand, but
Yeah, we didn't take the
it's
second.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Really?
We didn't take the second Ram, I don't believe. That's what we were just
No,
discussing.
it was the Seal. It was the Seal. But this
Yeah,
can
they
be
took the
Ram
Seal.
Hopeful, and maybe even more can come through here. Because we were just going to have the flashback. I like this flash. I mean, you have to give a combat here, but just keep everything and draw a card.
Yeah, I mean, it's an insane flash. It's draw a card, make a gold. It's pretty good. Right,
Oh, looks like she might have missed the gold here.
No,
Nope, she got it. She got it.
Is she getting the draw? Did we get the draw?
She already drew.
From
It's the
Dreaming
first thing
Tree?
she did.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yep. Yep.
Nice.
Also, the double cleave hand is super good in this spot, because Draven will have to hold behind the points, and we'll have to put those mites, like the Rams and Nocturnes, on battlefields, and those double cleaves will actually be super... You'll see, they'll actually pop off this game.
Yeah, the cleaves they're really nice.
Yep.
Particularly the Dreaming Tree, of course. But Hopeful and Ram in hands. I know there was a Rasa. I don't think it was double Ram because one got bottomed. Unless one just got picked up off of the scrap heap discard.
Nocturne, 2 called shots, and a Hopeful. So this first Ram is just one
Another
resource.
Seal as well. There's a lot of plays on this
So
turn.
we're at 1 resource. And he's counting it out. Displaying. Yep.
Yeah, if he had a second Ram here, it'd be great, but he wouldn't have had this Seal. And so
Yeah. I'm not sure if a macro decision or just didn't think they needed it. Because ultimately we're just floating 1 rune for the turn. We have a stack deck. I assume we'll use it in the showdown.
If it's 3 Nocturne, these double Seal for the long game is going to be really powerful. It's really nice to have.
Yep. We got Kaisa, Switcheroo, 2 Cleaves in the bag.
I really like Hardbuggen in the Annie hand, because we see that Draven's choked out on runes, so if they ever keep something, that means they will most likely never have enough to pay for the Hardbuggen.
Yeah, for sure. I think the
I think here
the
it's just,
biggest thing that I like about Nocturne is the end game loop that you have with Nocturne. With Shovel, Recycle Nocturne, and stack decks in, and then just like keep replaying them. But this is a matchup I don't think that's going to come
not
up at all.
a fan of this play.
You don't like cleaving over here. Was there something else in hand that feels?
I think
like, significantly
personally,
better?
I think you go Kaisa on top, get the draw, back it up, get a point with Treasure Hunter or something, and then just kind of stay a few things in the back. Because my thought is,
Ooh.
you want to keep these cleaves to make use of your smaller guys.
Well,
but-
funny enough, second cleave is going to blow the hell out of this.
well, that's good.
Just losing,
Good.
yeah, losing an additional rune to this Nocturne, and then just not even getting to keep the Nocturne. This pushes this to 8 over 7. But also, there's reason potentially to with this many runes open for Annie. I could have seen just playing this Nocturne at home. Like you lose the Ezreal, and you just kind of got to develop this Nocturne that's going to untap
Yeah.
on your next turn.
This is very much an upside chase here, and unfortunately, we're punished for it. Which I guess is the good part. If we led with Kaisa, they probably don't go for that play. But now they feel more emboldened too. We have to discard a card. I assume it will be the switcheroo. I mean, you could try to all in because they have the 5/5s, but I feel comfortable developing a Kaisa in the back line, getting my 4th point, and holding up bargain. I can see holding the switch, but
The argument
Switch is
for
good with-
switcheroo is because you have this treasure hunter out.
Exactly.
yeah.
That is going to be able to generate really good value into a 5. Because if you swap it with a 5, you kill a 4 and the 1, which is quite good.
I think the problem
but-
is you have to lose a
yeah.
Kaisa for it generally, unless you want to give up the bag.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Or
This is
Annie.
just grab flash and save
Ooh,
everything. I like this
good.
idea.
That's a good one too.
So ahead in points, right? So might as well just buy yourself a little bit of space here.
Yeah, draw
Bring
one more
everything
card,
back.
get one more gold. I mean, I
Yep.
like this play too. Yeah.
You don't
I think
lose
the
any
switcheroo
material
is
this
good,
way.
but I think the switcheroo is good like 2 turns from now, not necessarily in the immediate. I do think switcheroo
you're probably
will
right.
be amazing, but I don't know if it's great right.
All right, so still a good amount of might for the miracle player, right? There's still 13 might on board. Just gonna be Nocturne to start, but only 3 runes. The rune starving of Nocturne, right? You found 2 Nocturnes, so the upside is that you should have Nocturne, but
Okay,
doesn't
we got-
happen. Hard bargain's great here.
We got punished,
Man.
unfortunately. I mean, not that. I mean, this is still the play we would have had. I mean, we weren't really punished per se. But
You just drew a card. Oh yeah, Draven. Yeah, I was like drew a card first, but yeah, Draven first, and then do this. Sometimes you forget with how many cards Miracle is drawing without Draven that they're also still Draven, and they'll draw more cards this way.
I think you get timelined and
Yeah, I'm wondering if any of these other purple decks are trying timelines. It is
Good.
funny that purple has the answer to having too many cards in hand.
yeah, the good news for the Annie player is our Miracle player is not going to be able to hit 4 this turn. We are going to eventually go down 5-4 because we're probably going to have to take a setup turn. The best thing we could probably draw right now is some type of small combat trick, or I mean, even a 2-drop would be all right, so we can develop Forerunner into 2-drop. So I think we're just going behind 5-4 this game and going to have to claw our way back a little bit. The good news is, our opponent doesn't have many runes, right? They have 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is Seal to hide, Fight or Flight, Seal to hide, Switcheroo. Just, you have infinite cards in your hand, get value out of your seals, just get rid of the hidden cards. I mean, this is what you need to do with this deck.
Yeah. I think this is a good turn to just develop and go down 5-4. I don't really know if you could play through anything. The good news is your hard bargain will counter anything, but I mean, even swinging 4-on-4 into the hopeful, is that even like a promising,
Yeah.
endeavor?
I
Yeah.
want an alt arts purple rune, please. Thank you very much. Purple seal, I mean.
Yeah.
They're pretty.
Yeah, so we're gonna see the
I was
Forerunner come
sitting
out.
with Skara when he opened his. Hey, he was-
Forerunner's gonna come out. I didn't see what we drew for the turn. I think it might have been another bag. So it wasn't a 2-drop that we can develop. We're gonna go down 5-4. The good news is if our opponent decides to overdevelop a little bit, which they probably should, our hard bargains are better. But it's not too much might. It's like what 9 and 4. I mean, close your eyes. The hidden cards don't exist. We're not too far behind on might.
We're kind of at second pop off here. Not quite. I mean, 5 runes is a little tough, but with double seal, I guess 2 called shots are out, so it's a little bit hard to find the full pop off to actually get more of these battering rams down, and 1 is at the bottom of the deck, so it's more about setting up the Rasas.
There's the called shot. It's the last one.
Yeah, count will just be at 2 for now. You could find third seal, which is like a reasonable thing to increase count. That goes to 3. I love the hard bargain here.
Very smart. Very smart.
Yeah, just completely deny this. Make him play with whatever he's got in hand.
Yeah, can't hold the card forever. I think there's even a second one in hand, but I could.
Yeah, you were saying the second one was picked up by her, so I think makes sense. I honestly do think hard bargaining the called shot is like a hard thing to do sometimes.
No, I think it's correct.
It feels low in capped.
I think it's correct when you have
impact.
2, and you also know that like they need to redevelop right now. Because if they redevelop that turn and just smash down 10 might in the backline, I don't think you'd ever win this game.
I completely agree. I think it was smart to do. I just think it's hard to do in the seat where you're playing the hard bargain a lot. I think it's hard to make this call, and I do think it is correct sometimes. And I think this spot where you have the second hard bargain, and it looks like hey, this is the turn that they're going to go for potentially another redeploy of a battering ram. This may even be well, Rasa, you're not going to be able to stop with this, but it still just buys some space. You're not letting them find all the units that they're looking for. If they're going for this, maybe their hand doesn't have all the tools that they want already, or it has battering ram. One of the 2 options, right? So you can kind of go for it there. And now second hard bargain, it's to beat this rebuke.
Yeah, unfortunately, our opponent's going to have the nuts here because we're going to hard bargain this, and then I think they have the switcheroo hidden on that one.
Yeah, well, there's a fight or flight for Annie, so it can still answer this switcheroo. But that's not super fun to have to play this many cards out in this spot.
Yep. I think unfortunately you need to. You can't self off. Draw a card that doesn't get you anywhere. I think you have to offensively. Oh, okay. Flashing back. Interesting. Okay, found a stack deck. I mean, our opponent is tapped out, which is good. Give our opponent a card, but giving our opponent cards is about irrelevant at this point. They have about 15. How do we get our second point this turn? There's a Kaisa in hand.
Okay, stacked still allows you to play Kaisa, and you can look at your options. Darius is maybe a good find here.
Yeah,
but you're not
Hopefuls,
scoring twice.
Yeah, the Hopeful's a 6. Hey, you could switcheroo the switcheroo to switch the switcheroo. But that's still not going to get us our second point. I think, unfortunately, we have lost point cadence to that rebuke in hand, sadly.
Yeah, this rune advantage is going to be hard to leverage still, because not being able to actually like remove anything on this turn definitely hurts.
Yep. I think some timely hard bargains from our opponent on that flash really decided this game, sadly. It was a top deck too, so it really hurts, not that they knew that, but because that one flash play would have really kept their might in the backline very, very strong.
Yeah, it was only 3 might, but I guess in this case it's kind of enough, right? It still lets you push through this Nocturne.
Oh no, it was more. It was a double flash, so we lost 5 might to it at minimum. I think we lost like a deckhand and something on the left side.
It was a deckhand and a treasure runner.
Oh yeah, okay. So it was only 3 might. Yeah. Thought it was more, but yeah. Yeah, definitely felt bad to happen, but yeah, just trading in profitably would have helped. Because even now, you could have went, deckhand and Annie on the Nocturne, and then, I mean, granted, we don't know what card's hidden, but yeah, tough spot here for the Annie.
Your own switcheroo? Yeah. Okay.
Yep, I mean, gotta do something.
其实感觉这个梦魇的威胁会更大一些，毕竟自己带了一个游走的词条，先推梦魇感觉会更好一些。
他这样打唯一的好处就是他一会儿这个安妮能战逃撤回来，这样他保证自己的过牌就行了。因为德莱文其实他这牌库让他抓去吧无所谓了已经。
Yes, we need a blue -1, not a red -1. How dare you?
Yeah, red is damage. Red is damage.
How dare you?
They have to stay consistent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, not going to have enough resources to develop a unit. Probably a self-off angle here to draw a card. I'd imagine. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there is a comeback angle. It feels like there's going to be too many cards for the Draven side that is going to just basically make this not super possible to come back with just a single card. And then another Rebuke is pretty much just like that seals it. This Pharos Forerunner is pretty abysmal into Rebuke, and getting to counter one, just the second one gets to come down, so.
Yeah, unsure why.
Annie kind of drew, still drew from the flashes and from the Annie. It's not like she didn't really draw at all. Like, it's just...
No, she had cards.
Yeah, the difference between the Draven draws with the Ezreals and the Scrap Heaps, yeah, where plus the hidden cards every turn were just too much for, I think, Annie to push through.
Yeah. I think we unfortunately, I don't know, it's weird. Like, we had the Foff in our hand. We obviously could have Foffed the opposing Noxious Hopeful back. We could have Foffed pre-combat to bait out the hidden card. There's a few things we could have done. And I do think the line we went for got us punished the most. And then by not Foffing the Noxious Hopeful, it's kind of rough. We could have got our second point. They would have kept the Noxious Hopeful around. You would have had a Forerunner on the base, went to 5. You could have then blew your switcheroo for the sake of taking over the Nocturne. And you'd be at 6 right now. They obviously would still have a Hopeful in the back line, but you'd at least have 6 might on a battlefield that when crashed into recreates 6 might, which gives you outs to quite a lot of stuff, because you have 2/3/3, suddenly Ride the Winds, Cleaves, double Rebukes, double Foffs, all these type of cards, and just become win cons when you just have 3/3. Yeah, the flash out made. Yeah, like unless I'm missing, I think they drew the stack deck, so they had the Foff the whole time. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, sadly, even if we can pull all battlefields in our control, our miracle player still has 8 might or 9 might in the back.
Yeah, it's a decent attempt. It does feel like this Annie deck is like somewhere in between what we saw in the last week and then old Annie, because we are seeing Forerunner, and we are seeing Draven in the hand as well. It also maybe just begs the question, did the Annie deck from last week actually have all this early game that we saw played, and just we didn't see those cards as much? Because it had like Pouty Pora and stuff in this opener hand, and I don't remember seeing Pouties, but we did know that the Annie deck did have the deck hands. It was using the deck hands to gain point tempo in the early game and then just develop all the big units. So it's possible that this actually is just a very similar deck and build to what we saw out of the Annie previously. Just not finding as many of the big units early on that we were seeing.
Yeah.
But that would also mean that there's Mind Splitters, which is less effective in Numerical because they just have like too much stuff in their hand. So the Mind Splitter tends to not find that much value, but sometimes you can take a key piece and slow things down.
Yeah, the Mind Splitter honestly is best card. The best take is like a called shot half the time. But the problem is you usually can't get it down in time before they've not already cast
before they've gone off.
Yeah. Yeah, I think.
I was gonna say,
go on, sorry, Kuvi.
Sorry, I was gonna say the Draven did get bailed out by the amount of hidden cards drawn, but we did kind of draw our whole deck. So.
Yeah, it's like that's the thing with this deck, right? Like Yeah, they kind of need to find some specific things, but they usually just do. Like they're just you're usually gonna have it when
That
you're.
one seal got much more value than the 5 might of the ram we could have.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. So
Oh yeah, it was
as
a
we
great
discussed before, it was just kind of like, I think I have enough. I don't want to hamstring myself on mid game like macro strategies. Take a seal, plop it down. I think they casted at least 4 hidden cards, or hid 4 hidden cards rather. And then I'm sure, they used the seal for the called shot.
They used it
the
every
seal for
turn after
something
they
else.
played
So
it.
yeah,
So yeah.
it just paid dividends.
I will say also with the context of the Nocturnes, I think I always like that seal take. I mean, I think that the pause to think about it made sense because there probably is a world. Maybe there's a matchup that you're thinking of that you might actually want that 5 might, and not worry about the runes and how long the game is going to go. But especially with the context later on, is maybe most any decks are on this like Forerunner game plan, and you have Nocturnes in your deck. Like I'm definitely just grabbing the seal and just going from there.
In the
like,
blind, you could probably assume like what kind of like you alluded to, in the moment when it happened. It's just like, oh, you took this seal, you probably have Nocturnes in your deck. It's just kind of like, because why?
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
It's also like even without the Nocturnes, it might
still
still
think it's
just be seal. Like it's it's probably still seal. But it was like maybe the hardest question that they could have been asked on that turn because they were about to go off and be able to play double battering ram, but they have to decide to not take it, even though they know they could probably play it on the following turn.
Yeah. I think knowing it's
because their
Annie,
hand was very much enabling. They could play double battering ram on the next turn.
knowing Annie, their might total and Annie's like generally pretty weak. Like you got Forerunners, your top end. Sometimes you get Darius Cleave. If you have Vi Ride the win, obviously that's how you get to very big numbers on your might total. But Annie's generally a very small deck, so realizing that they can have 3 might and Ezreal, 5 might and Ram, and 6 might and Ross, so they're probably like, you probably win the game with literally just this and some good
These
tricks,
and some spells, and now I just need some runes to cast the spells. Yeah.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense. And then finding the Nocturnes on top is just icing on the cake.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a part of me that does like the Nocturne, but it is like, I mean, he was so rune starved that whole game. I feel like there's plenty of room to kind of start to abuse that. And it is just so many slots for units, right? You're 3 Nocturne, 3 Battering Ram, 3 Hopeful, 3 Rasa, 3 Ezreal, right? Like that's before your 2-drops that you're already there. And
They're
so like how do
gunky
you
in hand, but I mean you do have discard on the deck at least, but not if you're not finding your traveling merchants and stuff. Then you're just all relying on Ezreal.
So then how do you like start to make room for the amazing spells that you get access to in this color, right? That you actually want to be drawing to, and that's
It's possible you side out Nocturnes maybe when you're off Zon Warrens, because now you're like, oh, I don't have as much like on-demand discard. So maybe it's just like a game one high
other
rolly
option
thing.
is you have Candlelit though, and then you're even doubling down on looking for them.
Yeah,
because
so
third
maybe you
battlefield
don't
is
wanna
like
side
kind
them
of
out.
weird for this deck anyways, right?
Yeah.
Um,
They are still, at the whole mid-range Draven, I play Obelisk, go second thing, so they still have adopted that from the mid-range deck, which of course just nobody's going to complain about jamming a Draven.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Miracle, like the way that I always have looked at it is like you play the first 2 turns, you generally just play like your normal like Draven, you play 2-drop and then you play Draven, and then anytime from turn 3 onwards, you can look to pop off.
In this case, you can look to pop off with almost 8 runes and not really be behind because your first play of the game is a 4/4, and you're just like, hey, here it is. Turn 2, you can maybe play some seals, maybe develop an Ezreal, lose 1 rune, then you're going off with 6, 7, 8 runes. It's kind of crazy.
It's weird with this deck because in my mind, I feel like played completely optimally. Like if we can just play fucking TAS perfect card gaming, I feel like this Miracle deck has to be better, but it is significantly harder than the other version. And turn 1 deckhand's pretty nice. Great start for Annie, and it's with Peek out, so you're going to get an extra rune there as well. And this might be tech for this matchup. You're going first on Obelisk, and you now are playing a hold battlefield for this game for your go first. I mean, this deckhand feels like very, like, this is something I expect to do a lot during this tournament.
Yeah, Annie generally holds well early, and then when it doesn't want to hold anymore, it doesn't really care. So,
did she miss her trigger? Did she get it? It's just a ready. She has it readied instead of. No, she must have missed the trigger. But that's fine. Looks like they're letting her have it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it should be 5 runes, 1 to the side, as we see here at 2. So, can pick up more points if we want to, but I would probably assume we will just back out on all fronts. We're up 2-0. No harm, no foul. As we develop a Draven of our own. Take everything I said back.
Yep, Draven hold. I think it's a switcheroo in hand. However, that's not castable, which is a very important note that I hope she noticed and has other answers. I think there's also a fight or flight
There's a
sticking around.
piercing light, a switcheroo. I believe it's a fight or flight, and then a card I cannot remember. Piercing light's at the front of the grip. Switcheroo directly behind it. The last two are a little iffy. I'm wondering. I guess we really want this rune because realistically, this point means nothing to us, and it actually takes us off of getting a 4th point. I mean, granted, we could like switcheroo, move things back, yada yada yada. But we're definitely having to commit resources. Oh, that's the other card, Tide Turner. Sorry.
This hand must be a little bit of a struggle bus here. We actually see a seal sent to the bottom after this because there's so much power has already been spent. And yeah, I mean, just starting out with seal into repeat call shot with no Ezreal on board feels like your hand must not be very good.
Yep, and it may not be, but at the end of the day, we got to start with the Draven in play, so we still look all right. And that's the crazy part about, powerless champion zones. We're going to see a Fizz, a few 2-drops, double Foff, which is not really where you want to be. When you're on offense, usually in a scenario like this, you like them more on defense, unless you're going for the exact win. And the game's too early to do that. We're going to get paid off for playing out our Dravens and such. Our opponent doesn't really want to call us on it because they have a better mid game. We're going to get our rune out of it, so we get paid off. We're going to see a mix of the same from our Draven opponent. Probably just develop the board because it's all we drew. We see the fan up front, the frog in the back, Ram.
Not bad. Turn till still get to go Ram, get to develop
kind of a
13 might.
Yeah, a little build your own miracle board without really having to give up much. I mean, we did give up 2 runes to try called shot. On the opposite end, we see the runes going up, up, up as the Dravens are going down. As we get another free rune, missed the trigger again. There it is.
No, she had it. She just had it in attack mode up there, so she'd remember.
Base, very good. So we are getting close to like 10 plus runes, which is really going to help for developing out. I think this is a Forerunner and a Poro, question mark? And then still be able to hold up quite a bit.
There's also this piercing to just try and...
Yeah, that's going to be really good.
Yeah, just clean up some of this board. Gonna go with the repeat as well. I feel like you should be... With only 1 rune up, you can... Yeah, you can kill a lot here. So basically shooting Draven twice and then killing all the 2s. Yeah, it's really good.
So that is very good.
You can actually use Tide Turner to go to 4 here. So honestly, this is probably the best line. Is just Tide Turner.
Turn a sneaky deckhand. Turn a sneaky deckhand into a 4th point if you want to come up and fight me. It's all you.
Yep.
Aniplayer is really clean, like with the triggers and everything. I like it.
Yep.
And then the last 2 runes. I mean, you can go 4 runes. The switcheroo is still very potent in hand. With 4 runes up, you play around hard bargain without repeat, and I don't know that like Draven can afford to repeat hard bargain here at any point. So I could have seen just keep up 4 instead of play the Poro, but
yeah, I don't like keeping the Draven up. I feel like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. Do we really need more than that? Putting the Draven and the potential chance to get blown out seems maybe unnecessary. I think I still assume that this Ram will head to the left side more often than not, which will play into the switcheroo, which obviously this Draven player does not know. But...
Yeah, I don't think I saw a hard bargain in hand as well.
Yeah, so with 2 open, I'm very suspect of why we left the Draven out there. Maybe we just think they won't call us on it. I mean, they don't need to. They can always play the power and whatnot. So, yes, that 11th rune is something they want.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's that much risk to leaving it there or not, considering you're playing against Miracle. Like, they tend to not have that many of the combat tricks and the spells available to them because they have so many slots for units.
Yeah, I guess it would take a lot because, it's 6 might. I guess if you pay the power, you pay the power to gain the power because you're paying a power to hold it. You go all the way up to 6 and 2, so 8 might.
Yeah.
You're asking a lot from your opponent to overcome that, but 1 Foff could do it. But
triple fight or flight in hand.
Yeah, with a Fizz.
Mystery
It's gonna
card
have,
in the
it's gonna have to
back.
be like Fizz stack deck at this point. I think you just have to you have to look.
You have to just do something. Yeah. I think this
Fizz
is
stacks.
this looks like it's going to roll out the way we kind of alluded to in game one, where the Annie gets out very fast, gets a lot of points, is able to hold up some type of disruption, or at least the threat of it every turn because of the hero power. We are very low on cards, but more often than not, we're going down 6-2 on this turn. From what most people can see, both at home and probably both players realize this as well, that unless they go for a hard stack on the left side, which I do not expect them to do, it's going to be about a 6-2 game once we pass our turn.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I do think for the Miracle side, like it was a rough early hand having to just like pay for that look, and then didn't actually find anything in either of the looks that really worked out. And now, I mean, yeah, the stack is gonna find yet another look with this cold shot, but not gonna have the like Ezreal to kind of reduce the payment, continue to draw through. All these extra fighter flights, I mean, yeah, you can go ahead and hide one. Like, you just need to get value out of actually the Draven Legend at this point to kind of salvage the spot. And then, to be fair, like, there's a reason people call it Miracle Draven. I mean, there's absolutely a spot here where you get a draw or two off of Draven Legend on this turn. You find Ezreal. You just go like Ezreal into maybe you get an Ezreal in a scrap heap. You go Ezreal scrap heap. You go called shot, and you just find the nuts. And then you play, like a. You're able to get like multiple Rosses and battering rams out. You might even have a what's the card called? The 2 cost that makes everything come in ready. It's confront for red. Bushwhack. Yeah. You have a bushwhack with all this stuff, like, and then you just completely kill everything on the board and take over. Like, it can happen, right? Like, that is the point of playing this deck. Is like, oftentimes you're actually setting up that turn. You don't just kind of oops into it. But you can oops into it. Like, there is enough in the deck to make that happen. So.
Very smart play. I like this play so much. I think most people like foff that or like use the zealous ability to draw a card. I think this is actually like very, very smart to just take the trade. You have like 16 versions of redundancy in your hand with all these fighter flights, and I think that was like a really good trade there. Just take the might off your opponent's board. Because they are getting into a spot where they can't really go for a hold because you play into these bushwhack outs, and they have to go for aggressive plays. And then here they pay the power.
Did he draw from the fight win already? I didn't see, but yeah, he must have.
He did not.
Is the stack deck maybe came from it? I don't remember the stack deck hand.
It's possible. Maybe that's it. Maybe we wanted to do that. Yeah, just take the thing here. Don't go crazy. And some people are like, oh, I'll foff it back with my fan because it's going to die anyway because maybe they have this and that. And let all the combat happen. Let it all come to you first. Switcher comes out.
Switcher.
Yep. We're going to get the 6th point, which is very nice.
Then just need to develop, but unfortunately, this is one rune short of that Forerunner coming down, so it might just be time to deploy the Annie and grab another spell, just so that you're getting that 3 might onto the board. But decides to pass.
Yep. Yeah, the good news here is we're like a little insulated, because all we have is one of our weaker units on the board. It trades pretty well with this Fizz. Like, that's fine.
Stack, Ezreal, and Nocturne. That is a start as far as developing some might. However, the Nocturne is only useful if Draven can avoid losing on this turn.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know. I don't think we drew a ride the win or anything, but there's a lot of ways that this Fizz is going to have to get into combat. There's a few ways to maybe capitalize on it.
I mean, these extra fighter flights are going to have to keep the game alive for one more turn after this big development that we can expect to happen here. Because this is Ezreal, this is going to be more looks with the Ezreal with the called shot afterwards. And then these fighter flights, one will have to be hidden with the Fizz, wherever the Fizz goes, and then the other one, you probably want to keep up these 2 runes and then just ensure that you don't lose and get a turn where you get to untap with all this stuff. Yeah, but he's going to ditch one of them.
Maybe I'm crazy, and maybe the Miracle player is very just over-indexing on popping off, but I feel like the first thing I would have done this turn is to tack my Fizz into the Tide Turner. Then you actually know like how much mana you can go down. Because if you attack this Fizz into the Tide Turner and this opponent foffs you, like I think is their playline, you then know like, okay, like things need to change. Because right now you actually cannot tap down anything more than 1 mana, or you will just like lose because you know your foff's in your hand. The alternative is you can go right and conquer and then put the foff down, and that's the alternative line of play. So there is like some merit to not getting into combat early this turn. But it is interesting because they only have what, 1 card in hand with 5 runes, or there's 2 cards in hand.
It's 1. It's just the Forerunner.
Oh, so
which
they have like
he
nothing.
Doesn't
Yeah.
know about this turn, but this is
Right.
this is bluffing, and that's why I also thought that Annie could come down and just like grab a spell.
Right, something, yeah.
Now, you know, obviously your opponent would immediately know what spell they have to play around that you've put in hand, but it also means you're going to have this +3 might coming into your next turn, plus whatever that spell that is to play with.
Yeah. This is the interesting line. Like, if you know you don't have accelerate/ready, like, you obviously can't commit to that Tide Turner, but I mean, it's the same thing, right? I think you always just commit on the Tide Turner because if you go in right, they foff you all the same. So I think if
I've
that's the
not
one thing you're scared of, you should probably just start the turn going left.
I've not seen a Bushwhack in 2 games. Usually it's a one-off, so I'm not like that surprised to not see it, but I feel like...
Yeah.
All right, now
Maybe
we just YOLO the
crazy.
Fizz.
Yeah, maybe I'm crazy, maybe it doesn't matter, but I feel like you could start the turn with this. Gives you a little bit more information. But
YOLO the Fizz, draw a card. Well, Rebuke is a pretty real draw. Because you can hide the Fight or Flight, keep up Rebuke. You're going to have 0 runes after all that is said and done, but board state may be in your favor with some extra cards, and this deck can operate on 0 runes, especially because I think we're reaching the point where the Rosses are going to be free.
yeah, this one's interesting. I'm surprised. I don't know, you don't maybe need to hide the foff, but we're doing it anyway. See this? Yeah. I feel like I would have held foff and played fan, if anything, but maybe you just want to over... Losing that power turn by turn, I think, is really going to come back if we have it. Like, I think this is maybe a play where you're kind of like playing like not to lose, but it's like our opponent has 1 card in hand with 5 resources, didn't do anything last turn, so we see an against all odds in our hand. Very good sideboard
I'm going to be
card.
honest, I think that is a phenomenal draw here, because I think what you can do is you can still just conquer, play Forerunner, and then just you're holding up against all odds. Now, it's not beating like the Rebuke.
Is against all odds
plays.
+2, or is it assault?
It's 2 per unit
Okay,
that
it's just
moves
2
in
per
against
unit.
you.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
That's good.
The issue is just going to end up being the Rebuke is a card that is going to be hard for Annie to play around here. And not going to have a way to get around these pushes, so I think going for a hold makes a lot of sense. However...
We're leading with an Annie first, which I like.
Okay.
But once again, as you're mentioning, we're just kind of sandbagging this Forerunner over and over. But yeah, we're tapped out, so we're going to go for the
This makes
piercing line.
sense. Yeah, just kill a bunch of stuff.
So this should be 2 on Fizz, 2 on Nocturne, 2 on Fan, 2 on or something like that.
Yeah, Fight or Flight gets to help a little bit for Draven here.
Well, I guess you have to commit double to because you can go Fizz, Nocturne.
Okay, 2 Fizz, 2 Nocturne.
Yeah, I feel like you should go for the Fan, right?
What you can do is you can Fight or Flight Fizz and he won't die here. Nocturne should still die to my understanding. Yeah, and then it does.
Okay.
But don't get the
so
Fizz.
Bad. I guess we're getting the 7th point all the same, so you can leave the Fan there, bail it out. This makes sense.
You can go for the 7th point, or you actually just run into the Fan here, and then the Fan is dealt with, and you go home. But like you don't need 7th point. You're at 6.
Stay at 6.
I'm pretty sure it's correct to actually just run at the Fan.
Yeah.
I assume it's because of the against all odds in hand. Like you can make the Draven 9. I agree. It's probably instantly getting foffed or rebuked, but maybe that's the thought process.
Oh, maybe you bait this in, right? Maybe there's no answer in this hand, right? And you just kind of get this, but
You're just like, hey, 3 on 4, which is like super sus, and then you're gonna rebuke
Oh,
it.
he didn't even wait for her to say whether she was gonna use a rune or not. But...
It's the same thing as Reaver's Row. Please do not pre-commit. It's a defense.
Oh, she thought it was a different card.
Please,
she just showed
please.
her.
Everybody
showed her
keep
hand,
pre-committing, no problem. Keep pre-committing.
Wait, what card did she think it was to show her hand?
I have
Sabotage
literally
or
not a
something?
clue. I have not a clue. I'm very unsure.
It's a 3 card.
这个信息有点致命啊！你有矢志不退，那我这个防守可做起来。
Yeah, clearly misunderstood what card was being played, but
Yeah. Yeah, I think the only reason they don't just kill the fan is, I don't know, they're thinking, like I said, there's a hold strategy, but I mean, for what it's worth, the hand from the opponent has been clunky. However, your opponent has a clunky hand in this deck, it's because they have all interaction generally, or they just have Stone Cold worst hand ever. Yeah, not sure.
I think I like the playline. I mean, I get the Piercing Light, but I like the playline of just Draven into peak and play Forerunner a little bit more.
I think we are Annie, so of course, like, we're always going to have runes at the end of our turn. But if you've been watching over time, we've rotted like 3 to 4 runes on the first turn. We didn't play Forerunner.
Yeah.
We rotted about another 3 to 4 runes this turn. Obviously, every thing you randomly get the 2, so none of that changes. But this Forerunner's just been sitting in our hand and sitting in our hand and sitting in our hand. And it's now going to come down, which is like essentially the worst time of the game, which is like when you're trying to break. Forerunner is much better when you're trying to do like the dance back and forth, because you hold for 6, it breaks, gives you 6 in the back, you get the full 12 value out of the card. Here it's probably not going to get as much, as now we're seeing a fan that, as we discussed before, could have been dealt with the Noxious Hopeful on the board behind it, and then about 9 Might on the other side, so... And we're going to
actually
to stack deck.
the biggest difference that we've seen out of this any player and the player that we saw make the top 8 was the player that was in the top 8. It felt like would play Forerunner like it was like 6 runes, Forerunner hits the board. It doesn't matter like what other play lines were available. It was just like, no, Forerunner's hitting the board.
I think it's like your best card, and not that it's like the best card in Annie, but like you've designed this deck in such a way to where you don't have Viride the win, obviously. It doesn't look like that's not like your main out.
No, it's not part of it.
Forerunner is your top end. It is your strongest thing to do. It helps you get around like the fact that Annie does not battle very well, and Forerunner does both. It can kind of crack some fields and it can kind of hold some fields. And even if it doesn't do a full hold, it makes your opponent commit enough that the 6 Might you get on the back end is very, very good for you. And then also, it's like a very weird number. 6 with Annie, because Annie's best plays are like 2-2-1. It's like stack deck, find a 2-drop, find a 2-drop, like spells, or like play a cleave, ride the wind, rebuke. Once you start like constantly having to keep this card in your hand longer and longer and longer, you don't get to make as many efficient plays. Like we've only watched this Annie play, I think, 2 cards each turn for the last 3 or 4 turns, which I know sounds really funny, but like the Annie of set 1 is playing like 4 cards in a turn sometimes. And we've not really been able to execute on that because we're constantly holding this very expensive card in our hand.
Yeah. I mean, here, this is just not going to work, right? I mean, you are going to get the Conquer, you're going to get a draw for this Conquer, and I think the biggest hope that you can maybe find here is...
Foff.
What? Switcheroo, Foff? Flash is okay, because you save the Annie, but it's not winning you the game. I think that from there, Draven is just going to be able to win this. Felt like this game should have been able to go to Annie. I think there are a few decisions that put you in a better position that she could have made, but I don't know that any of there weren't many lines that were I really would disagree with. It was really just the path of maybe going for the hold and trying to get this Forerunner down earlier. And even then, I don't even see that as like a guaranteed win. It just feels like maybe a slightly better position. And with this second Rebuke draw, I think you're probably never actually winning.
Yep. I think leaving this fan up and getting the 7th point, as you had mentioned before, is like a small inadequacy. Rotting this, Forerunner in our deck, or in our hand, excuse me, for the last however many turns has definitely ruined our onboard power. And I think there was a few early game, like mid game battlefield decisions on when to fight. I think this Against All Odds could have done a lot more. I think, especially in tandem with the Forerunner, you make somebody break it, they stack the field, you get 2 3-3s, you jam them in. But yeah, now we just see like we're just sitting on units, and we've used all of our spells that usually work very well together. We've been kind of piecemealing them one by one every turn, and then you see what happens. You brick a little bit on your units, and then the game is just over.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the big turn. I do think it had to be that stack turn, right? It had to be Draven plus Forerunner onto the battlefield with the Against All Odds as your backup. Even if there's a Rebuke onto one of them, they're both 6 power on defense, and then it's probably +4 from the Against All Odds. So you're going to be at 10, and it's possible that Draven isn't able to break that. I mean, you also have to think, yeah, I mean, just a fight or flight or a second rebuke or any of that is going to be a problem, but you're always playing through something, and I think that was probably the highest percentage play would be just going for the stack instead of actually worrying about that battlefield and using the piercing light. And even if they are able to break it, it would be rebuke plus something else, and then they're still losing units, or they're just pushing your Draven back to base, and you still have like another swing that could maybe come in on the next turn. So you still kind of like have some game to continue to go there. But yeah,
I think it's a learning moment for a lot of players, both maybe that player in the game when they review this VOD, and also just people watching. Is there is times when you're playing your deck to stick to your game plan, and if your game plan is to accrue points early, be disruptive on the battlefield, do whatever it is you are trying to do, you should stick to your game plan, and you should generally not try to deviate because it didn't work out once or anything like that. That being said, I think there was a point in that game where we were up 6-2, and it felt like we were trying to win the game like right now, as if like if you win by 4 points, like you win more, like you get an extra point for something in the match, and like you don't. And I think there were times where we just take our lead, pull back, develop our units, let our opponent catch up a little bit, and I think you're fine. I think where the hesitancy comes in is kind of what we've literally been talking about it for about 45 minutes, is that we're playing a Miracle Draven deck. And this Miracle Draven deck did not literally do like a single thing almost. In game one, it did okay. It did like a small little turn that was nice. But this Draven deck literally stumbled, like I think the whole game. And I think something that maybe you have to take away from this as the Annie player is that sometimes your opponent's going to have it, and they're going to have it, and there's nothing you can do about it. But you still need to play to your outs and play as if when you are ahead, and make the correct lines and not kind of feel pressured and feel forced and start making some inadequate plays. Because I understand like the need to want to just end this game because God, it's the Miracle Draven. They can do anything. But over these two games, we really saw nothing impressive from this Draven. I don't mean that this anything against the player. I just mean like the way their deck came up. It was like it had a small turn in game one. It got like 14 might, which is very, very impressive. But it did not do the boogeyman things that we're all used to hearing about.
And it didn't do the triple Rasa, triple Ram, that kind of shit.
And it definitely
right?
didn't do it in game two.
Yeah.
And I think our opponent maybe got a little flustered and thinking, oh my God, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. It happens to me in testing all the time. Maybe just has some bad idea in their head. But they were up like 6-2 at a point, and I think could have maybe backlined a bit more. And then, like I said, use all their tricks together on one turn to win the game.
I mean, there's also part of it with Draven where you're just like straight up not allowed to play around everything forever, right? Like you just kind of have to force them to have it at certain points in the game. That is like, that is why Draven is like the best deck, is like you are required at some point at any skill level, you're probably going to have to make them have it at some point in a game. And the better you get, the better you are at reading what they probably do have based on the play patterns from earlier in the game. But there are still going to be points no matter what where you may just have no agency. You may just have to send it and hope that it's not there.
I think it's a frustration aspect for a lot of players, and I think it's something that if you can learn as a player to take it away, you will just grow immensely, because you're not going to be so hyper fixated on the last time you lost to exactly XYZ, and you just kind of temper your whole play towards that, and you're just running around, and you're like, oh, I can't lose this one thing because it happened to me this one time, and I always lose, they always have it, and you just start trying to play around every single, like, just kind of cockamamie plan that you throw together, when it's like, hey man, like, you're doing great, just keep it up.
Right, last I heard from Randy is 3-0, just as an update for the people. Randy, a teammate of mine and Kuvi's, that flew to China to go try and play, and he finally got in. He actually missed the first two. He's been there since the start. He did not get into the first two. He has gotten into the third. Just a few weeks playing Spiritforged, getting ready for Bologna, I guess, and if he gets in, he gets in. But yeah, that is gonna do it for that round. Draven finding a 2-0. We can do a quick check-in with our bingo board and see if we've gotten anything. I know we've gotten a few small ones. We're still missing a couple. Now, one of these I don't we may have had, but I don't remember. So I'll have to see if that is possible that we did get one. But there's two that are like the two big maybes for me. Is there's 5+ runes recycled in a single turn by a single player, and I don't think the Miracle player ever recycled 5. And I was trying to remember if the Aurora player did.
I was
though.
gonna say I feel like the Aurora player may.
I think the Aurora player did. We did get Aurora. 5 cards were drawn in one turn. This is board's still broken. Okay, we have to figure out what's wrong with this because on my control sheet the board is working, but the 90+ minute break is actually draw 5 cards in one turn, and I don't know why that's not updated.
We definitely saw 4, right? Because there was that one turn where they punched first and played a Dead Bloom. I don't remember if they recycled the 5th though.
Yeah, I don't think so. Here, let's we can go off of bingo. We'll figure out what's wrong with it. That's fine. But yeah, there's some of these duplicated ones on our control sheet look correct, but we've just got a little broken graphic. No big deal.
So have we not seen a Draven lose all day, despite us saying, "Oh my God, this Draven's about to lose," and then they
they've always kind of pulled it out in the end.
Garen.
Yeah. Yasuo kind of punted it at the end.
Yasuo did the thing. And then this one we just saw, and then our 4th game was not Draven. Okay. And I will say none of the Dravens were overly impressive in both like the way the decks looked. Like once again, nothing against the players, just the way the decks kind of ran out. In certain games, the Dravens just looked like woefully behind and like wasn't really doing anything impressive. And then it was either some maybe miscommunication, mis-sequencing from their opponent that just gave them that little bit of, space. And obviously Draven could capitalize so well on it because not only do you move in, play your cards, make, get at a huge advantage because your opponent made a mistake, you'll then also just replenish your hand. Yeah.
It's also, I think, honestly, it's part of why Draven is so good as a tournament bring, even as like the #1 deck that people are targeting. Because I think you almost can't lose if you're better than your opponent as Draven. Like, it's just really hard to, like, they'll just beat themselves in a lot of these games as well, right? Like, we see it with the Garen game, right? Like, that game 1, the way that the Draven draw came through, like, it actually felt like Garen's probably supposed to win that game.
I'd agree.
And so it's like, okay, but then the Garen kind of beat himself. And then I think in the Yasuo game as well, I think it's really possible that the Yasuo is still supposed to be able to win that series.
Yep.
And kind of beats himself a little bit.
That
right?
Annie in game 1, I think, had some lines where Foffing and things like that makes the game a bunch closer.
Yeah, because it felt like she was getting like 90% of the way there, and then just like just 10% tighter play, and she probably wins. But that 10%, like the Draven just punishes you, and you end up losing, right?
Yeah.
And
how are we doing, gamers?
Yo, what's up? Do you have a VMix link yet?
I don't.
Let me get you on.
We can do maybe the SO decklist meantime.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna with Marshall here, especially. I'm now gonna leave. No, I'm gonna head to bed because it's almost 3 a.m. here. Yeah, so I did my time. I did it. Last week I did much longer than I should have, and definitely ruined my sleep schedule. So hopefully I'll only ruin it for a bit this time. But yeah, it was great to be here before Kuvi goes into her thing. And
what does that mean?
Oh, it's good to see you.
Your corner. Don't you do your corner?
And we'll do Kuvi's corner and talk about a little bit of Yasuo, and then while that's happening, we'll get Marshall into his call, and then it's all good. Sounds good. Thanks so much, Vero. If you have anything you want to shout out, go for it before you dip. But I appreciate you coming and hanging out and talking with us about the games.
No, not much. I'll be at Bologna. I'll be playing. Be in Vegas. I'll most likely be Sivir Aurora at both. If you're interested in that, you know where to find me on Twitter. I have plenty of content for both MF and Sivir Aurora, if that's your thing. If you are also a miserable human being like me who just likes casting one card. But yeah, most of my teammates are either playing in a Magic Pro Tour right now or getting ready for Bologna. So you will probably not see me much doing anything at any tournaments until Bologna. I know CCS is going on this week too. Yeah. So shout out to everybody there. And just go Team PCG.
There you go. All right. See you, brother. Peace out.
Bye, Vero.
Bye.
See you later.
See ya.
All right. I'm gonna have Marshall just join Vero's link for you, Dono, by the way.
Okay.
Easy shift, and then I'll Kuvi go for it, and yeah, go ahead. Kuvi's corner for Yasuo because we didn't get a chance to do this while we got a little bit more of a break this time.
Yeah. So this was the list, the Yasuo list. So there was the best of 3 before this one, the round before this one, before the last one that before the Annie one that we just saw. So this was basically a Yasuo, an Aurelia shell in a Yasuo legend. Echo? Wait, what's going on now?
Oh, it's all Marshall's. It's all Marshall's fault. Of course it's Marshall's fault. I see what it is. I get it. It's all all right. Kuvi, you should be good. I think Marshall's got it, so I think you go for it.
Okay. I'm assuming there's no more. Echo. Okay. So this is again, Aurelia. Just literally an Aurelia shell. You just pick this list and play it in Aurelia. It would be the exact same. But still on Yasuo. So the real question is, what's the benefit of playing Yasuo? So Yasuo, you pay 2 energy instead of paying a power in Aurelia, and then you can just move a unit from your base to a battlefield or from a battlefield to your base. So we see the regular cards that Aurelia runs, right? We see the Tide Turner, we see the Stellacorn, we see the 3 of Aurelia Champion, we see the Notifies, the Defies as the counter spells. We can see the regular On Guard and Discipline as your way to pump your Aurelia and your Stellacorn. Guardian Angel, super important to protect your Aurelia and sometimes your Stellacorn. So these are like regular cards. And then you have the Ride the Wind, which synergizes really well with Aurelia, but also is super good if you decide to bring in the purple Yasuo, because you can then find a win with the purple Yasuo. It also works really well with the green Yasuo because you can move in and then Ride the Wind to the other battlefield and bring him back. And then you can see Fighter Flight. This is just a regular good card. Charm is pretty good because Aurelia gets to pretty high amount of mites, and you can just charm things, and it's very good against Draven in general. Stack Deck is just a regular card that lets you look through your deck, so you can find the Aurelias and find the Stellacorns, the Guardian Angels, any card that you need. And then we have the Traveling Merchants. Just a general way to filter out your hand and again, look for the cards that you need, and it works pretty well with the movements in general. And then Sneaky Deckhand is a very good turn 1 play. Actually, we saw it pop off in one of the games. I think that's how Yasuo won one of the games, because of the Sneaky Deckhand. Yeah, and then we have Edge of Night. Edge of Night is just, because you're not playing a rune heavy deck, Aurelia likes to spend a lot of power, right? So will recycle a lot of runes, so she doesn't. So Edge of Night is good in the deck, but it's not as good because it's still kind of power heavy, right? Because you have to hide it. In Yasuo is pretty good because you're not really spending that much power, right? If you look at the deck list, the only real power cards that you're gonna be playing are, if you were gonna equip the Guardian Angel, the Not So Fast and the Defies are reactive power cards, so not really gonna play them early. Charms sometimes early. Ride the Wind, not really an early card. So the real power cards are, you don't have that much. Like, you're not spending that many runes, generally speaking. So Edge of Night is pretty good. And this plays literally like exactly like Aurelia. There's no real difference, essentially, honestly. Thoughts on Siren? Siren is pretty good. I don't think it's good in Yasuo though, but it's really good in Aurelia. In terms of battlefields, we saw all 3. We saw Tree first, which makes sense if you have On Guard and Discipline, and you don't have the Defiant Dance, so it's slightly worse. But you do have like the Fighter Flights can work with it, Ride the Wind can work with it, but it's mainly On Guard and Discipline, of course. In And then for the second battlefield that we saw, it was Obelisk of Power. This battlefield is broken if you have deckhands, and if you're going first with 3 energy, because you can do deckhand, you can do, you can just play your unit and into Aurelia on turn 2, which is pretty good. So just a very good battlefield. Paper Tree is a question mark. I don't understand it. I don't like it, especially in this one. It makes a lot more sense in Aurelia because Aurelia, again, spends a lot more runes than Yasuo because she has to spend the power to actually utilize her legend ability. So having Paper Tree makes it so that you're getting runes to make up for that, the fact that you're spending a lot of runes and powers. Yasuo doesn't really do that, and this deck is not really power hungry, so I don't understand why there's a Paper Tree. Period. For the champion slots, we have the Green Yasuo. Green Yasuo will deal 6 on attack. I mean, equal to his might on attack. Which is actually pretty good against Draven in general. But it's still kind of weak against Fan, and it's still power hungry on the double green. Again, not a huge problem in this Yasuo list. It's just not a bad unit overall, honestly. Especially if you combine it with like On Guard and Discipline and Guardian Angel, you know. But I think the purple Yasuo really popped off and had a lot of, like, allowed Yasuo to have outs. When you combine it with Tide Turner, Ride the Wind, and the legend ability, you can actually find the win from very awkward points when you're behind on points. Sounds like there's a TV on the background. Oh, it's because, I don't know, because the stream is left, the Chinese stream is left in the back or something. Wait. Okay, I think it got removed. Okay. If we talk about, like, I put a couple cards in the sideboard, right? I thought I put in Rebuke because we saw it after game 1, which is a pretty good card to bring in against specific matchups that play big units. It's even good against Draven. It's good against Red, right? Because you can rebuke the Ferris Forerunner. It's even good to rebuke the Draven after they spent the rune to give him +2 or the gold. So it's just a good card against Red in general. And decks that play big units, including Aurelia. And then there's a Emancipator. This one we can find it in a couple Yasuo lists because, again, Yasuo will get to pretty high amounts of might, so pretty easy to play Emancipator, especially if you're going on Obelisk game. Because you can deckhand on 1, yes, Aurelia on 2, and then Emancipator on 3. If you're assuming that your Aurelia won't get blasted. And then there's a card here, the Fizz, that Cass talked about. Fizz is okay, because it can actually grab you some pretty important cards. Like Fizz on Discipline is not bad at all. Fizz on Charm could be relevant. Fizz on Ride the Wind is a very, very good card, especially if you're playing purple Yasuo, because it just allows you to have more ways to move in Yasuo in and out, right? Because you can, if you've used Ride the Wind in a previous turn, then you can use Fizz as like a pseudo third Ride the Wind, basically, or fourth one. Yeah, that's literally about it for the whole deck. This is literally Aurelia, but then the real question is, why would you play this instead of Aurelia? And then the answer to that is the metallic card. Basically, I don't think this is better than Aurelia. I mean, no, I don't think this build is better than Aurelia. I think if you want to play Yasuo, there are ways where you can make him as good as Aurelia, but it's definitely not the same. They don't play the same at all. I think there's a lot of difference in cards.
Yeah, makes sense. I think it does feel just like metal, only if you're gonna play this style of Yasuo. I feel like I would try and build it differently. But this is what we saw, right? Like this was the idea that they had put forward.
Yep. Which makes
Sneaky
what-
deckhands are pretty cool.
Yeah, I like what Vero had said about like trying to play a little bit more of the like aggressively skewed and maybe still play the splitter top end, but like the aggressively skewed Yasuo. Just trying to look for those early game like double scores and then potentially like the splitter end game to just like shred the hand and win. I did like what we saw out of actually, funny enough, the purple Yasuo with this deck though, because I think they did try and do some of the like early scoring and then just like full combo off. And it was kind of working because when you actually like play for the combo, you end up like denying combats a decent amount, which is helpful into Draven.
Yep.
But scoring those first 5 points, as we saw, was kind of an issue. Like he couldn't get the 5 points before Draven was on 6 in a lot of spots, so kind of screws you over if that's the case. But welcome, Marshall. Welcome to the stream. You messaged that you were watching the Garen game. How did you feel about the Garen game? As a Garen enjoyer, alongside we happened upon tea for the morning so that we could have our Garen expert in the chat. But
I enjoyed it. I mean, it was a shame that they didn't win, but they it was a fun watch. I liked the concept. I think Karina is just what I've not tried much Garen, but as in I feel like Karina's one of those cards that you have in your main board and you run as your war camp trigger, and then you side it out when it's not war camp.
Yeah, it feels like that might be the case. I mean, it still like kind of works, I guess, in that it can still look for that conquer on like open battlefields, right? Because it's just when she moves in, it's not like it doesn't have to be as an attacker, right? But still, it was really awkward to actually ladder there from the hook, right? It wasn't like a very like easy way to get to the Karina from the hook. You only had 1/5 in the deck, and there were not very many like ways to actually buff the units. So it would have had to be on like war camp that you end up getting it. So it's kind of like more of a card that you're looking to like hard cast in the end game, especially on war camp.
Yeah, I mean, hook as a concept we've seen. I mean, I've just done my version of the graphics for the decks. Fiora seen an increase. How many of them are hook? I don't know. I mean, Garen, 16 Garens, I think is just hilarious because no one brought one last week and everyone was like, "Hey, we're gonna run it and get the best of." Like that is just hilarious. Like
that's the 9th most rep deck, which is pretty ridiculous. Speaking of, I guess we can bring that back up now that you're here as well. Let's if we can grab the play rates for everything, just in case other people missed it as well. Should just be in there as it should be in there because we swap producers. See, the thing is the people at home never know, but we swap producers twice in the night. And we swapped once already.
No one knows where anything is.
And we'll swap again, but just when we swap producers, the new producer coming in has to get their bearings and know where everything is and make sure that they know what's going on. And this is the first time we're calling for this graphic since he got here. So
I'm gonna do a step ahead here as well, and I'm gonna pull up last week's deck percentages. So if you need to call back to them, I've got them.
Nice. No, that's good. I mean, well, the thing was, so Draven is down about 4%. I think it was about 29 last week, and then it's down about 4. I think Aurelia is down about 3%, if I remember correctly. She was about 13. Now she's at 10.
Yeah, she was just short of 13. So yeah, we'll just
about 12 and a bit. Yeah. And then Fiora, I don't know percentage wise, but I think she is up significantly when it comes to the standings.
It's not that much, but like actual deck wise. So she had 26 decks last week. Now she has 41. So it was 5% last week. So you say 3%, it's not a lot, but like when you're thinking about it, like
no, it's still a lot of people
that are in the field. It's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's quite a bit, and she's moved up to 3rd place. And Kaisa, I think, dropped about a percentage point, probably not more than that. Well, I guess it's 7.8. So no, still about a percentage point to go down to 40. And then the Ezreal looking quite good. And then, the bottom decks haven't changed too much outside of Garen being non-existent to going towards the top. I mentioned I was surprised by the Rek'Sai numbers being at 7, but I imagine that last week Rek'Sai was maybe like, a 10 or 11? It wasn't that many.
Rek'Sai was exactly 10 last week.
Yeah, so we only lost 3 decks. It just feels like we lost so many Rek'Sais because they're relegated to the like final screen at the bottom of the tables, but really it's not actually that many copies of the list missing. Rek'Sai's the one that I see when I like look at this like representation, this chart where I'm like, that feels a little bit low. But then honestly, if he was at like 11, or if she was at like 11 or 12 copies, I probably wouldn't be thinking that. So it's just, you know, a matter of a few numbers, right?
I'm not crazy, right? The Lee Sin game that you casted the last day one.
Yeah.
That
miserable.
I'm surprised it's a 2 now. I would have thought that more people would have been like cooking up.
Oh, I would have thought
Okay.
less. Looked miserable. This deck looks terrible. It looks so bad right now. I don't know.
I mean, I'm not
Like,
surprised
why
on
would
the
we play this?
Renata. The Renata being as low as it is now, it's dropped one extra deck. So I feel like it's just going to keep dropping. Sorry, 2 decks. It's going to keep dropping, and no one's going to... It's just not going to do anything.
Yeah, the Renata, I don't know. I think it does some really cool stuff, and I want the deck. I don't even know if I want the deck to be good, actually. I think it'd be pretty toxic if that deck was really, really good. But it does some very fun things.
It's probably going to be one of those decks that is really bad until they make a card that just absolutely, like, steamrolls it. Like, it'll be an aggro card that makes a gold, and it'll just be like, oh, this is a Renata card. Like, this is exactly what Renata needed, and she'll get online a little bit quicker. Because Renata's text is her legend text is just it's not gonna happen. She just does not have any text until like what 3/4 of the way into the game. And like she can come on the board with her legend with her champion unit and draw some cards. But if you're not finding the cards you need to finish the game, especially with like how dominant Draven is at the moment, like it's hard to hold. Just gonna struggle.
It's hard to hold to make the goal. Like I think like make a gold on hold is a decent ability, but holding is just so difficult. And like comparing that to just like draw a card when I win a combat, like Akedo made a good point. Like when you put the legends next to each other, it's like a really fucked up thing to do. Like you can't look at them like that because it's like it just starts to feel really like unfair. And the other context of it is supposed to be like I think the other balance levers are like through the colors and through the signature spells. And to be fair, I think Renata's signature spell is like maybe just one of the most powerful cards in Riftbound. But I just think that the rest surrounding it isn't enough to get there. But yeah, I don't even know if that's like a crazy thing to say. I don't know, Kuvi. Maybe do you think I'm insane? Like Renata's signature spell is just like as an effect one of the most powerful things in Riftbound, right? Like it's just like there's not much more powerful. It's the one where you just like steal a unit, and if it's alone at the battlefield, it conquers. If not, it starts a combat with its other allies.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty good, actually. I think it's horrible to cast manually, but hidden, it's really, really broken. I think.
Really, I like hidden. I think it reduces the scope of what it does by a significant margin. I think it's way better cast as a 5-cost spell.
Really? How? Wow.
Yeah. So when you hide it, it just means when their unit runs in. Unless they're coming in with like a huge stack of units, all you're doing is like stealing the unit and probably like holding. Like it effectively is a fight or flight in a lot of spots, right? It's like a fight or flight that covers a little bit more options, right? But it's effectively just hiding a fight or flight. Yeah.
Fight or flight.
Yes, yeah. It is much better fight or flight because it covers way more options, right? But the like when you're casting it normally or like from hand. It opens up plays like having the Call the Weak combo with it, the Hidden Blade combo with it. Like Hidden Blade, technically that one can work.
Spectral Matron, not Spectral Matron. The 6
Cruel Patron.
Yeah, Cruel Patron. That's the one I'm thinking.
Yeah, there's just like a lot of these other like combinations that you can add. And a lot of those obviously are like high energy cost, but the whole point of Renata is that you're going to be cheating energy cost with gold anyway. So high energy cost should not actually be like that big of a downside. And I think you just lose so much of that like additional utility when you hide it. Now, what I will add though is part of why it is one of the most powerful cards in Riftbound is because you also can hide it and it still be like this very powerful card, right? Like you get this really strong castable card that now has the flexibility that in a pinch you can hide it, and oftentimes when you hide it, like that it might just like win you the game. Like you hide it when hiding it will win you, when it will end the game and will win you the game.
Especially if you've got a couple of hidden spells in the like if you're playing Renata, I think you have to probably run 9 hidden spells because your opponent just cannot play into it. Like if they go, okay, if this is Hidden Blade, not Hidden Blade. If this is so for example, you could just run Hidden Blade. You can run Hidden Blade. You can run Hostile Takeover. You can run Consult Past. What other hidden spells could you run in that deck? You can run Facebreaker. Like there's a couple of like actually decent hidden spells in that deck where it's like, hey. You've got to try and figure out which one it is, and if you guess wrong, then I probably win. So because like you can't push in with a small unit. Like if you put a big unit on that battlefield that's holding and it's hidden, like you're going to have to commit something into it. I guess it does at the moment. Like I've tested. I've been doing testing with my Darius list, and I've got a friend who's trying to play Renata, and it's one of like the things that I like we're testing is because I'm playing a very aggressive deck. Obviously, with your guys' podcast, aggro doesn't exist. It's all tempo. Riftbound is tempo.
Riftbound is entirely tempo. Oops, all tempo. But no, I get what you mean. Like I would, if we are going to call any deck in Riftbound aggro deck, the style of Darius that you have described is that is an aggro deck. Right? Like that is what aggro would have to be.
Renata is you want the games to go on a little bit longer. And one of the checks for that deck is, hey, if your opponent is ending games on turn 5, turn 6, like if you can't stop that, then you're just
you're just dead. I've had this similar issues like trying to play Renata. It's actually where I kind of started playing that like aggro Renata deck that I ended up making the video on, where it was just like
she plays very weird because I
have to
with
get to
you.
5.
You want to play her aggressive.
Yeah.
But she's not like everything around her isn't aggressive. Like Renata is not aggressive like her champion unit. Like the cores that she's in aren't aggressive. But like the legend says, play aggressive because you have to get the first 5 points. So
because now you're OP. Like once you have 5 points, you're OP.
Once you have 5 points, you put your champion legend down, and okay, I have all of these gold. I just draw.
Yep.
At a point, I think you just like cheese a win out of that. Like,
you mean the power nexus?
Yeah.
I mean, you can power nexus.
You're going for power nexus. You're going for time warp. Like you're doing some shenanigans that your opponent can't answer. That's what you're looking for. But the fact that Renata is, I want to do the aggro game plan. Then
did someone sorry, just real quick. I mean, I saw someone say muted. Adonai, do you know if that's real or if I just want to make sure that Marshall doesn't go off on a full thing if he's muted.
No, never mind. Apparently it's back. Apparently.
Okay. All right. I just look. Hey, look.
Listen,
I just want to make sure you don't go on the.
We blame the mic.
It's not like Marshall's a stranger to having mic issues. You know, we've had this. All right, go for it, Marshall. Go for the point.
Like,
here.
I like the I do like Renata, like her entire game plan of like, hey, you're going for this really aggressive game plan, but like there's just something about her kit that is just like the mix of match of you want the aggressive and then you want this like combo thing at the end game, and it's like it doesn't kind of match. So yeah, that's my point. I just wish we could see more Renata lists. I mean, I'm just looking at the deck list now. Like, I think it's really interesting that we have like 18 Ornn for like a couple of weeks now. Like, there is just a selection of Ornn players at these tournaments that are just like, hey, I'm playing Ornn. He's like constantly within the top 10.
I mean, I think that's kind of about where he deserves, though. I think Ornn is like. Ornn is a top 10 legend. Like, I don't think he's below top 10. I mean, I don't know exactly where I'm placing him, but I think, I mean, top 10 is pretty valid for Ornn. I don't know, Kuvi, you were an Ornn believer, right? Like,
Where?
You are an Ornn believer.
Okay.
Yeah, where would you place
I'm telling you are a non-believer now.
If you were gonna put like an exact ranking on Ornn as far as legends, do you know where that would be? Yeah. I mean, I think top 10 is reasonable, but I don't know exactly how high you think you'd place Ornn as an Ornn believer.
Like like strength wise.
It's like if we had to rank the legends numerically, I know this is like relatively unfair. I think there's a lot of context that goes, but like for instance, if I had to rank them numerically right now for like maybe top 5, I would say like number 1 Draven, number 2 Ezreal, number 3 Aurelia, and then my 4 and 5 is Kai'Sa and Fiora, and it's hard for me to differentiate those two, right? After that, I think it gets muddier, but like where does Ornn kind of land for you?
I think for me, 5 or 6.
Wow. Okay. 5 is very high because that means you're punting either Kai'Sa or Fiora down further, right?
Yeah, I think I'm confident on him being top 6.
Top 6. Okay. So maybe
Not top
maybe
6, as in,
Kai'Sa and
like,
Fiora.
5 or 6.
Yeah. So it's possible he either is beating out Kai'Sa or Fiora, or he's not, but he's the next one. Is in your mind, basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
I'm
trying to
like,
think what else
looking
I'd put higher. I feel like I put Sivir higher, but yeah.
I'm looking like Sivir, Master Yi. Like I'm looking at like the top brought decks for today, and I'm like, okay, Victor exists, but I think Victor's just big bait. I mean, there's a Garen in the top 14. Like I've split these into like 14 and 14, so it's like your top half. I mean, Garen just doesn't exist. Victor's a meme. I think Rumble is like you can have nut hands, but like it's just do you get the good draws? I think Lux is bait. Lucian, I think, could be good. I think with more support. I think once more aggro cards get brought in, Lucian and like aggro, weapon master, and equipment. I think Lucian just scales like really well.
Lucian is a deck that honestly, so far, whenever I'm seeing him, I've been relatively impressed with him. I just he's not converting that well, but he's not converting that poorly either. It's like because there's never that many copies of him, but he is like putting one copy into the top cut usually. I'm curious. I'm really curious about that deck. It might just be that it overall just doesn't. I feel like maybe it just has like draws that look really impressive, and I feel like a lot of times I've watched Lucian because it's not a deck I've tested that extensively. That I just kind of am like maybe baited into thinking Lucian maybe looks a little bit better than he is, but it feels like it's been pretty solid.
All last week, so there was Draven, Aurelia, Victor, Annie, Azir. So Annie and Azir, I think Annie's always going to be in the top 10, just because it's Annie. Like everyone knows Annie does well. I'm surprised that we are seeing Azir get into top 64. I'm not gonna lie. Like I know Azir is a strong deck, but like I'm surprised that even one manages to get through to top 64. Kai'Sa is just always going to be there. Set. I feel like Set is just going to be one of those legends of just you're going to have a card that you do not ever want to die that is in yellow or orange. And it's like, oh, how do I play this card and keep this on the board? I'm just going to play Pit Rookie. I'm going to play Arena Bar. I'm going to play Set. And you're not playing Set for Set anymore. You're just playing Set so a unit does not die. I think Set will always be good.
No, so it should be fine.
Bad. I mean, Cass, you've seen the Secret Brew.
Yeah, I don't believe in it at all. But you know, you can like prove that it's good, but like I don't believe in it.
I think
is it a Set
very
brew?
good.
No, it's a Leeson brew.
I really believe I could top cut with it. I'm 100%.
If you're a good player, you should be able to top cut. With
okay, what do we mean by top cut? Because now top cut is top 8, and I'm not going to agree with that whatsoever. But
I asked for
I can top 64 with it. I can top 64 with it.
I don't disagree with you. I bet you probably could if you're playing really well.
Do we know if this tournament today is top 8?
No, this is 64. Those rules that was for the West. The most of the rule updates are the same, yes, for China, but when it came to the competitive side of it, that format structure is for like Bologna, Vegas, that kind of stuff.
Okay. I messaged Frisch
if I'm wrong and
he
randomly we
was
cut to a top 8, that would be crazy, but I don't think that is everything that I understand about the Chinese tournaments, this is still going to be cut to 64.
I'd imagine that they'd want to keep all of them equal so that it's like,
it should.
You don't want to I mean, especially after they like had the apology of, hey, we changed like card text like too early before. But yeah, going into if we're doing top 64, I think that anyone should be anyone. I think a good player should be able to take any deck or any legend top 64. As long as like if you know the rules of Riftbound, you know deck building, you know what's common, you should be able to build a deck to counter it. But yeah, if we're doing top 8,
I think you have a little less agency if you're bringing something that's not so good, right? Like I think there's players that were very good that missed top 64 that were literally playing Kai'Sa at Houston, right? Like, and they missed because is what it is, right? Like you lose 3 games, you're out. You lose 2 games, sometimes you're out, right, on breakers. But like, I also think the inverse of that is like if you are really good, I do think it's possible for you to top 64 on anything. Like, because Riftbound has enough skill expression, I think that it is totally possible for you to do so. But I think you're going to lose some agency. Like, if you match into people that are really, really good and they're playing on the best decks of the game, you're now super unfavored and you're probably going to lose to them on day one, and you have to hope that you don't pair into players that are as good or better than you playing better decks all day, right? Like you have to hope that you're pairing into players worse than you. That's literally where you're at. Like you have to you are now banking on pairing into players that are worse players than you. Because yes, you'll beat them, but you're not going to beat
for that though, right? Like I mean, I've been doing my testing with my Darius deck. I've been going on a TCG arena, just random matchmaking, and I think it's quite funny when you just get opponents. They're like, "How did you do that?" And I'm like, "Oh, I just used my legend," and they're like, "Oh, I never read this legend before." I'm like, "Oh, there is just cards that people just do not know." Like you can go into tournaments,
you'll get equity
like,
that way.
Hey, I'm gonna play cards that no one knows and just win. So I definitely think as the game goes on, I think there's gonna be some legends that just get like free wins because opponents aren't realizing what they're playing against. Like if you see a deck for the first time that someone's completely hidden, and it's like, oh, I'm playing a Jax list, and you're like, okay, Jax is all about equipment. So I'm gonna look for equipment, and then they just have like this one cheese card that just blows you out because you weren't expecting it. Then
it matters a lot more because we have reaction speed stuff. Because usually I just say, well, I'll just read all of their cards, and then I know what they do. But sometimes you're gonna get beat that one turn that they play something you didn't expect. But that's why I've read every single card in the game, and I know all of them. Now you can only surprise me with the fact that you're actually playing that card. That's what it is.
True. I mean, I have been playing my games, so I've been running Bryn here, but I've been playing games where I'm like, okay, I can win with Bryn here, or I can win with like my Darius legend. So what I've been doing is I've been using my Darius legend so they don't know I have Bryn here in main deck. Yep. And then I'm like, I'm just gonna try and like blow them out with them like, oh, I've never seen a Bryn here, or I've not seen this.
Yep.
And then I play Bryn here, and I'm like, okay, I win because you've not seen it in the full 3 games, and you've not been playing around it. And on the 3rd game, I pop it out, and I just win the game on it. So there's gonna be cards that are like you don't see, like that the Lee Sin player that had like the Dragon's Rage.
Yeah, Dragon's Rage.
Yeah. And like, oh, it's a really bad card. Like, it's really expensive. It's just like charm, but like sometimes you get the damage from it.
I don't think it's a bad card. I think it's fine.
It's a signature spell.
Wait, which
one?
Dragon Rage, Lee Sin's Kick.
Oh.
I think it's like a fine card. I mean, the main problem is like it gets defied. It's a little too expensive because it's like it requires certain board states. It's like too conditional, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's like it's very powerful. It's just conditional.
I mean, after
you need the right meta.
After speaking to like Plink, and was like, hey, the set 1 signature spells, they're like, yeah, they definitely weren't powerful as like they weren't all equal. Like that was what he was saying,
of course.
And like going forward, they're like making them like, okay, they are important. Like in set 2, you can tell that they focus a lot more on signature spells being better than other spells. Like there's some signature spells in set 1 where you're like, okay, this is just a card.
Like low-key, they shouldn't have nerfed Rocket.
Oh, yeah,
they probably should have. They probably should have. To be honest, 3 and 1 for Rocket would have been really messed up. Let's be real. 3 and 1 for Rocket would not have been okay.
Else that wasn't the cost, because like
sure, tweak the damage or something. Rocket for 3 and 1 to deal 5 anywhere. Jinx would have been maybe the best deck in the game.
I mean, it would have been good for like marketing purposes. Like, hey, this Arcane show, come and get the Arcane's champion. Do you know what? It would have been a starter deck. If they didn't nerf it, it would have been a set 1 starter deck strong, set 2 starter deck strong. It could have happened. I mean, all I want is old Snapvine. For those that don't know, Snapvine used to be able to hit anywhere. And I think Snapvine should exist like that. I think they should errata Snapvine so that it can hit anywhere. I miss some of the old beta cards.
Yeah, the beta cards are a little crazy. I will add, there was a question earlier about Randy and what he's playing. Randy is currently 4-0 playing Sivir in this event.
Is he playing Aurora?
No.
Oh, non-Aurora Sivir.
Interesting. It's so weird that is the response from some people, because I feel like the Aurora Sivir players are the weird ones. I feel like Sivir is such a better deck, not as an Aurora deck.
I just like it just feels like it's like the standard. So I mean, from what I've seen.
Yeah. Who is making that the standard Sivir? Who has done that? Who is playing Sivir? That is standard.
I mean, people just saw purple orange and was like, "Hey, I'm just gonna play
Yeah.
the Aurora."
Ah,
deck.
yes, this is the Aurora deck. Yeah.
So
I
Yeah,
think
no,
Siver's really strong.
is there any champion that I want to see do well? Like new ones. Renata,
Rek'Sai.
I'd like to see. I
Rek'Sai.
think there's a good Rek'Sai deck out there. I refuse to believe there's not.
I think there are multiple good Rek'Sai decks out there. I just don't know that Rek'Sai can crack the like top 4 or 5. But I think she's really like she's one of those like just outside looking in. She kind of feels like Darius in that way from last set, where Darius was incredibly powerful, like did some insane stuff, and then just couldn't quite contend with the meta. Like just wasn't quite good enough to get there. Mainly, like got really checked by Kaisa once she started mainboarding all the Reigns. It just became a lot tougher. Like for a while the matchup was fine, and then she started putting all the Reigns in the main board, and it was like, oh, this is not very playable.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, I think Darius is one of those.
I think Rek'Sai, one of the advantages of Rek'Sai, I built a Rek'Sai deck because I believe, personally, it plays very similar to my Darius list, and I'm like, okay, but if I'm playing my Darius list and I get free draw for attack, which you're doing very often with Rek'Sai, what would I want? And I'm like, I kind of like the ideas of just like playing seals out. Like I'm looking through my deck, I look at 2 cards, I'm like, okay, I want seals in this. With all of the cards that I want to play, I want as many seals as I can. And then that's why we saw people playing like Hook Rek'Sai. Like, I don't think that's a bad idea. I think Hook Rek'Sai probably is how you want to play that deck.
I was playing Hook and I eventually cut them because I think I want to revisit like a Hook Rek'Sai that's like a different idea. Because I was playing a very fast Rek'Sai deck, like very low to the ground, looked a lot like how I think Darius should look right now or would look. And I wonder how close that, Rek'Sai list is to what your Darius list like looks like now as far as cards. I mean, obviously there's going to be some differences, but like just because they are different legends. But it was like you're trading off the ability to get more units out faster. Like you're trading some speed that Darius gets because he gets the extra energy, right? Which obviously is going to make you be able to play things a little bit faster. And what you're getting in return is consistency, because Darius will run out of cards and then like die in that way, right? Because like they don't have this built-in draw. You have to kind of cheat some draw from here and there, but also you straight up sometimes you'll just run out of cards on Darius before you can get everything done. Rek'Sai is not really going to have that problem, because Rek'Sai is going to just like draw into more cards, and she does get to cheat some of the resources, but it's reliant on hitting Under Titan to actually do the resource cheating, whereas Darius is just like always doing it. And so it felt like Hook slowed down the deck too much when you were already slower than Darius. But I'm wondering, what if you actually play the Rek'Sai to be more of like a mid-range deck, that also like a mid-range Hook deck, and you're using Hook to like
yellow Rek'Sai?
Maybe you don't go that far, just because like red Rek'Sai is like probably better. But I did consider playing yellow Rek'Sai, and the reason for yellow Rek'Sai would be more looks for Under Titan to help with these like more mid-range cards. So it's like an additional way to look at Under Titan. But yeah, I'm wondering if that's kind of the thing. And then you use Hook more like Fiora uses Hook, which is like, I'm just going to use this to dodge combats against Draven. And so I'm going to go in, I'm going to conquer, and then I'm going to, get my Rek'Sai trigger, and I'm going to play something off my Rek'Sai trigger, and then I'm going to hook whatever size unit this is. Like, it might be a bit really strong unit that I'm hooking, but I'm just going to get it off the battlefield and basically play the same unit back at home instead. Just like replace itself at home.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's like a really cool way to play Rek'Sai that could be quite strong. You're still going to be pretty power hungry, but because you're Rek'Sai, you might be able to just find the seals a lot easier. And maybe that's the way to do it. Yeah.
I definitely think Under Titan is one of those cards that if you get the 2 energy effect, it's always just good. Like you're just, that is what you want. You want the 2 energy effect from it. I feel like if you're running Under Titan, you need to have a wide deck. Like you can't just have.
Yeah, you want the second part of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because the play effect is good, right? So, and in that same vein though, like if you are playing,
it's Garen's signature spell on a stick. Like
yeah. It's just better than Garen's signature spell. Yeah. Yeah, it does feel like if you are going to play Under Titan, you want to get value out of the second part of it. So, I mean, but you can still do that. Like you can still generate 1/1s playing more like mid-range cards and like more of a mid-range deck. Like you can.
Captain is just
a
good card.
Captain Matron is still just going to do it, right?
You're just always slamming those in a regular list, I think. So
So you don't necessarily have to play like too many of the like early game spam stuff if you're still kind of setting up this like mid to late game.
One of my
idea.
favorite things I did with a Rek'Sai list on stream the other day, I played Rex. I had red Rek'Sai on the board. I played Matron, who pulled out a captain, and I accelerated a recruit.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
of my thing.
I've been
and
there.
I'm like, okay,
I've been
what's
there.
the rules of this? I'm like, it's great. I'm like, are you sure I could just do any color? And Clark was in the chat, and Clark was like, yeah, it's just any color. So I'm like, okay, I'm just accelerating this
rainbow.
one recruit, and it got me like it helped me get the winning point. So I was like, hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, the winning point, which is the podcast we have right here on this channel. If you haven't subscribed already, go ahead and hit the sub button. We've got plenty of content to come through, including these co-streams every single week. And we've got another match prepared for you right now with round 5 starting right now. We'll see what decks come through.
Who have we not seen on stream today?
You or Blevins that would like appear out of nowhere to say that. So.
Yeah, well, you can't say the winning point on this channel without like a a plug coming through. You know, it's just it's Kai'Sa, nice.
Is this the first Kai'Sa for today? What have we seen today?
Yeah.
I've only seen game 1, so.
Yeah, we saw the Garen matchup. Pretty much everyone's played against Draven. It was like Garen into Draven. We had Yasuo into Draven. We had Annie into Draven. What was the 4th round? It was Sivir into Aurelia was the last one.
Okay.
But once again, we've got a Draven. So Kai'Sa into Draven.
What's your opinion on this this Mech Kai'Sa list that I've seen floating about?
I think people have started to kind of stray away from it. Like you're still, a lot of them are still playing Forerunner, because it's just like a very strong card, but they're not doing the like production assembly, like all that kind of stuff. I think that was like kind of a gimmick that felt good at the very start before any decks were refined, because it was just like really good stuff Kai'Sa that was also getting a lot of unit value. But I think people have moved back, and more it's just like looking at good efficient spells and ways to deal with like Draven's units. So we may see things like Singularity pop up as well, just because, you know, it hits Forerunner, hits Draven, it's like a good efficient clear. Just playing for efficient clears and dodging combats, pretty much any deck that's trying to live right now and be a very effective deck is basically looking to like, how can I dodge combats with Draven and then like deal with the stuff that he's doing.
I think Singularity is. I personally think Singularity is an also include in this meta right now. It hits so many cards. It hits all of the Fiora cards. It hits every single one of Draven's cards. Like, I think if you're playing a blue deck, you have to have Singularity. And I don't play
think you're probably
blue
right.
decks, but like with the ones that I do, like I'm playing Ornn, and I'm like, I'm putting Singularities in this. I don't care. Like, you aren't going to be having a fun time playing against me. Like, literally, the only thing it really doesn't hit is like Aurelia, because Aurelia gets like stupid.
Yeah, it's like a very dead card against Aurelia. Let's see what we got. Was that? I think that was either a Mind Splitter or a Falling Star drop deck. It was Splitter. Okay.
Yep.
I saw the 2 pips and perp fire, but
Wait, I didn't see. Was it Draven against? Oh yeah, it was
Yeah.
okay. So
there's a Singularity in hand already. I think Yordle is really good in this set. I think you need to keep upping cards, so your unit replacing itself is actually quite good right now. Even as some people started cutting Yordles in set 1, I think in set 2, he kind of has to find his way back in to help you deal with this this matchup where you're just not allowed to go down in cards.
So Kai'Sa going second. So turn 2 for Kai'Sa. You can accelerate the Kai'Sa from the champ zone to a battlefield. So we'll see what happens.
no Ray.
Yep.
No Ray.
No Ray means just play the Yordle, dig an additional card. Yeah, 2-drop plus Ray would have been fantastic on this turn too. And you saw even the head shake from the Kai'Sa player, saying, you know what, this kind of sucks. Accelerated Kai'Sa is reasonable because it's Reaver's Row, so you can accelerate her there to draw. However, if Draven does keep up any runes, it becomes risky because Spinning Axe actually just kills you.
It's gonna be a game where these Singularities are gonna basically pop off. You just need to keep Singularity to kill the Draven, and another good target. Anything really would be good, but obviously if you can like kill a Draven and a Kai'Sa, or like a Draven and something more important than just a 2-drop, then you're actually getting so much value.
Singularity, I think that's Cleave in hand. So got a few cards to help push these units off the battlefield and keep your stuff safe. Personally, I like pushing the Yordle up here, forcing them to either retreat the ban, and then try and get. The idea of getting this. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it's just Kaisa pass and you start looking for Stingu on the next turn. Because if you go Reavers, then you actually have to give a card to Draven, so I kind of am okay with this. I think Kaisa takes the role of a control deck when playing in this matchup. You need to starve Draven of all their cards in order to actually kind of win the game. And so if you push in here, you are going to have to give a card over to Draven by like moving back your Yordle on the next turn. So I think I'm pretty high on this decision to not actually bother with the points just yet. Start to look at the hand state of the Draven. If they are starting to play out a lot of units and you get some good kills with the singularities, get some good kills elsewhere, you can potentially play to get the Draven down to essentially like a very small hand, like 2 to 3 cards, and that's where you can look to win.
So I think it was a Darius off the stack deck.
There is one in the 3. I'm not sure what. I actually couldn't catch anything but that Darius. I don't know if you saw the rest of them, but I saw the Darius as well.
Yeah, no, I saw the Darius and then that was about it. This is an interesting thing. I don't know if you guys have talked about it. The Chinese legality for future tournaments.
Yeah.
The foiling is different between English and Chinese cards. So it's
probably got a double sleeve if you're gonna mix the languages in your deck, because you can still get deck checked and get like game losses if your cards count as marked, like they can be cut to, right? So
there's the Darius I can see. There is 2 Dariuses. Oh, that was a Darius heavy stack deck.
Yeah, so that means that one of them will be at the bottom. Didn't really see what the last card was. It was Darius, and I didn't see the third, but one Darius will go to the bottom, 1 to hand. So as those are going through, it means there's 1 less that can be found later when Draven is potentially looking for these, not necessarily top deck outs, but just looking for these outs towards the end of the game with maybe accelerating in to get those last 2 points after Kaisa is continuing to try and keep the board clear.
Treasure Hunter looks like the...
Yep.
Coming out. Looks like a Nexus Knight foil.
Keep an energy up instead of developing. What are we keeping this for? Do we have a fight or flight to push the Kaisa? I think that would be the best thing here. You deny draw and you deny point and she doesn't get on reverse. Other than that, I think it should have been a develop if we don't have...
Yeah, it can't be spinning at because you're not attaching it to anything. So it's either that or rebuke. Like, that's the only 2 answers, right? But I don't think we've seen rebuke.
Yep. I didn't see one yet. We're at the point where the singularity doesn't feel... It's weird. It's like you want to kill the Draven with it, but Draven plus Fan is not like the highest value singularity for you to use like all of your runes on this turn. I'm just trying to see if there's like another play that feels like particularly good. I kind of like just this like drawing a card first to start to see. Plus you've got retreat, so if you don't want to give the combat, you can just retreat here and draw 2. Which I think is like very reasonable to do for the Kaisa in this spot. You ramp, you get your Kaisa back, you're drawing more cards. Singularity from this also makes sense. Yeah.
Also, Kaisa there was only able to push because we had cleave, or else you get blown up by
Redwind.
Redwind, yeah.
All right, so the question becomes, do you end up ripping the retreat? And it starts to feel tough too, because ripping the retreat is essentially just like playing around exactly like Darius coming in. If you were to rip the retreat now, right? To try and play around giving additional combats. There's another singularity, so you've got good removal, but if you end up giving 2 cards to just combat here, it kind of starts to diminish part of the game plan that you want to go for. However, not going to 2 points is like another downside of it, right? So you have to weigh the cost. If I don't go to 2 and get on point tempo, is that worse than like trying to deny the cards from the Draven and just try and make him develop into? I believe there was a second singularity in this hand, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Do you remember?
Yeah,
it's there, right? So you can try and force the Draven to develop into second singularity after you've like waited another turn, and then you start scoring.
哦，因为本来首先射线这张牌也只有卡莎能用，别的卡组
So Trisha Hunter moves up, move trigger generates.
代价就太高了，但是卡莎用的就比较舒服。
He's thinking about responding to the move trigger. If you retreat during the move trigger, has the combat not started yet?
光射线解一下对面的一个狂热粉丝，我觉得
I don't think so, right? Like you move, you've not technically moved.
那也可能是他这一局暂时还没有抽上来。
Yeah, I don't think it does.
This is a niche interaction that is really good to know, but it's never come up for me, so I actually don't. But I could see this meaning that this is not a combat,
Fallen
right?
Star as well. Wow, we have a lot of removal in hand.
他可能
I think it's still because if you have a hidden fight or flight and you push back your unit, I think Draven still draws. So
对面先交招，我觉得
regardless of when you play it, I think
Yeah.
他是
Is no, I don't think he's going for the card draw. Yeah, he.
Judge? Can someone, can a judge tell me what the actual correct
因为是进
someone who
ruling
has
is?
level one
I could
judges
see I could
first.
see this ruled either way, but I just
I
I'm
think
quite
the way
curious.
that I understand the rules is the showdown hasn't started, so the combat hasn't.
说不定
Right. Yeah. If
But
the
when
showdown
Dawn
hasn't
opened-
started, then I guess the combat wouldn't have started. So.
So, because like it's similar to the
这个推掉的
you can react to like
Mhm.
assault cards, right? So I think it's like the same.
Not gonna matter so much though, because there is gonna be a Kaisa, which is gonna just draw 2, which is massive for Draven to be able to refill, and that is a Dunebreaker in hand, by the way. I thought it was just an elephant.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh,
That
what?
Is it an elephant? Is it not a Dunebreaker? Please tell me it's not a
No.
Dunebreaker. That would be crazy,
That's-
right?
It's definitely a Dunebreaker. I saw that horn. Yeah, I see the horn.
That is a
see-
Dunebreaker. Why is that a Dunebreaker?
He's holding. But has he never told you? He's gonna hold and have no cards in hand as a Draven.
Why do we have a Dunebreaker? I mean, I guess if you're gonna run out of cards at some point, then suddenly this fixes that issue. Maybe. I don't know.
有点紧张，
It's certainly a card.
因为如果说刚
Yeah, that's cool from the Kaisa. Just good knowledge check there to be able to have that retreat. It makes sense that it works that way.
So
Oh, on the move trigger. Yeah, it doesn't work on the move trigger.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Right, where were you? Where were you, Kuvi?
No, I thought you talked about like attack or defense trigger.
再退下来，
No,
基本
no,
上
no,
一
no.
个只是
I mean, I
The move
like,
trigger was where the retreat was played.
是自己
I like second singularity here. Deal with the Kaiser. Deal with this hopeful. They're gonna struggle to get units accelerated
抽
out.
上来的，
We do know they have a Darius in the back,
其实还可以
so
直接点两个，
maybe they want to try and save it and get better value. But look,
Well,
单推好一点。
He doesn't know the Darius is there.
Yep. but he's
The
just going
Darius
for
is,
it.
yeah. We are aware of the Darius for sure.
他可能是想
教官怎么
As I
这
say,
么厉害
why did he put his yodel in the trash? I was like, did I miss a step there? But he just did it by accident. We have Watcher in hand. See a Watcher in the hand of the Kaiser.
我觉得教官这里完全可以去单推的。
对啊，因为
Can only go to 3 here.
是一张换换乐，你跟他
But
换
I
The
完
rest of
Morph I
this
see in hand as well.
turn, the rest of this turn for Kaisa is a little bit slow, right? I think there's a 2-drop that can be played.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a Raven Bloom.
I think I see Kaiser as well. Oh yeah, no, we know it's Kaiser, right? Like we
Yeah, but there's only 3 runes available, so it's gonna be Raven Bloom.
So the Raven player can
对，他
get
是
Darius out on board, and if we have a cheap card that we can play,
然后不怕一人
I。think we have a stack deck actually, so we can get this
Yeah, he just
Darius
drew it.
on the battlefield, put us on the 6 point,
就
Um,
吃下，然后还
so it'll put us within the range of winning. And because our opponent's only on 1, I think I'm gonna slam that. If I was the Draven player, I'm like, hey, I'm going to 6.
然后退我一个这个。
Good luck. I've got a hold with a point. I've got a Reaver's row with a Darius on.
边出现的第二个
You've got nothing to lose.
抉择
Like-
上的跟我们想象的有点不
You
一
can
样。
also play this Dunebreaker. What is this card?
The Dunebreaker is really funny. I don't think we're gonna see that played unless it looks for like a big hold stack, but I feel like the rest of the hand is gonna be a little bit more conducive. There's a fan. As you mentioned, the Darius, I think here to just go to 6 feels like a pretty natural play. exception being maybe if you find a Kaisa, maybe you'll accelerate a Kaisa instead, but it doesn't look like that's the case.
I think you wouldn't play Kaiser only because if they have Ice Tech Ray, you lose.
Yeah, if it's
So-
Ray, then you would trade. I think there's a spinning axe in hand too. You would get above Ray if that's the case. I think there's just enough runes to play
Well, there's a
accelerated
spinning axe.
Kaisa plus
Yeah,
the
there's a
spinning axe.
He's going into the bottom of that. So you see, yeah,
I thought there was one in hand as well, but maybe there's not. And it is just gonna be Darius though. That's fine. There was no Kaisa in the stacked anyway, so not gonna be able to find that. And Darius just easily gonna be able to run over this, get to 6. And Darius on Reaver's row, quite strong. You can always just retreat it.
very strong, very strong. So next turn, we do have Falling Star available, so we could Falling Star the treasure, the treasure hunter, and put at least 3 damage onto the Darius, so that we don't have to deal with that hidden card anymore. We're seeing a second hidden card come down. So we saw the switcheroo in the opening hand for the. I keep getting these two mixed up. The Draven.
Yeah, well, the brothers can't figure him out. Darius
Okay.
Draven.
Okay,
Is it two?
I needed to ask this question. You know, because on Darius' legend there is Draven as well. I was wondering if you could like alter the card and be like, look, that's Draven there. I'm just gonna change the tech to have Draven stack.
There you go. There you go.
Change the colors as well. Okay.
Second star.
I mean, it would be really great if we had a Hex Tech Ray. Hex Tech Ray and double Fallen Star, as well, single Falling Star here would be amazing.
I wonder if it's just like Star Watcher.
Watch? You could. Yeah.
How many runes? 1, 2, 3.
Like I mean just like vanilla Watcher, right? Like you're not accelerating the Watcher.
I think you could kill Darius here. Double star the Darius easily, I think.
It's like if you just put 2 targets on Darius, we're gonna see an Edge of Night respond to this, right? So you put you touch Darius twice, Edge of Night's gonna keep him alive.
Yeah,
but this is within your range, right? Like this is something you consider. From there, I do think like you can just play Watcher as the way to kill this. Because if you walk in, he's just gonna run away and heal, right? Like you have to kill him in some way from hand or
I mean, if you star him now, unstar the treasure hunter, then you're killing him for sure.
Yeah. So
But
that is the other option, right? You either can play Watcher or you just star both of these. And I mean, maybe star both of these is fine. Maybe it's better.
See, if we
Hold the
were
Watcher for later.
problem
we were
is the
real
axe, though.
players. I mean, yeah, Axe is. I mean, I guess they can respond to the Watcher, right? Ability goes on the stat.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you Watcher, they axe. If you Falling Star, they axe. So everything loses to axe. Unless you double tap again with the star.
I mean, if you double tap with Sano, I think you get rid of the hidden card, right? Like, I feel like you don't want to deal with that hidden card.
Wait,
No, of course
we
not.
should. Oh, we recycled only one.
Oh,
Oh.
they caught him.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, this also loses to axe, but I thought there was an axe. It looks like there's not an axe in hand. Like it's the Dunebreaker next to. I'm not sure what that purple card on the edge is, but it's not an axe.
It works. That's really good.
Yeah.
Now we get onto the battlefield.
Opponent
Opponent has no units. They most likely are running out of acceleration units. So you're probably gonna get 4 points in it because they won't be able to push anything next turn.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, this is something I've been preaching all day and over these last few weeks. Is one of the really tough things about playing against Draven is you often end up in a spot where you do just kind of have to make a call. You do just have to make the decision that like if they have it, they have it. And it looked like there actually was no way to play around Axe here when I'm looking at this hand more and more. Because whether you Watcher or you do this Falling Star play, you're getting beat by Axe. And if you're scared enough to double tap the Darius instead, now that Treasure Hunter with the switcheroo is going to give you problems potentially going forward. So it does, yeah, it's just kind of have to go for it. He doesn't have the axe, and now I think Kai'Sa's spot looks, it looks winning for now, right? Like there's a chance that there is like another Darius plus some accelerate stuff, and you just kind of get a little blown out. But realistically, the Draven is going to have to redevelop, and you're not going to be able to deal with this. And Kai'Sa is actually going to be able to win from there because you can just retreat fully. Well, you can't retreat fully actually because it's 6 points for Draven, so you're gonna have to look for a hold. But hold is going to be doable, I think.
We have 2 acceleration units in hand with the Draven and the Watcher. So what do we have? We have a Sentry, a Cleave, a Darius, and a Thousand Tail Watcher.
Yeah.
I mean, I think most of the time you're going to be picking Watcher. Like, it just does too much. Like, I think you'd pick any acceleration unit here.
Well, so the game state is not going to be the accelerate, right? The game state that we're looking at is actually a hold for Kai'Sa.
I think it's Darius. It has to go.
Because if so, for instance, if Kai'Sa tries to back up and then play like for a double conquer on the following turn, Draven just always wins with 1 accelerated unit on this next turn. So you have to play for a hold as the Kai'Sa side. And I mean, Watcher is still the biggest like hold threat there. I think the other option would be Darius, but then you're using Cleave to try and help hold. It's funny because you would play the Darius and then you would play Cleave onto Dreaming Tree to cycle it and find another spell and give +1 to your Raven Blooms. So this Cleave is like weirdly good as a hold potential because it's +2 in a card. I don't know if that I'm opting for taking Cleave, to be fair, but I do think maybe the Darius is actually the better take because it's 5 energy for effectively 7 might, because you have to assume that Cleave plus another card is going to be enough to buff it up to 7 on the hold, whereas Watcher is 7 might for 7, and it's not going to allow you to kind of get to that additional spell either via draw or via the second draw from the Cleave. I think that's where my head is at with this Darius being a little bit stronger than the Watcher. There is also... So for me, it's like you either take the Darius because it's like as strong as the Watcher, or the weird one would be taking Cleave to deny the draw, but you have to decide that you're beating the might values already to deny that draw. Because the Cleave is a weird take because you're never defending, so the assault doesn't matter. You're always attacking, but it's literally +2 in a card, which is pretty good for 1 energy when you think about it.
It's definitely not bad. It's definitely... I mean... There's a lot of decisions going on. Clearly, we can see that it's not an easy choice for him to make.
Yeah.
He's made his notes.
Kuvi, do you ever click Cleave here? You ever say, "Hey, Cleave"?
I could, yeah.
I think I could be sold on Cleave actually being the correct take.
But I think Darius is still too good of a development next turn, so I would take Darius. I think safer. Cleave is a cute little quirky thing to take, but. I think if it was like a super fight, I would snap it. But
the Cleave is of course better if the Darius is what you're playing as your development hold, right? Like because it's like helping you get to 2 cards played. So when you take the Darius, it makes the Cleave a little bit worse. But I actually think there's a world where Cleave is actually the best take. I think it's possible that Cleave was better. Yeah, +2 in draw is like you would play this like 1 cost card that's +2 in draw because that's discipline. You're playing 1 mana discipline for this Cleave.
Yeah.
As long like to clarify for anybody who doesn't understand what I'm saying, it's like so that your Raven Blooms are each getting a +1 when you cast the Cleave. And then you're drawing from Dreaming Tree. So that's where this like +2 is coming from.
What did we top that? Ooh,
I think it was another Cleave.
It is another Cleave.
So if we actually if the Darius was there, Darius would actually represent +2 from the Darius, plus the +2 from the students, and then a draw, right? If you double Cleave, so 1 draw +4, technically.
It's a little annoying, I think, for Kai'Sa now because playing Watcher to hold leaves you only 2 energy. Wait, no, is it even less? Is it only 1 energy?
No, 2.
No, it's okay, yeah. It's 2 energy. So yes, the 2 Cleaves are each worth 2 mites for the hold. you can look to just Giga Stack, but it's gonna feel really soft into just basically like anything
You
from
don't
the
have a
Draven side.
choice, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
No,
it
you're
is
probably right. I don't know if there's any other play though. Yeah. Are you supposed to try and like soft hold each side, or are you too scared of something like a big stack with a Ride the Wind, where you need to just turbo stack a single side?
Well, they're gonna have to move one of these units to the other battlefield, so I guess you just need to bait. Oh, he's going for Watcher?
Yeah, it's develop Watcher and then
in base for sure.
and
I mean,
then
base, what I say, on the battlefield.
yeah, it's on. So the question is just where you're turbo stacking, and I think it's just tree, because you want to put both the students there, so that these cleaves are actually 2 value.
I kind of
Okay, so
don't mind separating the students.
So that was my thought as well, Kuvi. Is like, do you ever like double, like you like medium hold both sides instead of Giga holding one?
Yeah. Well, I would like send student to Yordle and everyone else on tree, basically. Or this way.
Okay,
Yeah,
so this way is
fine.
instead going to be the student. So what I will say for the student here, you still can cleave on this student no matter which side the Draven goes into, and it's always giving you the +2 value and then drawing a card, right? Like it's just always doing that, because that's all it was ever doing, was casting the spell. And then student being a 3 already doesn't let like you push just a 2 into it and trade and kill it in that way. So at least you're just like denying this like very easy push. Because Draven technically doesn't have to beat you this turn. He knows your hand. He knows you're not beating him on the next turn on a double conquer. But he does have to prevent you from holding. So a trade would be fine for Draven. But in this spot, he can't just trade a 2 into 2 and just like call it good from there.
So we've got Bryn here and
Go ahead,
Rebuke.
Kuvi.
Instinctively, I would have loved one Yordle with one student and everything else on the other side, like the student on the other side, because I feel like the tank could be relevant on the student that's growing, basically. But how do you actually find the answer to what's the best hold in this scenario? Like, because every scenario obviously is different, but like, how, you know, other than instincts, or really you take 2 hours to analyze everything that can happen.
Yeah,
How
it's
do
very
you-
hard to find the correct line when you have to play within time. This is like one of the hardest things of Riftbound anyways. I think you do just have to instinctually play sometimes. You're gonna have to figure out what might be your best odds, but you are just gonna have to send it in a certain point. Marshall, I know you were breaking down looking at this hand. I know the Bryn here Rebuke. I feel like it might be a Bryn turn looking at the just 2 runes, but the question is do you have enough might if you Bryn?
Yeah,
I don't know if
think-
you do.
I don't think you do. So I'm looking at the play of like, okay, you Bryn here, you Rebuke, it stops them from playing the cleaves. You know they have, so you have the note down. You know they're gonna have 1 cleave. So they're like, okay, I can Bryn here to stop them from cleaving, because cleave is action speed, not reaction speed. So it stops them from doing any.
Wait, that
Okay.
card is really pringled.
So
Yep.
he's going to try and cascade this Edge of Night.
So this play tells me he's going for a break into Ride the Wind. So I think he's going for Ride the Wind and something else.
Yeah, Ride the
He's-
Wind and Rebuke, right, are going to be the 2 cards that get played. So this actually makes sense, right? So you go in here, you know that there's a cleave, so
Only
you
one
allow
cleave.
1 draw, but it's only 1 rune.
not
Bellows
think it's-
Breath,
Bellow's Breath. Doesn't
that's not going to do it.
Could be good, honestly. It's not bad at all. But this is good because the tank will absorb the 2 damage,
Yeah.
so you won't lose the student here.
so there's
Yeah,
14
I
might
wonder-
battlefield.
I do wonder if the Draven player missed the tank keyword here, because I think you really wanted to trade Kaisa. But I guess it doesn't quite matter, because Rebuke on the Watcher and then pushing in with the equipment is going to make this
And right
9
away.
on 7 with only 1 spell to be cast.
So
Yeah, you only get blown up by Stupefy.
So notably, Bellows Breath is going to
Is enough to, yeah.
is going to be a problem here.
you can't play the second Edge of Night in hand, equip it, and do Ride the Wind and repeat. You don't have enough purple runes for it.
Yeah.
Oh, good
So-
call. Because you have the energy, you do not have the purple
Yeah.
runes though. You have exact purple runes to play the Ride the Wind and the Rebuke.
So yeah, you
Yeah,
can't even
you're
equip
right.
the one that's on board. Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
that's
right.
just- like you just you can Ride the Wind, or you can Ride the Wind and equip, or you can
Wait, why are we not equipping?
because
Oh, I see what you mean. I
You
see
can't
what you mean, I
afford.
see what
Yeah,
you
you
mean.
can't do all of it.
But then how
Yeah,
do we get
he's
through.
no, he can't.
So-
Because you Ride the Wind Rebuke, and then you actually lose because a spell can be cast. And we know there's Bellows Breath and there's Cleave, which is going to push this to.
Okay, so it comes back
8.
to base. You equip.
Oh,
you
wait,
rebuke
Oh,
wait.
oh, there's the
Gust
draw.
Is actually really good. Gust is really
Wait, that
good
Gust
here.
is massive.
Yeah.
Gust actually wins it, right? Because
Yeah,
you
Gust is
rebuke
good.
the Watcher, and then you're going to Gust in response to the spell cast.
I mean, you have to gust before going to battlefield.
You
so
could
don't
also
give
just Gust
action.
now, right? Yeah. But if
it
you
doesn't
Gust
matter, it's
now,
equal, right?
Stupefy off of
No,
the
it's
draw
actually
that
better to
happened
not-
earlier.
Actually, it's not. It's better to not gust now, because you can react to a stupid. Because it's okay. if
Yeah,
the
you
hand
can
has
react to a Stupefy.
You can
Yeah,
react
exactly.
to Stupefy. So you don't gust now. Actually.
The problem is if you don't
You have
lead
to
with
present.
Gust, it's a trade.
Damn.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting. There's like a lot of ways that last turn could have gone. Draven still gets there in the end. That Gust actually mattering a lot. But yeah, you actually have to risk into the Stupefy. Now you know
Yeah.
it had to be a top deck off of the Cleave or off of the other the start of turn draw for the side of Kaisa. So it's not like super high odds that the Stupefy is there. But you're actually required to play into it in that way because you're out of purple runes. So you can't you can't equip the Edge of Night, and then when you push in, it would be 7-on-7. And if you're Kaisa, I guess you just have to let that go, even if you have the Stupefy. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just play the Stupefy and you get blown out. Yeah, I'm not sure. Feels like you are supposed to push first, and then just play the Gust after any spell, in response to any spell.
I mean, the Gust saved him, right?
Yeah,
Like
hard to say.
the top deck Gust was just insane. Like he would not have won that game without.
Yeah. Oh no, he did need it. The game was lost if he didn't find the Gust. There was, to be fair, there were more outs than just Gust. I mean, Spinning Axe is also getting you there. Cleave, Blood Fury, like pretty much all of those are getting you there. But Gust was one of the outs that gets you there. What's up, Lev? Do you need a link?
Hello.
Oh. As soon as Adanu notices that, oh no, he notices you're there. No,
Yeah.
yeah, you're all good. Yeah, you should be.
Yeah, I've been talking to them. I just don't know if I'm unmuted on stream or not. But hello, if I'm not,
You probably are.
I'm here. Oh,
He's here.
hold on, I can help. I can fix this. I have the technology on my end. Ho, 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 ho.
Hey, we
Look
got
at me.
matching hats.
Oh, that's right. Who wore it better?
Where's the hat from? I can barely. I don't have my glasses on. I can't see what.
The Paris Open.
Oh, nice. The Paris hats.
Hat. There we go.
There we go. I can.
Sweet.
I can't have a fashion faux pas. I've always got another hat on hand.
I mean, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can. You can see. I've got my collection of hats just chilling over here. There. I could always swap
I don't-
mine out.
That's such a 2008 thing to
Yeah.
do. Just a collection of hats
Yeah.
on a wall.
I peaked. That's when I peaked.
They're not on the wall. They're just on a box. But, yeah, I get what you mean.
Mine are scattered throughout the house. I had so many more before I moved across the world. I had to donate many of them.
Many a hat.
You have missed apparently a lot of Draven today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw the breakdown of decks, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, Draven here. Yeah. Oh, Victor finally went down, and oh yeah, just 16 Garens. And what?
Heavily contested metal card.
so funny.
0 to 16.
Right.
So many people having the same thought.
0
Oh, I
to
can just get a
60.
free metal card.
0 to
Yeah.
16 in under 1 week.
Yeah.
I do think it's quite funny that
The
They
Garen
were just like, okay, no one else is
F-150.
gonna go Garen. I will go Garen. It's like,
Yeah.
oh,
This is
everyone
what
else
I thought was going to happen the very first time. Like, are we going to see 50 Garens show up? But
Yeah.
took all
Yeah,
this time.
it
for
finally
to
happened. It only took
finally
no one picking Garen for it to happen. Yeah.
Mhm.
Because I think everyone expected some amount of Garen, so then they don't play Garen, except for the people who really want to,
Yeah.
go for the Garen.
You fall into a coma during set 1, you wake up, and you go, oh, is there still Riftbound? Yes. Is there an Open this weekend? Yes. Okay, what's the deck split? Well, you know that Master Yi champion that legend that everyone's been playing? Yeah, he's actually four people less than a Garen, and everyone's like, what happened in set 2?
Yeah, Garen's broken, didn't you know?
Must
Didn't you know
really
Garen's broken
be,
in set 2?
The token
Drawing
decks must really be
cards is
drawing
broken.
cards. True.
因为已经知道你有6
Um,
So true.
那么哪怕你点我，其实我也不怕。
So it'll be interesting to see what's getting inside. But I mean, I guess we won't know what's getting inside. We don't tell us during these rounds. But I think the singularities did a lot of work this game. It's just a shame that the targets for them weren't the best. I mean, we hit Draven's biggest fan with one of them. So
Yeah, the
it's
double
not-
4 on the second one is pretty ideal, though. That's
Yeah.
kind of up there.
Yeah.
The big thing that we'll probably see from the Draven side, though, Marshall, because you were talking about sideboards, is probably going to be Pharaoh's Foreigner. If they've got him, if they don't have him in the main, but they've got him in the side, it's pretty nice in this matchup. Yes, it's another 6. It's another great target for Singularity, but then it just kind of replaces itself with a bunch of units at home, so ends up being pretty good for the Draven.
Turns out the card that you guys got to reveal is pretty
Yeah,
goddamn
it's
good.
pretty good. Yeah, this card that keeps duplicating Blevinses everywhere. So many of them.
God, I can't not think of that reveal video you did. Blevins' head's just floating. I'm like, oh no.
Oh, the Blevinses.
We were like, we've got an idea for this, and then we're like, what if we just made it as unhinged as possible and full sent it, and then here we go.
It's going to be hard to match that because we're not often going to all be in the same place
I did
while
have
we
that same
actively are
thought.
making a reveal, but yeah.
I did have that same thought, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, we did it back in the day. We did skits for
Lore.
pre-Wisdom when it was still Heroes Hearth. We did skits for Lore for that, and
Oh, yeah.
we were always remote when we did that, so
Mhm.
surely
Just
we
gotta
can
get some
make it happen.
camera magic, make it look like you're in the same room.
Yeah, we did one. I remember one where there's me like opening a door and looking through it, and then you're looking at your like doorway, and it's like we're talking to each other with the camera cuts. This is one of the early ones that we did. Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Okay, Obelisk and
Start it.
Tygon's peak. Oh yeah, started peak, not Tygon's peak. The wrong peak.
The other peak. Yeah, just gonna be easy 2-drop. It seems like I'm looking at the start. A lot of good spells for the Kaisa side, and I think the retreat is also still quite valuable. It's not as good as on the Dreaming Tree game, but it's still a very valuable card to potentially avoid combat like we saw last time in response to the move trigger, but also just keeping the Kaisa safe and not letting it die, getting an Accelerate out there, get an extra card, bring her back, get the rune, like kind of just buy space in that way and avoid combats as much as possible. Draven probably, or Darius probably a good draw to add to this because there were just so many spells to kick things off.
We've got Falling Star and Void Seeker in hand, so they can't answer the Void Seeker to my knowledge. Oh, but I guess they have Draven Axe.
Yeah, Axe is a punish from you just like
massive.
You really can't just like pass the runes here and let Draven run it. There's too many answers.
Yeah.
So if they want to kill this, I could see a Falling Star here. What depends on how much they want to kill it.
Yeah, I think Falling Star could be reasonable, just to keep the board clear. It feels it's this weird spot where it's like you kind of don't want to Falling Star because you have the Void Seeker and it's such a clean answer to a 4. And I think that does kind of start to inform this, like, okay, we'll just develop and then look to go 2 next turn after using these spells to clear whatever you play. Also, this is notably, going into next turn, you have access to Singularity. So if this turn is Honker with Kaisa and like play Draven out, you can just Singularity and try and clean up the board. Now, granted, Axe is still fantastic at kind of dealing with that a little bit as well, but it is just gonna be Falling Star instead.
So I don't know if you noticed, but we have another Doom Break.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're just not talking about the Dunebreaker, right? Like, it just look. Nobody needs to know about this Dunebreaker. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
It's
it.
a super secret tech.
Zeralia. Remember when Zeralia used to play? Someone got rank 1 with the Zeralia with a card. What was it, like down well but in LOR?
Oh yeah,
That
yeah.
was to prove that you don't. The deck was so broken that you could play just one less card and brick with it, and it was okay. And I think it's the Dunebreaker here.
Dunebreaker it enters ready if you have no cards in hand or something like that, right?
Which is
It's like less than 2 cards or something.
Less
yeah.
than 2 cards, which is in
never the
Draven.
case.
Okay, so it has to just be full meme, right? Like
Yeah, no.
it's
There's
just
literally no reason.
just vanilla.
Yeah, I liked the idea in Lucian
Cool
when we
art.
saw it in Lucian, right? I was like, oh,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
that
So-
seems.
I don't think it's an embarrassing
reasonable.
card in general. It's
No, but
hilarious in
yeah,
the deck
Draven,
that
it's-
is meant to draw cards.
Yeah, a bit strange.
I've got a question about like what the play we're doing here. We have Singularity in hand.
Yeah.
Because they could Draven spinning it. Why aren't we just slamming it? Like they save the Kaiser and then we just like sacrifice the thing to kill it.
No, they
Not-
would
not
save
like-
hopeful.
Yeah, they'd say hopeful so that you don't have that exact trade you're talking about, but
And then
it still might be just worth kind of shipping it. Okay, so we're gonna just take a look here with the Void Seeker, test the waters. I think this gets punished harder if it
Harder
instead
by
of axe. If instead of axe it's just longsword, Singularity would have pushed through,
Oh, we don't
and
even
this
have enough.
still gets punished by sword.
Long sword you can't play. 'cause
Oh,
they
no
don't have
reds.
red.
Yeah, good call. Okay, so it would have to be axe.
Okay, so no
the
axe.
action there is dangerous.
Right, we got the Hextech Ray.
They would have been okay if there was axe there, because of what
Yeah.
they drew, but
Yeah, the ray
does
would
not.
cover.
we actually don't even have enough red to like commit to a falling star after the fact. So it was definitely
Right.
risky to do that.
Yeah, there really actually is no recourse if it had been axe. And again, look, I said it earlier, even in this series, sometimes you just have to ask them to have it against Draven. It is just, that is the level of deck it is. It is just a very powerful list. There are certain points in the game where you do have to ask Draven to just have the answer. I'm not convinced this was a spot where you had to make
Right.
him have it. But yeah, it is something that in order to beat Draven, you are going to have to make reads and you are going to have to make them have it in some spots. But to be honest, even just playing out the hopeful instead of like Draven and tapping out makes me feel like there's a combat trick. Makes me feel like there's something
Yeah.
there.
The read, they definitely were, it seemed like representing the possibility there. I think the biggest thing, and this goes to like deck building and deck choice construction, not this particular match per se, but like you can tax the Draven kind of on their resources, like, oh, make them have the axe there, that's -1 rune, make them have to falling star, that's -2 runes. The problem is you need to also be putting pressure on, and a single sentry on turn 3 or 4 of the game is not the pressure that you need to be putting on when you're ahead on resources.
So we did.
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy is I don't think he had the axe. I think this is a top deck.
Yeah.
And
Has to be.
This completely blows out the Kai'Sa player because they're like, oh, okay, you don't have axe. You would have played axe last turn.
Yeah.
Now they
Right.
just lose this ray and they lose a rune, getting
Mhm.
beaten by the axe. They need to draw for sentry here.
Yep.
Aotiporo. Aotiporo, Bellows Breath, Singularity, Retreat, Falling Star, I think is the exact hand for the Kai'Sa player. So, not great for units.
If the Draven,
No.
I was talking, by the way. I was muted for like 5 minutes.
Oh.
If the Draven develops Draven here, Kai'Sa's actually in a good spot. If they don't, then we're in trouble. Well,
They did.
because you can
well,
Singularity, Ballast Breath, and then kill both.
Yep.
Oh, it's a super fight top deck. I think that's even better. We
Oh,
gotta
It's so
count
much
way
better,
better.
actually.
it's
way
so
better.
much better in every single
Yep.
way.
Yep, Stupefy Singularity,
Okay.
way better.
This is the only way back, actually.
This is another example though of like, okay, we've dealt with the board, that's great. It's going into Draven's turn. They have tempo advantage entirely. We have no board and we're behind. Great. So like it just doesn't matter. Like you can look at this and be like, oh, Kaisa can deal with Draven. Does not matter at all in this particular scenario because it wasn't able to also develop.
Ferris is annoying to deal with for Kaisa, actually.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, how do we do?
You don't.
That's the
Don't
neat
deal
part.
with it.
You
Right,
don't.
so what we do, we Falling Star it, and then we get another card, and Falling Star is duplicate.
I mean, we have double Fallen Star in hand. So we
Yes.
just Fallen Star and then Fallen Star, you know?
God, that feels so incredibly bad.
That card is absolutely broken against non-purple decks.
Yeah, just keep
Because they
pushing it
don't
back.
really
Never let it
have,
die.
Yep. Rebuke is really good on it. Fight or Flight is kind of good on it. Other than that, it's like almost impossible to deal with it effectively.
There's an old adage in Hearthstone that if you got back to your turn with a Savannah Highmane in play and attacks your opponent, your chances of losing were like under 2%. I feel like that's similar with Ferris Forerunner. Like if you get to go to your turn and untap with Ferris Forerunner and just be able to do stuff with it in play, like your chances of losing are so low. I guess purple changes that because there's a lot more bounce, but even then.
If you had to like bring a Hearthstone card into Riftbound, what would it be? Like 1-to-1, almost. Mine would be Dr. Boom.
Ooh, yes. Love it. Let's see.
I played Hearthstone for a single holiday. Like I was on holiday, I was like, hey, I need something to do while I'm like at the beach. So I got my phone, I downloaded Hearthstone, I made a dragon deck, and I played it for 7 days, and then I never touched the game again.
Nice. I was
trying to think how we deal with this Forerunner anyways, because the Falling Star can immediately break through the first half, but then you're just kind of stuck with like allowing Draven to double conquer off of this.
Yeah.
So you kind of don't want to crack the egg yet. Like, you don't want to break through.
This is like a base develop for sure. The way to deal with this Forerunner realistically, so you have to play to your out, right? How do we deal with this? I think you have to top deck Watcher, let the opponent develop, and then and then you kill the Forerunner, and then try to Watcher plus Below's Breath base, meaning that they'll have two little Levens in the base, and then they'll have another unit maybe, right? And then Watcher plus that could actually blow them out. So that's really, realistically, your way out of this to deal with their out, in my opinion. Well,
like
which
it.
gets blown out by the Mind Splitter. Draven, if Draven plays Mind Splitter here, I think he should take out the Below's Breath if we're actually thinking about how do we lose here.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of cards in hand you just not touch. You've got like double retreat, Falling Star. Like, there's a couple of cards in hand that you're just like, okay, like, kill my guy or save your guy. Like, you're not winning the game with.
Do you retreat your Poro in response in hopes that they might take it by accident?
Yeah. Double Falling Star was a way to deal with both of the halves, but probably ends up being what gets taken away. Yeah, it's expensive way to deal with both sides. Splitter will still be left afterwards.
Splitter will still be there. You'd at least have a board to progress a little bit, unlike the last two times that they've cleared, but it's still like a lot of these cards. The way that the Kaisa has drawn has felt like they've drawn the wrong parts of their deck at the wrong times, and they've not been able to get Kaisa online and actually generating cards for them.
Yeah, I guess they do have an extra draw this turn, so they have an increased chance to find that. But
I'm really surprised we took this Fallen Star, to be fair and honest. We're not thinking about the actual power of Below's Breath here.
Yeah, opponent's probably looking at Below's Breath and You're like, well, this card does nothing against me. Can ignore that one. Oh, this deals with half of my Pharaoh's Forerunner. Might as well take it. Like, I think you're absolutely right, Kuvi. Like the win condition is Bellows Breath and Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and like I have to imagine that the Draven player is not considering that line, because it is a little. It's not a weird line. It's a like uncommon line. I haven't seen it too much. At least.
You just have to whenever. Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying it's not cracking the current board, but it does crack the future board, right? Like if Kaisa can get through this board, then it's the next board that the Bellows Breath Watcher is actually just ending the game on.
Yeah.
And so I mean, to both of your points, right? Like the foresight is not there, but currently the second Falling Star does start to crack some of this board. Like double Falling Star killing off both halves of the Watcher is maybe something to be concerned about. So I can see some argument for it, even if you are aware of the Watcher Bellows Breath combo.
Roughed up decks, but also you shouldn't be giving your opponents. If you draw a card and then you cringe, you're giving information.
Oh, giving info? Yeah, of course.
No. You draw a card and cringe every single time you draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
Draw a card and go. Just get in the habit.
You should master the fake cry as well. I think if you can fake cry.
Oh yeah.
That'd be nice.
No, but these draws are horrible.
I was just about to say, I mentioned the Junebreaker before. Why did we not side this card out?
Wait, we hid Fight or Flight knowing that there's a Fallen Star in hand.
Yeah, that is a bit strange. Because I'm trying to think even what top deck you'd be playing around that the Fight or Flight could actually matter, and I just don't really think there is one. Like Watcher would be the idea, right? But
yeah, the only thing is cleave on Kaisa to push Forerunner into Fallen Star, the 2 bots in the back. I think that could actually be pretty rough. So
yeah,
if that plays
that's a reasonable idea.
Okay.
Did we have enough for Darius, Retreat, and Falling Star? Because that would also do the same thing, just not as well.
True.
Don't know if we have enough though. Yeah,
do
it
we
looks
have
like
enough for Retreat? Kaisa accelerated retreat? That's the question.
Oh.
We do. We have exactly enough. Actually, no, we have one more.
I mean, that's
might
good, but
just
we
play.
do have a bunch of shitty 2 drafts that we need to play at some point. So
Yeah, as I say, we can.
Yeah, full develop. Hope for Watcher next turn to try and scoop up a bunch of the stuff with the Bellows Breath.
Yeah.
It's still quite playable. Just need some good draws here after a bunch of really stinkers.
I mean, we saw double Fallen Star and double Singularity, right? So I'm afraid there's a couple of thinkers still left in the deck.
So we have Bryn here in hand. We have Junebreaker. Got this card. Why is this card in our deck? Like, in what matchup is Draven not having? I mean, we're a communist. Everything we share. It's our hand, our game, our win. It's not our loss. It's always their loss.
I see.
I mean,
Marshall gets
I just don't understand why this Junebreaker is in a Draven deck. Like,
I think we're thinking about it too much. It's the message, like, or also could be that the art is cool and they opened it at their pre-Rift event and they wanted to play it.
True. Speaking of pre-Rift event, going live in exactly 6 days.
I'm excited.
I'm so hyped.
Yeah, I mean, we're not getting a third game, that's for sure. 10 minutes left on the clock.
No.
The question is will it be a draw or will it be a Draven win realistically?
That is the that has been the question for the last 2 weeks as well. Is it a draw or did Draven win?
Yeah, a little bit. You just go to 4. There's not huge reason to go to 5, but also I think you can be fairly confident that the bots are not surviving that long anyway, so maybe reasonable to just conquer with them, start playing out some bigger stuff. I'm gonna laugh if this Dunebreaker actually gets some serious value in this game, but I just don't. It looks like the hand has too much big stuff for that to be real.
I just had to double check Dunebreaker. The card, I just thought the card read differently to what it actually says. But like even reading the actual version of the card, it's still not good. I thought it just, if you had 2 or fewer cards in hand, it draws 2, but it's not. It just enters ready.
No. That enters ready. It has to hold to draw 2. Yes.
It's just. Okay.
Oh, and it costs a power too. I was thinking maybe it didn't cost a power, but it sure does.
Would it be strong if it didn't have a power? I mean, I guess in Jinx would just, it would just, you'd play it in Jinx.
I think it's a reasonable card to play in other decks.
Yeah. I when we saw it in the Dilution, I actually felt like I kind of liked the idea, just because that deck doesn't really draw many cards at all, and then you're exactly. You're also playing Spear. Yeah.
Yep.
And Spear gives you the.
Rude. I didn't even think about Spear. I was just thinking you give it equipment, it's big, it holds. Like, never mind.
But also Spear. I mean that too, but also just Spear gives you more outs for the draw. Conceptually, it feels quite good in the Lucian deck when you're playing the combo pieces. Are we back on Kai's? Yeah, are we back on Kai's turn?
Kai's turn, yeah.
It's,
okay. He top
what was the draw here? Is it Darius?
Yeah, it was Darius top deck. So
okay.
I'm thinking like you send the Poro up, push the fan away. Once the fan has been dealt with, you can decide what you want to do.
So I think the consideration is you don't want to give draws, but losing this Bell's Breath does kind of get rid of a win con for you. So now you don't have the ability to play around potentially getting Bell's Breath with the Watcher, but you are clearing up many of the units that actually would have mattered.
Okay, so if he goes in with this Poro, doesn't he just like get blown out by like Longsword or Draven?
Mm-hmm.
You can get an extra draw with Kai'Sa here. Because they don't fight or fly it. And then we can retreat the Kai'Sa, channel a rune, draw, and then we can spend Ravenbloom Student into the other battlefield, which will be 1 might more.
Mm-hmm.
And we know they don't have any buff spells because they would have done it on that push. Or going for the Darius.
The biggest consideration here is like you can choose how you want to conquer these battlefields. That's fine. It's a matter of what are you doing afterwards, how much are you leaving stranded, and how are you dealing with the next turn cycle, because there's a gigantic Mind Splitter in the back. There's like a ton of possibilities. Like, I mean, they could even have Dunebreaker in their hand. You never know. So it's
if I see this Dunebreaker get played and it actually does its thing, I'm gonna stand up and do a standing ovation.
Oh, you do a backflip on stream.
Yeah, I didn't actually see this ride though, and this is pretty brutal as well. That's actually just gonna kind of like end the game to some extent, right? Because
6, then to 7, and then
exactly, and then you just have to push this Darius.
Yeah.
Did we wait? Oh, can it enter ready? If we get rid of one card.
Will there be enough runes though? Is going to be the real question there, because right now there's only 6, so you'd have to have a 1-cost card, and the only 1-cost cards are stack deck, which is going to draw you a card.
Wait,
I mean, you have to.
Can you hold on? Sorry, this is a weird interaction. With Star Tip Peak, can you float in your? Oh no, you get it at the end of turn. Never mind, it doesn't matter. I'm like, when does the untap trigger happen?
start of
Can you float
turn.
runes?
Okay, if I have been plugging this Dunebreaker off and it wins the game, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I don't think it's going to be able to come down ready.
Well,
I think this is
also, if the Dunebreaker gets played and the game is won, it does not necessarily mean that the Dunebreaker won the game.
Yeah.
No,
This is
He
also
gets
a
the winning
spot.
point.
how it works.
This is also a spot where he can just go to 7 here and actually jam the Dunebreaker in the start to peak, and it's potentially fine because Kai'Sa only has like a single card. So there is potential that that's just actually the line that you're allowed to take as Draven. In this spot.
Although, if there's another, if their last card is either Darius or Cleave, and then they draw the other half, that would be able to break that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because right now you have a Darius at Battlefield, so Darius can go home, and then you play. Yeah, if you played a Darius Cleave with this
and then-
second one, yeah, you'd be able to
That would
push
be-
through.
17? Yeah. So it would be big enough. And one-
Definitely hold with Poro. If we're holding here.
Yeah.
His Watcher is gonna be 8 defending into 7 pushing. So the Poro actually improves. Oh, does it? It's yeah, it does improve the like Watcher Cleave numbers.
Does
Make
it?
points because because you'd be at 10.
Eight.
It would be
10
10 to 10.
versus 9.
Hmm?
It's 8. It would be 9, right?
Oh, if you sorry, yeah,
4,
with the-
8,
with
and then the
Poro.
Poro will give 1.
Yeah, I guess so. It doesn't really matter.
So not even
Yeah.
going to try and hold for 14 here, so not even.
Two
Considering-
cards in hand. What do we have?
Hey, Euro's not bad.
Nothing.
Oof. Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean,
you got to
Yordle
redraw.
replaces itself, but like it's
mean,
still a really bad draw.
we-
You'd rather draw whatever the Yordle draws,
You,
right?
you
That would
can
be
kill you can kill this Dunebreaker, right? You just move Darius back.
yes,
Play Yordle,
Yeah.
play the thing. You can at least
Yeah.
stop them from getting the hold.
yes.
So
Yep.
That is correct.
Okay, yeah. Hopefully, we
Okay,
don't
now-
play this
now you
Superside
no longer-
before bringing back this Darius.
yeah, I was to say. Now
Would
you
be
just-
funny, but yeah, we'll see the proper sequencing here. And yeah, the Darius actually getting to win this trade is quite
Yeah.
good. Staying alive.
And we get a draw as well.
That's why we should have stayed. What if it was Poro plus Dreambreaker? That's not
Do you get to jam this Forerunner? Is there? Yeah.
Or I
enough
guess it
rooms?
doesn't get played at
I
Battlefield. That's pretty good.
see 5. I can't tell how many runes
It's pretty
they have.
stacked up. I think
yeah,
I think
yeah.
that it
You
is
can see
playable though, because he has
under the,
he has 12 runes and he's only spent 4
Oh.
of them, right? So it's he's,
Okay.
he's-
You can. By the way, Blevins, you can check under the top left where the legends are.
Oh,
It tells you
my
how many runes
camera
you
is
got.
literally blocking that.
Ah,
There we
okay.
go. Now
oh,
I
you're
can
not
see.
hiding your hiding. Yeah.
Now I am. I like to see myself twice on screen,
Yeah, of course.
and I end up looking at the YouTube feed as well. So I'm seeing myself on screen everywhere.
Does feel like well, I mean, you do have to go for holds. I also I was looking at this. Which way do you put it? But I do think next to the Darius makes the most sense. And yeah, just might as well put all of the might you have, all the cards on the table.
Mhm.
Mm.
Now
I think-
we're at the.
Might have been
No
a bit of
cards in
a
hand.
punt to leave that alone. This Bryn here is like completely dead in hands.
Yeah. Opponent already can't do anything.
We are about to go to turns, by the way, in 8 seconds.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point,
So-
Rebuke the Forerunner.
Yep.
yeah, we're in turns now.
So draw 2.
We drew Kaisa.
Was that not spinning at?
I thought it was like Kaisa. Let me see.
So-
Yeah, it looks
Oh,
like
yeah,
Kaisa.
Ooh, double Bryn here.
Ugh.
Yikes. That is.
We can play double Kaisa though, which is good.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just play for the hold again, though, right? Like you're literally just jamming these both. Like, just put it all at the battlefield and let them top deck Watcher. Screw it.
And
They don't
Screw
even
it.
win if they do that. So if it's, I guess it actually really depends on, is this turn 0 or is turns not
This
called
is
yet
0.
for them?
Yeah, this
This is gonna be 0.
yeah, you
Okay.
kind of have to hold. Because if you don't, they go to 7. You will never be able to break both. So
Well, probably not.
really near. What?
Getting a big might unit down, just holding.
Yeah,
Keeping the
but you
Kaisers
could
for
have.
double accelerate next turn, maybe? If things go bad.
I could see that.
It's never
That is
enough.
a Raven. Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Just gonna scoop it. There you go. Draven taking the 2-0 over Kaisa. Yet another Draven win. We've basically just been seeing Draven win all day. Has been the basic story of the day. Is they keep trying to show new challenger approaching, fighting Draven, and then just Draven losing immediately. So
last week we had 37 Dravens in day 2, the top 64. The week
yeah.
before it was 40. What do you think it's going to be tomorrow?
I mean, it's still gonna be like above 30. It's always. I think it's gonna like stay above half the field at 64 is gonna be Draven. I think the deck is just still very, very strong, and a lot of the people moving off it are just going for best ofs, and a lot of them may win their best of and still not make the top 64. Right? So the other making room for more Dravens.
That's my ideal scenario for Bologna, by the way.
Not even make day 2 yet win your best of, so that you can play
you're
sides on day
framing it
2.
Not having to play day 2.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize, someone commented in the Discord. Did you know that? Do you know when they were giving out invitations to the people that did well at the Houston thing? Did you know they were giving them out to the best of players as well?
Yeah.
So I was like, wait.
I didn't
someone was
know
like,
that.
yeah, I went. So someone was like, oh yeah, I went like and some like they got best of, but they didn't get close to top 64. And they're like, yeah, I'm waiting for my invite. I'm like, you're not gonna get one. You didn't get top 64. And they're like, yeah, it was best ofs as well. I'm like,
I thought the worst best of was X3, which was like the Garen. And then there was like another deck that was also best of the
I
Garen.
heard a
but got an
story of a
X3.
Lux
But-
going worse than that, but I think that may have been fabricated.
yeah, I heard.
yeah,
there
the
was a lot
whole
of,
the whole Lux thing about the Lux playing like 5 buys or whatever, that was all fake. That was not real. I don't
love. The
I don't know.
internet.
Maybe somebody did worse than X3, but yeah.
I'd be surprised.
What are these percentages? Do you know what these?
I cannot remember what these are.
63的伤害。好，最后呢，我们的金币打出总数和武装装备总数都是德莱文这边会多一些。这一局其实真的已经交了很多法术去解场了，但好像都没有什么用处。是的。我们的 key 牌。
So battle win rate was the top one. So I assume that's combats.
Yeah, it must be combats.
That is a wild stat to be keeping track of.
Combat is the Kaiser had 29% battle win rate, and then Draven had 57. Now, the next line is total spell damage.
Yeah.
So in the entire best of 3, Kaiser did 63 damage with spells.
That makes sense. We saw a lot of singularities hit the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Total number of gold coins played was 1 on the Draven side, and total number of armed equipment 2 on the Draven side.
Yeah. So they definitely do it like based on kind of like what the set is about, and because Draven is so strong, they've added this combats one as a statistic. Spell damage, maybe they have like a list of statistics, and like because this is a Kaisa game, they put spell damage in, because they probably don't have spell damage for some of these other.
I think it's a cool. Yeah. It's a really cool thing to keep track of. Like to me, it sounds like it reminds me of like baseball stats, where it's like every conceivable thing is tracked, and most people are like, I don't even understand what these letters and acronyms mean. But then you talk to like a baseball diehard fan.
Yeah.
So like, you know, your grandpa's friend or whatever, or Tan and Grace. And then they're like going in the weeds of explaining all these things. And I'm like, this is mildly interesting, but I did not need 45 minutes of this.
I would really hope, I'm going to have to go and check the VOD. I really hope during the Draven versus Darius game, Draven versus Garen game, they show you how many cards got drawn. Who
it's
drew
possible.
the most cards?
Well, it's really funny the Garen getting like its proc twice in the second game and then looking way worse than it was in the first game when it didn't actually ever draw was very, very funny. Because it's just like Garen triggers 2 times and just draws infinite 2-drops and just like actually doesn't play the game. Versus the first game where like they didn't ever proc, but they were in such a winning position if they'd played a little bit differently.
Yeah,
it's quite good.
I'm wondering, like, and I don't know if this is possible, but I'm wondering if, like, especially the set 1 decks, if they're coming in to the meta with the wrong approach of how they're building their decks. It's like this Kai'Sa deck looks like Kai'Sa from Origins meta, but with some set 2 cards. Not like I'm taking Kai'Sa from the ground level and trying to beat this Draven heavy meta. And I'm wondering if there's like card choice changes and even like stylistic changes into how you're playing that can attack this like very different meta with only 1 extra set. Yeah, I don't have an answer to this. This is just what I'm thinking. It's like a lot of these decks look really bad into Draven, but they also look relatively similar to how they were built and played in the last season where Draven didn't exist. And the punishes are quite different. So I'm wondering if we'll see that evolution in deck building and stylistic play as these tournaments progress.
Yeah, I'm hoping the I mean, I do think personally, I know some people have said the opposite. I think because of Bologna being a week after the release, I think we're going to see a lot of set 1 upgraded decks. People that have all of their set 1 cards, and you need maybe 8, maybe 15 set 2 cards. That are going to be uncommons, maybe some rares, maybe the odd epic.
I think some players will definitely do that. I think that especially like tournament grinders and people who are traveling abroad to come in are going to play the card for card deck that they want, and they will have access through one mean or another. Like, if I was going to a pro tour or Grand Prix or whatever they're called now, Magic Fest in level events where I was traveling across the country or across the world to do it, like the worst case scenario is I buy the cards at the vendor at the site for the exorbitant amount in order to have the card for card deck. Like, I'm not going to be like, well, I didn't open my third purple Ezreal. I guess I'm going to I'm going to play a different card or a different deck instead. Like, that's not a consideration at that high level. At least I wouldn't imagine it is from the people I've talked to and the people I know from other card games. There may be a lot of people that are doing that for sure, but I don't think that the top of the tournament is going to be like that.
Well, you can buy cards for that event, or you can buy playmats from us over on shop.turnemsideways.gg. We finally added international shipping, so I want to definitely call these out. If you were someone who wanted to get these earlier and didn't get a chance because we didn't have international shipping, we now have it. It's now available. We've figured it all out, so now you can get those shipped out to you. We also still have those mite trackers, the little spinner ones. We have those up for pre-order, making a lot more of those, making sure that we can get them out to you. And with the pre-orders, everything should be shipped out on March 1st. We have the order all arriving in the US, and then we'll just send it right back out to you. So, all right. Thank you for everybody who has been watching and supporting. If you have enjoyed the stream and you want to see more of these co-streams, we do these every single week that there are Chinese events, and intend to continue to do so forever. Probably. I mean, there's not really. We'll see what happens once everything is on the same schedule. If it's possible to keep doing it as much as we are, but there's no intent to stop. So please go ahead and subscribe to the channel. And if you like this, you might like some of our other content where we have a podcast every week. If you like hearing Blevins talk, then you can hear Blevins every single week on The Winning Point. And we're making lots of other content. We're trying to do gameplay videos as well. We've actually figured out a lot better on how to be able to release the gameplay videos faster after we get them. But right now, if you want to see the style in which those will be made, we have some that we had been making over the course of the Vegas SCG Con and even all the way back to when we went up to Invasion in Toronto for some content. And the editing style I think is really fun, and I think the games are cool, and they're just going to get better as now we have learned so much from making those, and we'll be able to put out more in the future on a better timeline so that they're like more topical of deck lists and stuff like that. So
I mean, I had a lot of people asking me about my
they still want a BMF?
MF deck.
Yeah.
Like, I had a lot of people asking for that, so that was awesome. Also, I remember when we played that game, and I was thinking in my head, like, man, I don't know if people are going to want to, like, this is not going to be an interesting match. But the editing really, like, I'm like, I don't remember this being this great of a match. It was,
Abe's my goat. He's a great editor we worked with for a very long time, and I back at an old job, and I'm super happy that he's come on board to edit some of these videos for us so that we can do some of the gameplay. It's definitely been a lot of fun.
I watching that game really showed me how much I've grown as a player and like analyst of how to the macro strategy of games, because I'm like, oh, okay, this is how I play this. Wait, why am I taking this point here? I'm just throwing my guy away for no. Oh god. And I missed lethal on one. I'm like, oh man, and it's crazy because I thought I was at the pinnacle of play when I played that match, and that was only a few months ago.
Well, no, I mean, there's even a spot where like Silent Knight, who I know is actually like a pretty solid player, he's just like plays a seal when for no reason, like
people do that all the time. That
but it's just like something that he would never do, but because it was months ago or whatever, he did it as well.
Yeah, the concept of conquering on even point tempo and not throwing your guys away just because I can just take a point here, might as well. That's a thing that gets punished massively by Draven, so I think players will actually be doing it less as a general thing. But I've learned since then.
I am just going to jump in here to say I am going to have to bounce. The only reason I jumped on was because my girlfriend's still in bed, and it's getting to the point now that she's going to awaken any minute now. So I don't want her to just be sat there.
The screeching of Blevins and
But thank you for letting me jump on there.
Thanks for dropping in.
And I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow.
Yep. Catch you later, Marshall. Peace out.
Bye, Kuvi.
All right. Speaking of Kuvi,
do
we have a Kaisa's Kuvi's corner? Or what do we got? What do we got going?
I mean, I prepared it, but like, are we doing just set one Kaisa?
Can't do the acronym of that at least.
I mean, it's look, it's got some adjustments, right? Actually, I mean, that deck was pretty set one, wasn't it? Yeah.
It had Poros in it. It had Bellows Breath.
Yeah, look, there's some stuff to talk about.
Honestly, I think that the Bellows Breath line at the minimum with Watcher is really interesting to talk about.
You don't have to go crazy. We got a little time to fill though, so
let's talk about the theories that I was like mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
Okay. So this
What's
is
your
like
theory?
a theory.
What's your conspiracy theory?
This one was brewing. Is that the word? In my brain for many weeks now. Okay.
And
it's obviously just a theory, and it's debatable, and you can discuss it. I think that there is something I call a triangle of strength, which is a way to identify how strong your deck is, and if your deck is strong or not. Okay. Any deck, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And the 3 points are how many cards do you have in your deck that allow you to deal with backline?
Mm-hmm.
That's metric number 1.
Okay.
Metric number 2, I mean, the more the better, I guess. Metric number 2, how good is your deck? How good is it at holding specifically?
Okay.
That's metric number 2. Metric number 3 is how good is your deck at cheating points. By that I mean Ride the Wind, Purple Yasuo, Timelines, Trinity, Ari, all of those like cheating points type of cards.
Okay.
These are the 3 metrics that, in my opinion, are like good metrics to identify tier 1 to tier 0 decks, basically. That could be applied
I see.
to set 1 with Yi, that was very good at holding, with really good ways of actually dealing with backline because of the charms. And then it could be applied to Kaisa because she actually was really, really good holder with all the smoke screens and all the tricks and stuff. Plus, really good at dealing with backline with the Fallen Star, plus a way to actually cheat points with timer, right? She had kind of like the whole package. But yeah, that's like I really think this is like you know.
So how
I don't
does
know what you-
Kaisa stack up to this triangle of conspiracy theory?
Not the triangle of sadness. Amazing movie, by the way. Okay, you learn me. You're like, okay, shut the hell up about that theory crap. Just talk. Let's get you in
No,
your corner.
No,
No,
I
well, I
really,
mean, look,
I really
they
like
went back
it,
to
actually.
we did just see that they went back to caster, so we're gonna have a game imminent. So if you're gonna do Kaisa, you're gonna have to do it fast. But I know I think that
speedrun it.
what you're talking about makes sense. We actually have a game right now. Let's go back to game.
I do want to go
we
back
can
to
do
that
Kaisa
though, because I
later.
think that's a really I literally I literally drew the triangle, by the way. So
Yeah, okay. So Blevins has the triangle. He's taking notes. Kuvi's corner, Kuvi's conspiracy corner this time
Ooh,
is what we've
I don't
got.
think we can use that name.
Oh,
you don't think that one works? You're not
At
a fan
least
of that
don't
one?
do the acronym of it, because I think that will not play.
Yeah, no. Well, KCC. Yeah.
okay. Well,
All right, we're into game.
Okay.
More Draven. We are undefeated today. We have
Give me
a
Lucian.
single
Give me
a
Lucian.
single game that was
Or
not
Ornn.
Draven.
I need to see Lucian or Ornn because
Ornn.
I need to decide what deck I want to play.
I want to see Ornn or Sivir or.
All right,
Fiora.
Fiora, okay. I'll take Fiora.
Look,
and it's
we've played these games before. We've seen this this matchup before, but
yeah.
I do feel like it is still Draven favored, but I think there's a lot of game for Fiora to outplay. I think if the Fiora player, like if the Draven player doesn't know this matchup really well, I think Fiora gains a lot of edge because I think like Draven can make one mistake and lose the entire game. If they play around Fiora's tricks incorrectly or they play into riposte too heavily. It's a big thing to watch out for.
Intel.
What's up?
Our villain, aka Draven player, is Huge's friend.
Oh, I see. Okay. Huge's friends with Draven players. I see how it is. No, I understand.
Yeah, so villain clan confirmed.
Usually we would cheer for Huge's friend. We're not going to this.
No. It has been universally adopted as the Draven player is always the opponent.
Is the enemy, is the heel of the match. Okay, but this start, so this is not going to be Miracle Draven. This is going to be standard mid range. We have Reaver's start instead of Targon start. It's been pretty, like, I guess it's been debated on which you're supposed to start. Often both are in the deck. And then I've heard it's kind of matchup dependent when Dravens like to bring Targons first instead of Reavers first, and then keep the other for their starting, like their go first battlefield. And then from here, it's like on the Fiora side, we see Monastery, which means it's not Hook. Monastery means it is likely what we would call, I don't know, standard Fiora, where it's playing more towards Lucian as its way to avoid combats instead of Hook to avoid combats. I've recently been preferring the Hook as a means to avoid combats. I still think the Lucian is incredibly powerful. I think this Fiora deck is still quite strong. And it's similar in its Draven matchup to if Draven starts making mistakes, they still get like exploded by this deck. Like it has the same things that Draven has to play around in order to not lose.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the thing that really impressed me about the Hook deck the first time I played it was that it felt like a real deck even when you didn't have Hook. Like it felt like a deck that could compete, that like was doing a powerful game plan even without the Hook, and then the Hook accelerated that. Which is what initially was like, wait, maybe this isn't just a meme from a city challenge. Maybe this is real. Maybe what we have is real. Do you still like Fiora Worthy in the champ zone for the non-Hook version?
Yes, yeah, I think Fiora Worthy should just always be Should always be your champ zone. I think the Fiora Victorious champ zone stuff was just like a little silly. Just like if you want
It's
to be
cute.
finding that 4-drop more often, like I think you can main deck them, like main deck 3 of them if you really want. You can mull for them, you can look for them, but I just think Worthy you need to have access to when you want to have access to it.
Yes.
And you're not going to play 3 copies of it in the deck. So if you're just playing it as a 1-of, then you're just, I mean, odds are you're just like
You have
never
the
going to see
perfect
it. You're
spot to
playing,
put it as a one-off.
yeah, you're playing yellow orange. Like you don't draw enough cards, not consistently enough.
The only time that I like it, in theory, is when you know you're going second and you can obelisk to just have it on your turn 1. You have extra rune, just always turn 1 for energy.
Yeah.
But that is also probably too cute.
Okay. Just going to use the first mate to push to 2, not worrying about avoiding combats, which makes sense here. Just going to get to draw an extra card as well with using the Pit Rookie buff. I like the hidden card. The Hidden Blade just kind of incentivizes not running towards Harana for the Draven. You can still just kill whatever unit Draven sends in if they don't, give you a reason not to. But if not, if it goes back to your turn, you can just kill the Pit Rookie with the Hidden Blade, draw 2, and then try and play from there.
I wonder if they make the same play if there wasn't the Pit Rookie buff to spend with Monastery, because we're essentially throwing... Well, we're not throwing away a unit. We are giving Draven a card, but we're getting that card back. So I think I like that. I think
and
if
I think that
there
might be the
wasn't
concept.
that buff... Yeah, if they didn't have the buff, they may have just backed out the unit with first mate. But going to 2 early is also still quite good. See Spinning Axe, Rebuke, a few other cards. I still do this. I always try to angle my head so that I can see the cards in there.
Yeah. I will say another benefit with this hidden blade here, getting the hold point means that next turn when Draven has already developed, you're not going to have to commit something to this battlefield, and I think the odds of there being another thing running in was going to be quite low. And even if there was, because you have the hidden blade, it's not like you're getting run over by second Kaisa taking this and then drawing 2 more cards. If they just try and accelerate second Kaisa, you just say, okay, I'll hidden blade your Kaisa. You can draw 2 cards, but I kill your Kaisa, I'm gonna hold this place. So now you have the ability to just hidden blade your Pit Rookie and draw cards and then kind of continue to your turn from there. I'm surprised that's not the first action. It makes me think there's consideration to not even do it, which is a little bit surprising, I think.
Yeah. I would also agree, the general line of play is draw your cards first so that you know what your game plan for the turn is.
Just going to score to 4. I still feel like we probably do just have to rip the hidden blade, because outside of that, are we going to use it on one of Draven's units? If not, then we don't want to give him a free draw here.
Right. Because it will be giving them essentially 3 cards. Because we'll give them 2 from the hidden blade, and then they're going to win it.
Yeah, they're still going to take it, right? They're still going to come in and draw a 3rd card.
You're giving them a chance to hard bargain you for 4, which will most likely not happen, but it's an option, or even a repost or something. You're just opening yourself up to things.
If we were gonna do this, why would we not just do this last turn? Now Draven gets a draw.
Yeah,
they just get to draw a card.
This is I think I can just say categorically is just a mistake, right?
Has to be no benefit to that.
If you are planning on killing your own unit with it anyways, you should just be doing it on your own turn.
And you should be doing it first to get gain access.
Could have changed the play, right? You might have had BF sword, so you could maybe set up a play where you can set up the unsung for a draw. I see Death Grip in hand, so there's some definite play that you can make. Looks like Riposte Fiora were the draws.
Yeah,
and you might have wanted to play the Fiora so that you're not just using these 2 runes for nothing, right? Could have been Fiora instead of another 2-drop. I got developed.
Forerunner is so annoying for Fiora to deal with. She literally just cannot deal with it cleanly.
Card is so good, and because it's the first card that I've ever been a part of a preview for. I want to collect the card, and I have a feeling that the card is not going to be cheap.
Well, it's just a rare. It's just a rare. Should be
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, there's no like, you know,
Yeah, there's no other
$40
rares that are really expensive.
Yeah, no. Forerunner's bad. You don't need it. Trade it to me, please. Thank you.
I'm definitely not happy with the Fiora play on that last turn, because this should just be, instead of the second unsung, it should actually just be a Fiora Victorious, which is like very significantly better in this spot.
Yep, definitely a mistake. I think the thought is that they may have wanted to leave up Riposte for some reason. Maybe, but I think this is a good point to point out. Like, you need to be thinking about the matchup specifically and the point of the game specifically. It's like, what would I need to riposte here? Why would I need to leave this up? And the answer at this point in the game is probably not very much. Maybe like Falling Star, kind of, but that's not even good here. So it's like you really didn't need to do that. So instead of like generally leaving things up and kind of playing against an unknown thing, which Riposte allows you to do, you need to instead be like making a specific play for a specific reason.
Okay, so this is playing around fighter flights, and then just having Death Grip available, which is a reasonable idea. Just ensure that you're probably always killing here. There is still Riposte up, but I think... Okay, so this actually would beat Axe as well. So if you did push one of these and then Axe, that would also win. But Tide Turner swapping with the Pharaoh's Forerunner, this is not going to be beatable from hand, as we know. That Riposte is not going to do anything. The Death Grip's not going to do anything. What the Death Grip does do is both of these are dying anyway, so this is going to allow you to draw off of the unsung hero, yeah.
They should draw from Death Grip as well. Okay, looks like they are.
Yeah, so they'll draw from the Death Grip. That looks like his Lucian picked up, which makes sense.
Yep, Alt-Art Lucian.
Wow, okay, just does not want that to go. What that does mean, it's a 7, and so Riposte would only push it to 9, so it still wouldn't trade.
Yeah.
Still gonna go for it, just looking for the draw, but the fact that it doesn't trade here, it doesn't actually get any additional equity, is pretty tough for the Riposte.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're kind of certain that it's not a hook here, right?
Oh, we already knew. I think the battlefield, I don't think there's much reason to play Monastery and Hook Fiora.
I still have a hot take that I think the best Fiora list will probably just run Hook as a 1F2F. You don't need to all in on it, and I think it's still good value just to beat Draven.
I mean, the one playing 3 of is not all in on it.
I don't think any of them are all in on it.
Yeah.
It's just the matrons and stuff are sometimes a little awkward, but yeah.
I like the matron, if only to bring back your Fiora worthy.
Yeah, I think some people even consider putting matron in this like normal list without Hook, because of the value that it brings to the deck.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Okay, just gonna play another unsung. Whip this one, make it 6, and then push into yet another hidden card.
Yep.
Fighter flights.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
challenge?
Still a rune short on the first mate. By playing the other unsung first, now you can't just, because this would have been fine to just play first mate.
Great. Yeah.
Post combat and then just go.
Yeah.
Trade.
Really, really great example of like thinking out your turn before committing to things and doing actions that will give you additional information before committing to ones that won't. Just a basic card game heuristic.
Because after that push, even with Draven drawing, first mating in and trading and drawing 2, I actually think the position for Fiora is kind of okay. You'd be first mate at home.
First mate at home, 2 extra cards.
You'd still be able to play this Warmogs if you wanted to afterwards. So you can still get another like this gear down, you'd be tapped out at that point, but that's fine. You're
You're not holding up
behind, but
anything
you'd have a
anyway.
lot of cards to start playing with, and you'd be pretty ahead in runes.
Yes. And you'd be trading down some of this material from Draven in a way that you would want to be able to
Yeah, that
do.
you're benefiting from.
In
right?
a safe way to do it, right? Because if Draven has anything up, there's no guarantee that any trades are happening.
Yeah, and so now the +2 from the riposte was wasted as well, right? So you're actually just like losing out a lot of value that you had on that turn. The riposte becomes like significantly worse. I mean, yes, you had to probably stop that rebuke. Like, I don't know if you can ever let that rebuke go through after the death grip. I think you're pretty doomed if you do. But now just like kind of
Just
hemorrhaging
really
a lot of that
expensive
value.
deny.
Only one rune available for Draven. Maybe there's some decent cascade lines that you can go through here with this BF sword. I wonder if BF sword plus Victorious,
Okay.
or not Victorious, BF sword plus Worthy can turn into anything here, but it looks like Worthy would be the last card you're able to play. You would not be able to play Worthy and another 3-drop. Still only 4 runes available on the turn.
Yeah, I wonder how different this game is if there's just a Fiora Victorious in the mix here. Like, that could have been developed earlier versus this blank unsung hero. It's just like things to point out, like little plays, little changes can make a big difference in how these games play out.
All right, Unsung is 7. Draven decides not to use a rune. Probably recognizing that cascading these equipment is going to make the other 2 units trade for free anyways, if that's what's sent in.
Set Brawler, I think.
Yeah, set Brawler there.
Equipping.
Okay, that pushes it to 5. Not using a yellow, trying to save some of the yellow, it looks like. So, gonna create the buff, then spend the buff to draw, it looks like.
Most likely, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So, there is the ability to play Worthy. Oh, no, only 4 runes. So no Worthy plus Death Grip. Looks like it's just Victorious, and then next turn you look for any equips to come through. Sucks not being able to go to 6, but it does feel like that is probably just not a real possibility. Not much reason to equip on this turn, because you don't have the aura. Just paid the power cost already, though.
You don't have... Yeah, you basically have this access to the same decision unless...
Okay, so going here for the hold. This actually does make sense. This is fine.
Yep.
Pretty understandable. Just making the hold bigger, so this is 6 from equips, so it's 8 on the hold. Now it does look like there's a switcheroo in hand, so this can just be Treasure Hunter in, switcheroo, deny the draw.
Yeah. So brutal.
And I don't think there's a much better line that you're going to be able to find than just going for that.
Yep.
This goes to show where some of the difficulties of this matchup can be for Fiora if you're not playing around everything and not being extremely efficient. It's very likely to fall behind.
I 100% agree. Also, though, if you are extremely efficient and make precision plays, I think you can be way more in the game than... Well, I mean, we're still in the game right now. It's just the texture of this game looks a lot different if a few things, few decisions had been different.
Yeah, I mean, equipping this sword ended up just being -1 rune, and that -1 rune actually might matter a lot in this spot where you're trying to actually reestablish control into a big hand. because now it's just 7 runes, and this like Fiora worthy feels like it wants to come down, but there's not like a very good way to do so. Here's going to be a couple of quips and just floating some runes. I don't know that we need more cards unless they're looking to draw a very specific card, so I don't like equipping the Warmogs anymore. It's like generally just worse than the Dorans. So it looks okay, so all 3 are going to be the equips.
Yep. We missed our legend trigger.
Yeah. Yep, legend trigger was missed. So now, I mean, the other... I'm just trying to think how you're going for the other battlefield in this case. After all these equips. Because you can always Fiora worthy and like Death Grip, but that's the play to win like this turn's combats, but it doesn't translate until your following turn.
There's
You
a first
can-
mate, right?
Oh no, you can't.
And then you have ganking.
Oh, if there's a first mate in hand, which I think we mentioned a first mate previously.
Right.
You're right. This has ganking, so that would work. Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably just letting this die. Yep. I'd rather have 2 units than 1.
Yeah. So, yeah, good call, Kuvi. We had talked about the first mate previously, and that is going to be the way to move this around. And then there will be 4 runes left over after that. And by doing it this way, you can draw from Hirana and still get a buff back for the Warmogs.
Yep.
Have to represent riposte the entire time.
You had the option of playing it on top of Fiora, though.
Yeah, I'm not
That's an
sure if
option.
it's going to accomplish anything there, but you are right. Like, generally, you would maybe look for the hold, but
Because you're losing next turn.
yeah.
Yeah.
Likely the first mate is just having to run home from the Reaver's Row anyways, though.
Spend the buff, get a buff, draw a card.
Also, actually, with Death Grip, the first mate being on the reverse is huge in my opinion. Because in case they make the mistake
Yes.
of over pushing on the Fiora, you could actually
true.
just save. I mean,
No, that's
kill her
no.
and
You're
then,
actually
like,
you're actually right. Death Grip is a really good reason to have left the unit there.
Challenge.
Yeah, killing a hopeful.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's another one. But
No,
you should keep
Kuvi, I'm
yours.
with you. It should have
Yes.
been first mate there, and then you just keep this Death Grip up, and you allow your opponent the opportunity to misplay. You allow
Yes.
them the ability to make a mistake where they lose to Death Grip.
Yep. Honestly, I think the probably highest likelihood of winning there is that line.
Because right now your Death Grip's just going to be a +3, and if Draven can beat a +3, then that's just going to be game.
And you also allow them to just see a card for free like this, like,
Yep.
By not committing anything, they literally just send 1 might and get their free points.
Oh, they're running Boots of Swiftness. Have we seen that a lot in Draven recently?
Not a ton recently.
So I don't recall seeing it.
It's not like the weirdest card, like thinking about it, just because you like to hold, so being able to equip it to a Forerunner or a Draven when your opponent tries to hold opposite you is very powerful. It's very likely a one of. It's not, I would not say it's like common or super normal blood. I think like it's definitely like a little bit weird, but when you really like think about it in the context of this deck, is it that weird of a card to put in? Probably not. Like it kind of makes some sense.
So you've got
It's
3,
kinda neat
6, 10, 13 right now. Fiora is 4, 5, 6, 9, 13. So there.
Yep.
So does Death Grip tie right now?
6-12, 16 versus
16.
You said this was 13 on the other
I
side.
think I can't. Oh, it actually might be one less because I think I gave an extra 1 to the Warmogs when it actually only provides +1.
Yeah, because the buff, it looked like it was 12, so 12 into 16.
Yeah, I think it was 12.
Death Grip gives only +3. Yeah, Kuvi, you found the correct line here, or at least the one that allows the Draven to potentially misplay, which is put the first mate on the Reaver's row, and you can get there.
Yeah, and I've pointed it out multiple times, but I'll do it again. I think it's really important to, as you're watching this game, to look and not say, "Oh well, Draven's unbeatable. We just banned Draven, errata Draven," which may end up being the case in the long run. But for this game specifically, I think you have to look at there were, I would say, between 2 to 5 different lines that, if would have been taken differently, could have changed the game.
Yeah.
That was already very close.
Yeah. Just to quickly answer this question in chat while we're between games about the Death Grip play requiring first mate to be up at the battlefield doesn't work in base. It does work in base, but the point we're making is not +3 from the first mate onto Fiora. It's instead kind of juking the attack by moving all of Fiora's might to the first mate if Draven makes a mistake in how he swings. And that can either be whether he swings into the Fiora before going to the first mate side of things, and then you just leave and let him conquer, and you've put all the might on the first mate side for them to not win. Or if they commit, say, 4 might into the first mate, you can kill 4 might for free by moving all that might over to the first mate, which then might create this spot where they now don't have enough might to get over what you've moved to the first mate, which in this spot I believe actually would have worked.
My rough math, I think they were off by 1.
Yeah, if they had sent a hopeful in and then forced this kind of send over of the might, I think maybe they can still get around it if they send the treasure hunter and then try and equip a weapon to go over the top. Then even when that dies, you still can equip the weapon afterwards to a bigger might, and you might still be able to push over. But the math gets really tricky from there. Yeah,
we've seen enough people mess up the cascade math that just make them figure it out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think Draven still generally, if they have it in mind at all that Death Grip is on the table there, I actually do think they had the might to win. But I think as Kuvi pointed out, you just kind of have to let them misplay in that spot, and that was really the only chance out, because you're not winning the math. You just don't have the math on your side. So you have to make the Draven just make a misstep.
I wonder, was Draven ever beating Punch First there?
Well, there was only 1 orange rune, so I think you're always beating Punch First in hand. Yeah.
Okay. I wonder if that's actually worth considering. Even though you don't need the orange, representing Punch First there may also change.
Yeah, it's possible that maybe the Warmogs is not something to commit, but felt like just putting everything you have on the table and trying to math check. I think there was a world you actually get the math check there, but I think you're more likely to get the math check if you put the first mate on the Reaver's row.
I definitely think that should have been the case. And I guess we didn't spend orange on something that could have been yellow.
Yeah,
because all of the equip costs are specifically colored. Yeah. Interesting game for sure.
Yeah, it's a close one. I do think Fiora had spots to play a little bit tighter in this one. It probably could make a pretty big difference. They lost a little bit of might throughout the game, and that little bit of might have been just really all that mattered at the very end of the game.
It was only a few points, and there was
extra rune even at some of these spots might have made the difference, where they kind of over recycled, I think, in some of these spots.
They over recycled, and I mean, there's a difference between they made an objective misplay or mechanical error, they should have, if they're going to hidden blade, they should have hidden bladed their guy on their turn to not give Draven blah blah blah. They should have done it first. That's one thing. Missing your legend trigger, it's okay, but it's even there were decisions that were made that weren't just misplays that ended up not putting them in a position to win.
All right, game 2 here in round 6. Only one more round left after this. They have streamlined these day ones quite a bit. 7 rounds. It used to be like 9 rounds, right? Day 1 it was like...
It definitely felt like it was longer before. Okay. Good old Draven's biggest fan. Okay, they did the cute thing I was talking about, which is sideboard into Victorious and then have it a guaranteed Victorious on turn 1, which
and
they didn't play.
Still don't think this is good, personally, by the way. But I will still stand that I just do not think this is actually good. You are letting Draven go first in a matchup that still does revolve around being ahead on points.
They chose to go second.
Yes, they chose to go second.
Hold up.
Yeah, I do not think this is good. I think
hold on. I'm way off of this.
Point tempo matters a lot in this matchup. I mean, developing double 2-drop, if you get to score both, yeah, maybe you start to get a lead, which that can matter, but I don't know that you're scoring both in this spot a lot of the time if Draven has his 2-drop.
Yeah. It's not like Draven's not playing 2-drops.
I'm not a fan of this. And then you don't have Worthy to try and actually even accelerate anything out here.
You're not the biggest fan of this?
No, well, it's not called that in this game, Kuvi, so
Oh, no, it is. Whenever I play, I'm altering all of mine. If I ever play that card, I'm sharpieing and just writing Draven's biggest fan over it. And I'll get it signed by Draven. Oh, we found Fiora worthy.
And what if we didn't? What if we kept her in her rightful spot, though?
I mean, for what it's worth, they kept her in her rightful spot the whole game. Last game, never played her.
Well, maybe we should look inward. Maybe that's the issue.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. I am in full agreement.
Yeah, went in with Lucian, just grabbed the point, brought him back, not staying on battlefields, not giving a chance for Draven to draw.
Yep.
I mean, Draven is sitting on that temple, so...
I mean, we're currently doing things at the same power level that my Spiritforged pre-riff kit did.
Yep.
Again, first Forerunner, so annoying for Fiora to deal with. We saw it last game, it literally didn't move for like half the game. And yeah.
Well, and Fiora's forced to make the first move, right? Because Draven went first. Draven got on the battlefield first. Draven is now ahead in points. So it's up to Fiora to break this, or else Draven can just sit there the entire game, right?
Yeah.
Like he can just stay there and score 8 points on this battlefield. And we're getting this punch first, which is coming through, which is that could help quite a bit with actually breaking it, but it's not going to start yet. And Lucian can buy some time, but Draven can now start to score the obelisk and continue to extend this lead even more and reduce the time on the clock. As Worthy was found, I mean, it's in the hand, so you get to play it. Doesn't matter that it's in the champ zone, but we went second so that you could turn one Victorious, and Victorious is still just sitting in the champ zone.
Yeah.
So now we've gone second for what, right? For what reason?
Do we think that player knows that you can play your chosen champion? Do they think that you just put it there for funsies? Like that's the card. This is a card that's in my deck, but I can't cast it.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest like middle finger to the equipment is the fact that you can't cascade. Like the pushes just end the cascade chain. It's so brutal. It's like, oh, I can cascade my small units with an equipment into this big board. It's like, nah, I'll just push it back. Your equipment is now stranded.
I'm slightly confused. Like, why didn't we go in and kill the fan first with the 2-drop? Because aren't we getting pushed here? Like, because you go in with Bit Rookie, right? You just to kill the fan. Maybe I'm missing something. I am getting a little tired, to be honest.
No, but I think you're right.
Yeah, you would just push this.
Like,
because isn't it just a 2-drop into the 2-drop and then you try to trade and draw?
this is the trade that we want to basically assure happens, right? So we need to get all of the variable. We need to check the variables as soon as possible. Luckily, Draven players just allowing this to happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but seems like I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I don't think that's expected. Doesn't even decide to equip the sword. Only one yellow rune left. This is a 6-6 split, which is, I think, usually 7-5 on yellow is going to be a little bit better in a lot of these spots if you have a lot of the yellow recycles. But I've also seen 7-5 on the inverse with orange, depending on what exactly your yellow recycles are in the entire deck. It's gonna fight or flight his own guy.
Spirits?
Yeah,
Sure.
Unyielding watching for Falling Star, but I don't know that this matchup is a place that I really like the Unyielding.
It's gonna break. What if they don't draw Fallen Star? It's literally the only damage spell. Sabotage is much better than Unyielding in
Okay,
most
there
spots,
are
actually.
2 yellow runes here. Just a little bit of a mistake on the
They look
overlay
similar,
there.
to be fair, so.
Yep.
Okay, we are still a half a point behind on tempo here, but we've made some progress.
I think protecting that Fiora worthy is important, and there's a lot of 3 might in the back, so I guess Unyielding here is actually pretty good protection. In case like there's a Fallen Star.
On the Dunebreaker scale of cards that shouldn't be in your deck, I think it is certainly maybe a 6.
So we are losing to Fallen Star. I see. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, not playing around it here, right? Just gonna punch first. This loses to a lot, Switcheroo being just one of them.
Yeah, one of the at least 3 cards that we lose to.
So Switcheroo is gonna mean you still get to kill one of the bots, but losing a lot of runes here because you equipped the longsword and then are also gonna cast the punch first, so just minus a ton.
The fact that they make them put the plus might on their opponent's units is
but
so brutal.
I mean, really, the toughest part is not like losing this combat, losing the pit rookie. I mean, that's all just fine. The problem is just the amount of runes that have been sacrificed by Fiora. Usually, where you're winning in the game is you have more runes than the Draven, and you're being able to then leverage them on like a late turn to kind of just out macro this game. And each of these times, spending the runes to then get blown out. If you spend the runes and you gain edge, then it's fine. Like if you're winning the spot, then it is fine. But I just think it's so soft to so many different spells to just cast that punch first, because you can get rebuked, you get switcherooed, like any of that, it doesn't matter. Like the switcheroo is like cool and all, but rebuke would have done the same thing, right? Like fight or flight would have been, you know, also like possibly more problematic because the Draven wouldn't even deramp, right? Like you just it's almost worse for you at that point. But
could have also had like cleave, some combination of cleave and axe or equipment. Like there's about 500,000 things that lost us there. And I mean, for what it's worth, Draven only had 12 cards in hand, so you know the chances that they had it was only near 100%.
Yeah.
Welcome to Tap in M42. I don't think I'm the one supposed to say that, but you know.
Yeah, we usually don't talk to chat too much during the games just because VODs are better. VOD are better when we don't.
Yeah,
so
true,
out
true,
of game, we talk to chat a ton.
My bad.
Yeah. Well, good. We love chat.
We do love chat. So, what was I just going to say? Yes. This was something I found playing Spiritforged for the first time. Was like, oh man, there's all these cool things that have power costs attached to them. They're so good. And then if you're not careful about when and where you're spending your power, you end up in a situation like this where your opponent has all of their runes in play because they've been, I call it eating your vegetables. Like you've been playing, you've been playing correctly. You've been playing in a way that is mindful of what you're spending. And I've just been like, I'm just going to equip everything every single turn and attack. And this is great. And you end up in these scenarios where it's like, oh, I'm only slightly behind on points. I have 2 runes in play.
Yeah, you have no juice for the late game, right? Like you need those
Exactly.
the last turn of the game or the winning turn. Whether that is the last turn or it is like the turn before where you're just gaining so much like equity on the board that the runes don't matter anymore. That's when you just have to like dump everything, but you can't afford to do it until then.
Yes, the turn that you score the winning point, which is a podcast featuring myself, Casanova, and many others are right on this channel. Like, comment, subscribe.
Yeah, exactly.
That one.
So the Lucian value, I mean, Lucian and Hook are the same card, which is very funny. They do the same thing, right? They go in, they conquer, they get away so they don't have to have a combat. But right now, the big thing that Fiora has to look for is trying to deny Draven's ability to go to 6, because right now they're behind on point tempo, and they need to be able to claw this back. So it's 4-4, they're just going to get pushed. The issue is they equipped this prior to moving in, so now Worthy can't get value, and both of the equips are now off of the units. Yeah. If there's a Weapon Master in hand, this is available to kind of like
Another
go
Lucian.
through here.
I see Pit Rookie, I see Unyielding Spirit, and what, maybe Doran's Blade? I couldn't actually tell.
Yeah, it looks like maybe just develop, stay at 4. Now, to be fair, I mean, this isn't guaranteed that Draven gets to go to 6. Nothing at home. Like, Fiora's spot is improved by an insane measure if Draven is not able to get onto Sunken Temple on this turn. We see Ride the Wind. I mean, there is, like, if he really wants to force the 6 points, he can. And I think Ride the Wind is actually quite reasonable, because you can ride the wind over and then go home. And I think that's often a very good play to make in this spot.
Stack deck can also find Kaisa or Darius.
Boots
or
actually
Boots. Wow.
Yeah. Boots are pretty nice in this case, right? It allows you to gank over. Now, the issue is you can't go home after the fact, whereas Ride the Wind would allow you to go home.
Taking switcheroo. Okay.
And I do think that just Ride the Wind, go home, develop is a pretty strong turn for Draven at this spot.
Yeah, this is another scenario of like understanding the macro game. You don't need to defend right now. This is not the turn to have to push and then defend.
There we go.
Yep. That's exactly what they're doing.
Ride the Wind, score, go home, and then what? Is there a 4-drop? If there's a 4-drop, it's perfect, right? 2 2s is fine as well. There is. There was a Kaisa all along in this hand.
There was every one of the things we described.
I agreed that the Ride the Wind's better than accelerating the Kaisa in, right? Like you get all your material at base, you scored to 6, so now you're looking for the double conquer to end the game. Or if there's an overstack from Fiora on one side, you can still just play to stack the other, right? You conquer one side and stack. And this was the problem that Fiora wanted to try and avoid, is not allowing the Draven to play to 6. And unfortunately, that was difficult to be able to be played around in this spot.
Okay. Draw our card. So we did get a BF sword on the draw for the turn, so we've got a few more options in terms of using Worthy this turn, which is good. Although not really necessary. I think that was a hidden blade? Possibly?
Okay, so Pookie's pretty nice here to just be able to buff the Victorious without a weapon, because all the weapons are spoken for. So getting her active is going to be nice to have.
Yep.
Looks like it's going to be a relatively even hold on both sides, and you call that a hidden blade. It looks like we do see that in hand.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, pretty good hide there.
Hidden blade is a good... It's a good hide. It can respond to things like switcheroo. which can be pretty impactful in stopping that from actually going through. Though both of Draven's current units are quite big, so Switcheroo is not the scariest threat that can exist, and it is still going to be a hidden blade over the top.
All right. BF sword.
Yep.
Okay.
I think we're at the point where Worthy can get active. Now there's consideration to keeping Worthy back in case Draven takes one side and not the other. Because you can still have some ability to move something back and then reaccelerate it via Worthy. However, in this spot, everything is already mighty, so you won't be able to move anything back and reaccelerate it, but maybe you have the option to accelerate something from hand. Like maybe Set is a top deck here that becomes more of an out. Especially with the ganking from Fiora Victorious, if Sunken Temple becomes the target.
Yep, I was considering throwing Worthy in there, but yeah, I think you do. This is a hedge, and it's a decent hedge to, like, if Draven can do some of the work here, you still have a chance to win next turn, which is a decent spot to be in.
Bryn
here.
This is fine. I don't think there were any spells that Fiora was getting to play anyway, so I think you're actually happy to see Bryn, but the Hidden Blade is actually the issue.
Unyielding Spirit, which they can still cast.
Yeah.
If they're worried about Falling Star, which...
Yeah.
I guess on this turn, unless you think you're going to need the rune, I like firing it off here. Like, there's not going to be another turn.
Yeah, the issue is now this Hidden Blade, which I don't think you can kill your own guy. I think.
Yeah, you're right.
But you did reinforce that side much more heavily, so there will be some difficulty in it getting conquered regardless. However, that does mean you cannot answer a switcheroo on that spot, and that may be enough for Draven to just push over, because I think push Draven, push Kaisa, switcheroo the Fiora, you're actually clearing that battlefield, which is the more valuable side, and it'll make it a lot harder for that conquer.
Well, will it though? If we're only pushing that side and we're leaving the other side unattended, like, we're getting access to 2 more equipment.
True.
Which is actually quite relevant. And then any units from hand all of a sudden look really good for cascading. And we're already able to do that with the Pookie.
Yeah. The fact that actually the Pookie is able to pivot, it's funny. It's like killing the Fiora and then taking the Sunken Temple is almost the most optimal thing, but you're not going to be able to do that. Right.
They need to. Okay, they did.
Because the Fiora is still the biggest threat, right? This Fiora having ganking is like the biggest threat that you have to deal with. But as you called out, right, the Pookie is going to get to come home, and then it can be sent in and cascade theoretically. Fiora's spawn is now looking, I think the Bryn is just not enough, right? Bryn is cool and all, stops this Hidden Blade, but
it was necessary,
that is 6 runes, right? Like, that is a lot of your turn.
Draven's tapped out now with the switcheroo. Like that, I think this is just Fiora win.
Because this is currently 9 into 9? Yeah, looks like 9 into 9.
Yep. Which is fine. And then, they can conquer with Draven, but that's just on board. That's not enough.
All right.
Wait. Hold up.
That's... What? Am I miscounting? No, that's 9 into 9.
I think so.
Oh, no, that was a BF sword. Sorry. No. That is 9 into 10. That is I thought it was a Dorn's Blade on the first mate. No, this is...
Oh.
That is 9 into 10. I didn't realize that was a BF sword.
Oh, it's 2 BF swords.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry guys. I thought that was a Dorn's Blade.
6, 9. I'm gonna assume that they're doing the math correctly. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. So okay, so just the Fiora is out there. She's 4. She has 5 with the buff, and then she's 8 with the BF sword. She gets +1 from shield when she goes in. That's snapshotted for the switcheroo. So when the switcheroo happens, she's a 9 because shield is already there, right? And then then the Kaisa becomes a 9. Fiora becomes a 4. So she's, you know, it wouldn't matter. She wouldn't regain shield again anyway, right? But she becomes a 4. And then the first mate was actually 6. I thought he was a 5 because I thought it was a Doran's Blade. Either way, it doesn't matter because Draven just gets to come in and eat it. So it was always just going to be kind of the same
anyway.
the same result. Yes, but yeah, that is the difference there.
Yeah, and this should just be hold point, and then it's on board. Just need to not mess it up, right?
Yep.
Looks like they're making sure that the mites were correct, but that should just be Fiora victory.
Yeah, but switcher is for the turn, not for combat, right? So it shouldn't matter.
Right.
Well, what do you mean Fiora victory? We still have.
Well, for this game, I mean.
Yeah, there's still. I don't know if there's hidden cards in hand for Draven.
Oh, there could.
It's not guaranteed just yet.
That's right. There could be a hidden card.
Because if the swords are equipped poorly and there's like a fight or flight, or there's another switcheroo, there's actually some theoretical game that Draven can have that it's not guaranteed over.
You've at least got a couple of shots though, depending on what's in hand. But yeah, I guess actually it's not as easy because Hit Rookie actually needs to have more than just a sword to contest the Draven.
Correct, yeah. And if you double equip the Pit Rookie and then it gets pushed, you actually might just not have a way to get over the Draven.
Yeah. Trying to think what else was in hand. I don't remember.
Yeah, I didn't see the Draven hand recently. I mean, I know we knew there was one switcheroo. We knew there was the
No, there's a Darius.
I know, yeah, there was like a Darius. I don't know if there was a spinning axe in hand as well still, which it wouldn't matter here, right? This is 0 runes. It has to be a hidden card, so it has to be fight or flight it, or it has to be switcheroo, or like Tide Turner's probably not doing anything in this spot.
Yeah, I mean it gives 2 extra might, which is relevant.
Yeah,
it gives 5 extra might because it switches with Bryn. So Tide Turner actually
that's true. Actually, yeah, you're right.
Insane.
And it looks like that is in hand, is a Tide Turner right there.
Yeah, so it is. Okay. Well,
so this becomes 11 might. I mean, what I will say, the Bryn swap does mean that cascading becomes more possible, and cascading means that Fiora is like almost always winning. The switcheroo or the push was a little bit scarier, I think. The switcheroo could just make you high enough might to beat the cascades, and then the push could strand the weapons. But the Tide Turner will allow cascading to kind of happen.
Yep.
So I do think this is likely going to be just a Fiora win. As long as they've got the...
It should be impossible to lose here.
You just have to do it at the same time. You don't... I think cascading is slightly dangerous because you give Draven +2 might every time you enter. So you kind of have to send everything at the same time because
you don't want to
get Switcher here.
Right?
Switcher is horrible here.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was scared of with this kind of play, right? This is the spot where you've probably put too much might on the Draven where you will die to switch. Like Switcheroo actually just beats you because you can't cascade anymore.
I mean, push beats you here too, right?
Push is also beating you here. The way that this was played specifically, is really tough into those. This will now you just kill Draven and it's fine, and you can cascade and you just win.
You just win, yeah.
But
right, yeah. As long as you move the Pit Rookie back first.
Yeah.
Don't equip him while he's at the battlefield.
Well, it won't even matter. I mean, you can just equip Fiora worthy. There's actually no way to outplay yourself here.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is only one yellow rune remaining. So
I see 2. No, that is 1.
So in that sense, maybe there's a way to outplay yourself, but not actually, right? Because now you just equip worthy, and she is a 6, and that is enough. So Fiora will take this one, and we'll go to a game 3. But yeah, no, I mean, there certainly was a way to outplay yourself here, and I don't know if you're playing around with the second or third switcheroo, right? It was at least second, if not third switcheroo this game. Maybe
Yeah.
the first one was in game 1, and I'm just kind of misremembering. Yeah, it was game 1. So second switcheroo.
Second,
I think it's kind of okay to ignore switcheroo, but push was also just beating you there, I think, with that equip. And I wonder if there was a better way or another way to play it. I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't see the whole hand for Fiora. This might have just been kind of, you have to say, okay, it's not push, it's not switcheroo, and that's fine. Or maybe there's a first mate in hand, and then push didn't really matter anyway.
Yeah.
So,
given the
few options.
I was thinking that there was more yellow than there actually was, so they may have actually just been forced to make that play. Like if they have push, you just lose.
Yeah, you can't fully cascade at that point with that little yellow anyways. So.
Especially considering that it's an additional yellow to use worthy. So we actually only had one more equip.
Yeah, so there was a total of 4 yellow available, and because it's double BF sword, then it was like play Fiora, double equip BF sword, ready her with the worthy. So that's pretty tough. That's tight. That leaves you with just 1. And if you wanted to ready like a pit rookie, that's also, like it's 2 to 3 yellow runes per ready, because you could do it with just a single BF, but to equip both it was 2 more. So
no, you had enough.
That's
You
pretty
had
tough.
enough to send everything cleanly. So you bring back the pit rookie. You equip the one of the swords to the rookie, the other sword to Fiora worthy, and then you ready the pit rookie, because we had 3 yellow runes. So and then now you spent 2 for the equips and then 1 for the yellow Fiora to ready the pit rookie, and then you send in everything at the same time. You send in the Fiora, and then you send in the worthy, and then you send in the pit rookie, right?
Yeah, well, so you would need to play Victorious still, right? Because you had 4 yellow runes, you equip 1 sword on each of them, you ready each the pit rookie and the Victorious, and then you send all 3 in, and then that's 5, 3, and 7 that you're sending in, which would beat Switcheroo, and it would beat Push, and it would beat Tide Surf.
Does it beat Push?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you push you go to 6 as Draven, you push the 7, and then there's 8 might still left.
Right. I was thinking that.
Yeah. No, you're right. There actually was a way that would beat all 3 scenarios, and it was bring Pit Rookie back, play Victorious, equip each of them with 1 sword, ready both of them, and then send all 3 things in the battlefield, and it beats Switcheroo, it beats Push, and it beats Tide Turner bringing Bryn here. So
this is why so many rounds go to time.
No, of course, like the game is so goddamn hard, right? Like there's so many different ideas, but the fact that we actually had a perfect line is really cool to like note that like there was a line here that was a guaranteed victory for Fiora. They still won because it wasn't Switcheroo or Push. We still don't know if Push was guaranteed to beat it because we didn't know if there was a first mater in hand or not, but either way, right? Like,
wait, do we agree or not? Was it the same line? Or
agree that
no,
your
you
line
were agreeing
was
that
the
line that
around everything.
Well, you didn't mention Victorious in your line, but I think you meant to because you needed to play the Fiora from hand.
I said Fiora.
You said
and
worthy.
Okay. So you said the wrong Fiora, but we mean the same thing. Yeah, no, of course.
Because I don't know what the other one is. Fiora worthy, and then the other one is
Victorious. Yeah. But yeah, that line plays around everything. Yeah.
Everything. Yeah.
Definitely plays around Edge of Night as well.
The Edge of Night is so far removed from doing anything.
So Switcheroo can be nasty because you could trigger the Draven and then react to the trigger of the Draven with Switcheroo, switch the might, and then give Draven +2.
That's true.
Make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
That's a good play.
Oh, yeah.
I see a face breaker. I've seen some Fioras liking this. Usually as a one of, sometimes sideboard for this matchup, especially if you can get an early lead. This is quite the bluff.
Scary, yeah.
There is nothing, by the way, in this hand that is winning this. There is a hidden blade, if this is fully allowed through. That can allow you to win, and you will use that. Like if that's what happens, if Draven says, you know what, bet, come in, like you will just cast this hidden blade. Like you will just be like, all right, cool. Like you caught me, I'm still gonna conquer this and deal with it. But this is just bluffing the push, giving a card
Oh, they used the push. Okay.
So, okay, so there is... Why this? I mean, it's denying the draw in combat.
Denying the draw and also denying the holds.
No, they
rune.
already drew. They did this after combat.
I mean, you have no option though. You have no window to play Hidden Blade. During the push.
Yes, you do.
You would
You
have
have a
to.
showdown.
They do?
You have a full showdown. You can definitely play Hidden Blade.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, true. That absolutely
Yeah,
is true.
But they did.
Yeah, I was thinking this was just going to be play Doran's Blade, equip, and then challenge Draven because he didn't. It's just a 4, and then you don't Hidden Blade the Draven. But then you would give a card. Now, if he gave the card for the combat anyways and didn't play the Hidden Blade in the showdown, then you might as well have just done it the other way with the challenge.
Oh,
But
you.
someone said it wasn't after combat, so we'll just maybe
okay.
we didn't see the draw, or like the draw didn't happen.
I
also
thought I saw the draw,
that
but
card,
yeah.
Okay. Well, Draven is tapped out again, and the challenge is going to be able to get value, and in fact, even better value. You can move the Fiora into Dreaming Tree and then challenge the Kaisa, and it's really, really nice here. Challenge is such a great card in this matchup. Helps out a ton.
Yep. Ooh, another Hidden Blade.
So I think that's a very easy starting play to make on this turn. Is you just go for this. You still will have 4 runes up, and there is another Fiora Victorious in hand, which is a great play to continue to
Follow up. Yeah.
just develop, and this is fine. I mean, there's a world that Worthy gets kind of like blown out by a switcheroo or some other whatever, but
I like the hidden.
Yeah,
hidden card
Blade.
makes a lot of sense, right? Just defend this Fiora.
Or is it? It could also be Facebreaker. I didn't see what one they put.
I believe
it
it is
is?
Facebreaker. There's Hidden
Yeah,
Blade
it
in
is.
hand, yeah.
Nice.
But Facebreakers can maybe even better,
Draw
right?
card.
You draw
Because
a card.
you don't want to kill the Fiora with a Hidden Blade on your next turn anyway.
Right.
So Facebreaker, draw a card, just buy time so that you get the hold point and then can move Fiora home is a lot better. It's like a kind of exactly what you're looking for in this spot.
Yeah, I like it. Can you cast Facebreaker if there's only your unit at the battlefield?
No.
Okay.
Needs targets. Yeah, I think the Fiora, this play from the Fiora made a ton of sense, right? The first one I don't know that I love, but it did get a nice payoff with the challenge being able to be cast from the Dreaming Tree, and maybe that was part of the reasoning, right? Maybe that was part of the idea, is you wanted to still get more value out of this challenge, but this Mind Splitter is going to hurt. This is a card that Fiora really doesn't like to see. You often don't have enough cards, and this can start causing you a lot of problems. That's why the Sivir matchup can sometimes be hard, because like Sabotage plus Mind Splitter becomes quite a pain for Fiora. Hidden Blade going to be the
Hidden Blade going.
Deny even more draws.
We have what looks like a switcheroo.
Yep. Now you get a little bit stuck there. Riposte is nice.
Yep. Very nice tactic. Kind of deals with the switcheroo, kind of deals with the potential rebukes.
Tough thing is there's not a good way to break this hold currently. With Draven being relatively tapped out, the line that I'm seeing is Death Grip, equip, push in, and then you have the riposte for anything that gets played. But the problem with that line is you're just like losing Fiora Worthy, and you're destroying this Facebreaker you have set up. And although you'd clear the board, you'd be giving a decent amount for it. However, you do get 2 draws from the Death Grip. I actually think there's a world where that was like the correct line, but I'm not even confident that I'm making that play, right? Like it feels really tough when you're playing non-hook Fiora. You're killing your own hidden card. You're spending, it's a lot. You're giving up the riposte on the turn.
Yeah.
It's all to clear this battlefield, and then whatever Draven does on the next turn is still going to be a potential problem. But it might have been what you needed to do to actually get yourself in a winning position.
Oh, Factory Recall. There's a sideboard
Yeah.
card in for the Fiora weapons.
Pretty annoying as Fiora to deal with it.
而剑姬这把能守平都算好的了，都烧光箱了，现在完全不对了。这个至干是唯一的此生仅有的把德莱文前场的频率全。
It's close between Recall and Axe. I think Axe is better. Yeah. Double Axe hand.
Yeah,
And if he
Draven doesn't
taps that
know it.
again, it gives another situation for the Fiora to start to maybe make a play into this the start to peak. But right now, Draven is just like drowning in runes from having control of that side of the outside of the field.
Love Lucian.
Lucian's big to be able to take this weapon away.
Yeah. And ready him recently. You ideally want to go break that battlefield now. I think.
Yeah.
Especially with
You have the
Riposte.
riposte. It's not a ton of runes available. You do want to look for the break. This is 9 into 10. So at least trying to make the Draven flinch. What I will say is this is Axe and Factory Recall. Did he end up taking the Factory Recall? Actually,
No,
didn't see.
second
No?
Axe.
Second Axe. So this is Axe.
Do we have punch first?
No, just the Death Grip.
Oof.
So +4 is available.
I think that's a total waste. I think we're looking very short term instead of actually how the game is going to go in the next 2 to 3 turns. I think this, you first of all not getting the draw from the tree, and you're losing your Fiora just to trade this. This is so not worth it. And I really dislike this Death Grip.
So this is currently 13 into 11.
Yep. So another axe is going to.
Yeah. The
not
interesting
be
thing
great.
is another axe trades this, which means that the hidden card would get lost, and I could see a world where Draven greeds it because of this and gets blown out by the riposte.
Sure.
That's true.
Because of the fact that you would trade and lose your hidden card. I could see this happen. If I've done the math right? This is 8 plus 5, so 13, and then on the other side it is 7 plus 3 plus 3. Oh no, this is 14. Okay, no,
Yeah,
hey, actually,
they're actually just
this is
winning.
above. I did do my math wrong initially.
I mean, it's slightly weak to punch first, but then she would need.
You would
punch first
then
plus
switch a room.
riposte.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
What?
it's happened.
Oh, he just completely threw it. He was winning.
He was winning and just
We
cast a
were
card
winning
for
the
no
combat,
reason.
no? I mean,
Yeah.
Yes. I think we redid the math. This is 13, 14 into 13. So this switcher just completely throws the combat.
We just lost. the game
Allows
because
Fiora to come back.
We lost both axes.
Yep.
Yeah, both
Axes
axes
are gone.
die. Everything else dies here. I mean, Fiora probably just wins this
Literally
game
on
and
the
series
spot.
off of this play because Draven's
Yeah.
hand is decimated. All he has left is a treasure hunter at home.
Yep.
The Fiora player snaps that riposte like it was league.
Oh, yeah.
Like 1 second. Like
Yeah,
reaction.
the game was over.
like-
He had lost the game. The game was over. This was 14 on 13. If it had been 13 on 13, there's like more of a chance that your opponent misplays
Right.
by revealing the hidden card, right? Like, that gives you an out because they're like, oh, they don't want to lose the hidden card. But 14 on 13, you're just like, oh, I'm just dead. I just lose. Like, this treasure hunter just gets to stay here.
Oh, I know why. Sorry. I think it's because maybe the Draven thought that since Fiora got the +3 from Death Grip, she got like the +1 that she usually gets from Defender. And maybe we mixed up the math like that way.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It definitely could be that. That's the type of mistake that I would make. So I don't put it past anyone else.
Yeah, this is double right to win. Brynir is a horrible hand. Darius kind of salvages it, to be fair and honest. That was the best draw, definitely best draw here. But Hidden Blade will actually punish it pretty hard.
Is it?
You could Brynir right to
Greedy.
win.
Yeah, Bryn
Is it
read the
really
wind into
greedy
the
to have
worthy is
left?
actually pretty nice.
Yeah. Is it greedy to have left Lucian?
A little bit, yeah. Actually, kind of a lot of it. I think,
Like, I get wanting the start at peak,
yeah.
but also, like, I also want my Lucian.
Well, we will lose this Darius.
Yeah, because you're losing to like another switcheroo in hand. You're losing to Darius coming down. You're losing to like Ride the Wind plus Draven. You're losing to. I mean, I guess there's not usually a lot of main deck Dravens. You're losing to Ride the Wind plus Ferris Forerunner. Maybe there's not as many things that you're losing to. Maybe it's kind of okay. Like sometimes you do have to take the risk. I'm just wondering if this was a spot where that was needed or not. This is just going to allow a Facebreaker to get insane amount of value.
I thought it was hidden
huge.
there. We should have started with Lucian.
No, this Facebreaker is incredible.
Yeah. Okay. That was a hidden blade, I think, off the top. Yeah. So the fact that we went with Darius instead of Bryn, huge difference. The fact that we went there, like this is tough.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you have to get your equity in some of these games, right? Like, I think Draven still often has a favor, but if you misplay into what Fiora has, you get punished. And we saw in real time what Riposte can do to you if you don't respect it or don't know it's there, or don't understand it.
Yep.
This draw was an unsung, and you have a Hidden Blade. You can just play unsung, Hidden Blade it, and draw 3, and just try and find better cards.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Also, just like keeping the Hidden Blade up to try and win the game, because like even if Draven has infinite cards, if he doesn't have any units, it doesn't work. But I would be worried about Hidden Blading early when Draven still has a lot of runes to work with, because then they can find the answers that they need.
Yeah. Also, like the card Bryn here exists. Like this is my biggest fear when playing a deck like this. It's like,
I also think
you can
if
have all
Fiora
the
just
interaction.
slows it down and puts everything at base, she just always wins from 6.
Why are we
don't need to hold.
You
Don't
just
need to hold.
win every time from 6 if you just come home.
Can't
That is
cast
not a
Hidden Blade.
reaction. That is an action card.
I mean,
Yep.
the Fiora player was. Draven wanted to move the Darius and then hovered it over 3. Just a little bit, and I was like, is it a hidden
sorry,
card?
I figured it out. Sorry, we're on turn 3 of 3 in turns. This is why he's holding. This is I didn't realize we were in time. That changes what you would do.
That
I
massively
think
changes.
There is no reason that Fiora would try and hold here. The reason that you would try and hold here is you're in turns, and if you don't hold, then Draven goes to 5 points and it's a tie instead of you actually being able to win the game. So Fiora is always getting a tie
Makes
here,
sense, then.
and they had a chance to win the game.
Okay.
By
that makes 100% sense.
Yeah. Okay. This is. I just didn't understand we were this far past time. I'm often not looking at the clock when casting games, and maybe I don't know if that's a bad habit or not. I don't think there's usually much reason to look at it, but yeah. Wait.
Wait, what?
Because they wanted the +2.
Yeah,
Like
but
that,
now
how
it
do
can't
you-
go
Now
kill the
you-
other side, which doesn't matter anyway. Well, no, I mean
So
maybe
do we just
actually
win?
it does matter because
You can't get a tie now.
yeah,
Now
now
we
it's not a
just
tie.
win as
Fiora actually
Fiora.
wins.
Although I guess
Was there no other card to be able to be played with Bryn? I guess not. So you always had to play the Ride the Wind?
I mean, you could have. We didn't have to.
no. What? We had.
Yeah, you just move this
Where did
in
that come from?
with. Was that the draw from the Dreaming Tree? That might have been the draw from the Dreaming Tree.
Oh. Wait.
Yeah, so that couldn't have been done.
Hold on. When you draw first before the Ride the Wind resolves, right? So do you
Yeah.
get to? Can you choose to not? No, I guess it didn't
No,
matter.
I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Weird.
No, maybe there wasn't a way to tie for Draven with the hold. So Fiora actually does get it. Fiora does get the W in this one. I'm trying to think. The Draven, if the Blood Rush was the draw from the Ride the Wind, so you didn't see it. If you play Bryn here, it means that your Ride the Wind must be played second to give the plus to the Darius. But if you move Darius in and then you Ride the Wind, the Bryn here. There was 5 on each side, so Bryn actually couldn't. No, yeah. Okay, so you move Darius in, Then you ride the Wind the Bryn here to the other side. Darius buffs to 7, winning his combat. Bryn here ties the other combat, trading, because it was 5 on each side, and then you move the Treasure Hunter into score. So there was actually just like a on board with the Bryn here played, there was Hearthstone lethal for the tie.
Did you even need the Bryn here though? Like if you're playing around Hidden Blade, you can move in the I don't know, I guess.
Well, why not play the Bryn here because it's Hearthstone lethal for a tie, right? Because you play the Bryn here, right? As soon as there was no reaction, right? Then it is now is deterministic because your second card is going to make Darius a 7.
7.
And both sides are 5. So you move Darius in, then you ride the Wind the Bryn here to the other battlefield. Darius wins his combat as a 7.
Yes,
Bryn here trades with the 5.
Trades,
and then the Treasure Hunter moves in and conquers. So this is well, great time to bring the bingo board back up because we have missed Hearthstone lethal, and while this isn't for a win, I think this is missed Hearthstone lethal because this is a tie. This is instead of a loss, you would get a tie.
I would,
which I think is better. So we'll
Draven
we'll
loses on
one.
stream. Also, we get that one too.
Yeah, we get a little Draven lose on stream. We get a little missed Hearthstone lethal.
Let's see.
We didn't end up cascading the weapons for the win, right? That didn't actually happen.
No, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I think that's all we got, which is fine.
No, we didn't. I don't think we saw 5 runes recycled.
Not in a single turn, no. It was close though from Fiora, but not quite 5. Yeah, there we go.
34 scares.
All right, that's good for bingo for now. We'll get more tomorrow, I think, and we still have one more round to potentially get a little bit more.
I think next week we should add player cast a spell erroneously when they're already winning combat as one of the because that has happened I think almost every week.
Yeah, you said this was the guy you knew, so you asked him. He said didn't see the hidden card, like straight up just didn't even know that there was the hidden card there, which would change things.
We literally saw so the Draven player moved the Darius into the tree, and I was like, wait, is there a hidden? Well, didn't even move it, just hovered it, and then the Fiora was like, and then asked the Fiora, is that a hidden card? And then wanted to change it to Lucian, and then Fiora said no.
Oh, okay.
I feel like a judge. Like if you, I think it's just generic unwritten rule of games. If your hand is still on the piece, it's not a committed move.
Yeah, of course. Shouldn't be.
Which means
and thousands of years of chess that have established
to explain
rules.
Hearthstone lethal to the chat room for anybody who doesn't know. Hearthstone is a game that doesn't have interaction on your opponent's turn. So if your opponent cannot interact at all and you're just doing the math to figure out the turn, then it's a puzzle, right? It's just that is essentially Hearthstone lethal. So in this case, Bryn here had been played. So there's no math. There's nothing that Fiora can do. They are a passenger. They're just sitting here waiting to see what happens. And so on the other side, Draven is just basically able to figure out the puzzle to, in this case, get a tie. Generally would say lethal for like actually winning the game. But in this spot, it's the same because Draven getting a tie there is the best result he can hope for. And we know that there's Bryn here and there's Ride the Wind in the hand. And those are the only 2 cards that actually mattered for this. So the draw from Dreaming Tree was irrelevant. So this was like a pure Hearthstone lethal. You just kind of had the ability to get the draw.
Yep. It's a good lethal puzzle. Post it.
Yeah. Yeah, that spot with the Facebreaker, if he did not realize there was a hidden card there and then made the mistake, that's
forcing
tough.
them to make that play, especially considering it's like they clearly had the card in their hand. Like that's rough. As much as I want the Draven player to lose, not like that.
Yeah. Of course, always sucks to have a game kind of end in that way.
Yeah. I want them to lose because they cast a switcheroo for absolutely no reason and they got blown out by Riposte.
Yeah. A lot of punts kind of with both sides. I definitely take back calling the staying on point a punt from the Fiora. That was just required by the rules of time. We were in the final round, so you have to go for the hold or else you never win that game.
Yep, that was 100% correct.
So even though it defies all logic to try and hold there as Fiora, for actually like trying to win the game, you have to because of time.
Yep.
So this was this spot where this didn't get pushed back, and I don't know what happened here. If this was another like the window's passed, you can't do it anymore kind of thing, or if Draven like very clearly didn't want to push this unsung, because allowing the unsung it had a buff on it in this spot as well, so it was a 6, and allowing that to just trade into the Forerunner doesn't feel particularly good.
It feels like the thing that Fiora absolutely wants to have happen. And like there's one resource open.
Yeah.
It can't, so it's like punch first. That does not change anything. That makes your push even better.
Yeah. Just want to note, like, the assault spell was drawn off of the Ride the Wind on the Dreaming Tree. So I don't want to count that within the puzzle there, because it only came from...
It's irrelevant. Yeah.
Screwing up the line, actually, is the only place it actually came from.
It's actually a pretty good lethal puzzle to like present, and like if you just change the scenario to you're at 6 points here, can you find lethal guaranteed? Like
yeah, of course.
You can.
Right. It's an easy one. I'd put it as easy. It's a bit surprising that it was missed in this spot, but Huge was noting that this player was likely quite nervous, as I think this was the guy that Huge knew. I think he messaged him after and asked him about that hidden card, and just didn't even know the hidden card was there. So.
Yeah, it's another thing where it is it's a whole other level that's hard to explain if you've never played on camera before, but like especially if it's your first time playing on camera, you can definitely get nerves.
Yep.
I never got nerves when I played on camera. I just played badly because I'm bad at games.
Oh, okay. Nice. Huge.
Yeah. It wasn't nerves. It was just pure good old fashioned dumb.
The only tournament game I have on camera in Fab is me and the other player basically just yapping the entire time and shooting the shit and talking shit to each other, and it was quite funny.
Yeah.
It was like a semifinal of a Pro Tour PTI, like a PTI event, Pro Tour qualifier in that sense. Like one of the bigger ones, like attached to a battle hard.
Yeah. Nope, I have a few games on stream from that Fab calling in Cincy. One where I just famously lost with lethal on the stack.
Nice, very big.
Classic. Change the course of history forever.
Yeah, it was a really fun game. It was Viserai versus Leviathan, and he hit me for like 24 on his first attacking turn, and then I hit him back for 30, and we were just like, what are we doing here? What is this game? What's happening? Yeah.
I hope that's actually what Chengren's office looks like, even though it certainly isn't.
Are you sure? It could be.
Wait.
You think they just built a set like this? You think he doesn't just work in this?
I mean, if you saw my room, it looks not that different. It just doesn't have as much cool Riftbound stuff. It has slightly less cool Riftbound stuff. No giant Riftbound cards. I used to have a giant chain card, but I had to sell it. Sad.
Oh. Well, one more round to go. We have done Fiora and Draven a million times for Kuvi's corner, so that does make it a little bit tough. We can still do Kuvi's.
We can go back to the theory.
I mean, I want the triangle. I want the triangle of
you want the triangle?
Success.
All right. What's the triangle? You drew the triangle. How do we put the triangle onto the stream? How do we? Can you take a photo of the triangle? Can we because we can't draw today.
Hold on. Let me draw a nicer one that is more legible.
Yeah. We gotta get the triangle.
Okay, so the first point is backline access. How are you able to deal with units that are not at battlefields? The second point is holding. How good is your deck at holding?
Okay.
The third point is a little bit more abstract, but it is cheating points. So Ari, Time War, Purple Draven.
So wait. So what I'm getting from these 3 points of the triangle is that Kuvi is saying that Ari is the best deck in the format.
Yes.
Lamau.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah,
because Ari
because-
has backline access with Singularity, right?
Yep.
You're good at holding because your legend is giving the minus, and you also have some pretty efficient hidden cards that you can get. As well as just being, blue-green, having some decent stuff. You can also protect against backline access because you're in the counterspell colors, right? And then you can cheat points because you have access to Time Warp, Green Ari, also acceleration options via either Sprites, Watcher, anything like that. So it seems like what Kuvi is saying is that Ari is the best deck in Riftbound. And you've heard it here first, that is what Kuvi thinks. Not my opinion. What Kuvi says, what Kuvi believes, is that Ari is the best deck in Riftbound. And what Kuvi, no matter what Kuvi says from here on out, that's what Kuvi is intending for you to get from this.
It's confirmed.
But the thing is, like, Charm is not really that good. I mean, Charm is a conditional.
Backline access, though.
It hits based.
access.
Yeah, but then
and
you need
Singularity.
a big unit.
Look,
How do you get a big unit?
Singularity.
Look, you have
By
Singularity
holding
backline
your
access.
hold units. You play Blue Orb now.
That's not.
Look,
but I think
even just
Ari's
blue
better than
Ari, even just blue Ari at a location, and then charming into her, right? Because she's -3 on whatever you're trying to kill in the backline.
True.
Yeah,
But I
blue
think she's
Ari.
still worse than at holding than Draven or Aurelia or Ezreal.
Okay, well,
Or
look, she just fits all three of your pillars. I'm just saying, quite well.
But it's not a binary. It's, do you have this or do you not?
All
It's how-
three pillars locked and loaded, dialed.
I posted the picture in Discord, and then I figured out the Illuminati. Hold on.
Yeah.
Post the second picture here.
Also, time. How is she getting to Time Warp in this economy?
Look, that's not what I have to figure out. I just saw the triangle.
Yeah, but it's
And
not
it
about
told
reading the
me
cards, how good the card.
When I looked deep into the triangle, it said Ari is the best deck in the game. That's what it said.
Maybe.
Mech Ari is insane. Ever see a ganking Blitzcrank? That's crazy. Because you can give it ganking with the 7, it's like the 8 cost 2 power one that gives ganking and deflect all your mechs, and now your Blitzcrank ganks. Sheesh. That's wild.
We also talk about how sick these Lunar New Year bundles are.
They're pretty awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Question straight. I love that this is question straight from chat, and it's just a Jarvis self-insert. Just saying. So Kuvi is saying, if I play Ari, I can win Vegas. That is, from my understanding of the triangle at this point, and I think I understand it really well. That's what Kuvi is saying. That Ari's the best deck, and you will win Vegas if you play Ari at Vegas. So Jarvis, lock in, get dialed. You know, you gotta figure that.
Can you name a strong deck that doesn't do any of these?
Fiora's backline access is pretty terrible. She needs exactly challenge.
Challenge is so good though.
Yes, but like it's hard to run like 3 copies of challenge in the deck. The deck is really tight, and then also the power curve is pretty tight for a lot of the decks. So it's quite hard to actually fit 3 copies of challenge in Fiora right now.
I think if you have 3 real, but it's not about the quantity of like backline removal or whatever.
Okay,
it's really the quality. We're looking at
and challenge is quite good backline removal. I'm not going to say it's not. I think challenge is very good backline removal. It's why when I saw the Hook deck not playing challenge, the first thing I did when I started practicing Hook Fiora was put copies of challenge back in my deck. Because I think it's very strong. So I'm with you there, Kuvi. I do agree challenge is good. I just don't know that like we can really call Fiora like that good at backline access. It's like you got 1 card.
Well,
I mean maybe 2. You can the standard Fiora can still play Strike Down, which we haven't seen a ton of. It's not the best, but it's okay. It's pretty good.
Okay, name the 3 best backline killing things like
Falling Star.
Like spells.
I mean, Falling Star is one for sure. Right? Right now I'd say Singularity is probably one of the better ones in the current meta.
Talking about like in current meta.
Could it be challenge? Contextually charm, right? Contextually charm, but that is, yeah.
I mean, Yeah, but also Fiora, if we look at the triangle, Fiora has punch first, which is amazing at holding.
Yeah, it's good
Yep.
holding cards.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't have a way to cheat out points. But she is
Nope.
very good at holding, and she's very good at hitting backline. IMO.
She
It also depends on what you define.
You can argue cheat points from Worthy. Like if you mean like
Yeah.
accelerate access, you do have like kind of an unreasonable amount of accelerate access.
No, but
via
cheating points, I
Worthy.
mean specifically like
Like plus
getting more
points,
than two,
additional.
Yeah, getting more
Yeah,
than
okay,
2
so then
points per
she
turn.
has 0. She cannot do that. That's just not possible.
But she's
Yep,
following.
can't break the point tempo.
Yeah.
Sure.
So what we're getting from this is Kuvi thinks Fiora is a really bad deck and Ari is a really good deck.
I mean, but Draven has all of them. Draven has
Draven does. Yeah,
amazing
Draven has all of
backline
them.
access.
Hold on, wait a second.
Fallen Star.
Ari best deck. Ari starts with A tier. Fiora worst tier, worst deck. Fiora starts with F. Wait, it's the Illuminati's confirming this all.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Draven has Fallen
Quickly
Star from backline.
before we get into game, just quickly gonna address chat and we can continue on the Draven talk here. But someone asked how we get the giant cards. Going to the events, it looks like they had giant cards. Did they have giant cards at Houston? Does it? Actually, neither of you were at Houston. I was at Houston, but I didn't get a chance to even like
I don't
look
think
at
that the
merch ball
giant
type
cards
stuff.
are. From what I know, I don't think that those are available like prize wall like they are in Fab. I think that those are set dressing at the big events.
Okay, I think they'll probably. I don't know if they can now, but I feel like eventually they're gonna have a way to get giant cards. I imagine it'll be prize wall stuff at major events. Like a lot of other
That's how
card
you
games
get
have
them in
giant
Fab
cards.
and Magic and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they'll.
Oh.
So I got just confirmation from Jarvis that they did not have jumbos at Houston, but I would imagine that at some point in the future we're gonna get them, as we do have our final game of the day coming up. What could we possibly have? Will
I
Draven
want to see
appear
Ornn or
for
Lucian,
6
please.
out of 7 rounds on the day if we get another Draven?
I just want to see an
6 out of 7
Ornn or a Lucian, please. I need this help. I need to know. I need a sign to say what deck I should play. That sign may be what cards I open when I get Spiritforged, but I want.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Azir. Hold up.
Nice. Yeah.
Hold up.
Yeah, we've only gotten to see one of these over the week so far. And
pretty
they
well
were a
represented, right?
green Azir champ zone last time, which was the not standard, right? This is now we're going to see yellow Azir champ zone instead.
Okay. Azir versus Fiora. This is a classic LOR matchup. Azir Aurelia versus Fiora combo. I love
You're a
Fiora
combo.
decks.
You mean Mono Fiora?
Oh, yeah, Mono Fiora.
Oh, she used to eat Azir. Eat him.
I know. I loved that deck. I loved the alt win con, but people really hated it.
It was really cringe.
Yeah, it was, which is why I loved it.
All right.
Orange Forge makes sense in Azir. Discounts the gear. We see yellow Azir this time in the champion zone, finally. Some good food.
Bird.
And then also Worthy Fiora in the champion zone, which is good. So far, all good. This matchup is interesting. We haven't seen it that much. We've seen one Azir against obliterate a Fiora with the phase breakers, if you remember.
Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, the first time we saw Azir on stream, it was
God, just call Otter even.
not pretty for Fiora.
Okay, Azir one die roll.
It's good.
They both have the same sleeves.
I like those sleeves.
Oh no, I meant rune sleeves, sorry, my bad. Oh! Okay.
Oh. Arise.
Arise. Call and discipline. Yeah, Arise, it's too early to keep Arise for sure.
Yep.
Call is really good, and discipline is just good to keep.
Yeah.
Because you can just
BF
like
Sword is the best weapon in the deck. Outside of maybe you can argue Brutalizer being quite good for this list.
And the one drops are also very good for specifically this turn, at least.
Yes,
in
you
terms of
do
raw
want
power,
to find a Doran's shield or an eye on the turn one.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I equipped 2 Orange Lucian in Sealed. Keep an eye out for that for your pre-rift
It's kind of funny.
events next.
It's kind of like
good.
dropping a bunch of 1/1s everywhere as you run around.
Yeah, I played against French content creator Amandine, and I may have traumatized her with the number of recruits I had.
Okay, the double cull early. Cull is pretty annoying for Fiora as well. Sometimes you have a lot of the little guys, but generally it's like one little guy early, and then you start to kind of play bigger units that you're stacking with the equips. I think like starting this turn by just culling Lucian is actually a very reasonable idea.
Yep.
I think especially because the follow-up would have just been... there isn't a follow-up in hand, which makes this kind of make sense to me. Like,
Yeah.
now when you play the BF sword next turn, and then weapon master it onto the soldier, you can then move that soldier with the Azir, which is at least kind of a reasonable idea.
It does somewhat strand these calls, though. At least for the time being.
They are a little homeless. There's still room to, like, make a sand soldier off of the sword. You can still call and then re-equip the sword over to Azir. There's some different kind of like ways to get around this. I feel like Lucian has to go home, and I think he likely will.
It has to, right? Yeah. It's like the whole reason you play the card.
Azir's is usually not a very good unit to play first, because you kind of want a couple soldiers already on the board, and then you can utilize his effects a little bit. But now, if you put him anywhere, he'll just crumble.
Yeah,
it looks like he's lining up double call, maybe.
I do wonder if just slowing the game down actually, like, maybe even was the play in this spot, and just calling last turn and nothing else, and then seeing what Fiora plays, and potentially just calling again before playing whatever your next play was.
Right.
It's tough to, like, make that your line, because it feels really bad. There was no, like, it made sense why he didn't call, because there was no follow-up. It's a very awkward turn. But now, equipping the sword, you're still going to want to make a guy. But now maybe it's make a guy cull and just kill the Lucian that way. However, equipping doesn't make sense if you do that, because this is 7 into what is just an 8 on board from the set.
I feel like it's discipline that they're holding up. They're hiding a card as well. Okay.
It could have been, you could call and then hide Hidden Blade and then just play for, like, full just tempo with that. But I do think that holding up discipline is a decent idea as well, trying to get around this. And then your backup is this Hidden Blade if you absolutely, like, if you bait out some spells from Fiora.
Yeah, I don't hate this line. I don't know that I would have taken it, but assuming that I'm plopped into the game at this turn, I think that this is a reasonable spot where it's like, okay, I'm essentially making the Fiora. Well, you have to react first because they just pump set, move in 8 to 7, and then see what happens. But you do have the discipline, which lines up pretty nicely. Are they going to go for challenge? Do we just get to eat their lunch?
It has to be Defy, which is annoying.
Well, it can just be discipline, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Discipline. I forgot challenge. This is the downside of challenges.
Yeah.
To fight this, but
I mean, we always had the back out of I'm just going to Hidden Blade my Azir, like, and it's not great, but it's also not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, this discipline's crazy. I mean, Lucian can run in and trade, but there's also, you know, as we said, this Hidden Blade is still here. You can always consider just killing the Lucian and saying, you know what, you got it, draw your cards, I'm going to just have full control.
Yeah.
Challenging there with no backup is kind of...
It's wild. against green. I just assume green has everything always.
Yeah.
I love
Or at the
green.
very least has +2.
I mean, I guess you might as well just like tempo Hidden Blade now, right? Like you just
Yeah.
The game is gonna go on for quite a bit. You want it? And Fiora Worthy is still not dead. It's a risk for sure, but I do think it's a correct play. Yeah. I think it's very important.
I'm with you. It is a little bit tough to do this tempo Hidden Blade for sure. Like it is not a like you are. Look, it's 4 runes to what are we at? 6? Yeah, 4 runes to 6. And Fiora's got a bunch of cards in hand. She can just play value here.
But this what is it? Call is gonna be really good on this deck.
Yeah, Call's insane. You go Conquer, play the Call. Yeah, I think the double Call hand also makes this tempo line better, right? Because as Fiora is playing out, you're just continuing to farm points and then utilize the calls. And I think that's a Dorn's Shield that got picked up as well, so gonna be able to continue to just generate some value. Controlling Ornn's Forge, you also get to reduce the cost of playing out one of these. Yeah, Cull's great.
That's so good. And it's making me want to play Azir. Wait, I didn't need another
I like
option.
Azir. I think this deck is like pretty reasonable. It's like it's not bad at all.
Don't say that. Tell me it's trash, please.
No, I think it has some weaknesses that are quite glaring. Like I think gear destruction can be a problem. There was some issues of Thermo Beam, but they've been starting to get cut here and there, so maybe you don't have to deal with Thermo Beam.
I'm accepting Thermo Beam as a weakness right now. Like it's more like, how am I winning against a Draven who's playing at medium skill level?
I mean, you just have to outmath them, and that's kind of a pain. You have green counter spells, which are nice as well for that matchup, but like Azir's math is really good. Azir has very good math.
Good math. Ornn has good math too, because it's just a big number.
I don't know if Ornn's math is actually that good. Like I'm not sure that
it's like, really not.
It's like very slow to get to the number.
So slow. It's like Aurora, except it's all the eggs in one basket.
But this is once again getting murdered by call number 2. And to be fair to the Fiora player, I don't know that you are playing around call number 2 in this situation, but double Conquer call Arena Bar Fiora is a very interesting tech decision. I think you're going to play a lot more of these 4 costs, like you're going to play Kiana, Fiora, like setting up so that all of them can be just utilized with the Arena Bar engine.
I think someone told them, hey, build Fiora. What's the name of that gear? I can't remember. It costs 3. It's got like an activated ability. Like, play that one. And they're like, oh, okay. They put Arena Bar on their deck
instead of hook. Yeah, Arena Bar. Yeah, I'm not sold on it. You know.
I think they should have weapon mastered the BF sword. Probably.
I also would have done the same. I mean, I guess they're just gonna kill the one that just equipped the. Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna kill this one. But I would have preferred weapon mastering it and then killing the one that was at the battlefield.
I think it's just. It's going to be a heuristic. I think we're going to see this sort of become way more of a standard play, where it's like, you really, unless you have an active reason to want to hold, just get your guy out, get your guy off of the battlefield, unless you have a very specific reason and need to have them on the battlefield.
It's really funny. The 2 times we've watched this matchup, the Fiora player has gotten murdered by the Azir. And I've played a little bit of this matchup, not a ton, but it did not feel bad to me. It was not like this is a free great matchup for me. It just didn't feel bad. It was like it felt relatively even. So I've just been a bit surprised by the results we've been viewing in all of these Fiora Azir matchups where they're just getting obliterated. And this hand for sure was like one that, you know, the double call is pretty brutal. I think that's hard for Fiora no matter what you're doing to beat double call. But yeah, I found it quite interesting to just see, like, witness this happening of like, these games have not been close. Like, this is just complete domination.
This is what you would call a trouncing.
Yeah. But 5-1, yes, Worthy gets to be readied and go in. Funny enough, I don't know if there's any action on the side of Azir, but they have 3 runes up. So there certainly could be that you have to worry about. I did think there was guards. I know guards can be hidden. Kuvi, guards is also action speed, right? Maybe you know. Maybe you know W. Guards.
The yellow make a. The
So
one that you
okay,
make a
interestingly,
weapon master
guards
and-
is not action speed. It is only hidden. It
It's
is like
hidden only.
yeah, so it is just like Renata's signature spell,
regular
where it is
speed.
like a slow
Oh, okay.
speed spell that can be hidden. I saw guards in hand. Guards would have been a way to potentially have a blowout here, where you could guards and then weapon master the either the BF sword or the shield, and actually create a really bad opportunity there for the Fiora. But that is only hidden and slow speed.
Their discipline, the guards, arise.
I mean, these are all very good cards.
Yeah. Play a card from hand. Be good.
Yeah, I mean, this turn can literally just be like a giga development turn, and then you just play a rise next turn and win the game.
How many weapons do we have in hand?
There is a BF sword, so it does like that is your most efficient play anyway. Oh wait, no, the BF sword's already been played.
BF swords.
It's already been played. Okay, so
we
there
don't-
actually isn't a really good
Just
development
Arise
here.
now.
You could just slam guards, Arise as your development turn because Fiora is tapped out of her post.
Absolutely.
Seems like a good time to do it.
So, and that's what we're gonna see. So, since Fiora has
Oh,
no
there's another.
ability to riposte, you just get to play 3 Sand Soldiers. They do
That's a
come
sweet
in
animation.
ready, and you can weapon master both swords
Two
and
of
send
them can be
10
ready.
at
2
Worthy.
of them come in ready.
Correct, yes. This does...
How big is Fiora? 6?
Fiora is
No.
currently at...
3, 6, 9, 9.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that 2 BF
Right?
swords? Yeah.
Is it? I don't remember the second BF sword getting played, but I
I also
believe
don't
that-
remember that, but 2 BF swords would be 9. Is it?
This would
And
be
it's not just a
3,
buff
6,
on her
7, 8.
from
This
the
would be
bar, is
10.
it? No, she spent the buff.
The buff, yeah. So this is 10 into 9 right now, I think.
He did equip the shield as well, so it's
okay, so 11.
Yeah, it's even more.
Could it have been blown out by...
Oh, it's a Doran's
Oh,
blade, so it was
okay,
8
so even-
instead of 9.
Oh, okay.
There's no. Is there a rune up for Fiora?
There was one. Yeah, Punch First, 100% could have been played there and just absolutely, ran over that combat.
Oh, yeah.
But there was a
That-
discipline, and we did say this was 11, so the discipline would have tied it. So I think that the Punch First was
Yeah,
not
still good.
a concern for Azir. I think if
Yeah.
it's Punch First and then you just discipline and tie, I think you're just in such a winning position that he was not
Yep.
worried.
Deck the punch first. 1 turn too late.
Yeah, but again, I don't think it mattered, right? Because I think the
No.
Punch First is just beaten. Double First Mate, interesting here with the 2 equips.
Yeah.
But no initial unit to work with is a bit tough.
Wait, why did we ready that unit?
It's ready.
Ready for battle.
Okay. Send 9. Somewhere. Then how do you double conquer? I guess you can draw. Maybe you draw challenge. It actually would be pretty good.
Yeah. You all the while still have this hidden blade at this is your battlefield.
No, the buff has to be attached to the unit. But,
So this
okay.
is 9 versus 8.
10. Or no, yeah, 9. I don't know why I keep thinking that's 2 BF swords.
Yeah, 9 versus 8, and there is a discipline in hand, so that will force the punch first if he decides to press it here.
Yeah, I probably would.
not worth
You
it.
didn't see it last turn.
Now, the interesting thing, I don't know why Fiora's not scooping yet, unless I'm missing something. I don't think there's any way to actually... Oh, a draw. Okay, maybe there's like third first mate. No, nothing there.
Or
yeah.
or punch first, right?
Well, there's nothing ready to move into the other battlefield.
Sorry, not punch first. Challenge.
Yeah, challenge
Challenge would have
theoretically can do something. Yeah. But yeah, that is just gonna be game 1 going to his ear. Not looking close, but double call is like... I feel like if I get double called and just like die, I don't know that I'm feeling that bad about the matchup overall. I'm just like, okay, that sucks.
It was just a double call shell.
Like go game 2, right? Like we just go game 2 here. Like
Maybe the French lady struggles against pigeons, you know? We don't know. Maybe that's actually a bad matchup.
It's true. Do you have a bad matchup against pigeons?
Examine.
You said maybe the French lady has bad matchup into pigeons. I don't know. Like, do you have a bad matchup into pigeons? I don't know. Like, are you bringing some? Are you bringing some baggage into this? Is this like?
Is it a bag full of breadcrumbs, perhaps?
Yeah, is it baggage full of breadcrumbs? Like, if you have a bad matchup into pigeons, like this makes a lot of sense, right? Like maybe we're onto something here.
I have to walk through hundreds of pigeons every day. I go into work in Glasgow. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have seen a French lady get attacked and eaten by hundreds of pigeons as well. It was horrifying.
Huh?
Those bloodthirsty pigeons.
Yes, they're well known for that.
In the UK, they feed off of human flesh. It's bad. To shreds, you say? It's actually in the UK. It's actually seagulls. Seagulls are way more aggressive here, weirdly, than in America. I don't know why. They're all hopped up on fish and chips and iron brew.
Yeah, true. I've tried that cocktail before. That mixture.
Yeah. Wait, did you actually try iron brew when you were over here?
Yeah, dude, of course. Well, I'd had iron brew before, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah.
Okay. What are your opinions on iron brew before we jump into this game?
It's fine. It is.
Okay.
I'm so like lukewarm on it. You know, like I know some people hate it, some people love it.
It just tastes like stale bubble gum. Like, you know, if you
a little bit, yeah.
You know those buckets of Bazooka Joe that you find like on the bottom shelf because they like were underneath the shelving unit at the grocery store for 10 years? That's what it tastes like.
Yeah, a little bit like that.
And if you like that, then that's the perfectly
if
fine
that's your thing, then yeah. Yeah, for me it's just like I mean, you know, I'm not gonna say no to the stale 10-year-old Bazooka Joe bubblegum from the bottom of the shelf. Like that would be rude. It would be rude to say no to that, but
that's fair.
I'm not like looking out for it.
Yeah. I am looking out for it so that I can avoid it.
No, that's why I was crazy at Blevins' wedding. You know, I was all hopped up on iron brew and fish and chips.
Iron brew. Classic. Oh no, I'm offending actual people in chat. Oh no. They ruined it after the sugar tax. I believe that's what ruined it.
Well, look, Blevins, maybe it didn't taste like stale 10-year-old Bazooka Joe. Maybe it just tasted like non-stale 2-year-old Bazooka Joe.
Yeah, fresh Bazooka Joe gum that has the regular amount of stale taste to it.
Look, that's where it might have been. It might have been at that before the sugar tax. You don't know. You don't know.
I don't know.
I do think when I had it, I do think when I had it in the States a long time ago from a Scottish friend of mine, it was better than when I had it in Scotland. So I do, you know, I tend to believe this, you know. When was
Never
this
had
sugar
original
tax? Is this like
recipe.
a trick of my mind of just like had it in America and it was better? Or was I actually, you know, am I old enough to have had it prior to this? I don't remember
don't
when
know
I
when-
had it. It would have been at least 12 years ago, maybe more. So
I don't know when it was. I know
So I
that
don't
it's
know.
been around for at least a
But
year
also,
and
I
a
think
half.
me 12 years ago probably would enjoy the 10-year-old stale bubblegum soda more than me
That's true.
now. So that, you know.
When I was like 8 or 9 years old, I probably would have liked that flavor quite a bit.
All right, back to the match. So we got
Anyway,
so
after I had my ketchup and ice cream sandwich for dinner.
okay, sugar tax being 2018 means that I definitely had it before the sugar tax. So I fully believe that it was way better because I did remember liking it way more than when I had it when I went to Scotland. But next battlefields are going to be Vile Maws, it looks like, and then that will be Seat of Power. So both of these a little bit different than what we have seen out of these
Wonky.
decks. Vile Maws, that's just kind of an answer to purple. I see it as kind of reasonable for the Azir deck, trying to trap things there and then be able to kill them off, because it is this Azir deck's really good at attacking. It is incredible at attacking, so being able to kind of trap units there makes sense. Seat of Power for Fiora is a little bit interesting because I think your play pattern is not always taking advantage of Seat of Power. It's not something you're constantly looking for. However, what I will say is a draw battlefield for Fiora is never going to not make sense. It's always going to be at least kind of a reasonable idea.
Yep. I like it. We got our eye on this in this match. Early development here. Gonna get an additional recruit.
Yeah, pretty positive turn 1 exchange, or turn 2 exchange, I guess, for Fiora. So turn 1 skip, turn 2 play Fiora into this, just going to be eye on the Sand Soldier, and then next we have the Doran Shield. The hidden card, I wonder if we got Hidden Blade, which is going to
There
have some
was-
high value implications, or Facebreaker, which we saw dominate this matchup the last time we saw it. Or it can just be guards, which would then be able to bring in the Doran Shield, which can be quite powerful. So
I did see a hidden blade in hand, so it could
okay,
possibly
it's
be
likely
that.
that one.
I don't know the other ones.
The fact that there are kind of these multiple options in Azir, though, is, you know, you certainly have to really consider what these options could be.
Right. I like
They
how
have leveled up the tokens for Fiora by
it's just
gluing
all
them
combined
together.
now.
Yeah.
It actually looks like an old stale piece of Bazooka Joe gum now.
There you go.
Oh, what?
One stick. Actually, it looks more like what's the gum that also has a stale sugar flavor for 3 seconds that has the zebra on it?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I
I can't remember the name of it.
Was it
Fruit
just
stripe or
called
something?
Stripes or something? Yeah, it was.
It's something. It might be that.
My brain went to the same place, and I don't know how to feel about that.
It's that delayed effect of the original recipe Iron Brew rotting your brain 15 years later.
There we go. So, gonna be able to try and hold the Vile Maws, and Fiora going into Vile Maws is really nice. You do have the ganking, so you're able to kind of escape there and still look at the other battlefield.
Right.
It will generally be a bit tough to conquer into this. This Fiora is an 8 on defense with the BF sword. It's like weapon heavy hand from Fiora, at least initially. Just getting a Victorious out, and then the 2 weapons for this first turn, so not a lot of development yet, but that's where Worthy starts to really come into play. Lets you catch up after you had maybe an early game where you didn't get to develop a ton of units. You can now start to bring them out accelerated, or pseudo-accelerated, ready.
We finally see the Brutalizer,
Yep.
which is actually pretty good because you can just move it from soldier to soldier. You can cascade it pretty well. Very good, very, very good equipment in Azir.
Yeah, the question is are you going to be able to get big enough to push over Fiora? Fiora's at 8. Currently, the soldier is at a 3. Now, if you give it the Brutalizer, it would be at 6, and then Discipline would pump to 8. And then you could activate Azir afterwards and Weapon Master one of the weapons over to the unit. Now, we also see this Death Grip, which could be deployed here. Death Grip, the Brutalizer one to give +5 and draw a card.
Yep. And then equip after.
Yep. So this pumps to 8, and then you equip this up to 11. And this is what I was talking about with Azir being so good at attacking, right?
Wait, why is this making me want to play this deck? I did not want this to happen.
Have you not seen this deck in action that much?
No, I've played it. I just was like, okay, this feels all right. It felt better than I thought it was going to, but this actually just looks way sweeter.
You do a very powerful thing with this deck. I think it's quite strong. The issue tends to be you run out of cards.
Right.
And also you are just murdering your runes most of the game. So this tends to be the issues that Azir has, but if you can keep up in cards, and you can make more like efficient plays, like this play was only -1 rune, right? This was just equip a Brutalizer 1 time of actual equipping, and then a Death Grip, so really efficient play. Your defense is kind of abysmal, but in this spot, Fiora doesn't have a unit on board, so
yeah,
not bad.
Your defense is just play Call the Weak and other stuff like that.
Yeah, and your defense often comes in the form of hidden cards, and the problem is you're already quite rune hungry. So then you start just like shredding your runes and cards in hand when you start hiding things, and it just kind of like plays into the weakness of the deck, but like that's why, right? Like you're using that as the defense.
Yeah.
那这里可能又需要这个派出头旁边的黄剑姬亲自出马，这地儿要是不冲锋，又要有点走远了。必须得这个急速上去，不能让这个白吃掉他这个。不然等会儿来到4，但感觉白吃掉之后。
Okay. It all starts with Fiora Worthy.
对啊，其实真正意义上大的不是我们的杀兵，大的是我们的残暴之力，大的是我们的。
I think that's a set brawler, hit rookie, Doran's Blade maybe.
只能沉淀这几。其实沙皇在这几个回合是非常能打的。 尤其他现在这个已经有3个装备了。
陈的话，等会儿见沙皇这边来4，然后4分其实还有2轮，可以再操作一下。
Not sure what the considerations are here for Fiora.
Yeah, I've kind of missed a lot of the hand. Sorry, I was like kind of looking at this game state from the Azir side. Have you caught many of the cards that are there?
Yeah, there's a set brawler. There's a pit rookie, a Lucian. Obviously.
Yeah,
should make sense.
Lucian's really good here. But the problem is you can't go back on Valma.
I think you're always supposed to equip the BF unless there's another thing that wants to be done with the BF. But with Worthy out, and I think you're going to use a lot of Worthy activations. Okay, so it's because he wanted to equip the Worthy to make her a 6. Interesting to send her in, though.
He's stuck.
Yeah. So, well, okay, so I see what this is going for, Kuvi. This is going for a Seat of Power draw. And you can't bring Lucian back if he goes to Vilemaws, but it doesn't feel like Worthy is ready to die yet, I will say.
Yeah. Especially with a set brawler in hand.
I'm not sure that you can even defend her.
I see a challenge.
You said punch first as well.
Yeah,
okay, punch first is.
You can do it.
Okay, so this is 11 on defense. There's a world that's defendable, but I think if Azir wants you dead this turn, I think Azir is killing you, right? Like I think this deck is very much able to just produce too much might.
We have 7 on the board already. 8 technically. No, 7 exactly. Because you cannot play the unit while you're attacking. Does it say here? What does the thing say?
Which thing?
The one energy equipment. Yeah.
The eye plays it
here.
It's wherever you go.
Okay.
It'd be so much better if you could play it in base.
Yeah. So we do have
Yeah. 2,
8
3,
total.
4,
right now.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yep.
Accelerated Azir is 12.
Does Azir himself have Weapon Master?
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
But he gets to move the soldiers, which is still going to be
Right.
I mean, killing the
Potential for
Fiora
him.
and then calling the Lucian is so
I think the
backbreaking
game's
for
over if it
Fiora.
happens. Yeah, I think you got that right.
Which I think is the play. And what you can do is you can go. You don't care about the draw damage. You can go to Seal of. I mean, ideally you want to draw, but if you can't, you can't. You go to Seal of Power first, and then you accelerate Azir and bring every token to Fiora, basically.
Right.
And then you kill her guaranteed, and call the Lucian in the back, and then it's over. Ooh, Death Grip is so good again here.
The Death Grip's
Oh my
disgusting.
God.
Death Grip
Yep.
Brutalizer is just like such a gross combination.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're giving 6 to that soldier, and then 3 again. So we're giving it 9 basically. So that soldier is at 10. I mean, sorry, 11 plus the 1 summoned unit, so that's 12. And if we want to equip the tank, then we can even bring it to 13 if we need to. But obviously,
Yeah, I mean you can just cover punch first. You can't cover double punch first, but I'm a pretty big advocate of never playing around double punch first. I think you just kind of let it happen if that's going to
Punch
happen.
second, it's broke. It breaks the
Well,
rules.
they're also just like killing all of their runes. So the only problem is if you killed a bunch of runes to play around the first punch first, and then you get punch second, that's kind of tough. But generally, I don't think you ever just play around it.
Yeah, but this is so good. I really hope we still keep mana for that, because now we can't call, right? Why did we play the? Am I missing? Because we had 4 exactly. We could have Death Gripped into kill Fiora into call the Lucian. Now we spent 2 on.
Oh, I think I see this. This kills less of your runes, right? Does it actually? I'm not sure. I think I lost the plot on what's happened this turn.
It was a clear path though.
Yeah. So was the Brutalizer was equipped on this turn to this recruit, right? So it should have an additional +2 from the Brutalizer. Let me get the text of Brutalizer.
No, it's the equipment Brutalizer gets +2.
Oh, the
not
equipment has an additional one.
Yeah.
So this wasn't. We're just moving it.
So
for
moving it
one
around
turn.
doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah, they threw a
here.
rune for.
Yeah. Yeah.
No
This
reason.
that really screwed up a lot of this turn, I think.
I mean, we have 10 here on this one. But we're getting absolutely blown out by punch first because it's a 6 with punch first is 11.
Yeah,
So, like, what
10
are we
is the
actually
worst
doing?
number that you can send.
Oh no. Oh,
Yeah, 10 is
no.
the absolute worst number that you can send.
Oh no.
I don't think it's even 10. It's 9. It's just we also.
It is 10. It's 3 from Brutalizer. It's 7 plus 1, so that's
But
8.
I think the 3 is counted.
Oh, it's
with the
wait, it is
+2.
No, the +2 is the discipline that was played earlier.
Oh.
So that actually is 11,
Yeah.
isn't it? Actually, is
Okay,
11.
I forgot
Okay.
about the discipline. I apologize.
No. This 11. Okay, 11 is not the worst number you can send. 10 is.
No, it's
11 means that Punch First would have traded.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised we still didn't see the Punch First anyway. Instead, it's the challenge to just kill a backline thing. But this recruit is nothing. It is going to be a 2 on the next turn, so it's always going to die anyway. So trading with it doesn't actually really matter. The Punch First doesn't accomplish much. So I guess it's pretty reasonable to just kill a different unit that is like maybe going to be bigger on the next turn for its attack, and then you just kill this like this puny recruit for free on this turn. But no worthy means no accelerate, which means there's going to be some struggles here to actually deal with both sides.
Leaving that Lucian alive, I think, is suspicious.
And you can see how Azir just ate all of his runes as well in that last turn. Down to 3 runes.
I guess the good thing is like you have decent rebuild potential if you have cheap equipments to come back with. But yeah, I can see if you need to have multiple big turns in a row, it is tough. It is taxing.
刘谦坐牢了啊！劳西安终于被抓到了，完了把自己给关起来了，囚禁1万年。
Set brawler.
他没有办法出去，对吧？大副也就是自己出。
Poor Lucian just stuck in Vile Maw's lair forever.
不过沙皇现在的手牌还挺难受的，因为他打不了这个。
Another call. Wow. It's even more value because you just get a free recruit for moving.
Yeah, you already scored. Now you can't really play, but oh, they're actually okay. So there is a sand soldier hiding under that recruit, right?
Yeah, the sand soldier is equipped with the eye.
Oh wow, this is really good then, because you can move, you can call, move, call. You're like worried about riposte, but you're not really worried. Like if one gets riposted, I don't think it's the end of the world. Do we know the hidden card? Is it still a hidden blade? Because that makes it a little bit more awkward.
Guessing it is.
Yeah. Because you don't really want to expend this hidden blade here, and then the call becomes a little annoying. I guess you can't double call, right? Because you have to keep the one next to the hidden blade to still keep that alive.
Sack the sand soldier, I guess.
True. You could double call and just kill the sand soldier off. You still have this Azir to try and finish the game next turn, basically putting your opponent on saying, hey, you actually have to have an accelerate unit to even play the game, because next turn I just score with this recruit, and then I accelerate my Azir for the win.
Yep.
That would work.
We've got what looks like a not so fast, I think there's a tasty Fey folk in there, which seems like you're quite far away from casting.
Yeah, I can see that as an accelerate unit that kind of gives you some extra runes towards the end of the game. It does feel really hard to cast in a lot of game states, though.
Yeah, that
it's a little
it
ambitious.
feels like if you are playing the card in your deck, you have to be mindful of like, this is a game plan. Like, put it in your deck if it is your game plan, and you have to play into that game plan if it's in your deck. That makes sense. Like, you can't just like, oh, this is a good card, I'm going to put it in, and then play your game plan like this and be like, oh, well, I just have a dead card now.
So exactly kind of what we thought. Not giving a chance unless there's accelerate means that this game is just going to be done to accelerated Azir exactly enough runes to make it happen, right? We're just looking dead on board. And this isn't a challenge, doesn't even save you, because he can play the Azir accelerated and then just equip enough things that challenge can't kill it. And push it in, and then it's just guaranteed, right? Hidden Blade would be the downside of that. If you play Azir and equip everything and just kill all your runes, and then
and you get hidden bladed, it's over.
And then Fiora Hidden Blades you, then it can work, but it doesn't work because the eye.
Of the recruit.
The eye.
The recruit.
There's actually no way around it. You don't even have to equip a single other thing. You just equip the eye and send it in, and it's guaranteed, because challenge and Hidden Blade do not work. That's awesome. That's really cool to see. Azir once again showing up and just like bodying a Fiora, like not even remotely close. And this was a potential win in. Both of these were on 4-0-2. They didn't have any ties, so it is possible that this Azir does not make it in. The X2 is quite brutal on the tiebreakers, but look, he got to this point, and now he just gets a chance to potentially make it in with this Azir. So we might see this Azir in the top 64 tomorrow.
Nice. That'd be cool. I did not think that I would see another deck that was going to be in my considerations, but I think Azir is a real contender now.
Yeah, it's a strong deck. It does a strong thing, and I think if people don't know what you're up to, then it's it can run people over. So you got to put it in the suggestions box. Azir, Lucian, Ornn, right? Those are the ones you're considering.
The other one, someone messaged me and was like, you should play Jax Aurora, and I'm like, that sounds dumb, and they're like, yeah, but green Jax makes it so that all of your equipments can be played at instant speed. And I'm like, hold up, you're kind of cooking.
You flash in your infinite edges so you can I'm
kind of in on it.
And you have to use your green Jax in the early game with a bone shiver to ramp, which sounds really bad because it probably is.
does sound horrific.
Yeah. Sounds pretty bad. All right. Well, I mean, that should do it for the day, right? That's round 7.
That's 7.
If you enjoyed the stream, make sure that you are tuning in every single week, as we've got these going on for one more week after this, but also, we have the finals tomorrow, the day 2 tomorrow.
Yep.
The last one is Nanjing, I think. And that will be next week, February 6th and 7th, right here on the Turn 'em Sideways channel, where we do a lot of fun stuff. The co-stream is one of the things, but we also make a lot of other content, including the Winning Point podcast every single week. Also, if you didn't get a chance, we do have the playmats for sale. They are now available internationally, and we will have even more art coming out in Spiritforged. And each set, we plan on releasing some more art, so make sure you keep your eyes on the shop, even if neither the Victor nor the Kaisa kind of sport your fancy yet. We'll have more coming soon, as well as we do have those Might Tracker dice, which are pretty nice, the little spin dial dice with the plus and minus.
They are sweet. Quite
nice to use. And there are more pre-orders available for those. These will all ship out on March 1st as that inventory comes in, and then we'll ship it all out to you guys. So, international shipping, we're proud that we were able to get that done. We didn't have it for the first few weeks, but now we've got it. Other than that, I don't know. What else we got? I think, because I'm pretty sure they are done. That was round 7. I want to make sure that I'm not just jumping the gun here, but just because it feels like we're done so early. But
feels so early.
7 rounds is, I think they just kind of streamlined day 1. Day 2 is still kind of a nightmare, but day 1 has been quite figured out. Kuvi, thanks so much for joining us again for Kuvi's Corner and everything. You got any shout outs before we send this on our way?
Thanks for having me yet again. It was super fun. My Twitter is just Kuvi_LOR. If you want to just DM me your deck list or ideas, if you want to follow everything. My Metafy is just Kuvi, just go Metafy is Kuvi. I do group coaching, a bootcamp thingy, and most of my students win skirmishes and all, so that's pretty cool. So if you want that, just hit me up on there. Thank you.
All right, Blev. I guess you can send us on our way.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for watching again. Like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. It really does help. Despite popular belief, we are not a multi-million-dollar company, production company full of tech bro billionaires that just do this for fun.
No.
It's a labor of love that we put a lot of time,
really
effort, and resources into. So all of the support really does help, whether it's just liking the page, subscribing to the YouTube, or even buying some of the merch. It really, really, really does help. So all that is there. Also, I started doing TikToks and dumb stuff, so you can find me there too. So if you want to either know where to avoid, it is TikTok _Blevins, or to find really dumb memes, because TikTok is a messed up platform. But besides that, tune back in tomorrow. We'll be right here on the Turn 'em Sideways YouTube. But forecast for Kuvi, for the whole Turn 'em Sideways crew, and everyone else who joined us on the cast today, I've been Blevins. We'll see you tomorrow.